The legends surrounding King Arthur belong to a much later stage of Welsh tradition than the older mythological stories centered on figures such as Gwydion, Pwyll, or Pryderi. This difference is easy to recognize because those ancient tales form part of the collection known as the Four Branches of the Mabinogi, while no Arthurian story originally belonged to that group. Over time, however, many people began using the word Mabinogion as a general label for every old Welsh tale. That interpretation became especially common after Lady Charlotte Guest published her famous collection, yet it does not accurately reflect the original meaning of the term. Among the 11 stories included in Guest's edition, only 4 truly belong to the Mabinogi tradition. These are Pwyll, Prince of Dyfed, Branwen, daughter of Lear, Manawydan, son of Lear, and Math, son of Mathonwy. Together they form what scholars usually call the Four Branches of the Mabinogi, a distinct group of narratives with their own purpose and identity. The remaining stories may share the same cultural background, but they were never originally classified in the same way. The word Mabinogi itself comes from Mabinogi, a title used within the Welsh bardic tradition. A Mabinogi was not a child listening to bedtime stories, but a young apprentice training under an experienced bard. At the earliest stage of his education, he had not yet mastered the art of composing poetry. Instead, he learned through stories, traditions, and historical narratives that served as the foundation of his literary education. The Mabinogi was therefore not simply a collection of entertaining tales. It represented the material every apprentice bard was expected to know before advancing to higher levels of learning. These narratives were likely performed publicly according to established customs, and a trained apprentice may even have been permitted to recite them professionally for an agreed payment. As his education progressed, he was expected to acquire poetic skills and eventually rise through the ranks of Welsh literary culture. This background makes it clear that the Mabinogi was never intended as children's literature. Although later generations sometimes misunderstood its purpose, the stories themselves contain complex themes, political conflicts, supernatural events, and symbolic imagery that were designed for a mature audience. Like many early Celtic traditions, the Four Branches rely heavily on magic, divine intervention, enchanted objects, transformations, and encounters with beings from the other world. These supernatural elements were not unusual, but formed the very heart of early Welsh storytelling. The oldest Arthurian traditions were probably no different. Before they became famous across Europe, the stories of Arthur almost certainly belonged to the same Brythonic storytelling tradition and contained many mythical features that later disappeared from popular versions. Everything changed after the Norman conquest of South Wales. Norman nobles and writers became fascinated by the native legends they encountered and began reshaping them for a new audience. Rather than preserving the stories exactly as they had been told by Welsh storytellers, they adapted them to fit the ideals of continental chivalry. Knights, courtly adventures, romantic quests, and refined aristocratic values gradually replaced many of the older supernatural themes. As these rewritten versions spread throughout Europe, they developed into the Arthurian romances that became widely known during the Middle Ages. Interestingly, the cultural exchange did not move in only one direction. Some of these French and Anglo-Norman adaptations eventually returned to Wales, where they influenced later Welsh manuscripts. In several cases, they even altered or replaced parts of the original native traditions. One revealing example appears in the Welsh tale of Peredur, where the fortress called Ysbydinongyl seems to preserve a Welsh form of a name that had already passed through French literary tradition. The French romances referred to a knight called Espinogre, or Epinogris, yet linguistic evidence suggests that both ultimately derive from the Welsh giant Ysbyddaden. This shows that the story originally came from Brythonic tradition, but later re-entered Welsh literature through French adaptation rather than direct native transmission. The surviving Welsh Arthurian narratives can generally be divided into 2 separate groups. The first includes Culhwch and Olwen, together with The Dream of Rhonabwy. These stories remained largely untouched by Norman literary influence and therefore preserve much more of the ancient Welsh imagination. Magic, giants, impossible tasks, enchanted landscapes, and supernatural encounters dominate their narratives, while the ideals of medieval knighthood play only a minor role. The second group consists of Owain and Luned, Peredur son of Efrog, and Geraint and Enid. These tales clearly reflect the influence of French Arthurian romance. Many of their episodes closely resemble stories found in continental literature, particularly those connected with the legends of the Holy Grail and the adventures of the Round Table. Although their foundations remain Brythonic, the versions preserved today bear unmistakable signs of adaptation and literary exchange. Some sections may even represent direct translations or creative reworkings of French sources rather than entirely independent Welsh compositions. This blending of traditions demonstrates how deeply interconnected medieval literature had become. The Welsh stories preserved ancient Celtic material, while French and Anglo-Norman authors transformed that material into new forms that later influenced Welsh writers in return. As a result, anyone seeking to understand the complete Arthurian tradition cannot rely solely on the surviving Welsh texts. Certain legendary themes, characters, and mythological elements have disappeared from Welsh manuscripts altogether and survive only in continental romances that ultimately trace their origins back to Brythonic storytelling. One final detail further supports the great age of the four branches of the Mabinogi. Throughout these four narratives, there is not a single reference to Arthur or his famous companions. Considering Arthur's enormous popularity in later medieval literature, this silence is highly significant. It suggests that the four branches belong to an earlier literary world that existed before Arthur rose to become the central heroic figure of Welsh and European tradition. By contrast, the later Welsh Arthurian tales reveal a far looser structure and clearly reflect centuries of adaptation, borrowing, and reinterpretation, illustrating how legends continually evolved as they crossed linguistic, cultural, and political boundaries. Unlike the ancient Welsh myths, the later Arthurian stories developed within a very different literary environment. Welsh scholars and poets formed a highly traditional community that tended to preserve older native traditions rather than reshape every new tale that entered their culture. Because of this, many Arthurian narratives, filled with the ideals of chivalry, noble courts, and Christian values introduced by the Normans, were never fully absorbed into the older Welsh storytelling tradition. Instead, they often remained a separate branch of literature, influenced as much by continental romance as by native Celtic legend. The difference between these traditions becomes clear when comparing the Arthurian tales with the four branches of the Mabinogi. In the story of Branwen, for example, Bran the Blessed orders that after his death his severed head should be buried beneath the White Hill in London, facing toward France. According to the tale, as long as the head remained undisturbed, Britain would be protected from foreign invasion. Yet later, Welsh tradition tells a very different story. One of the Welsh triads claims that Arthur himself uncovered Bran's buried head because he believed Britain should rely on the courage of its people rather than on magical protection. Far from being celebrated, this act was remembered as one of the three unfortunate uncoverings, suggesting that Arthur belonged to a later layer of tradition built upon stories that already existed. If these tales were intended as strict historical accounts, their chronology would make little sense. Characters from much older legends regularly appear alongside Arthur as though they all lived during the same era. Nowhere is this more obvious than in Cŵl Hwch and Olwen, where Arthur's court seems almost limitless. Instead of gathering only believable companions, the storyteller includes an extraordinary collection of heroes, mythical beings, magical figures, and strange individuals drawn from every corner of Welsh tradition. Some survive only as names, preserving the memory of stories that have otherwise vanished forever. This literary approach was not unique to Wales. Irish tradition gathered countless heroes around King Conchobar, while Norse mythology imagined Odin ruling over Valhalla, surrounded by gods and legendary warriors from many different traditions. The Arthurian legends seem to have followed a similar pattern. As Arthur's reputation grew, storytellers continually expanded his household by adding famous characters from older myths, creating the impression that every remarkable hero had somehow served the great king. The result, however, produced a court filled with rather unusual personalities. Some companions possessed extraordinary abilities that hardly suited the elegant atmosphere of a royal palace, One man was remembered solely because he could stand on a single foot for an entire day without moving. Another was famous for never smiling unless he had completely satisfied his enormous appetite. After earning the right to request any reward from his king, he simply demanded an immense feast. According to tradition, providing that single meal became one of Cornwall's greatest disasters because of the impossible quantity of food required. Such stories preserved fascinating pieces of Celtic mythology, but they also reveal that Arthur's court was never intended to resemble a realistic medieval kingdom. It is easy to imagine that many of these remarkable companions spent more time away on impossible adventures than actually sitting around the famous Round Table. Their absence probably made Arthur's court far more manageable than the legends suggest. As the tradition expanded, writers became increasingly interested in presenting Arthur not merely as a warrior, but as the ruler of the greatest court in Britain. This desire to surround him with countless celebrated heroes developed alongside another trend: the transformation of relatively simple Celtic legends into long, elaborate romances filled with quests, tournaments, and courtly ideals. Evidence for Arthur's growing popularity even appears within the Welsh triads themselves. Although these collections were carefully organized around groups of 3, later versions occasionally forced Arthur into lists that originally contained only 3 names, creating awkward groups of 4. This small detail reveals how enormously his reputation had grown. Later generations simply could not resist including Arthur wherever they believed Britain's greatest heroes should be remembered. Despite these later additions, the triad still preserves some of the oldest surviving traditions connected with Arthur. Interestingly, they often portray him in ways that later romance writers chose to ignore. Medieval authors preferred the polished king of Camelot, surrounded by noble knights and refined ceremonies, while older Welsh tradition preserved fragments of a far stranger and more mysterious figure whose roots reached much deeper into Celtic mythology. Recognizing that the fully developed Arthurian legend belongs to a relatively late period does not mean that its foundations were new. On the contrary, the stories themselves drew upon traditions that had existed for centuries among Brythonic-speaking peoples in both Britain and Brittany. The later romances merely reshaped ancient material into forms that appealed to medieval audiences without erasing the much older beliefs hidden beneath them. This naturally raises one of the most enduring questions in British history. Was Arthur an actual historical figure? Welsh literature offers an intriguing clue. Unlike many native rulers, Arthur is rarely described simply as a prince. Instead, he is almost always given the title of emperor. That distinction may preserve the memory of a real political office rather than merely expressing admiration. After the Roman withdrawal from Britain, the island's military command was divided among several senior officers. One defended the northern frontier along Hadrian's Wall, another protected the southeastern coastline, while the Comes Britannia held broader authority to move wherever military action was needed. Some historians have suggested that if a historical Arthur existed, he may have occupied a position similar to this final office. Such an interpretation would explain why Welsh tradition consistently places him above regional rulers and grants him the title of emperor rather than prince. The Welsh language even borrowed the Latin word imperator, eventually transforming it into its own native form. It is therefore possible that, after direct Roman rule ended, this prestigious title continued to be used for Britain's highest military commander. If Arthur really held such a position, the famous phrase Emperor Arthur may preserve a genuine memory of Britain's post-Roman political structure rather than being a purely legendary invention. This idea also fits surprisingly well with one of the earliest historical sources connected with Arthur. The Historia Britonum describes him not as a king ruling over Britain, but as the military leader chosen to command the armies of several British rulers during their wars against invading enemies. Such a role resembles that of a supreme commander rather than an independent monarch. Other medieval writers introduce further possibilities. Some scholars have proposed that Arthur may even have been connected to the royal family, later represented by Maelgwn Gwynedd. Yet the surviving evidence is frustratingly vague. The 6th century writer Gildas refers to one of Maelgwn's predecessors without even mentioning his name, suggesting that, whatever his identity, he was not regarded as uniquely famous during his own lifetime. This uncertainty leads to perhaps the most fascinating explanation of all. The legendary Arthur who dominates medieval romance may not have emerged solely from the achievements of a historical warrior. Long before the stories of Camelot were written, Brythonic tradition may already have known a supernatural figure or even a deity bearing the name Arthur. If a real military leader later carried the same name, or if two similar names gradually merged through changes in language, the legendary and historical traditions could easily have become inseparable. Over generations, the exploits of a remarkable commander and the attributes of an ancient divine figure may have fused together, producing the Arthur whose legend eventually spread across all of medieval Europe. For a moment, let us set aside the question of whether Arthur was a real historical figure and instead consider him purely as a legendary being. If Arthur originally belonged to mythology, he would most naturally fit the role of a culture hero, a figure remembered not only for his extraordinary deeds, but also for bringing order, customs, and civilization to his people. In Welsh tradition, he is portrayed as the ideal ruler, the founder of the famous Round Table, and the leader of remarkable expeditions into the mysterious realm of the otherworld. His relationship with the hero Gwalchmai also mirrors older Celtic mythological pairings, much like the connection between Gwydion and Liu in the ancient Welsh legends. Arthur's royal court occupies a central place in later tradition. Surrounded by his loyal companions, he resembles Conchobar among the heroes of Ulster or Odin presiding over the gods in Valhalla. Yet, one detail has attracted particular attention throughout history: the Round Table itself. Although its circular shape has often been treated as symbolic, the more important feature may actually be the table rather than its form. Early Celtic courts were not typically imagined as places where everyone gathered around a single dining table. Irish and Norse legends rarely describe such an arrangement. If Arthur's court was remembered as the first where nobles sat together at one common table, the Round Table may have symbolized a new social custom, rather than simply equality among knights. This interpretation fits remarkably well with Arthur's image as a bringer of civilization. Medieval tradition even traces the origin of the Round Table back to Arthur's father, Uther Pendragon. Behind that familiar royal figure, however, some scholars detect echoes of an older mythical ruler connected with the otherworld, the supernatural realm from which many Celtic traditions believed knowledge and culture first emerged. In that sense, the Round Table could represent far more than a piece of furniture. It may have symbolized prosperity, unity, and abundance, much like the legendary tables of the gods in Greek mythology where divine feasts were said to take place. Arthur's journeys into the otherworld form another important part of his mythical identity. One of the oldest Welsh poems, attributed to Taliesin, describes an expedition in which Arthur and his companions travel to the realm of the dead in search of a magical cauldron belonging to the ruler of that mysterious kingdom. The cauldron was no ordinary treasure. It represented supernatural power, wisdom, and perhaps even rebirth. This ancient myth appears to survive in altered form within the tale of Culhwch and Olwen. In that story, Arthur no longer sails to the otherworld itself. Instead, he travels to Ireland to seize the magical cauldron owned by a powerful warrior named Divernach. Arthur and his men defeat its defenders, kill Divernach, capture the prized vessel, and return to Dyfed carrying not only the cauldron, but also the wealth of Ireland. Although the setting has become more realistic, the structure of the narrative strongly suggests that it originated as an older myth about a heroic descent into a supernatural realm before later storytellers relocated the adventure to a recognizable earthly kingdom. Geoffrey of Monmouth expanded this tradition even further. What had once been a mythical raid for a magical object became, in his hands, the story of a full-scale conquest of Ireland. Arthur was transformed from a legendary hero into an emperor whose victories steadily enlarged his dominion. Geoffrey followed the same pattern elsewhere. Arthur's campaign into northern Britain, where he appoints Arawn as ruler of Scotland, may preserve another memory of an older myth. In Welsh tradition, Arawn is not simply a human king, but the ruler of Andublin, the Welsh otherworld itself. Replacing Anodwin with Scotland therefore appears to be another example of mythology gradually becoming historical narrative. To medieval audiences, this transformation probably seemed perfectly natural. The lands beyond Roman Britain had long been imagined as mysterious and dangerous places. Ancient writers described the territory beyond Hadrian's Wall as hostile, unhealthy, and inhabited by terrifying creatures. Such descriptions blurred the boundary between unknown geography and supernatural imagination, making it easy for mythical kingdoms to become real countries in later retellings. Something similar may explain Arthur's legendary conquest of Scandinavia. Early Welsh tradition used the name Leichlin to describe a mysterious land associated with the sea or hidden beneath its waters. As Viking raids became increasingly common, the same word gradually came to mean Norway and the Scandinavian world. Thus, what may originally have been a mythical expedition into an enchanted realm evolved into a military campaign against a real northern kingdom. Geoffrey continued the pattern by placing Loth on the Scandinavian throne, linking Arthur's growing empire with regions already familiar to medieval readers. Once Arthur had supposedly conquered Scotland, Ireland, and Scandinavia, the next step required very little imagination. Later, chroniclers naturally extended his victories across continental Europe, carrying his armies toward the Alps and even Rome itself. In this way, a legendary hero whose earliest adventures centered on supernatural journeys gradually became the ruler of a vast earthly empire stretching across much of the known world. Another fascinating tradition presents Arthur in a very different role. Earlier, Welsh mythology tells how Gwydion cleverly tricked Pryderi into surrendering magical pigs that belonged to the ruler of the otherworld. A similar theme later appears in the Arthurian tradition, although with an important difference. According to one of the Welsh triads, Arthur and his companions attempted to obtain the pigs belonging to March, son of Merchion. In both Welsh and Irish tradition, March is closely associated with dark supernatural powers and later became identified with the king, Mark of the Tristan legends. March was married to the beautiful Esilt, while his greatest champion was his nephew Dristan, better known in later romance as Tristan. One day, Dristan sent the royal swineherd away with a message for Esilt and took charge of the pigs himself. During this brief opportunity, Arthur arrived hoping to acquire some of the famous herd. Judging from the older myth involving Gwydion, one might expect Arthur to succeed through cleverness or deception. Surprisingly, however, the surviving version of the triad declares that Arthur failed completely. Despite every possible attempt, honest or dishonest, he could not obtain even a single pig from Dristan's protection. The story becomes even more intriguing when its development is examined. The earliest form of the triad simply listed 3 legendary swineherds celebrated for guarding their animals. Later writers expanded this brief tradition by explaining that no one had ever managed to steal so much as 1 pig from their care. In doing so, however, they overlooked the much older tale in which Gwydion had already deceived Pryderi and carried away his magical pigs. This inconsistency suggests that Arthur may once have possessed a similar story in which he also succeeded through trickery, but that version has since disappeared. Even though the complete narrative has been lost, the surviving fragments still preserve an important clue. They reveal that Arthur was once imagined not merely as a noble king, but as a resourceful figure willing to rely on deception when necessary. In this respect, he resembles the older Celtic heroes, whose intelligence and cunning were often valued just as highly as their courage in battle. Long before Arthur became the perfect Christian monarch of medieval romance, he may have belonged to a much older world of myth, where cleverness, magic, and supernatural adventure were inseparable from true heroism. Another important figure in the Arthurian tradition is Gwalchmai, one of the greatest heroes of Welsh legend and the warrior who later became known across Europe as Sir Gawain. In the oldest Welsh traditions, however, Gwalchmai is far more than simply one of Arthur's knights. He belongs to the same legendary class of heroic figures as Lo in Welsh mythology and Cuchulainn in Irish tradition, heroes whose lives combine extraordinary courage with unmistakable supernatural qualities. Welsh tradition also gives Gwalchmai a brother named Gwalchafed, whose name eventually evolved into the famous Galahad of the Grail romances. As Arthurian legends spread across Europe, these ancient Brythonic names were reshaped by different languages. Geoffrey of Monmouth wrote the name as Walganus. French romances transformed it into Gauvin. English literature adopted Gawain, while Scotland preserved the familiar form Gavin. Although the names changed from country to country, they all point back to the same legendary Welsh hero. The Welsh name Gwalchmai itself carries a fascinating meaning. It appears to combine the words for hawk or falcon with the month of May, producing a title that can be understood as the Falcon of May. The exact reason for this unusual name has never been fully explained, yet many scholars believe it reflects Gwalchmai's connection with the returning strength of the sun during late spring and early summer. If he originally represented a solar hero, the symbolism becomes remarkably appropriate. Like the growing sunlight of May, his power reached its greatest brilliance as the day advanced. Among all the warriors who served Arthur, Gwalchmai enjoyed a unique position. He was consistently portrayed as the king's most trusted companion and perhaps his greatest champion. His reputation rested not only on courage, but also on a remarkable supernatural gift. During battle, his strength steadily increased from sunrise until noon, reaching its absolute peak at midday before gradually fading as the afternoon progressed. This extraordinary ability clearly distinguishes him from an ordinary human warrior and links him to the daily journey of the sun across the sky. Even his horse reflected this solar symbolism. Welsh romances describe its speed and brilliance by comparing it to sunlight itself. Throughout countless adventures, Gwalchmai remained virtually undefeated, suffering no complete defeat in battle until the very day of his death. Medieval storytellers therefore treated him not simply as a skilled knight, but as the living embodiment of heroic perfection, a figure whose fortunes rose and fell according to cosmic rhythms rather than ordinary human limitations. Geoffrey of Monmouth gives Gwalchmai a particularly prominent role during Arthur's continental campaigns. While Arthur is away fighting abroad, disaster strikes at home. Medrod, better known in later literature as Mordred, seizes both the throne and Queen Guinevere. Upon hearing the news, Arthur immediately abandons his foreign campaign and races back to Britain with Gwalchmai at his side. Their return leads to a fierce struggle along the coast, where Medrod's forces attempt to prevent Arthur's army from landing. Gwalchmai throws himself into the fighting with characteristic bravery, leading the assault against his brother's army. During the desperate battle, however, he is killed by Medrod himself. His death marks one of the turning points of the Arthurian story and carries far deeper mythological significance than a simple battlefield tragedy. Across many ancient mythologies, the great solar hero is destined to fall through conflict with a close relative or rival who represents darkness. Similar patterns appear in Irish tradition through Diarmait and in Norse mythology through Balder. The struggle between Gwalchmai and Medrod belongs to the same symbolic tradition. Gwalchmai embodies light, vitality, and the life-giving force of the sun, while Medrod represents darkness, destruction, and the powers that ultimately overcome the light. Geoffrey transforms this timeless myth into a political conflict by surrounding Medrod with Saxons, Picts, and Scots, turning an ancient cosmic struggle into a story of betrayal against Britain. After Gwalchmai's death, Arthur finally succeeds in bringing his army ashore. He pushes Medrod steadily westward across Britain until both armies meet in one final confrontation. This climactic battle becomes known in Welsh tradition as Camlan, and later enters popular legend as Camelot's last battle. Victory ultimately belongs to Arthur, but the triumph comes at an unbearable cost. Medrod falls on the battlefield, while Arthur himself receives wounds so severe that they prove fatal. Geoffrey presents this campaign almost as conventional military history. Arthur lands in southeastern England before pursuing Medrod through southern Britain until the decisive encounter. Yet the Welsh triads preserve a noticeably different version of events. Rather than focusing on Arthur's absence overseas or portraying Medrod simply as a traitor, they suggest that the hostility between the two had much deeper origins. According to these traditions, the conflict began with personal insults rather than political rebellion. Arthur himself struck Medrod, while another mysterious woman named Gwenhwyfach quarreled with Queen Gwenhwyfar, better known as Guinevere. These seemingly minor acts of violence gradually escalated into one of the greatest wars in Welsh legend. The triads also preserve stories of mutual raids carried out by the two rivals. During one attack, Medrod entered Arthur's court in Cornwall and consumed every available supply of food and drink, leaving nothing behind. Before departing, he dragged Guinevere from her throne and publicly humiliated her. Arthur later answered with equal brutality. He invaded Medrod's residence, destroyed its provisions, and slaughtered every living creature he found there, sparing neither people nor animals. These episodes present the feud not as a simple rebellion, but as a cycle of revenge in which both sides answered one outrage with another. Another fascinating tradition introduces a lesser-known figure named Idauk Cord Prydain, whose actions helped ensure the disaster at Camelot. According to the story, Idauk secretly revealed Arthur's plans to Medrod and deliberately distorted Arthur's attempts to negotiate peace before the final battle. Although Arthur still addressed Medrod as his nephew and hoped for reconciliation, Idauk's deception guaranteed that war would continue. In the remarkable tale known as the Dream of Rhonabwy, Idauk later admits his crimes without hesitation. He confesses that he betrayed Arthur simply because he loved warfare itself. After surviving the carnage of Camelot, he abandoned the battlefield before the fighting had fully ended, spent 7 years performing penance for his actions, and eventually sought forgiveness for the destruction he had helped create. The battle itself receives an unexpectedly unusual interpretation in the Welsh triads. Instead of celebrating Camelot purely as a heroic conflict, they classify it among Britain's 3 futile battles. Another triad explains this curious judgment by claiming that during the fighting, Arthur repeatedly divided his own warriors with Medrod, almost as though the struggle resembled a tournament rather than a genuine war. Such behavior was condemned as one of Britain's 3 criminal decisions, emphasizing that the conflict had descended into senseless destruction rather than honorable warfare. When the slaughter finally came to an end, only 3 warriors were said to have survived. Each escaped for a very different reason. Morvran possessed such terrifying features that his enemies believed he was a demon from hell and fled before him. Sander was so extraordinarily handsome that opposing soldiers mistook him for an angel sent from heaven and refused to strike him. The third survivor was Glúlwyd Gafael Fawr, whose immense size and overwhelming strength made him virtually impossible to overcome in combat. Together, these 3 remarkable figures reinforce the legendary nature of Camelot, where even survival depended less upon ordinary military skill than upon supernatural qualities that blurred the line between myth and history. These details are important because they help strip away the historical appearance that Geoffrey of Monmouth gave to the Battle of Camelot. Geoffrey presents the conflict almost like a genuine political and military event, complete with armies, succession, and recognizable rulers. After Arthur disappears from the story, authority passes through a series of kings: Constantine, Aurelius Cananus, Vortiporius, and Mulgo. These figures are immediately recognizable as the British rulers condemned by the 6th century writer Gildas, who rebuked them in almost exactly the same order. Geoffrey seems to have taken these historical names and arranged them as Arthur's successors, creating the impression that the legendary king belonged naturally within the political history of post-Roman Britain. Yet beneath this historical surface, the older myth remains visible. The death of Gwalchmai at the hands of Medrod follows a familiar mythological pattern. Gwalchmai, the solar warrior whose power increases with the rising sun, is overcome by a figure associated with darkness and destruction. Such an ending makes sense within the structure of the myth. The hero of light falls before the forces that oppose him, just as daylight must eventually surrender to night. Arthur's fate, however, is more difficult to explain. As the culture hero, protector, and central ruler, he survives long enough to defeat Medrod, only to leave the battlefield mortally wounded. This is not the conclusion one would normally expect from such a myth. In similar traditions, the fallen solar figure is often restored by a more powerful divine protector. Liu, for example, is brought back through the magic and wisdom of Gwydion. If the Arthurian story had followed the same pattern without interruption, Gwalchmai might also have returned in some transformed or renewed form. The strange ending may therefore preserve the influence of a real historical event. It is possible that the mythological Arthur became connected with the memory of an actual warrior who died in conflict with a relative or rival. The legendary battle between Arthur and his nephew may have absorbed the circumstances surrounding the death of a historical leader. Once this event entered the tradition, it altered the natural shape of the myth and forced storytellers to explain why the great protector himself vanished after victory. Popular imagination, however, refused to accept Arthur's permanent death. In the legends repeated by ordinary people, Arthur did not perish at Camelot. He was carried across the sea to the mysterious island of Avalon, where his wounds would be healed. Once restored, he would return to Britain in its darkest hour and rule again. This belief became one of the most enduring features of the Arthurian tradition. Different regions developed their own versions of the sleeping king. In some stories, Arthur and his warriors rest inside a hidden cavern beneath Snowdon, surrounded by weapons and treasure. They remain there until the appointed hour, when a supernatural bell will awaken them and summon them to defend Britain once more. Elsewhere, shepherds accidentally discover Arthur and his companions beneath Cadbury Hill, silently passing the centuries by playing chess in an underground chamber. A similar tradition became attached to the Eildon Hills in Scotland. There, Arthur and his warriors were believed to lie beneath the earth in an enchanted sleep, waiting for the sound of a horn to break the spell. When the signal finally comes, the ancient knights will rise, seize their swords, and march again from the supernatural world into the realm of men. Even Geoffrey of Monmouth, despite describing Arthur as mortally wounded, could not completely abandon this popular belief. Instead of recording the king's death directly, he says that Arthur was taken to Avalon to receive treatment for his wounds. The wording leaves open the possibility that the king survived and might someday return. Geoffrey's supposedly historical account therefore preserves the same uncertainty found in oral legend. The idea also appears in one of the earliest Welsh manuscripts, the Black Book of Carmarthen. In a poem listing the graves of famous heroes, the poet names the resting places of several legendary and historical figures. Yet, when he reaches Arthur, he refuses to identify a tomb. He declares that it is foolish to speak of Arthur's grave. The meaning is unmistakable. Unlike ordinary warriors, Arthur cannot be confined to a known burial place because his story has not truly ended. This tradition allows the historical Arthur to fade away while the greater legendary Arthur remains. Whether a real warrior, once inspired part of the story, becomes less important than the myth that grew around him. The king who returns, the ruler hidden beyond the mortal world, and the guardian waiting for Britain's moment of need became far more powerful than any uncertain historical memory. There is still, however, a difficult question concerning Arthur's relationship with Gwalchmai. Earlier mythological comparisons suggest that Arthur stood in relation to Gwalchmai much as Gwydion stood to Loiu, the older culture hero supporting, protecting, and guiding the younger solar champion. Yet the surviving romances describe Gwalchmai and Medrod merely as Arthur's nephews, the sons of his sister and King Loth. This family arrangement seems too distant to reflect the closeness implied by the older myth. The explanation may lie in the gradual reshaping of Arthur's character. The Arthurian legends survived for centuries in the hands of storytellers, poets, monks, and romance writers. Each generation altered the king to fit its own moral expectations. Uncomfortable episodes were softened, reinterpreted, or removed entirely. Over time, Arthur was transformed from an unpredictable Celtic hero into an almost flawless Christian monarch. This process reached its most polished form in later literature, where Arthur became the ideal ruler and Guinevere was increasingly blamed for the fall of his kingdom. Modern poets often presented him as morally pure, disciplined, and almost saintly. His weaknesses disappeared, while Guinevere's betrayal and desire were emphasized more severely. The complex and sometimes morally ambiguous king of early legend was replaced by a figure of perfect restraint and spiritual authority. A very different Arthur survives in Thomas Malory's account. There, the older and more troubling elements of the tradition remain visible. Malory tells how the wife of King Loth arrived at Arthur's court with her sons, including Gawain, Gaheris, Agravain, and Gareth. She was beautiful, richly dressed, and secretly sent to observe Arthur's court. Arthur became attracted to her, and the two slept together. From their union came Mordred, the child who would eventually destroy both Arthur and the Fellowship of the Round Table. The story becomes darker when it is revealed that the woman was Arthur's own sister. Mallory attempts to reduce Arthur's guilt by explaining that he did not know their true relationship. Arthur himself had grown up without full knowledge of his parents or family, and the woman was related to him through their mother. Only later did Merlin reveal what had happened. Disguised first as a child and then appearing in his true identity, Merlin warned Arthur that he had committed a terrible act and fathered the person destined to bring ruin upon his kingdom. Arthur was shocked not only by the prophecy, but also by the discovery of his own ancestry. Merlin explained that the king's future suffering would serve as punishment for his actions, even though the crime had been committed unknowingly. This version clearly shows how later, writers tried to preserve an ancient and disturbing tradition while protecting Arthur's reputation. The relationship could not be removed entirely because it was deeply embedded in the legend, but Arthur's responsibility was reduced. He did not knowingly choose his sister, and therefore the act became a tragic mistake rather than a deliberate crime. There are reasons to believe that an even older form of the myth was more direct. Gwalchmai and Medrod may originally have been not Arthur's nephews, but his own sons by the wife of King Loth. In that earlier version, both the brilliant solar hero and the destructive rival would have come from the same forbidden union. This would explain why Arthur's connection with Gwalchmai was originally much closer than later genealogies suggest. As Arthur's image became more noble, the tradition was gradually cleaned of this scandal. The first stage may have been the removal of Gwalchmai from the shameful origin. Since he was one of Arthur's most admired and honorable warriors, storytellers would have wished to protect his reputation. Medrod, as the traitor and destroyer of the kingdom, could remain the child of the forbidden relationship for much longer. The next step was to excuse Arthur by making him unaware that the woman was his sister. The final stage was to separate both men from him completely and describe them only as his nephews. By the time most Welsh and continental romances were written, this safer genealogy had become dominant. Welsh literature went even further and almost completely erased the scandal. The triads, despite preserving many strange and violent Arthurian traditions, say nothing about it. Yet it is unlikely that a medieval romance writer invented such an uncomfortable episode without an older tradition behind it. The story damages Arthur's character far too severely to have been created simply for entertainment. Its survival, even in softened form, suggests that it belonged to a much earlier mythological structure. Similar patterns appear in other mythologies, where divine or heroic families do not follow ordinary human rules. The culture hero may take the position of an older god and inherit relationships that originally belonged to that deity. In Greek tradition, Zeus marries his sister Hera, without the myth treating the union according to human morality. In the same way, Arthur may have absorbed the family role of an older Brythonic figure whose relationships were later considered unacceptable by Christian storytellers. The disturbing story therefore provides an important clue to Arthur's earliest identity. It strengthens the comparison between Arthur and older culture heroes, such as Gwydion or Camelot. Behind the noble king of the Round Table may stand a far older supernatural ruler whose myths included forbidden unions, divine sons, conflicts between light and darkness, and the destruction and renewal of the world he governed. Geoffrey of Monmouth identifies King Loth's wife as Anna, yet there are good reasons to believe that she and Arthur's famous sister, Morgan le Fay, originally represented the same legendary figure. In the later romances, Morgan becomes one of the most mysterious women in Arthurian tradition, but her name itself offers an important clue. It most likely derives from the Welsh word Morgan, meaning sea-born, a name closely related to the Irish Mergen, another title associated with the legendary water maiden Liban. These linguistic connections suggest that Morgan's roots reach far deeper than the medieval romances, extending back into much older Celtic mythology. If Anna and Morgan were originally one and the same, several otherwise puzzling episodes begin to make far more sense. Throughout the Arthurian romances, the relationship between Arthur and Morgan is marked by tension, rivalry, and open hostility. Yet the stories rarely explain the true origin of this conflict. Their constant opposition appears almost arbitrary, as though later storytellers preserved the rivalry while forgetting why it existed in the first place. A similar pattern can be found in older Welsh mythology. There, Gwydion and his sister Arianrhod are locked in a bitter struggle that shapes the destiny of their family. Their relationship is built upon deception, resentment, and supernatural conflict rather than ordinary family disagreements. Arthur's uneasy relationship with Morgan may therefore preserve a faded reflection of this much older mythological pattern, with the names changed but the essential structure remaining surprisingly similar. The parallel becomes even more striking when attention shifts to the next generation. Gwydion's son Lo and Arianrhod's son Dylan stand in sharp contrast to one another, representing opposing aspects of the myth. Something remarkably similar appears in the Arthurian tradition through Gwalchmai and Medrawd. One embodies loyalty, honor, and heroic brilliance, while the other becomes associated with betrayal, destruction, and the collapse of Arthur's kingdom. The same symbolic opposition seems to survive despite the stories having evolved into very different forms. As the Arthurian legends spread throughout Europe, however, this distinction gradually became blurred. Many romance writers no longer understood the original symbolic roles played by the two brothers. Instead of preserving Gwalchmai as the noble counterpart to Medrawd, they increasingly portrayed him as possessing many of the same darker qualities. This change is especially noticeable in the Tristan romances, where Gwalchmai often appears jealous, calculating, and deceitful rather than generous and heroic. Thomas Malory inherited much of this later tradition. In his version, Gawain frequently acts with anger, pride, and poor judgment. On several occasions, his decisions contribute directly to Arthur's greatest disasters. Instead of serving as the shining champion of the kingdom, he becomes one of the figures whose personal flaws accelerate the destruction of the Round Table. Such portrayals stand in sharp contrast to the older Welsh image of Gwalchmai as the nearly invincible solar hero, whose strength and honor distinguished him from every other knight. Interestingly, the opposite tendency may also have occurred in some Welsh traditions. One of the triads lists Medrawd among the 3 royal knights of Arthur's court, praising him for his gentleness, courtesy, and gracious speech. According to this tradition, he possessed such kindness and dignity that no one found it easy to refuse any request he made. This description differs dramatically from the familiar image of Mordred as the great traitor responsible for Camelot's destruction. These conflicting portrayals suggest that later writers often misunderstood or reshaped the original myth. Some darkened Gwalchmai's character until he resembled Medrawd, while others softened Medrawd until he appeared almost noble. In both cases, the clear, symbolic contrast that once separated the two heroes gradually faded as storytellers focused more on dramatic narrative than on preserving ancient mythological patterns. Another comparison strengthens this broader interpretation of the Arthurian cycle. Just as math serves as the wise guide, protector, and supernatural authority behind Gwydion in Welsh mythology, Merlin fulfills a remarkably similar function in Arthur's story. Merlin provides knowledge unavailable to ordinary people, directs the course of events, reveals hidden truths, and repeatedly shapes the destiny of the king. Although the names and settings differ, both figures occupy almost identical positions within their respective mythological traditions. Throughout this discussion, Arthur has been treated primarily as a culture hero, a legendary figure remembered for establishing order, introducing customs, and guiding civilization rather than simply ruling a kingdom. This interpretation explains many aspects of his legend, including the Round Table, his journeys into the otherworld, and his role as protector of Britain. It also fits naturally with the broader pattern found in Celtic mythology, where extraordinary heroes often serve as founders of institutions and guardians of cultural traditions. There is, however, another possibility. Arthur may originally have occupied an even higher position within Celtic belief. Rather than being a culture hero, he may once have functioned as a supreme divine figure comparable to Zeus in Greek mythology. If this interpretation were correct, many of the relationships and stories surrounding him would need to be understood in an entirely different framework. His adventures, his family, and even his conflicts with other legendary figures would belong not to the mythology of heroic founders, but to the mythology of the gods themselves. Although this alternative cannot be dismissed outright, the evidence appears to favor the first explanation. Arthur's surviving legends consistently emphasize his role as lawgiver, protector, explorer, and civilizing king far more often than they portray him as the supreme ruler of a divine pantheon. For that reason, viewing the mythical Arthur as a culture hero continues to provide the most coherent interpretation of the traditions that have survived from medieval Wales and the wider Celtic world. Irish mythology traces the origins of the Gaelic people to two legendary brothers, Eibbe and Erimon, the sons of Miel, a heroic ancestor whose name is associated with warfare. Their story resembles the Roman legend of Romulus and Remus, as the younger brother ultimately triumphs over the elder and becomes the founder of a new ruling line. Eibbe is often linked to Ireland's earlier inhabitants, while Erimon represents the Celtic newcomers who eventually established dominance across the island. One of the most famous rulers descended from this line was Eochaid Eirem, remembered as a legendary High King of Ireland. His surname connects him with farming and the cultivation of the land, suggesting that later tradition viewed him as a ruler who introduced or strengthened agricultural practices. During his reign, the Royal Assembly and Great Feast at Tara became one of the kingdom's most important traditions. When Eochaid sought a queen, his messengers discovered the beautiful Etain, a woman whose beauty became legendary throughout Ireland. She claimed to come from the supernatural world and agreed to marry the king, becoming queen at Tara. However, her past soon returned to haunt her. Medea, a powerful lord of the otherworld, revealed that Etain had once been his wife before magic, and jealousy separated them in an earlier existence. Medea repeatedly tried to persuade Etain to return with him, but she refused to leave Eochaid without her husband's permission. Unable to convince her directly, he challenged the king to games of strategy. After losing one contest and completing difficult tasks demanded by Eochaid, Medea challenged him again. This time, the king was defeated, and Medea claimed his reward, the right to embrace and kiss the queen before the royal court. Believing the request harmless, Eochaid agreed. Yet when Medea finally embraced Etain, he used his supernatural power to carry her away before anyone could stop him. The two vanished from Tara, taking the form of swans as they disappeared into the otherworld. Determined to recover his queen, Eochaid searched unsuccessfully for a year. At last, his druid used magical knowledge to discover that Etain was hidden inside Medea's fairy dwelling. The king gathered the warriors of Ireland and marched against the enchanted mound, forcing the inhabitants of the otherworld to surrender Etain and return her to the world of humans. The legend combines themes of kingship, love, magic, and the conflict between the mortal world and the supernatural realm. It also reflects the importance of Tara as Ireland's symbolic royal center, while portraying the otherworld as a place whose inhabitants could still influence the lives and destinies of earthly rulers. The earlier life of Etain survives only in scattered fragments, yet the surviving traditions reveal a remarkable story. At the beginning of the legend, she belongs to Medea, the powerful ruler of the otherworld. Their happiness is shattered by a jealous rival who succeeds in separating them. Afterward, Etain becomes the companion of another divine figure known as the Mac Och, but the same rival once again destroys their union through magic and deception. As punishment, or perhaps as the result of powerful enchantment, Etain is transformed into a tiny fly and wanders helplessly across Ireland for 7 long years. Blown wherever the winds carry her, she endures loneliness and hardship until chance finally changes her fate. During a feast in Ulster, she lands unnoticed inside the golden drinking cup of the wife of a nobleman named Etar. Without realizing what has happened, the woman drinks the enchanted creature. In time, Etain is reborn as the daughter of Etar and his queen. She grows into an exceptionally beautiful young woman, raised with every luxury expected of a princess. 50 noble maidens accompany her throughout her youth, emphasizing both her royal status and extraordinary beauty. As she matures, her appearance becomes so famous that people begin using her name as the standard by which all beauty is judged. One day, while Etain and her companions bathe near the coast, a mysterious stranger rides toward them. He possesses an almost supernatural appearance and after stopping nearby, sings a haunting song that recalls events from Etaine's forgotten past. His verses also predict that her beauty will one day bring conflict and suffering to Ireland. According to his prophecy, kings will wage war, fairy kingdoms will face destruction, and countless warriors will lose their lives because of her destiny. The stranger disappears as suddenly as he arrived, leaving only his unsettling prophecy behind. His words proved to be remarkably accurate. Etaine's later marriage to King Eochaid eventually leads to a bitter struggle between the High King and Medea, ruler of the Otherworld. Determined to recover his former wife, Medea draws Ireland into a conflict that forever damages the relationship between humans and the fairy world. The consequences of this quarrel continue long after the principal figures have vanished. Although Eochaid and Etain produce only a daughter, their descendants inherit the burden of the ancient dispute. Generations later, the famous High King Conaire the Great ultimately falls victim to the fairies' lingering desire for revenge. The supernatural world, unlike mankind, does not forget old injuries, and its vengeance can wait across centuries before finally striking. Stories of delayed revenge are not unique to Irish tradition. Similar ideas appear in Welsh folklore, where fairy beings punish descendants for offenses committed by their ancestors many generations earlier. Such legends reflect a common Celtic belief that supernatural powers possess endless patience and remember every violation of their sacred places. Etaine's repeated rebirth raises another fascinating question. According to the chronology of the legend, an immense span of time separates her first existence from the life in which she becomes the daughter of Étar. Rather than treating this as ordinary reincarnation, many scholars believe the story reflects a symbolic cycle found throughout Celtic mythology. A useful comparison appears in the legends surrounding Cú Chulainn. He is frequently described as an earthly manifestation of the god Lugh, the great solar deity. Since the sun rises anew each day, a god associated with it could naturally be imagined as returning to life again and again. Etain appears to follow a similar pattern, although her symbolism points not toward the sun itself, but toward another recurring phenomenon of nature. The legend makes the greatest sense if Etain represents the dawn. Every morning, the dawn seems to be born from darkness, crosses the sky in radiant beauty, and gradually fades back into night. Seen from this perspective, the struggle between her earthly husband Eochaid and the otherworld ruler Medea becomes a symbolic contest between the worlds of light and darkness, each claiming the same celestial figure for part of the day. This interpretation also explains why Etain repeatedly appears in different forms. Sometimes she is reborn directly into the world, while elsewhere, another Etain is introduced simply as the natural daughter of Eochaid and his queen. Similar variations appear in the traditions about Cú Chulainn, who is described in different sources either as Lugh's son or as the god reborn in human form. Mythology often allows both ideas to exist side by side without contradiction. Another striking parallel links the two legends. Before entering the human world, both Etain and Lugh assume the form of a tiny fly and are unknowingly swallowed by the women destined to become their mothers. Such unusual births emphasize that these figures belong simultaneously to both the divine and mortal realms. Even Etain's name appears to reinforce this interpretation. It is commonly associated with brightness or shining light, while another of her names means the fair or white woman. Both titles suit a goddess identified with the first light of morning, whose appearance transforms darkness into day. King Eochaid himself also presents several puzzles. Irish tradition sometimes gives him a brother named Ailil, and in other versions, another brother called Eochaid Fedlech. Some texts even treat these names as referring to the same individual. These inconsistencies suggest that different traditions gradually merged over time, producing conflicting family relationships that later storytellers attempted to reconcile. His surname, Airem, has generated similar confusion. Some sources preserve it in slightly different forms, eventually encouraging medieval writers to treat what may originally have been a single legendary ruler as two entirely separate kings. As genealogies became increasingly elaborate, small linguistic differences developed into completely independent historical traditions. Although Eokid is commonly remembered by the title Irem, often translated as the Plowman, the legend itself suggests a broader meaning. The story never says that he introduced plowing to Ireland. Instead, it explains that while watching the supernatural beings build a great causeway, he noticed a new method of yoking cattle by their necks and shoulders. The people of Ireland had never used this technique before, and Eokid adopted it for his own kingdom. This suggests that Aram originally referred not simply to a farmer, but to someone who harnessed or directed teams of animals. The later meaning of plowman may therefore represent only a narrower interpretation of an older title. This episode closely resembles another famous theme in the Arthurian legends. Just as Medea searched for Queen Etain before carrying her back to the otherworld, Arthur's own queen is repeatedly portrayed as being taken away by another man. In some traditions, she is seized by Mordred, while in others, she departs with Melwas after he has patiently waited for an entire year. Although the settings differ, both stories revolve around a powerful ruler losing his queen to a rival connected with a different world or kingdom. An even more intriguing similarity appears in the Welsh triads. Instead of describing Arthur as the husband of a single Guinevere, they speak of 3 women, all bearing exactly the same name. At first glance, this appears strange, but the Irish legend of Etan provides an explanation. Just as Irish tradition preserves 3 different manifestations of Etan, Welsh tradition seems to remember 3 versions of Guinevere. The later romances ignore this entirely, almost certainly because multiple queens with the same identity would have complicated the narrative and weakened the emotional focus of the story. Their absence from later literature therefore suggests that the triads preserve a much older layer of Celtic mythology. Each Guinevere is given a different father. One is the daughter of Greed of Gwent, another of Gwythyr, son of Greidiol, and the third of Ogivan the Giant. These fathers appear to represent different supernatural forces. Ogivan belongs to the ancient powers associated with the earth, while Gwythyr is connected with light and summer through his eternal struggle against Gwyn, the ruler of death and darkness. The symbolism closely mirrors the 3 generations of Etan in Irish mythology, where the same divine figure repeatedly appears in new forms. The comparison does not end there. Celtic tradition also preserves more than one woman named Iseult. The best known is the wife of King Mark, whose tragic love affair with Tristan became one of medieval Europe's greatest romances. After Tristan loses her, however, he later marries another woman who also bears the name Iseult. Medieval writers distinguish them as Iseult the Fair and Iseult of the White Hands, yet both are described as exceptionally beautiful and gifted healers. This duplication resembles the multiple Guineveres and the multiple Etains, suggesting that all 3 traditions may preserve the same ancient mythological pattern. Guinevere's own name appears to support this interpretation. The first element clearly means white or fair, while the second is probably related to old Celtic words referring to spirits, ghosts, or supernatural beings. Rather than simply meaning a beautiful woman, the name may originally have signified a white apparition or radiant supernatural woman, closely matching Etain's titles, which also emphasize brightness, whiteness, and shining beauty. Another revealing comparison concerns the names Mordred and Medea. Linguistically, they appear to share the same ancient root. Welsh tradition even remembers a legendary archer named Medea, whose extraordinary accuracy made him famous. Like Medea, he possessed almost superhuman skill. Such similarities suggest that the names were not chosen by chance, but belonged to a much older mythological tradition in which certain heroic or supernatural qualities were associated with them. The strongest connection, however, lies between the names Arthur and Aram themselves. Careful linguistic study indicates that both may ultimately derive from ancient Celtic words connected with agriculture and cultivation. While Aram developed into a title associated with harnessing animals and eventually plowing, Arthur may descend from an equally old Celtic word meaning plowman, cultivator, or one who prepares the land. Similar words survive in Lithuanian, Old Prussian, Slavic, Germanic, Greek, and Latin, showing that the idea belongs to a very ancient Indo-European vocabulary rather than to Celtic alone. Evidence from Roman Gaul strengthens this possibility. Inscriptions mention divine figures whose names carry the same linguistic root and who are associated with cultivation and civilized life. One title attached to the Roman god Mercury appears to describe him as a protector of agriculture and cultivation. Since Arthur has repeatedly been interpreted as a Celtic culture hero, a legendary figure who brings knowledge, order, and civilization to humanity, this connection becomes especially significant. Arthur's name may once have carried a meaning similar to the Irish title Éireann, not simply plowman, but someone who binds, harnesses, organizes, or directs. This interpretation becomes especially interesting when Arthur's role in Culhwch and Olwen is examined. In the Irish story, Eochaid Éireann does not personally work the fields. Instead, he forces supernatural beings to complete difficult tasks and learns from them a new way of yoking cattle. Arthur behaves in much the same way. When Culhwch seeks permission to marry Olwen, her father Ysbyddaden imposes a long series of nearly impossible conditions. Culhwch accepts them, but it is Arthur who provides the warriors, magical creatures, craftsmen, and divine assistants needed to complete them. The first and most important challenge is agricultural. An enormous hill must be cleared, burned, plowed, planted, and made to produce ripe wheat in a single day so that food and drink can be prepared for the wedding. Ordinary farmers cannot accomplish this. The task requires a Maithon, a divine cultivator, and Gavanan, the supernatural smith who must maintain the plowing equipment. Even these figures are not enough. Several extraordinary pairs of oxen must also be found and yoked together. Some live on opposite sides of distant mountains, while others were once human beings transformed into cattle as punishment for their sins. Arthur must obtain them through persuasion, authority, or force. The remaining demands include harvesting flax, preparing a unique ceremonial drink, and securing vessels strong enough to preserve it. The famous rescue of Mabon and the hunt for the monstrous boar Twerk Trith are only part of this larger sequence. Arthur's true importance lies in his ability to gather every necessary person, animal, object, and supernatural power into a single organized effort. This makes his agricultural connection stronger than that of Eochaid Éireann. Arthur is not shown plowing with his own hands, but he directs the entire operation. He brings together farmers, smiths, animals, warriors, and magical helpers, allowing impossible work to be completed. In that sense, his name may describe one who harnesses forces rather than merely harnessing oxen. The original meaning may have extended far beyond farming. A figure who binds or joins can unite animals beneath a yoke, warriors beneath a commander, people within a court, or words within a speech. This broader idea suits Arthur's role as a culture hero. He creates order by gathering scattered powers and directing them toward a common purpose. Welsh tradition occasionally presents Arthur as a poet or bard, just as it does Gwydion. This may connect him with another aspect of the ancient culture hero, mastery of speech and persuasion. In Celtic mythology, eloquence could be imagined as a form of binding power, capable of drawing people together and controlling them without physical force. Similar ideas appear in the Gaulish figure, Ogmios, whose authority is expressed through language. Arthur may therefore have been remembered not only as a military ruler, but also as someone who organized society through command, poetry, law, and persuasion. The linguistic evidence remains uncertain because the ancient root associated with Arthur and Éireann developed many different meanings. It could refer to joining, holding, guiding, harnessing, speaking, or leading. Yet all these ideas share a common principle, bringing separate things together and controlling their movement. Éireann also resembles the Sanskrit name Aryaman, a term connected with companionship, social bonds, and marriage. Aryaman was also the name of an ancient Indo-Iranian god associated with alliances and relationships between people. This comparison does not provide a complete explanation, but it supports the idea that the title may originally have concerned social order rather than agriculture alone. Seen in this way, Arthur's importance becomes clearer. His legendary strength lies not simply in combat, but in his power to unite others. He gathers heroes into one court, organizes impossible expeditions, commands supernatural beings, and directs the forces required to transform wildland into a place of abundance. Arthur may therefore have begun as a divine organizer, a figure who harnessed animals, people, language, and supernatural power. The later king of the Round Table would then be the medieval form of a much older Celtic culture hero whose central gift was the creation of order from chaos. The comparison between Arthur and the Irish figure Eirem may seem complicated, especially because it relies in part on language and etymology. Yet the similarities are not limited to ancient words. In some traditions, the two legendary cycles appear to have blended so completely that the characters from Eirem's story were replaced by Arthurian figures without changing the basic plot. One striking example comes from eastern Scotland, particularly the region between Perthshire and Forfarshire. Across this area are numerous places bearing Arthur's name, including Arthur's Stone, Arthur's Fold, and Arthur's Seat. Local tradition also speaks of a great battle fought there between Arthur and the Pictish ruler Loth, or his son Mordred, a conflict in which Arthur was said to have met his end. Nearby stands Barry Hill, where the remains of an ancient hill fort gave rise to another remarkable legend. According to local belief, Mordred kept Queen Guinevere, known in the area as Wanda, as his companion after defeating Arthur. When Arthur eventually recovered her, he was overcome with anger and ordered her execution. A famous carved stone in the village of Magel was long believed to mark her grave, and the story remained part of local folklore for centuries. Even travelers in the 18th century recorded hearing villagers recount the tragic fate of Queen Wanda. These Scottish traditions differ noticeably from the better-known Arthurian romances. In some versions, Wanda is not simply an unfaithful queen, but a dangerous giantess or supernatural woman. Such details resemble the Irish traditions surrounding Etain far more closely than the familiar medieval stories about Guinevere. This suggests that the older Irish myth may have survived in Scotland before gradually acquiring Arthurian names. The distribution of these legends also raises an interesting question. Arthurian stories are abundant in this small region of Scotland, yet they are largely absent from the surrounding areas. Since there is little evidence that Brythonic-speaking peoples dominated this part of the country, the presence of so many Arthurian traditions seems unusual. A likely explanation is that these stories originally belonged to the Goidelic-speaking inhabitants of the region and were based on legends about Eirem. As Arthurian romances spread through Britain during the Middle Ages, storytellers simply replaced the older names with the now famous figures of Arthur, Guinevere, and Mordred. The underlying narrative remained essentially the same, but its characters became those of the Arthurian world. This process would explain why an apparently isolated group of Arthurian traditions exists in a region otherwise lacking strong Brythonic influence. Rather than representing an independent Arthurian tradition, these legends may preserve older Irish myth beneath a later medieval appearance. At the same time, another Arthur seems to have existed alongside the historical one. This second Arthur belonged not to history, but to mythology. Whether his name originated from the Latin Artorius or from an older Celtic divine name, both forms eventually produced the familiar Welsh Arthur. Because the historical commander and the mythical figure shared the same name, their identities gradually merged until separating them became almost impossible. Among the Brythons, this ancient supernatural figure was remembered as Arthur, while among the Goidelic peoples, he appears to have survived under the name Eirem. Some evidence even suggests that he corresponds to a Celtic form of Mercury worshipped in ancient Gaul, a deity associated not only with skill and leadership, but also with civilization and the development of human society. If this interpretation is correct, Arthur's deepest significance lies not merely in kingship or warfare, but in his role as a culture hero. He represents the legendary bringer of knowledge, organization, craftsmanship, and agriculture, qualities that appear repeatedly throughout Celtic mythology. Long before he became the ruler of Camelot, he may have symbolized the civilizing power that transformed wilderness into ordered society. The Arthur remembered in medieval romance, therefore, may actually be the product of two different traditions. One was a real warrior who fought during the uncertain years after the Roman withdrawal from Britain. The other was a far older divine figure whose myths stretched back into the earliest layers of Celtic religion. Over the centuries, these two identities fused into a single legendary king. What survives today is only a fragment of that original mythological being, a towering figure whose full story disappeared with the lost world of the ancient Celtic gods. So far, Arthur has remained at the center of the discussion, but his queen deserves equal attention. In Welsh tradition, her name is Guenhwyfar, while medieval French and English romances transformed it into Guinevere and several other variations. Curiously, although later versions of her name became common in some parts of Britain, the original Welsh name gradually acquired a negative reputation. In Welsh folklore, naming a daughter Guenhwyfar was often considered unfortunate because the legendary queen had long been associated with betrayal and moral weakness. This reputation appears to be extremely old. Medieval Welsh lore even mentions that when the queen requested music in the royal chamber, the court bard was expected to sing about the Battle of Camelot, but quietly enough not to disturb the rest of the hall. The choice of subject was hardly accidental. Camelot represented the tragic consequences of Guinevere's unfaithfulness and served as a warning against similar behavior. Exactly how Guinevere earned this reputation, however, is far from clear. Geoffrey of Monmouth accuses her of accepting Mordred after Arthur's downfall, but he gives little indication that she acted willingly. Other traditions describe her as being abducted rather than choosing to leave. Welsh literature generally assumes her guilt without explaining it in detail, suggesting that earlier stories emphasizing her conduct may simply have disappeared over time. Unlike the later French romances, Welsh tradition knows nothing of the famous love affair between Guinevere and Lancelot. That relationship became one of the central themes of continental Arthurian literature, but appears to have been a medieval addition rather than part of the earliest Celtic mythology. The older legends instead focus on a recurring pattern in which Arthur's queen is repeatedly carried away by supernatural or hostile rulers. From a mythological perspective, these kidnappings symbolize something much older than human adultery. They reflect the ancient struggle between light and darkness, in which the ruler of the underworld seizes the radiant goddess associated with dawn and evening light. Just as the god of darkness was believed to overcome the sun, he was also imagined as capturing the goddess whose beauty illuminated the world. Besides Mordred, the most important figure connected with this theme is Melwas. His name appears in many different forms across medieval literature, eventually becoming names such as Meleagant and Meleagrance. Linguistically, the name probably describes an eternally youthful prince, an image that closely resembles Medea, the youthful ruler of the Irish otherworld despite his immense age. One of the oldest surviving versions of the story appears in the life of St. Gildas. There, Melwas rules a kingdom identified with Somerset. After secretly waiting for an entire year, he finally finds an opportunity to seize Guinevere and carries her away to the heavily fortified island of Glastonbury, protected by marshes and surrounding waters. Arthur marches with his armies to rescue her, but before bloodshed can occur, peace is arranged through the mediation of St. Gildas, and the queen is returned to her husband. Later, romances transform this relatively simple narrative into a much larger adventure. In Mallory's account, Guinevere announces that she and her ladies will celebrate the arrival of spring by riding into the countryside near Westminster. Dressed in green and accompanied by the Knights of the Round Table, the royal party enjoys the festivities until Melwas suddenly attacks with an overwhelming force. Unable to resist, Guinevere and her companions are taken prisoner and carried to his castle. The romance explains that Melwas had loved the queen for many years, but had never dared to act while Lancelot remained near her. Seizing his opportunity during Lancelot's absence, he finally accomplished the kidnapping he had long planned. Once the news reaches Lancelot, he immediately rides in pursuit. Along the way, his horse is killed, forcing him to continue on foot. Eventually, he commandeers a cart belonging to Melwas and uses it to reach the enemy's stronghold. After defeating Melwas in single combat, Lancelot frees Guinevere and restores her to Arthur, further establishing himself as the greatest knight of the Round Table. Chrétien de Troyes develops the story even further, but in doing so preserves one of its oldest mythological features. Melwase's kingdom is described not as an ordinary country, but as a land from which no traveler ever returns. Those who enter remain there forever as captives and exiles. Such a description leaves little doubt that this mysterious realm originally represented the Celtic otherworld, the land of death rather than a human kingdom. In this form, the legend closely resembles many ancient myths. Guinevere's abduction recalls the story of Persephone being carried into the underworld by Hades, while Arthur's effort to recover her echoes the attempt of Orpheus to rescue Eurydice. The medieval romances transformed these ancient themes into tales of chivalry, but the mythological foundation remained clearly visible. The routes leading into Melwase's realm reinforce this interpretation. Chrétien describes two extraordinary bridges. One is a narrow bridge surrounded by water on every side, while the other consists of the razor-sharp edge of a sword stretching across an impossible distance. One path is attempted by Gawain, the other by Lancelot. These supernatural crossings closely resemble bridges found in medieval visions of the afterlife, where souls must cross dangerous paths to reach the world beyond. Similar images appear in Irish religious literature, the legends of St. Patrick's Purgatory, and many other European traditions. They all express the same symbolic idea: the realm of the dead can be reached only by passing a perilous boundary separating ordinary life from the supernatural. Welsh tradition preserves another version of this motif in a tale involving Gwalchmai. On his journey to the court of King Peleur, he encounters three magical bridges crossing a vast stretch of water. One is called the Bridge of the Eel. At first, it appears impossibly narrow, but the moment Gwalchmai courageously rides onto it, the bridge miraculously widens until it becomes broad enough for several wagons to cross together. The river beneath this bridge was no ordinary stream. In Welsh tradition, it is connected with a mysterious supernatural current that circles the world, sometimes imagined as a serpent-like or rainbow river separating the lands of the living from the hidden realm beyond. Like the sword bridge and the water bridge of the French romances, it preserves another memory of the ancient Celtic belief that the otherworld could only be reached by crossing a dangerous and enchanted passage. Chrétien de Troyes' account of Melwase preserves one of the oldest and most intriguing layers of the Arthurian tradition. His description of Melwase's kingdom as the land from which no one returns is especially significant. Although this detail largely disappeared from the surviving Welsh versions, it suggests that Arthur's journey to rescue his queen was never intended as an ordinary military campaign. Instead, it was originally a mythological descent into the otherworld. Echoes of this older tradition also survive in a mysterious Welsh dialogue whose meaning puzzled scholars for centuries. In the poem, Arthur meets the captive Guinevere. Arthur proudly declares that his black horse fears neither water nor any warrior, while Guinevere challenges his courage and even pretends not to recognize him. Arthur confidently insists that he can overcome every obstacle placed before him. Later in the conversation, Guinevere remarks that she has seen Arthur before, serving wine at his great hall in Devon, and Arthur confirms her memory. At first glance, the exchange appears ordinary, but it may preserve fragments of a much older story. Arthur's fearless horse and his willingness to cross dangerous waters strongly suggest a connection with the supernatural bridges that led into Melwase's mysterious realm. Perhaps the most surprising feature of the dialogue is Guinevere's admiration for Kay rather than Arthur. She praises Kay as the true warrior and implies that Arthur could never equal him. This portrayal differs sharply from the better-known Arthurian romances. Some scholars have therefore suggested that, in an earlier version of the legend, Guinevere's captor may not have been Melwase at all, but Kay himself. Other Welsh traditions support this possibility. Kay is remembered not only as Arthur's companion, but also as a powerful rival who eventually wages war against him before withdrawing to a fortress beyond the sea. The most remarkable episode involving Kay concerns the death of Arthur's son, Laceu. Early Welsh poems and the triads describe Laceu as an exceptionally wise and noble hero, yet the Welsh version of the Grail legend presents a far more mythical account of his death. Lachau defeats the giant Logrin, one of Arthur's greatest enemies. Following an old custom, he falls asleep upon the body of the slain giant. While he sleeps, Kay arrives, secretly cuts off Lachau's head, hides the body, and carries the giant's head back to Arthur's court, claiming the victory as his own. At first, Kay is celebrated as a hero. Eventually, however, Arthur and Guinevere discover his treachery. Exposed and disgraced, Kay abandons the kingdom and takes refuge in a fortified castle beyond the sea, becoming Arthur's enemy. Lachau himself appears to be much more than an ordinary prince. He wears a golden circlet as a sign of royal birth, possesses extraordinary knowledge of the natural world, and even his name is closely related to ancient Welsh words meaning bright, radiant, or shining. These details strongly suggest that he originally represented a solar hero rather than a historical figure. His strange habit of sleeping upon the body of every giant he defeated also makes sense when viewed as mythology. The giant symbolizes the forces of darkness. Once defeated, his enormous body becomes the ocean itself, and the victorious sun comes to rest upon it at sunset. Even today, French preserves a faint memory of this ancient image in the expression "Le soleil va se coucher," the sun goes to sleep. Eventually, however, darkness returns. Night overcomes the sun once more, and the solar hero falls. In the story of Lachau, this cosmic cycle is represented by Kay's betrayal. What appears to be the murder of a prince is, at a deeper level, another expression of the eternal struggle between light and darkness that lies beneath many of the oldest Celtic myths. Kay's role in the Arthurian legends becomes much clearer when we examine the earliest romances. In Chrétien de Troyes' version, Arthur is celebrating Ascension Day with a magnificent court when a mysterious knight suddenly arrives. The stranger announces that he holds many of Arthur's knights and ladies captive in a distant land from which no one ever returns. He offers only one way to free them. Arthur must allow a single knight to escort Queen Guinevere into a nearby forest where that knight will fight him for her. The entire court is stunned. At that moment, Kay approaches Arthur and pretends that he wishes to leave the king's service forever. Before departing, he asks for one final favor. Arthur agrees without knowing what Kay intends to request. To everyone's horror, Kay demands the right to escort the queen himself and face the mysterious challenger. Bound by his promise, Arthur has no choice but to accept. Guinevere reluctantly rides into the forest with Kay, while Gwalchmai secretly follows from a distance. Lancelot arrives too late to prevent the duel. Kay is badly wounded, and Melwas, the mysterious knight, captures both the queen and Kay before escaping toward his hidden kingdom. Lancelot immediately gives chase, but soon loses his horse. Forced to continue on foot, he encounters a dwarf driving a cart. The dwarf refuses to answer any questions unless Lancelot climbs into the cart. Although doing so would disgrace any knight, Lancelot accepts without hesitation. Gwalchmai continues on horseback while Lancelot endures the humiliation, determined to rescue the queen regardless of his reputation. The two knights eventually separate. Gwalchmai attempts to enter Melwas's realm through the water bridge, while Lancelot chooses the far more dangerous sword bridge. After enduring numerous hardships and defeating many enemies, Lancelot finally reaches Melwas's stronghold. There he defeats Melwas in combat, aided by the intervention of Melwas's just and honorable father, King Bademagu. As a result, Guinevere and all the captives imprisoned in that strange kingdom are finally set free. Yet the reunion is far from joyful. Instead of thanking her rescuer, Guinevere greets Lancelot with cold silence and refuses to speak to him. Kay, meanwhile, grows bitter that Lancelot has succeeded where he himself had failed. Matters become even more complicated when Melwas accuses Kay of secretly visiting the queen during one of the nights spent in his castle. Kay denies the charge, and in Chrétien's version, he is actually telling the truth, for it was Lancelot, not Kay, who secretly entered the queen's chamber after she had forgiven him. As the story draws to a close, Guinevere and Gwalchmai safely return to Arthur's court, but Lancelot disappears once again. Melwas captures him through deception and imprisons him in a hidden fortress. Eventually, Melwas's own sister frees the captive knight, allowing Lancelot to challenge Melwas one final time in order to defend Guinevere honor. Their duel ends with Lancelot striking a fatal blow that splits Melwas's skull and leaves him dead upon the battlefield. When this romance is compared with the old Welsh dialogue between Arthur and Guinevere, and with the Irish tale of Maida and Etain, an older layer of mythology begins to emerge. Guinevere's cold treatment of Lancelot mirrors her behavior in the Welsh poem, where she pretends not to recognize Arthur and even claims that Kay is the greater warrior. Once Melwas is set aside, several puzzling details remain. Kay's jealousy of Lancelot, the accusation that Kay had been too intimate with the Queen, and Arthur's reluctant agreement to allow Kay to escort Guinevere into danger. These elements closely resemble the Irish legend in which King Echaid unknowingly gives Maida permission to embrace Queen Etain, only to watch helplessly as the fairy king carries her away before the entire royal court. The similarities suggest that Chrétien was probably working with two different versions of the same ancient myth. Rather than preserving one consistent tradition, he combined separate stories into a single romance. This explains why some scenes fit together imperfectly, while others preserve unmistakable traces of a much older Celtic narrative. Melwas himself continued to appear in later Welsh poetry. In the 14th century, the poet Dafydd ap Gwilym compared his own frustrated attempts to reach his beloved with Melwas's legendary visit to Guinevere. Standing outside a lady's window on a cold night, he laments that, unlike Melwas, he cannot gain entrance or win the woman he loves. The comparison suggests that, in one Welsh tradition, Melwas entered Guinevere's chamber directly through a window in Arthur's palace before carrying her away. Another poem, traditionally attributed to Dafydd ap Gwilym, speaks of the sleep of Melwas beneath the green cloak. Some writers interpreted the phrase to mean that Melwas disguised himself in green clothing to blend in with Guinevere and her attendants, who had also dressed in green. A more convincing interpretation, however, is that the green cloak refers not to clothing at all, but to a woodland shelter or leafy bower where Melwas concealed his captive after abducting her. A 15th century Welsh poem develops this image even further. The poet longs to possess Melwas's magical skill, describing him as a thief who used enchantment to carry away a beautiful woman to the farthest edge of the world. He imagines Melwas climbing into a hidden refuge among the trees, where branches formed natural walls around his secret retreat. Whether this refuge stood high in the branches or upon a forested hill remains uncertain, but it clearly belonged to the mysterious landscape associated with the otherworld. Although Melwas is the best-known captor of Guinevere, he was not the only one. Other medieval romances replace him with figures such as Brun de Maurois, Valérien, or Gassozyne. In Ulrich's Lanzelet, for example, Valérien claims that Guinevere had originally been promised to him before Arthur married her. When Lancelot defeats him in single combat, Valérien refuses to abandon his claim. Later, during a royal hunt, he abducts the queen and carries her to a heavily fortified castle surrounded by an enchanted wilderness filled with monsters, serpents, and deadly creatures. Once again, the setting is not an ordinary kingdom, but a supernatural realm lying beyond the boundaries of the human world. Rescuing Queen Guinevere from Valérien's fortress proved far more difficult than defeating him in battle. According to the romance, the queen had been placed under a powerful magical sleep, making it impossible for her to escape on her own. Lancelot once again became the central figure in the rescue, leading the assault that finally broke Valérien's enchantments. Valérien was killed, but victory came at a cost. During the struggle, Gwalchmai and Geraint were captured by another enemy, the sorcerer Malduk. Only after Lancelot defeated this magician were the two heroes finally freed. A similar version of the story appears in the romance of Brun de Maurois. One day, Guinevere rode out to watch a hunt, accompanied only by Edern's son of Nude. Before Eden could defend her, Brun suddenly attacked and carried the queen away. Eden was unarmed and powerless to stop the abduction. Brun had loved Guinevere for more than 7 years, and at last he seized the opportunity he had long awaited. Placing the queen before him on horseback, he fled to his castle at Maurois, a fortress surrounded by marshes and dense forests that made any direct assault virtually impossible. Brune himself is especially interesting because his name appears to preserve traces of an even older Celtic tradition. It closely resembles the Welsh expression Du Moroed, meaning the Black One of the Seas. Although medieval writers treated this as the name of a marvelous horse, it may originally have referred to a supernatural being connected with the sea and the otherworld. In Welsh mythology, Gwyn ap Nudd, the ruler of the otherworld, rides a mysterious black horse that seems closely related to this ancient figure. The importance of the black horse becomes even clearer in another Arthurian tale. While wandering alone, Peredur receives a magnificent dark-colored horse from a mysterious lady. The animal carries him with incredible speed through forests and valleys until it reaches a vast river. Just as Peredur prepares to cross, he makes the sign of the cross. Instantly, the horse collapses, lets out a terrifying cry, and leaps into the river, whose waters burst into flames as it disappears beneath the surface. The medieval author explains that the horse was actually the devil in disguise, and throughout Welsh folklore, the devil frequently appears as a jet black horse. Yet this Christian explanation was probably added much later. Beneath it survives a much older Celtic belief in supernatural horses that carried travelers between the human world and the realm of the dead. This idea becomes even more convincing when another important figure is considered. One of the oldest Celtic rulers of the otherworld was known as March, whose name literally means horse. In Irish tradition, he appears as Mór or Mark, while Welsh legends know him as March, son of Mercion. Medieval romances transformed him into King Mark of Cornwall, the rival of Tristan for Isolde's love. Despite being portrayed as a human king, older traditions remembered him with horse's ears, preserving a clear sign of his supernatural origins. Because of this, there was little difficulty for medieval storytellers in imagining the mysterious black horse of Moro as both an animal and a person. Depending on the story, the same ancient being could appear as a magical horse, a powerful king, or a monstrous creature that combined human and animal features. These different versions were probably already circulating long before the Arthurian romances were written. Even the description of Brune de Morois' enchanted garden seems to preserve fragments of this older mythology. Rather than inventing a completely new setting, the romance places Brune and the captive queen beneath a great tree in a beautiful garden filled with roses, lilies, and shady groves. Such an image closely resembles the ancient Indo-European vision of the otherworld, a timeless paradise ruled by its supernatural king, where beauty, enchantment, and captivity exist side by side. Among the most important warriors of Arthur's court was Peredur, known in Welsh tradition as Peredur of the Long Spear, and sometimes simply as Peredur the Fair. In the tale that bears his name, he is introduced as the youngest son of Evroc, ruler of the north. That northern setting may preserve an old mythological idea, since ancient British tradition often imagined the far north as a remote and dangerous land associated with spirits, darkness, and the dead. Peredur appears with different family histories in Welsh literature. One tradition names him as one of 3 children born to Uadil, along with his brother Gurgi and their sister Saindrec. This family seems strongly mythological. Saindrec is described as wing-headed, while Gurgi's name means something like man-dog. Such strange companions suggest that Peredur himself may originally have been a solar or supernatural hero. Welsh stories sometimes pair Peredur closely with Gurgi, though they rarely explain how the two differ. In one triad, they ride together to witness the funeral fire of Gwendoliw. In another, they are deserted by their followers before battle and killed by a warrior from Dara. This final episode introduces a historical enemy and shows how memories of warfare between the Britons and the Anglo-Saxons gradually became mixed with older legends. Gurgi himself developed into an even darker figure. In some stories, he became a savage monster who had learned to enjoy human flesh and demanded the death of a Welshman every day. His grotesque appearance and violent behavior resemble the monstrous brothers often given to heroic figures in Celtic myth. Peredur is also linked with a brother named Elidire, and Geoffrey of Monmouth unexpectedly makes Owain another of his brothers. According to Geoffrey, Peredur and Owain seized the kingdom of their elder brother and divided Britain between them. Owain ruled the lands south of the Humber, while Peredur controlled the north and Scotland. After their deaths, Ellidyr returned to power. This repeated cycle of defeat and restoration may preserve another ancient myth about the endless struggle between light and darkness. Whatever his mythological origins, Peredur may also preserve the memory of a real British warrior who fought against the Angles of northern England. Yet the best-known version of his story belongs firmly to romance and legend. Peredur's father and 6 older brothers were killed in wars and tournaments while he was still a child. Fearing that he would suffer the same fate, his mother withdrew with him to a lonely wilderness and raised him in complete isolation. He was never allowed to hear about weapons, warfare, or knighthood. As a result, Peredur grew up with extraordinary innocence. One day, he saw 2 deer standing near his mother's goats. Since they had no horns, he assumed that they were goats that had lived wild for so long that their horns had disappeared. He chased them down, forced them into the goats' shelter, and proudly announced what he had done. The episode appears humorous, but it also resembles childhood adventures told about other Celtic heroes, especially Cuchulainn. Peredur's sheltered life ended when 3 knights from Arthur's court passed near his home. Their armor and horses amazed him. When he asked his mother what they were, she desperately told him that they were angels. Instead of discouraging him, the answer filled him with excitement. Peredur immediately decided that he too would become an angel. He chose the strongest horse he could find, created a rough imitation of knightly equipment, and prepared to leave. His mother was devastated. Before he departed, she gave him a series of instructions about honorable behavior and directed him toward Arthur's court. His departure broke her heart, and she died soon afterward. After traveling for 2 days through forests and wilderness, Peredur found a tent belonging to a proud knight. The knight was absent, but his lady welcomed the young traveler and offered him food. Peredur behaved awkwardly because he knew nothing of courtly manners, yet his actions remained innocent and honorable. He eventually arrived at Arthur's court immediately after a humiliating incident. A mysterious knight had entered the hall, seized the queen's golden goblet, thrown wine over Guinevere, and challenged Arthur's warriors to fight him. None dared to respond, believing that anyone bold enough to insult the queen in such a way must possess extraordinary power. Peredur entered during this uncomfortable silence. His crude clothing and strange equipment caused the court to laugh, especially when he announced that he had come to Arthur to become a knight. Yet 2 dwarfs recognized him immediately. They had once served his family, and one of them suddenly greeted him as the greatest of warriors and the flower of knighthood. The greeting was especially remarkable because the dwarf had remained silent for an entire year. Kay, angered by his words, struck him to the ground. When the dwarf's female companion offered Peredur similar praise, Kay kicked her so violently that she appeared dead. Peredur witnessed the cruelty and quietly remembered it. When he asked to see Arthur, Kay mockingly ordered him to pursue the knight who had insulted the queen and recover the stolen goblet. Peredur accepted the challenge without hesitation. The mysterious warrior initially laughed at the inexperienced youth, but the encounter ended quickly. Peredur killed him and attempted to remove his armor without even knowing how it was fastened. Owain, concerned that Kay had sent an untrained boy into danger, followed Peredur and found the enemy already dead. Peredur took the fallen knight's weapons, armor, and horse as his own. However, he refused to return to Arthur's court. Instead, he gave the golden goblet to Owain and asked him to return it to Guinevere. He also sent Arthur a message. Peredur promised to remain loyal to the king, but he would not enter the court again until he had punished the tall man who had attacked the 2 dwarfs. That man was Kay. Thus, Peredur's first adventure ended not only with his transformation into a warrior, but also with a personal vow of revenge against one of Arthur's most famous companions. Peredur had not traveled far before he met one of Arthur's enemies. He defeated the knight, but spared his life on the condition that he go to Arthur's court, submit to the king, and deliver a warning. Peredur would not return until he had taken revenge on Kay. Over the course of a single week, Peredur defeated 16 more knights and sent each of them to repeat the same message. With every new arrival, Kay grew increasingly anxious. Continuing his journey, Peredur reached a lonely lake surrounded by wilderness. Beyond the water stood a magnificent castle. Its grey-haired and lame lord welcomed him warmly and revealed that he was Peredur's uncle, the brother of his mother. He declared that Peredur must remain there for a time to receive the education of a true knight. That evening, the old man tested Peredur's skill with a sword and immediately recognized his extraordinary potential. He began teaching him courtly manners, proper speech, and the discipline expected of a warrior. Most importantly, he gave Peredur one unusual rule. Whenever he witnessed something mysterious, he must never ask for an explanation. His teacher would tell him anything he needed to know. The next day, Peredur departed and soon reached the home of another maternal uncle. There his swordsmanship was tested again. This second uncle praised him as the finest swordsman in the kingdom, though he warned that Peredur had not yet reached the full measure of his power. During the evening, two young men entered carrying an enormous spear from which 3 streams of blood flowed onto the floor. Everyone in the hall began to weep, yet neither Peredur nor his uncle spoke of it. Soon afterward, 2 maidens appeared carrying a severed human head on a large platter surrounded by blood. Once again, the household cried out in grief. Remembering his lesson, Peredur asked no questions. These strange visions tested both his discipline and obedience. Yet his silence would later prove deeply important, for he had witnessed a mystery without seeking to understand it. After leaving the castle, Peredur encountered his foster sister. She blamed him bitterly for the death of his mother, who had died from grief after his departure. Her own husband had recently been killed by a powerful knight. Peredur defeated the murderer and forced him to marry and protect the widow. He then sent the defeated man to Arthur with the familiar warning that he would not return until Kay had been punished. Peredur next reached a castle belonging to a young noblewoman whose lands had been seized by a neighboring earl after she refused to marry him. Her foster brothers continued to defend her, but the castle was almost out of food and expected to be attacked the following morning. Despite her desperate situation, the lady received Peredur with generosity. Her brothers later pressured her to offer herself to him in return for his assistance. Ashamed and distressed, she refused, but her tears awakened Peredur. When she explained everything, he promised to help without demanding any reward. Within a few days, Peredur defeated the earl and his greatest warriors. He restored the lady's lands, secured compensation for her losses, and remained for 3 weeks to ensure that peace had truly returned. Soon afterward, he encountered the proud knight of the glade, whose tent Peredur had visited earlier in his journey. Convinced that Peredur had dishonored his lady, the jealous knight had forced her to wander with him while he searched for revenge. Although she repeatedly defended Peredur's innocence, he refused to believe her. Peredur quickly defeated him and forced him to admit publicly that the woman had done nothing wrong. The knight was also required to acknowledge that his defeat had served as compensation for the suffering he had caused her. Peredur then arrived at a mountain fortress threatened by the 9 witches of Gloucester. Its lady warned him that the witches attacked during the night and urged him to seek safer lodging. Peredur refused to leave and insisted on defending the castle. Before dawn, he heard a violent struggle and rushed outside with his sword. One of the witches was attacking a guard. Peredur struck her helmet so hard that it flattened beneath the blow. The witch immediately begged him to spare her and called him by name. When Peredur demanded to know how she recognized him, she replied that destiny had revealed his identity. She foretold that he would bring suffering to the witches, but would also receive weapons, a horse, and advanced training from them. Peredur agreed to spare her on the condition that the witches never attack the castle again. He traveled with them to their hidden court and remained there for 3 weeks. They taught him how to ride with greater skill and how to master every kind of weapon. This stage of his education resembles the training of the Irish hero Cú Chulainn under the warrior woman Scathach. In both traditions, a dangerous supernatural woman becomes the hero's greatest instructor only after he first proves that he can defeat her. After leaving the witches, Peredur spent the night with a hermit. The next morning, he rode through a landscape covered in fresh snow. There he saw drops of blood from a wounded bird scattered across the white ground while a black raven stood nearby. The three colors immediately reminded him of the woman he loved. Her skin was as pale as the snow, her hair as dark as the raven's feathers, and her cheeks as red as the blood. Lost in thought, Peredur stopped moving and rested silently upon his long spear. Arthur and his warriors, who had been searching for him, saw the motionless knight in the distance. One man was sent to question him, but Peredur did not respond. When the warrior struck him, Peredur calmly knocked him from his horse and returned to his thoughts. The same happened to 24 more knights. At last, Kay approached and treated Peredur with his usual arrogance. This time, Peredur's anger finally erupted. He struck Kay so fiercely that the knight fell unconscious and badly injured. His riderless horse returned to Arthur's camp, causing great alarm among the company. Still, Peredur remained lost in his vision until Gwalchmai approached. Unlike the others, Gwalchmai spoke with courtesy and understanding. He recognized the poetic meaning of Peredur's meditation and gently encouraged him to answer. The two heroes finally introduced themselves and immediately formed a lasting friendship. Gwalchmai then escorted Peredur back to Arthur's camp. Peredur went willingly, especially after learning that the knight he had finally punished was the same Kay who had insulted him and abused the dwarfs at Arthur's court. Arthur and Guinevere welcomed Peredur with great honor, but his first evening at Camelot soon changed the course of his life. There he met Ingharad of the Golden Hand and immediately fell deeply in love with her. When he confessed his feelings, however, she rejected him completely and declared that she would never love him. Wounded by her response, Peredur made a reckless vow. He swore that he would not speak to any Christian until Ingharad admitted that she loved him above all other men. The next morning, he left Arthur's court and wandered alone into an unknown country. His journey brought him to a place called the Round Valley, guarded by a fierce lion. The bones of its victims lay scattered nearby, but Peredur killed the beast and continued into the valley. There he found a castle ruled by a large grey-haired man who welcomed him with apparent kindness. During the evening, however, the ruler's daughter secretly warned Peredur that her father intended to murder him at dawn. She helped place his horse and weapons within reach. When the grey man and his followers attacked the next morning, Peredur defeated them easily. He spared the ruler only after forcing him to promise that he would submit to Arthur and accept baptism. Since the people of the valley were pagans, Peredur was relieved that speaking to them had not broken his vow. He next encountered a monstrous serpent that guarded a golden ring and had devastated the surrounding country for miles. After a difficult struggle, Peredur killed the creature and claimed the ring. Yet his long silence and separation from Arthur's court gradually weakened him. He missed his companions and continued to suffer because of his love for Ingharad. At last, he returned to Camelot, disguised as a silent knight. Before reaching the court, he encountered Arthur's warriors under Kay's command. Kay demanded to know who he was. When Peredur gave no answer, Kay attacked and wounded him badly in the thigh. Peredur refused to fight back because doing so might reveal his identity. Owain, angered by Kay's cruelty, carried the injured stranger to Guinevere, who arranged for him to be healed. Soon afterward, a mysterious knight arrived at Arthur's court and challenged anyone present to fight him. The silent Peredur accepted and defeated him. The same thing happened every day for an entire week. Each challenger was overcome, yet no one discovered the identity of the unknown warrior. Finally, Arthur decided to face the next opponent himself. Before the king could mount, Peredur took Arthur's horse and rode onto the field. The challenger struck first, but could not move him. Peredur then lifted the knight completely out of his saddle and hurled him across the ground. The entire court admired the silent champion, but Ingharad was especially moved. She declared that it was tragic that such a brave warrior could not speak. Then she admitted that if he possessed a voice, she could love him above every other man, and that perhaps she already loved him despite his silence. These words released Peredur from his oath. He spoke at once, revealed his identity, and returned Ingharad's love. Only then did the court realize that the mysterious knight was Peredur. He remained for a time among Arthur's companions, especially Owain and Gwalchmai. This episode closely resembles a story told about Owain. After losing his reason and living among wild animals, Owain reached the estate of a widowed noblewoman in a state of complete exhaustion. Her servant restored his health with a magical ointment, and he remained in the castle until his strength returned. When a neighboring lord attacked the widow and attempted to seize her last remaining fortress, Owain rode into the enemy army, captured the earl, and brought him back as a prisoner. The defeated ruler was forced to restore all the widow's lands and compensate her for the damage he had caused. In both stories, a broken hero is healed by women before defending their home and honor. Peredur's adventures soon resumed. While hunting with Arthur's household, he followed his hound into a deserted region and reached the castle of a one-eyed robber known as the Arrogant Black Man. Peredur killed him and freed the young men and women held captive in the fortress. The prisoners offered him the robber's enormous wealth and his choice among the women, but Peredur refused both. Instead, he asked about another mysterious place known as the Court of the King of Suffering. When he arrived there, he witnessed a disturbing sight. A horse entered the castle carrying a dead knight. A woman washed the body and rubbed it with a precious ointment, after which the knight returned to life. 2 more dead warriors arrived and were restored in the same way. Peredur learned that these men were killed every day by a terrible lake monster called the Avank. Because the magical ointment would not work on him, the knights refused to let Peredur accompany them. He therefore set out alone to find the creature. On the road, he met an extraordinarily beautiful maiden seated upon a mound. She already knew where he was going and warned him that the Avank defeated its enemies through deception rather than strength. It hid inside a cave and watched anyone who approached while remaining unseen. From behind a stone pillar, it hurled poisoned spears at its victims. The maiden offered Peredur a magical stone that could make him invisible. In return, she demanded that he love her above all other women. Peredur immediately pledged his devotion, claiming that he had loved her from the moment he saw her. Before they separated, he asked where he might find her again. She answered that he must seek her in the direction of India. Armed with the stone and protected from the monster's sight, Peredur continued toward the Avank's hidden cave. Peredur's journey soon led him into a land unlike any he had ever seen. A broad valley stretched before him, where white sheep grazed on one side of a river and black sheep on the other. Whenever one animal cried out, a sheep would cross the water and instantly take on the color of the flock it had joined. Nearby stood a strange tree, one half consumed by fire, while the other remained covered in fresh green leaves. On a nearby mound sat a mysterious man with 2 greyhounds at his side, calmly watching the wilderness around him. When Peredur asked for directions, the stranger pointed him toward the cave of the fearsome Avank. Carrying the magical stone that concealed him from sight, Peredur entered the monster's lair unnoticed. With a swift attack, he slew the creature and carried its head back to 3 brothers who had long been forced to sacrifice themselves to the beast. They declared that an old prophecy had finally come true, and gratefully offered one of their sisters as his bride. Peredur respectfully declined, explaining that his quest was not yet over. Continuing his travels, Peredur was joined by a noble warrior named Edlim of the Red Sword, who pledged his loyalty. Together they reached the court of the Lady of Feats, whose hand could only be won by the knight capable of defeating all 300 of her champions. Peredur accomplished the impossible, yet when he discovered that the lady's heart truly belonged to Edlim, he gladly stepped aside and united the two in marriage instead. His path next led to the Mound of Mourning, where a mighty dragon guarded a magical stone said to bring limitless wealth. After defeating both the dragon and the ambitious rulers gathered to claim its treasure, Peredur refused to keep the reward for himself. Instead, he honored his allies, earned the loyalty of many kings, and presented the priceless stone to Edlim as a gift before continuing alone. Eventually, Peredur arrived at a magnificent tournament held by the Empress of Constantinople, who had vowed to marry only the greatest knight alive. Captivated by her beauty, he entered the competition and proved himself superior to every challenger. At first, he treated the Empress's messengers with cold indifference, but when they finally met face to face, she reminded him of a forgotten promise made long ago, back when she had given him the enchanted stone that had made his victory over the Avank possible. Her words awakened his memory, and Peredur realized that fate had been guiding his journey from the very beginning. This remarkable sequence closely mirrors another famous Welsh tale, the story of Owain. Like Peredur, Owain wanders through mysterious lands, receives guidance from supernatural figures, and confronts a dark knight whose defeat marks another triumph of courage over the unknown. Although the details differ, both legends follow the same timeless pattern. A hero passes through enchanted trials, overcomes monstrous enemies, and ultimately fulfills a destiny far greater than he first imagined. Trapped inside the castle with no apparent escape, Owain spotted a narrow crack in the wall that overlooked the street outside. Before long, a noblewoman dressed in flowing yellow satin approached the gate. A golden circlet rested upon her bright curls as she quietly called for the gate to be opened. When the guard explained that he was unable to do so, she pitied the imprisoned knight and praised the courage he had shown. Although she somehow already knew who he was, she revealed nothing of how she had learned it. Instead, she offered him a way out. Placing a ring into his hand, she explained that its enchanted stone could hide its wearer completely from sight whenever it was concealed within a closed fist. The soldiers would soon arrive to take him to his execution, but they would never see him. The woman, whose name was Lunette, instructed Owain to place his hand upon her shoulder once he became invisible so she could guide him safely through the castle. The plan worked perfectly. Hidden from every eye, Owain followed Lunette into a magnificent chamber high within the fortress. There she cared for him as an honored guest, bringing him food and drink, shaving his beard, and tending to his wounds. During the night, mournful cries echoed through the castle as news spread that the Black Knight had died. The following day, Owain watched the funeral procession from hiding and saw a grieving lady whose sorrow was unlike anything he had witnessed before. The moment he laid eyes on her, he confessed to Lunette that he had fallen deeply in love. Lunette gently reminded him that the woman he admired was the widow of the very knight he had slain. Winning her heart would be no easy task. Even so, she agreed to help. At first, her mistress rejected every suggestion with anger and grief, refusing to even consider another husband. But Lunette patiently pointed out a harsh reality. The Lady of the Fountain ruled lands that could only be defended by a warrior strong enough to defeat every challenger who came to the enchanted well. Without such a champion, her power would soon collapse. Pretending to travel to Arthur's court in search of such a knight, Lunette secretly prepared Owain for his return. She trimmed his beard, washed away every sign of his recent hardships, and presented him as though he had only just arrived from Camelot. The lady immediately recognized the deception, yet she could not ignore the simple truth. If Owain had defeated her former husband in fair combat, then he had already proven himself the strongest knight available. After consulting the leading nobles of her realm, she finally accepted him as her husband, and together they ruled peacefully for 3 years before Arthur and his companions eventually discovered where the missing knight had gone. The similarities between the adventures of Peredur and Owain are impossible to ignore. In both stories, generous hosts hesitate to reveal the path toward a deadly enemy, fearing that the hero will never return. Both knights then enter mysterious landscapes where strange guardians point them toward their destiny. Each faces a powerful supernatural opponent and survives only because of a magical object that grants invisibility at the decisive moment. The parallels continue beyond these encounters. Peredur earns the hand of a queen by proving himself unmatched in battle, while Owain secures the Lady of the Fountain through the very victory that made him her husband's conqueror. Both heroes ultimately become rulers beside powerful women whose realms depend upon extraordinary champions for their protection. There are, however, important differences. Owain owes much of his success to Lunette, whose intelligence, loyalty, and careful planning make his survival possible. Peredur has no such companion, and the woman destined to become his queen must pursue him herself. Owain's bride also represents a figure who moves from one heroic champion to another, linking darkness and light through successive marriages, whereas Peredur's empress arrives without such a past, leaving her earlier history shrouded in mystery. Another fascinating comparison appears in the hero's encounters with serpents. Peredur destroys a serpent guarding a golden ring before continuing his journey, while Owain rescues a white lion from a deadly serpent hidden among the rocks. In Owain's tale, the grateful lion becomes his constant companion, fighting beside him wherever danger appears. Medieval scholars later suggested that these seemingly different episodes may preserve the same ancient myth in different forms. The golden ring symbolizes the radiant sun, while the lion may represent the same divine force transformed through centuries of changing tradition. Beneath the surface of these Arthurian romances, older Celtic beliefs about light triumphing over darkness still quietly endure. During an Easter gathering at Arthur's court in Camelot, the celebration was interrupted by the arrival of a mysterious woman dressed entirely in black. Her appearance was unsettling, and unlike everyone else in the hall, she refused to greet Peredur. Instead, she publicly condemned him for a mistake that had changed countless lives. She reminded him of the time he had visited the court of the wounded king. There he had witnessed extraordinary wonders, including a bleeding spear carried through the hall, yet he had asked no questions. Had he shown curiosity, the king might have been healed, peace could have returned to the kingdom, and many future wars and tragedies would have been avoided. According to the Black Maiden, Peredur's silence had allowed suffering to continue. Before leaving, she spoke of two remarkable challenges. One was a mighty fortress filled with hundreds of renowned knights seeking worthy opponents. The other was even greater, a lonely castle under siege where a noble maiden desperately awaited a champion strong enough to break the siege. Her words inspired Arthur's knights to begin new quests. Gawain vowed to rescue the besieged lady, while Peredur swore that he would uncover the true meaning behind the Black Maiden's accusation. Soon afterward, a knight dressed in brilliant blue armor entered the court and accused Gawain of murdering his lord. Determined to clear his name, Gawain accepted the challenge, and he and Peredur began their journey together before eventually following separate paths. For nearly a year, Peredur wandered through lonely wilderness, avoiding towns and forgetting the passage of time itself. His aimless travels finally ended when he encountered a devout knight on Good Friday. Learning what day it was, Peredur realized how completely he had lost himself in his endless search. The holy knight welcomed him into a secluded castle where he remained for several days. Before they parted, the knight directed him toward the legendary Castle of Wonders, believing that the answers Peredur sought could only be found there. Following those directions, Peredur reached the kingdom of a hunting king. While the ruler rode into the forest, Peredur was escorted to the royal court, where the king's daughter welcomed him warmly. Her friendliness aroused suspicion, and the king ordered the stranger placed under guard. Despite his imprisonment, the princess treated Peredur with kindness and secretly allowed him to watch a great battle between her father's army and a rival earl. Disguised beneath a red cloak and carrying a bright yellow shield, Peredur entered the fighting without revealing his identity. For 3 consecutive days he became the decisive warrior on the battlefield, and on the 4th day he killed the rival earl, securing a complete victory for the king. Only afterward did the princess reveal the identity of the mysterious champion. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the king offered Peredur his daughter's hand in marriage along with the conquered lands. As he had done before, Peredur respectfully declined. His true goal was not a throne or a bride, but the Castle of Wonders. Recognizing that his ambition reached far beyond worldly rewards, the princess accepted his decision. She arranged guides, supplied everything he needed for the journey, and pointed him toward a distant lake where the mysterious castle was said to stand, wishing him success as he continued his quest. This episode mirrors several events from the story of Owain. Both heroes are drawn away from Arthur's court by mysterious women, endure long periods of isolation, receive guidance from unexpected allies, and are eventually placed back on the path toward their greater destiny. Although the details differ, both legends explore the same themes of forgotten duty, personal growth, and the difficult road to redemption. Following Lunette's instructions, Owain traveled to the castle of a respected nobleman whose generosity was known throughout the region. Yet despite the warm welcome, the entire household seemed consumed by sorrow. Before long, the reason became clear. A monstrous giant had captured the lord's 2 sons and demanded an unthinkable price. Unless the nobleman surrendered his only daughter, the brothers would be executed before their father's eyes at sunrise. Owain refused to stand aside. When the giant arrived the next morning, he and the loyal lion fought side by side against the enormous creature. After a fierce battle, the beast was finally defeated, and the nobleman's children were saved. With no desire for reward, Owain immediately resumed his own mission and hurried back to the place where Luned awaited her fate. He arrived only moments before her execution. Accused by jealous rivals and condemned without justice, Luned was about to be burned alive. Owain challenged those responsible, and with the lion fighting beside him once again, he overcame every opponent. Her enemies fell, and Luned was finally free. Grateful beyond words, she led Owain back to the Lady of the Fountain. Their reunion marked the end of a long separation, and the knight reclaimed both his honor and the life he had once abandoned. Peredur's path unfolded very differently. Rather than returning directly to the woman destined to become his wife, he still faced a series of difficult trials. Guided toward the legendary Castle of Wonders, he entered through its open gates and encountered a magical chessboard where the pieces moved without any human hand. Believing he could influence the game, he joined the contest. But every move he made only worsened the outcome. Frustrated, he hurled the board into the nearby lake. His outburst immediately drew the appearance of the mysterious Black Maiden. She rebuked him, explaining that the enchanted chessboard belonged to the Empress and was among her greatest treasures. If Peredur wished to repair the damage, he would first have to defeat a ruthless warrior who had been terrorizing part of the Empress's lands. Peredur accepted the challenge without hesitation. He defeated the outlaw in battle, but chose mercy instead of revenge, ordering the defeated man to restore the stolen chessboard. The Black Maiden, however, warned that evil left alive would only return. Realizing the danger, Peredur finished the task and ended the threat forever. Still, his trials were not complete. Next, he was sent into a nearby forest to hunt a magnificent stag with a single great antler. The hunt ended successfully, but another mysterious lady confronted him, accusing him of destroying one of the most remarkable creatures in her realm. Instead of condemning him completely, she pointed him toward yet another challenge, claiming that only by overcoming it could he continue his journey. Following her directions, Peredur climbed a lonely mountain until he reached an ancient stone. Calling for an opponent, he was answered by a grim warrior who emerged from beneath the earth, wearing weathered armor and riding a worn-out horse. Their duel was fierce, yet every apparent victory slipped away as the strange knight repeatedly escaped before Peredur could finish the fight. The mystery remained unsolved, forcing the young hero to continue onward. At last, he reached another castle, where an unexpected welcome awaited him. There he found Gawain, along with an aged and crippled lord who revealed himself to be Peredur's own uncle. It was here that many of the secrets surrounding his adventures were finally explained. A young man with golden hair stepped forward and confessed that he had been guiding Peredur from the beginning. He had appeared in many different disguises, including the terrifying Black Maiden, each time pushing the young knight toward the destiny that awaited him. He also revealed the truth behind the strange visions Peredur had witnessed long ago in the Hall of the Wounded King. The bleeding spear, the severed head, and the kingdom's suffering were all connected to an ancient crime committed by the witches of Gloucester who had murdered members of Peredur's family and crippled his uncle. The prophecy was now clear. Peredur had never been wandering without purpose. Every challenge had prepared him for one final duty: to destroy the witches and avenge his bloodline. Arthur and his knights gathered for the campaign, and a fierce battle followed. Even the witches' powerful magic could not stop the assault. Peredur personally struck down their leader, while Arthur's warriors swept through the battlefield until not a single witch remained alive. With their defeat, the long chain of vengeance was finally brought to an end, and Peredur's journey reached the destiny that had been waiting for him since the beginning. Peredur's greatest victory had not yet been won. Although he had defeated monsters, broken curses, and overcome every warrior placed before him, one final reward still remained beyond his reach. Whenever he asked to stand before the mysterious Empress, the answer was always the same: his journey was not yet complete. More trials awaited him, and only after proving himself worthy in every respect could he claim the future that destiny had promised. Unlike many heroes whose adventures end with a triumphant return, Peredur's path demanded constant sacrifice. Every challenge stripped away another layer of pride, forcing him to grow into something greater than a fearless warrior. Only after countless hardships would he be ready to reunite with the woman whose fate had long been intertwined with his own. The Empress herself remained one of the greatest mysteries in the entire legend. She was never presented as an ordinary queen or merely the wife of a powerful ruler. Instead, she stood above every earthly throne, a figure surrounded by ancient symbolism and supernatural authority. Earlier tales described her as the Empress of Great Constantinople, but that title seemed to carry a meaning beyond geography. It suggested that she belonged to an older world where myth and history blended together. Many storytellers later connected this remarkable woman with Elaine, one of the most celebrated female figures in Welsh tradition. Elaine was remembered as a ruler whose name became associated with imperial power and legendary kingdoms. Rather than serving as the companion of a mortal king, she represented sovereignty itself, choosing only the worthiest champion to stand beside her. Peredur never sought crowns, castles, or vast estates. Again and again he rejected offers of land and marriage that would have satisfied almost any knight. His ambition was different. He pursued wisdom, honor, and the completion of the quest placed before him. Because of that unwavering determination, the Empress eventually chose him. Not for his noble birth or wealth, but because his courage surpassed that of every rival. The tale also echoes much older Celtic beliefs. Ancient traditions often paired a heroic warrior with a powerful queen whose favor symbolized the right to rule. The Empress appears to preserve that ancient idea, standing as the embodiment of destiny itself. By winning her trust, Peredur does more than gain a bride. He earns the approval of the supernatural forces guiding his entire journey. This theme becomes even clearer when the Welsh legend is compared with Irish mythology. There, the warrior Chiw Chulin encounters the mysterious goddess Morrigan, a figure both protective and dangerous. She first offers him her help because of his unmatched reputation in battle. When he rejects her, she repeatedly tests him, appearing in different forms and placing obstacles in his path. Only much later does she attempt to protect him from the fate she knows cannot be avoided. Peredur experiences a remarkably similar pattern. After becoming separated from the Empress, he is repeatedly challenged through the actions of the Black Maiden. Every hardship serves a purpose. Rather than punishing him out of hatred, these trials prepare him for the responsibility waiting at the end of his quest. The hero gradually learns that true greatness is measured not by victories alone, but by endurance, wisdom, and loyalty. The comparison extends beyond their relationships. Both Peredur and Chiw Chulin undergo demanding training before reaching their full potential. Chiw Chulin leaves his homeland to study under legendary masters, overcoming impossible dangers before completing his education. Peredur follows a different road, yet his progress is marked by similar tests. Elder warriors challenge his skill, mysterious mentors push him beyond his limits, and every success reveals another lesson still left to learn. Even the enemies surrounding the heroes share common themes. Shape-shifting figures, powerful sorcerers, and deceptive guides appear throughout both traditions. They rarely confront the hero directly. Instead, they manipulate events from the shadows, forcing the young warrior to mature through hardship rather than simple combat. Every victory prepares him for an even greater challenge lying further ahead. As the legend reaches its final stages, Peredur understands that every strange encounter, from the Black Maiden's harsh words to the Empress's distant silence, has been leading him toward a single purpose. His journey is no longer about defeating monsters or earning glory. It has become a search for identity, justice, and the fulfillment of an ancient destiny that was waiting long before he ever picked up a sword. As Peredur's story drew closer to its conclusion, it became clear that one final chapter was missing. His victories had earned him fame across distant kingdoms, yet the reward promised since the beginning of his quest remained just beyond his reach. Every trial had led him toward the mysterious Empress, but fate repeatedly delayed their reunion. It was as though destiny demanded that he become more than a champion before he could stand at her side. Unlike many rulers in Arthurian tradition, the Empress was portrayed as a figure whose authority reached beyond any earthly kingdom. She was not simply a queen waiting to be rescued. Instead, she represented an ancient and almost sacred form of sovereignty, choosing only the knight who had proven himself through courage, sacrifice, and unwavering determination. Her connection to the legendary city of Constantinople only strengthened her aura of mystery, placing her halfway between history and myth. Some storytellers associated this powerful woman with the legendary Elen, a heroine remembered throughout Welsh tradition. Elen symbolized rightful rule, divine favor, and the prosperity of kingdoms. Whether the Empress truly represented Elen or merely inherited some of her qualities, both figures embodied the same timeless idea that true authority belongs to those chosen by destiny rather than by birth alone. Peredur himself never chased power for its own sake. Again and again he refused lands, titles, and noble marriages offered as rewards for his victories. His attention remained fixed on completing the task before him, no matter how difficult the road became. It was this refusal to seek personal gain that ultimately distinguished him from countless other knights. The legend also echoes stories found across the Celtic world. Irish tradition tells of heroes whose paths are shaped by mysterious women capable of helping, testing, or misleading them. These figures rarely act out of simple kindness or cruelty. Instead, they force warriors to confront their own weaknesses until they are worthy of fulfilling a greater purpose. The Empress and the Black Maiden appear to serve exactly this role in Peredur's journey. The same pattern can be seen in the life of Cuchulainn. Before becoming Ireland's greatest champion, he was driven far from home to master the arts of war under legendary teachers. His education demanded endurance as much as skill, and every hardship transformed him into a stronger warrior. Peredur follows a similar path. Each challenge prepares him for another, reminding him that mastery is earned through perseverance rather than natural talent. Both heroes also face enemies who rely on deception instead of brute force. Sorcerers, shapeshifters, and hidden manipulators guide events from the shadows, forcing the young champions to rely on judgment instead of strength alone. Their greatest victories come not from defeating monsters, but from learning to recognize truth hidden beneath illusion. As Peredur's adventures continue, he begins to realize that even those who seemed to oppose him were helping shape his destiny. The mysterious Black Maiden, the strange guardians he encountered, and the cryptic warnings scattered throughout his travels all served the same purpose. They pushed him toward the final stage of his transformation. By the end of the legend, Peredur is no longer simply an adventurous knight seeking glory. He has become a figure who unites courage with wisdom, proving that the greatest quests are not won by the sword alone. Every battle, every setback, and every mystery has prepared him for a destiny far greater than he could have imagined when he first rode away from home. As Peredur's legend spread across Britain, later storytellers began reshaping parts of his adventure to fit new audiences and new traditions. Every generation added its own ideas, blending ancient Celtic beliefs with the growing world of Arthurian romance. Because of this, the story survives in several different forms, each preserving fragments of an older myth while introducing entirely new interpretations. One of the greatest mysteries concerns the Fisher King and Peredur's relationship with him. In some traditions, the wounded ruler appears as a wise relative deserving the young knight's loyalty. In others, hints remain that the two may once have stood on opposite sides of a far older conflict. Rather than acting as a simple mentor, the Fisher King may originally have represented an ancient supernatural power whose age was coming to an end as a new champion rose to take his place. This idea helps explain why Peredur's journey is filled with uneasy encounters instead of straightforward alliances. Characters who appear friendly often conceal secrets, while apparent enemies occasionally become unexpected guides. The boundaries between ally and rival are constantly shifting, giving the legend a dreamlike quality that sets it apart from ordinary medieval adventure stories. Later versions of the tale introduced new villains, enchanted castles, and mysterious warriors to fill the gaps left by older traditions. One recurring figure is a ruthless spear-wielding killer who attacks unseen before disappearing into the shadows. Heroes pursuing him discover that defeating a single enemy is never enough, because every victory reveals an even deeper mystery hidden behind the conflict. Other storytellers connected Peridure's adventures with the growing legends of the Holy Grail. Familiar locations were transformed into sacred places, ancient magical objects became holy relics, and older Celtic kings were gradually reimagined as guardians of Christian mysteries. Although the setting changed, many of the underlying themes remained the same. The hero still had to prove his courage, wisdom, and compassion before reaching the final stage of his quest. Scholars have also noticed striking similarities between Peredur and heroes from Irish tradition. Like Cuchulainn, Peredur spends years developing his abilities under demanding teachers before confronting enemies tied to his own family's past. Neither hero receives greatness as a gift. Every achievement is earned through relentless trials that test both strength and character. Magic plays a different role in these legends than it does in many later fantasy stories. Sorcery is rarely used simply to destroy an opponent. Instead, it creates uncertainty, forcing heroes to question everything they see. Shape-shifting strangers, enchanted landscapes, and impossible challenges all serve one purpose: to reveal whether the warrior possesses wisdom as well as courage. Perhaps the most fascinating figure remains the Black Maiden. At first, she seems cruel, criticizing Peredur at every opportunity and driving him toward dangerous adventures. Yet, as the story unfolds, her actions begin to appear deliberate rather than malicious. Every challenge she sets before him pushes him one step closer to becoming the hero he was destined to become. Without her relentless demands, Peredur might never have fulfilled his true purpose. As Arthurian legends spread across medieval Europe, every storyteller reshaped familiar heroes to suit a new audience. Characters changed names, kingdoms shifted locations, and old Celtic myths slowly merged with the ideals of medieval chivalry. Among the figures transformed most dramatically was Lancelot, whose earliest adventures reveal a hero very different from the knight celebrated in later romances. According to one early tradition, Lancelot's life began in tragedy. His father's kingdom collapsed under rebellion, forcing the royal family to flee. The king died before escaping, while the infant prince was carried away by a mysterious lady of the lake. Hidden within her enchanted realm, beyond the reach of ordinary men, the child was raised in secret until the day he would be ready to face the outside world. The lady did not rescue the young prince out of kindness alone. She believed he was destined to defeat a terrible tyrant whose power had spread fear across neighboring lands. From childhood, Lancelot was prepared for that purpose. When he reached adulthood, he left the magical island and entered a world filled with rival kingdoms, wandering knights, and impossible challenges. His early adventures tested every quality expected of a legendary champion. He overcame powerful enemies, survived imprisonment, and defeated beasts that ordinary warriors would never dare confront. Each victory earned him greater fame, yet none of them marked the true beginning of his destiny. Like many heroes of Celtic tradition, every completed task merely opened the door to an even greater trial. One of the defining moments of his career came when he confronted a mighty lord who could only be challenged through an ancient ritual performed beside a sacred well. Such enchanted locations appear throughout Celtic mythology, where springs, lakes, and forests often serve as gateways between the human world and the realm of supernatural beings. By overcoming the guardian of this mysterious place, Lancelot secured not only victory, but also a kingdom and a royal bride. As later generations retold the legend, many scholars noticed striking similarities between Lancelot's adventures and those of Peredur. Both heroes spend their youth separated from ordinary society before emerging as extraordinary warriors. Both are guided by mysterious women connected with magical lakes or hidden realms. Both wander through a landscape where every challenge seems carefully arranged to shape their character rather than simply test their strength. These similarities suggest that the two heroes may preserve different versions of an older tradition. Over centuries, the stories gradually drifted apart. Peredur remained closely connected to Welsh mythology, while Lancelot became increasingly associated with the ideals of French courtly romance. Yet beneath those differences, the foundations of their journeys still look remarkably alike. One of the greatest changes concerns Lancelot's famous devotion to Queen Guinevere. In the earliest forms of his legend, this relationship is far less important than it would later become. His adventures revolve primarily around proving his worth through courage, endurance, and loyalty. Only in later romances does his love for the queen become the central theme that defines his character. Many historians believe this transformation reflects the changing tastes of medieval audiences. Earlier, Celtic heroes sought honor through dangerous quests and supernatural encounters. Later writers preferred stories of forbidden love, inner conflict, and personal sacrifice. As a result, Lancelot gradually evolved from a mythic warrior into the perfect image of the tragic courtly knight. Even after these changes, older traditions continued to survive beneath the surface. Enchanted castles, mysterious ladies, magical bridges, hidden kingdoms, and seemingly endless trials all remained essential parts of Lancelot's adventures. These elements reveal that his story never completely abandoned its Celtic roots, even after centuries of adaptation by French and German poets. During Lancelot's pursuit of the abducted queen, he reached a lonely castle where a young woman offered him shelter under a strange condition. He would have to share her bed. Though uncomfortable with the request, Lancelot accepted because he urgently needed rest and guidance. Before nightfall, a powerful knight attacked the woman. Lancelot immediately intervened and defeated him after a brutal struggle. Later, when he entered the promised chamber, he kept his distance and refused to take advantage of his hostess. Realizing that he was driven by a dangerous and honorable mission, the woman quietly left him alone and wished him success. The next morning, she asked Lancelot to escort her. Since her route also led toward the lands of Badamagu, he agreed. Along the way, they encountered another knight who challenged him, but the young man's father prevented the fight. Suspecting that Lancelot was no ordinary warrior, the father secretly followed him to a monastery filled with tombs prepared for the greatest living knights. At the center stood an enormous stone grave. Its lid was so heavy that several strong men could not have lifted it, yet Lancelot raised it without difficulty. Beneath it was an inscription declaring that the man capable of opening the tomb would one day free the prisoners of Guinevere. The test confirmed that Lancelot was the champion foretold by prophecy. This scene resembles an important moment in the legend of Peredur. Instead of lifting a tombstone, Peredur is asked to repair a broken sword. His success proves both his identity and the extraordinary level of skill he has already achieved. In both stories, a physical test reveals that the hero has been chosen for a greater destiny. The most famous symbol in Lancelot's adventure, however, is the cart. After losing his horse, he accepts a place in a dwarf's vehicle. In that world, carts were associated with criminals and public disgrace, so people mock him wherever he goes. His willingness to endure humiliation shows that rescuing the queen matters more to him than his reputation. Yet the queen later criticizes him because he hesitated for a single moment before entering it. This detail transforms the cart into a test of absolute devotion. Lancelot is not judged for accepting shame, but for briefly allowing pride to stand between him and his purpose. The episode may preserve traces of an older myth. In Celtic stories, heroes sometimes receive rolling objects, a wheel, a ring, or even a magical apple that guide them across dangerous landscapes. Such objects may once have symbolized the movement of the sun through the sky. Over time, that ancient image may have been transformed into the humiliating but unforgettable cart of medieval romance. The French poet Chrétien de Troyes also changed the emotional character of the tale. In older Welsh stories, heroes are usually described through their actions. Their fears, doubts, and passions are rarely explored in detail. Chrétien, by contrast, places emotion at the center of the story. This difference reveals how Arthurian legend changed as it moved from Wales into the courts of France. The older tales focused on mysterious events, sacred landscapes, and heroic deeds. The later romances entered the minds of their characters, transforming ancient myth into deeply personal drama. Lancelot's connection with Elaine begins during one of his many journeys in search of adventure. After crossing the mysterious bridge of Corbenic, he reached a prosperous city that had long suffered from dangers and unrest. Through his courage and skill, he freed the land from its troubles, earning the gratitude of its ruler, King Pelles, the lord of the distant kingdom. Pelles welcomed the famous knight with every honor, yet his generosity concealed a carefully planned purpose. The king believed an ancient prophecy that declared a child born from Lancelot and his daughter Elaine would one day become the greatest knight the world had ever seen. That child would be Galahad, the hero destined to accomplish what no other knight could achieve, the ultimate quest for the Holy Grail and the salvation of the land. Knowing that Lancelot's heart belonged entirely to Queen Guinevere, Pelles realized the prophecy could never come true through ordinary means. To overcome this obstacle, he relied on Dame Brisson, a woman gifted in enchantment and illusion. She devised a clever deception that would convince Lancelot he was meeting Guinevere instead of Elaine. The first step involved sending a trusted messenger carrying a ring identical to one the queen often wore. The sight of the familiar jewel erased every doubt from Lancelot's mind. Believing Guinevere was waiting for him nearby, he eagerly rode toward the castle of Case without suspecting that every part of the journey had been carefully arranged. Before Lancelot arrived, Elaine had already been escorted to the castle under heavy guard. Everything was prepared for the meeting. When the knight entered the castle, Dame Brisson welcomed him with a cup of wine that carried a powerful enchantment. As soon as he drank it, his senses became clouded. Unable to recognize the illusion surrounding him, he entered Elaine's chamber convinced that she was the queen he loved. That single night fulfilled King Pelles' hopes. Elaine knew the prophecy well and believed that the child conceived there would become the greatest champion in Arthurian history. From this union, Galahad was born, a knight whose purity and virtue would eventually surpass even the legendary Lancelot himself. The expectation surrounding his birth resembles several older Celtic traditions in which extraordinary heroes enter the world through events guided by fate rather than chance. The deception, however, did not remain hidden forever. Some time after Galahad's birth, Elaine appeared at King Arthur's court during a grand celebration. Dame Brisson once again used her magical talents to bring Lancelot and Elaine together. This second encounter had disastrous consequences. Queen Guinevere became overwhelmed by jealousy after discovering Elaine's presence and drove her away from court. Lancelot, torn between love, guilt, and confusion, eventually lost his sanity. For years, the greatest knight of the Round Table wandered Britain without reason or purpose. His once unmatched brilliance disappeared beneath madness, and many believed he would never recover. Fate eventually carried him back to Corbenic, where Elaine and Dame Brisson immediately recognized him. Rather than abandoning him, they carefully restrained him and brought him before the Holy Grail. Its sacred power restored his mind completely, returning him to the noble warrior he had once been. After recovering, Lancelot asked King Pelles to provide a peaceful home where he and Elaine could live together. The king granted them the castle of Blyant, located on the Joyous Isle, a place protected by deep waters and powerful iron defenses. There Lancelot chose to hide his identity, calling himself the Knight Malfet instead of using the famous name known throughout Arthur's kingdom. His disguise proved so convincing that even relatives of King Pelles failed to recognize him. When one nephew accidentally addressed him by his true name, he immediately realized his mistake and begged forgiveness, showing the immense respect inspired by the legendary knight. Lancelot remained on the Joyous Isle with Elaine until a group of Arthur's knights eventually discovered him. Recognizing their old companion despite his disguise, they persuaded him to return once more to Camelot. His arrival filled the court with celebration, for many had believed the greatest knight of the Round Table was lost forever. These episodes closely parallel several important Welsh romances. Lancelot's stay with Elaine strongly echoes Peredur's time with the Empress after her tournament to choose a husband, while it also resembles Owain's marriage to the Lady of the Fountain following the death of her first husband. Dame Brisson fulfills a role similar to the mysterious Black Maiden in the story of Peredur, as well as the magical female guide who appears in Owain's tale. Each woman ultimately guides a wandering hero back toward his forgotten duties and rightful destiny. The similarities continue beyond the characters themselves. King Pelles closely resembles the Welsh figure Pelur, who appears as Elaine's father in another version of the Grail legend. Even the geography reflects the shared tradition. The castle of Case lies only a few miles from King Pelles' stronghold, just as important castles stand unusually close together in the Welsh romances. Such repeated patterns suggest that these stories grew from a common narrative tradition before evolving into separate versions. Yet Malory introduces another woman named Elaine, creating one of the most memorable romances connected with Lancelot. She is known as the Fair Maid of Astolat. Although presented as a different character, many scholars believe she represents another version of the earlier Elaine, adapted from a separate storytelling tradition. While traveling to a tournament near Camelot, Lancelot accepted hospitality from a nobleman named Bernard. Bernard had 2 sons and a daughter named Elaine. One son, Lavaine, admired Lancelot's honor so deeply that he asked to become his companion. Elaine, however, quickly fell in love with the famous knight. Hoping to inspire him, she persuaded Lancelot to wear one of her scarlet sleeves, beautifully embroidered with pearls, on his helmet during the tournament. It was an extraordinary request, because Lancelot had never before carried a lady's favor in combat. The tournament proved brutal. During the fighting, Lancelot was gravely wounded by his own relative, Sir Bors, who failed to recognize him beneath his disguise. When Bors eventually learned whom he had struck, he was filled with regret. Elaine's sorrow, however, ran even deeper. Determined to save the man she loved, she searched tirelessly until she found him. She devoted herself completely to his recovery, caring for him with remarkable patience until he was once again strong enough to ride. Despite her devotion, Lancelot never returned her love. Once his strength had returned, he continued his journey, leaving Elaine behind. She confessed that life without him held no meaning and declared she could never belong to another man. Her love slowly consumed her. Within only a few days of his departure, she fell gravely ill, weakened by heartbreak rather than disease. Before her death, Elaine dictated a final message for Lancelot. She described herself as the Maiden of Astolat, confessed that she had loved him with complete devotion, and asked only for prayers, a proper burial, and a simple offering for her soul. She died without ever marrying, remaining faithful to the knight who could never return her affection. According to her final wishes, her body was placed inside a richly decorated barge covered with magnificent cloth of gold. The letter rested in her hand as the silent vessel drifted along the river toward Camelot. When it reached Westminster, King Arthur and his court came aboard to discover the identity of the mysterious young woman. After reading her farewell message, they gave her an honorable burial. Lancelot himself attended the ceremony and fulfilled her final request, mourning her deeply despite never having been her lover. The story of the Fair Maid of Astolat would later inspire one of the greatest poems in English literature. The name Astolat gradually evolved into Shalott, and from it, Alfred, Lord Tennyson, created the unforgettable Lady of Shalott. In his vision, the lady lives alone upon a magical island, endlessly weaving while watching the outside world only through the reflection of a mirror. Forbidden by an unknown curse to look directly toward Camelot, she spends her days observing passing travelers, knights, and ordinary people through enchanted reflections. Everything changes when Sir Lancelot rides past her island. His brilliant armor flashes beneath the sunlight, and his appearance overwhelms the lonely lady. Unable to resist any longer, she abandons her loom and gazes directly toward Camelot. At that instant, the mirror shatters, her woven tapestry flies apart, and she realizes the ancient curse has finally taken hold. Knowing death is inevitable, she enters a small boat, writes her name upon its prow, and allows the current to carry her toward Camelot. As the river bears her through the fading evening, she sings one final song before her voice falls silent forever. By the time the boat reaches the city, she is already dead. Arthur's court gathers along the riverbank, wondering who this mysterious woman might be. Even the celebration inside the palace comes to an end as everyone stares in silence. Lancelot steps forward to look upon her face. After a brief moment of reflection, he quietly offers a final blessing, praying that God may show mercy to her soul. It is a simple ending, yet one filled with sadness, completing one of the most enduring and tragic love stories found anywhere in the Arthurian legends. Beyond the two women named Elaine, already connected with Lancelot, Malory introduces yet another figure bearing almost the same name. This third woman, called Elaine, appears only briefly, but her story hints at a much older legend hidden beneath the surface. She is presented as the daughter of King Pellinore, who is also the father of Percival. Although her role is small, her tragic fate suggests that she belongs to the same mythological tradition as the other Elaines. Malory tells us only the essentials. Elaine falls into despair after the death of the knight she was meant to marry, Sir Miles of the Landes. Unable to bear her grief, she ends her own life. The man responsible for killing her future husband is a warrior named Lorraine le Sauvage. The account is so brief that it leaves many questions unanswered, making it difficult to understand the deeper symbolic roles of either the slain knight or his killer. Yet the few details that survive point toward a much older narrative whose original meaning has largely been lost. Far more intriguing than Elaine herself is her father, King Pellinore. He is one of the strangest figures in the Arthurian world. Rather than ruling peacefully from a court, Pellinore spends nearly his entire life pursuing a mysterious creature. His endless hunt becomes such an obsession that he neglects everything else, even failing to prevent the tragedy that destroys his own daughter. According to the legend, his quest belongs exclusively to him and to those of his own bloodline, making it less a personal adventure than an inherited destiny. Whenever anyone wished to find Pellinore, they were told to search near a certain enchanted spring. There he endlessly pursued the bizarre creature known as the questing beast, sometimes called the barking beast. King Arthur himself encounters this extraordinary animal before ever meeting Pellinore. The sight leaves a lasting impression. The beast appears unlike anything Arthur has ever seen. It approaches the spring and begins to drink peacefully. While it remains at the water, complete silence fills the air. Yet moments earlier, and again as soon as it departs, a deafening sound echoes from inside its own body. The noise resembles the cries of dozens of hunting hounds pursuing prey across the countryside. Rather than coming from outside, the barking seems trapped within the creature itself, creating one of the most haunting images in Arthurian literature. That mysterious spring serves as Pellinore's favorite meeting place. After taking Arthur's horse during one of their early encounters, the king calmly tells Arthur exactly where he can find him again if he wishes to challenge him. The image recalls another famous Arthurian figure, the Black Knight of the Fountain, who also waits beside a magical well for worthy opponents. Like that mysterious guardian, Pellinore collects the horses of defeated knights, adding another parallel between the two legends. Unlike many Arthurian heroes, however, Pellinore never completes the mission that defines his life. Even after his death, the hunt does not end. Responsibility passes to one of his closest relatives, Sir Palamedes, the Black Shield. Although famous for his courage, Palamedes remains an outsider within Arthur's kingdom. He is a Saracen knight, frequently viewed with suspicion, and throughout the legends he becomes both rival and enemy to Sir Tristan, one of the greatest champions of Camelot. The strange hunt itself remains unexplained. Pellinore swears before Arthur's court that he will always tell the truth about his quest, yet neither he nor anyone else ever reveals the true nature of the beast. Medieval storytellers simply accept its existence without offering a clear interpretation. That silence has encouraged generations of scholars to search for meanings hidden beneath the romance. Many believe the creature belongs not to ordinary folklore, but to a much older mythological tradition. Its endless barking recalls the terrifying watchdogs of the underworld found in many ancient cultures. Instead of being a simple wild animal, the questing beast may once have been imagined as a supernatural guardian associated with darkness, death, or the world beyond human life. The repeated image of countless hounds crying out from within a single body strengthens this impression, suggesting a creature connected with forces beyond the natural world. Some researchers have even proposed that the original legend described not a beast hunted by Pellinore, but an enormous supernatural hound that accompanied him. The familiar image of the questing beast may therefore preserve the memory of an older guardian animal whose appearance gradually changed as stories evolved over centuries. This interpretation becomes even more convincing when the legend is compared with Welsh mythology. There, Pellinore closely resembles Gwyn ap Nudd, the mysterious ruler of the Otherworld. Gwyn is famous for leading the spectral wild hunt across the night sky, accompanied by terrifying supernatural hounds whose cries foretell approaching death. In later Christian tradition, these ghostly hunters no longer pursue every human soul. Instead, they are said to chase only the spirits of the wicked, reflecting the influence of medieval religious beliefs upon much older pagan legends. Welsh tradition preserves vivid descriptions of these otherworldly dogs. They race through the darkness, their voices echoing across the hills before suddenly falling silent whenever they catch their unseen prey. Witnesses claimed that moments later, terrible screams could be heard, as though another soul had been carried away into the world beyond. Such stories remained part of Welsh folklore for centuries and survived long after belief in the old gods had faded. Among these spectral hounds, one stands above all the others. Ancient Welsh poetry remembers an enormous dog named Dormarth, described as the greatest and most fearsome of Gwyn's hunting pack. Although later scribes struggled to understand the meaning of its unusual name, many scholars believe it originally referred to a supernatural guardian standing at the entrance to the realm of the dead. The name itself may preserve a forgotten piece of Celtic mythology. Some interpretations connect it with the concept of death acting as the gateway to the other world. Rather than simply representing a hunting dog, Dormarth may have symbolized the terrifying passage between life and the afterlife. Medieval artists often imagined the entrance to hell as the open jaws of a monstrous beast, while similar expressions survive in later European languages through phrases such as the jaws of death. These striking similarities suggest that ancient storytellers may have pictured death not merely as an event, but as a monstrous mouth waiting to swallow the living. Welsh folklore strengthens this connection. Stories describe the supernatural hounds racing low across the night sky, led by a gigantic dog far larger and louder than the rest. As they pursue invisible prey, their barking suddenly ceases, followed by chilling cries that echo through the darkness. The silence is said to mark the moment when another victim has been claimed. Such images blur the boundary between hunting and death, turning the wild hunt into a terrifying symbol of mortality itself. Viewed from this perspective, Pelinor's endless pursuit begins to resemble far more than a knightly adventure. His quest may preserve fragments of an ancient myth concerning the forces of death and the mysterious boundary separating the living world from the realm beyond. Even after the stories were reshaped into Arthurian romance, traces of that older tradition remained embedded within the legend. Returning to the women named Elaine, their stories reveal striking similarities despite their different destinies. Elaine, daughter of King Pelles, lives happily beside Lancelot for many years on the Joyous Isle, much as Peredur remains with the Empress in Welsh tradition. The fair maid of Astolat, however, experiences no such happiness. Although she loves Lancelot with complete devotion, he never returns her feelings, and she dies with her love unfulfilled. Elaine, daughter of Pellinor, suffers an equally tragic fate, losing the man she was destined to marry before their wedding could ever take place. Yet all three women share one remarkable characteristic. Instead of waiting passively to be courted, they openly express their own feelings and actively pursue the men they love. For medieval romance, this is an unusually bold pattern. Rather than reflecting the imagination of later writers, it may preserve an even older storytelling tradition inherited from Celtic mythology. A similar scene appears in the Irish epic Táin Bo Cuailnge, where the powerful goddess Morrigan boldly offers her love to the hero Cu Chulainn. The resemblance suggests that these Arthurian heroines may carry echoes of ancient supernatural women whose confidence and independence survived long after their original myths had been transformed into medieval romance. The Elaine who shared Lancelot's life on the Joyous Isle is usually remembered as the mother of Galahad, but the question of Galahad's true ancestry is far more complicated than it first appears. Medieval romances, Welsh tradition, and older Celtic mythology do not always tell the same story. When these different versions are compared, Galahad's family line becomes part of a much larger pattern in which heroes, gods, and legendary rulers gradually exchange identities. A Welsh triad offers one of the clearest examples of this confusion. It names three knights of Arthur's court who succeeded in finding the Holy Grail: Galahad, son of Lancelot du Lac; Peredur, son of Earl Evroch, and Bort, son of King Bort. The first two are described as physically pure, while the third is said to have committed only one act of sexual sin. According to the tradition, this happened when he was tempted by the daughter of Brangor, the Empress of Constantinople, and from their union came a powerful and celebrated line. The triad then claims that all three Grail Knights descended from Joseph of Arimathea and ultimately from the house of the biblical King David. The Empress of Constantinople is clearly related to the woman who becomes Peredur's wife in the Welsh romance. She also seems to preserve features of Ellen, one of the most important women in Welsh legendary tradition. Her father's name, Brangor, appears to be a Welsh attempt to reproduce the name Brandegor found in Malory. Yet Brandegor itself may have originally been understood as Bran of Gower. Gower is the peninsula extending into the Severn Sea, while Bran is one of the great names associated with the Celtic ruler of the Otherworld. This connection becomes especially important in Malory's account of Sir Bors. At the court of King Brandegor, Bors encounters a 15-year-old boy named Helen LeBlanc. The young knight is openly recognized as Bors' son, born from Brandegor's daughter many years earlier. Bors is delighted by the boy and decides immediately to take him to Arthur's court. Brandegor agrees, although he worries that Helen is still too young. The departure causes great sorrow within the household, but Bors insists that his son must be brought to the most honorable court in the world. When they reach Camelot, Arthur learns that Helen is the son of Bors and the grandson of Brandegor. The boy is then admitted among the Knights of the Round Table and proves himself both courageous and eager for adventure. On the surface, the episode seems to be only another story of a young knight beginning his career. Yet, when placed beside the Welsh triad, it raises a much deeper question. Was Helen originally another form of Galahad? The Sir Bors of Malory is almost certainly the same figure called Bort in the Welsh text. Their names are too similar to ignore, and both belong to the small group of knights who successfully reach the Holy Grail. Malory also gives Bors an ancestry that links him closely with Lancelot. He is the brother of King Ban of Benwick, Lancelot's father, and ruler of the land of Gauns. Both kingdoms lie overseas and suffer attacks from King Claudas. Ban and Bors are eventually called to Britain by Arthur, who needs their aid. The figure of King Ban may itself preserve an older form of Uther Pendragon. The similarity is not limited to their names. Ban dies immediately after drinking from a spring, while in Geoffrey of Monmouth's history, Uther dies after his enemies poison the well from which he regularly drinks. Such parallels suggest that Ban and Uther were once related figures before the traditions divided them into separate characters. Once Ban is connected with Uther, Bors can be compared with Ambrosius, also known in Welsh as Emrys. Geoffrey presents Ambrosius and Uther as brothers living in exile in France before they return to Britain to challenge Vortigern. But the name Ambrosius itself combines two very different traditions. One belongs to the historical military leader Aurelius Ambrosius. The other belongs to Merlin Ambrosius, a supernatural figure who may preserve a Celtic form of the supreme sky god. This interpretation transforms the story of Bors and Brandegor's daughter. Bors is no longer merely one of Lancelot's relatives. He becomes a surviving form of Ambrosius or Merlin, while the woman he loves can be linked with Ellen, the legendary empress. Their union may therefore preserve an older myth in which a divine ruler and a powerful otherworld woman produce an exceptional son. This may explain why different romances assign the same role to different men. In one version, Elaine becomes the mother of Galahad by Lancelot. In another, Brandegor's daughter bears Helen to Bors. In the Welsh Peredur story, the Empress becomes the companion of Peredur. These may not be entirely separate traditions. They may instead be later rearrangements of one much older myth whose characters changed identities as it passed from one language and region to another. Malory's own narrative contains a striking clue. Helen LeBlanc is 15 years old when Bors takes him to Camelot for knighthood. In the same general section of the story, Arthur's knights discover Lancelot living with Elaine on the Joyous Isle and persuade him to return to court. Elaine is deeply distressed because their son Galahad is also approaching knighthood at Pentecost. and he too is 15. The matching ages are difficult to dismiss as coincidence. Helen and Galahad appear at almost exactly the same stage of life and are associated with fathers who both belong to the Grail tradition. This strongly suggests that the two young men may represent different versions of the same original hero. One tradition made him the son of Bors, while another assigned him to Lancelot. The confusion may have arisen because two different women were eventually merged under the single name Elaine. One was a gentle lake-associated lady who became the hero's companion and the mother of his child. The other was a more forceful and dangerous woman whose love was rejected. When the two characters were blended together, the stories surrounding their lovers and sons also became mixed. Welsh tradition gives Galahad's mother another name, Gwaihir. This is especially significant because Gwaihir may be compared with the Morrigan of Irish mythology. The Morrigan is not a passive romantic heroine. She is a powerful supernatural woman connected with battle, prophecy, sovereignty, and death. In the Irish epic of Cú Chulainn, she openly approaches the hero and offers herself to him, but he rejects her. Her response is not gentle sorrow, but anger and retaliation. This pattern may preserve the older character behind the woman whose love Lancelot refuses. She should perhaps never have been called Elaine at all. The true Elaine may have been the gracious lady of the lake type who lives with Lancelot on the Joyous Isle and becomes the mother of his son. The rejected woman may originally have belonged to a darker and more formidable tradition, closer to the Morrigan than to the sorrowful fair maid of Astolat. The Elaine of the Joyous Isle and the Lady of Shalott can therefore be viewed as different expressions of the same water-associated female figure. Both are linked with isolation, beauty, longing, and the mysterious world beyond ordinary society. They resemble figures such as Fand in the Irish story of Cú Chulainn, a supernatural woman connected with an island realm and an impossible love. By contrast, the woman who confronts the hero and is rejected belongs to another mythological type altogether. Her emotions are active, demanding, and potentially destructive. She is not merely waiting to be loved. She chooses, approaches, challenges, and reacts. Such a figure fits the ancient Celtic goddess far better than the delicate heroines created by later courtly romance. The same merging of characters can be seen in other Arthurian stories. Peredur's empress may once have been separate from the mysterious maiden who gives him the Stone of Concealment. In the surviving romance, the two roles appear close enough to be treated as parts of one narrative, yet an earlier version may have kept them distinct. Peredur may even have continued rejecting the empress, just as Cú Chulainn rejects the Morrigan, rather than eventually accepting her as his wife. A similar transformation seems to have affected the story of Owain and the Lady of the Fountain. The supernatural helper, the wife, the ruler of the enchanted territory, and the offended woman may originally have belonged to different roles. Medieval storytellers often combined them to create smoother and more emotionally satisfying romances. The result was a clearer story, but one that concealed the structure of the older mythology. This confusion may have begun very early. Celtic myths were constantly reshaped as older divine figures were replaced by newer heroic characters. A god could become a king could become a knight, and a divine marriage could be rewritten as a courtly romance. In some traditions, the ancient ruler of the gods was displaced by a solar hero or culture hero, while his wife and children were transferred to the newer figure. Galahad's two main pedigrees reflect this process. In the familiar Arthurian version, he is the son of Lancelot and Elaine. Mythologically, this makes him the child of a heroic, possibly solar father, and a woman associated with lakes, islands, and the otherworld. In the alternative tradition, he is descended from Bors or Ambrosius, and a woman linked with Ellen or Gwaihir. This makes him the son of a Celtic sky god and his supernatural consort. Neither genealogy is necessarily more valid than the other. Both express the same idea in different mythological languages. Galahad is born from an extraordinary union and belongs partly to the human world and partly to the Divine One. His ability to complete the Grail quest depends not simply on his moral purity, but on the supernatural ancestry that places him above ordinary knights. There may even have been a third tradition. Under his Welsh name, Gwalchafed, Galahad may have been treated not merely as the brother of Gwalchmai, the Welsh Gawain, but as another form of the same hero. In that case, Arthur himself could have been regarded as his father and Gwaia as his mother. This would create yet another divine genealogy, one in which the culture hero Arthur takes the place once held by an older Celtic god. The competing family lines of Galahad are therefore not simple mistakes. They reveal how myth changes over time. As stories passed from Welsh tradition into French romance and then into Malory's Great English compilation, names shifted, relationships were rearranged, and separate characters were combined. Yet beneath these changes, the same ancient structure remains visible. A chosen hero is born from a union between a powerful male figure and a woman connected with the supernatural world. Galahad's ancestry is therefore much more than a question of who his father and mother were. It is evidence of the long transformation of Celtic mythology into Arthurian romance. Lancelot, Bors, Ambrosius, Merlin, and even Arthur may all occupy different versions of the same ancient role. Elaine, Ellen, Gwaia, the Empress, and the Lady of the Lake may preserve separate aspects of an older divine woman. Their stories overlap because the medieval romances inherited not one fixed tradition, but many competing memories of the same forgotten myth. The previous discussion focused mainly on Lancelot and, to a lesser extent, on Galahad. The time has now come to examine Galahad more closely, beginning with the origins of his name and the older traditions hidden behind it. In some early versions, Galahad was not only the name of Lancelot's son, it was also used for Lancelot himself. Later romances gradually separated the two figures, reserving the name chiefly for the younger knight who would complete the quest of the Holy Grail. The name Galahad, together with its variants Galad, Galahad, and Galahalt, appears to have developed from the Welsh name Gwalchafed or Gwalchafed. Medieval writers did not use these forms consistently. Malory usually calls Lancelot's son Galahad, though he sometimes uses Galahalt and occasionally adds the title the High Prince. Yet the same or similar names are also given to another warrior, the son of Brunor and Lord of Surluse. This second figure appears elsewhere as Galaho, ruler of the distant isles and a powerful ally of Lancelot. The confusion suggests that the two Galahads may originally have been one character. The title of High Prince probably belonged at first to the famous Grail Knight alone. As different romances developed, however, storytellers divided his qualities between separate heroes. Malory's work even mentions several lesser figures whose names resemble Galahad, creating what almost seems like an entire family connected with Lancelot's bloodline. Among the different forms of the name, Galahad stands closest to the written Welsh Gwalchafed. The shorter form, Galahad, may have emerged through the gradual alteration of pronunciation and spelling as Welsh material passed into French Romance. Names often changed dramatically during this process, especially when scribes no longer understood the language from which they originated. A mysterious spring associated with Galahad offers further support for the Welsh origin of his name. Malory tells how Galahad entered a dangerous forest and discovered a well whose waters boiled violently. When he placed his hand upon it, the heat immediately vanished and the water became calm. The burning spring was said to represent uncontrolled desire, which could not survive the presence of Galahad's perfect purity. The people of the region regarded the event as a miracle and named the spring Galahad's Well. After leaving the well, Galahad entered the country of Gore. This detail is especially interesting because Geoffrey of Monmouth mentions another spring connected with Merlin, calling it the Fountain of Galabais. The names Galabais and Galahad are close enough to suggest that both traditions may refer to the same legendary place. Galabais may represent an intermediate form between the Welsh Gwalchafed and the French Galahad. The Welsh name itself can be divided into two parts. The first element, Gwalch, means a hawk or falcon. The second appears to be connected with Haf, the Welsh word for summer. Gwalchafed may therefore mean hawk of summer. This interpretation places the name beside Gwalchmai, the Welsh form of Gawain, whose name can be understood as Hawk of May. The similarity may not be accidental. Gualchaved and Gualchmai seem to belong to the same pattern of solar imagery. May and summer both represent the bright and powerful part of the year, while the hawk rises high into the open sky. The bird may therefore have served as a fitting emblem for a hero connected with sunlight, youth, victory, and the seasonal renewal of the world. Other forms of Gawain's name may preserve similar forgotten titles, possibly meaning white hawk or summer hawk. Although the exact reason for this repeated hawk imagery is difficult to prove, it has parallels elsewhere. The Greek sun god Helios was sometimes imagined in the form of a falcon or associated with birds of prey. The same symbolic idea may have existed among the Celts, where a swift bird moving through the heavens could easily become an image of the sun. Unfortunately, Gualchaved appears only rarely in surviving Welsh literature. His most important appearance occurs in the tale of Culhwch and Olwen, where he is named among the warriors of Arthur's court. The list includes both Gualchmai son of Gwaihir and Gualchaved son of Gwaihir. On the surface, this presents them as brothers born to the same mother. Yet, medieval lists of heroes are not always reliable evidence that every name belonged to a completely separate person. Storytellers often repeated alternative names, titles, and local versions without realizing that they referred to the same original character. It is therefore possible that Gualchaved was once another name for Gualchmai. Such an explanation would account for the strange silence surrounding Gualchaved in other Welsh stories. The opposite possibility must also remain open. Gualchmai and Gualchaved may have been separate brothers whose names reflected a shared solar nature. In either case, Gualchaved was probably imagined as a sun hero. The later Galahad inherited this elevated character, though Christian romance transformed solar brilliance into spiritual purity. Their mother's name, Gwaihir, reveals another ancient layer of mythology. Welsh poets use the word Gwaihir to mean spilled blood. As a personal name, it suggests a woman connected not with gentle motherhood, but with battle, violence, and death. She resembles the Irish Morrigan, a supernatural war goddess who moves across battlefields, foretells destruction, and confronts great heroes. This is very different from the Elaine of the romances, who is usually presented as a beautiful and devoted woman associated with love, motherhood, and the Grail. Behind Elaine and Gwaihir may therefore stand two separate mythological figures whose identities later became confused. Gwaihir belongs to the world of war and divine fury, while Elaine belongs more naturally to the tradition of lake women and enchanted islands. A further sign of Galahad's heroic nature appears in the story of Balin's sword. After Balin's death, the weapon is miraculously preserved for the knight destined to carry it in the future. Only Lancelot and Galahad possess the power to handle it. The sword thus binds father and son together while placing Galahad within an ancient tradition of chosen heroes who alone can claim a supernatural weapon. To understand why Galahad becomes the central figure of the Grail quest, it is necessary to consider the nature of the Grail itself. Medieval romances do not always describe it in the same way. Sometimes it is the sacred vessel used during the Last Supper. In other accounts, it is the container in which Joseph of Arimathea gathered the blood of Christ after the crucifixion. Whatever its exact form, the Grail possesses extraordinary powers. It provides perfect food and drink to those judged worthy of its presence. Its arrival is accompanied by heavenly fragrance, sweetness, and spiritual joy. It can heal every illness and restore strength to the wounded. Yet these gifts are denied to false, sinful, or dishonorable knights. The Grail does not respond merely to courage. It demands moral and spiritual worthiness. According to the legends, the sacred vessel disappeared during the pagan Saxon invasions of Britain. It remained hidden until the age of Arthur, when the Knights of the Round Table were called to search for it. Many began the journey, but only one was destined to complete it fully. That knight was Galahad. The unknown author of the Quest of the Holy Grail made a brilliant choice by placing this spiritual mission in the hands of Arthur's warriors. Long before the Grail became part of their world, Arthur and his followers were already famous in Welsh tradition for pursuing impossible objects, entering supernatural lands, and accepting dangerous tasks that ordinary men would never attempt. The Grail expedition, therefore, did not appear from nowhere. It was placed over an older Celtic structure of heroic adventure. A strong parallel can be found in Arthur's search for the magical cauldron of Diranach. Like the Grail, the cauldron is a supernatural vessel that must be taken from a distant and dangerous realm. Both quests involve a sacred object, a chosen company of heroes, and a journey into territory lying beyond the ordinary world. The tale of Culhwch and Olwen is filled with similar missions. Arthur's court appears there as the great gathering place of champions capable of hunting impossible creatures, obtaining magical weapons, finding hidden prisoners, and crossing the boundary between the human world and the other world. The Christian Grail quest was therefore a natural continuation of the older pagan adventures associated with Arthur. The surviving Grail romances can broadly be divided into two groups. The first group describes the search itself, the arrival of the Grail at Arthur's court, the vows of the knights, their journeys, their failures, and Galahad's final success. The second group attempts to explain the Grail's earlier history and how it came to Britain. The stories about the Grail's origins appear to have been created later. Once the quest became famous, audiences naturally wanted to know where the sacred vessel had come from, who first guarded it, and why it was hidden in Britain. Writers responded by building elaborate prehistories around it. One major tradition made Joseph of Arimathea the central figure. According to this version, Joseph carried the Grail from the Holy Land to Britain. Accompanied by followers and converts, he helped establish Christianity in the island. This story became closely associated with Glastonbury, which claimed an ancient connection with Joseph and the earliest British Church. The Glastonbury tradition also had political value. English rulers could use it to argue that Christianity had reached Britain independently of Rome. Whenever relations with the papacy became strained, the claim that Britain possessed its own ancient apostolic foundation offered a powerful answer to Roman authority. Another version gives Joseph a less direct role. Instead of personally leading the conversion of Britain, he passes the Grail to relatives or successors bearing names that appear strongly Celtic. The most important among them is Bronn, who becomes the guardian of the sacred vessel and the leader of the mission. This second tradition was less popular in continental romance, but it has an important parallel in Wales. Welsh triads sometimes claim that Bran the Blessed was the first person to bring Christianity to Britain. According to this story, Bran had spent several years in Rome as a hostage after the capture of his son Caraticus by the Roman commander Ostorius Scapula. When he returned, he carried the Christian faith with him. Historically, this account cannot be accepted. Roman writers do not say that the father of Caraticus was captured with him, and other evidence identifies the British ruler Cunobelinus as his father. The legend arose not from reliable history, but from the combination of similar names and misunderstood traditions. The Bran of Welsh mythology is called Bendigeid Fran, meaning Bran the Blessed. He is one of the most extraordinary figures in the Mabinogi. He is so enormous that no ordinary house can contain him, and no ship is large enough to carry him. He walks through the sea while others sail beside him. His severed head continues speaking after death and later protects Britain from invasion. Such a being is clearly not an ordinary historical king or an early Christian missionary. Yet later, writers softened his supernatural features. Instead of describing him as a giant god, they presented him simply as the largest, bravest, and most generous man of his age. His ancient title, the Blessed, was then reinterpreted in a Christian sense. The confusion deepened because mythological Bran had a son named Caradog. This Caradog was known as Caradog Strongarm and entered French romance as Carados Brief-Bras. His name resembled that of the historical British leader Caratacus. Later writers therefore assumed that the two were the same man. Once Caradog was identified with Caratacus, Bran naturally became the supposed father of the historical rebel. Writers then asked why Bran carried the title Blessed. The answer was easily invented. He must have earned it by introducing Christianity to Britain. Through this chain of false identifications, a pagan god was transformed into an early Christian missionary. The resulting legend resembles the kind of historical invention often associated with Geoffrey of Monmouth. though it does not actually appear in his surviving work. There is also no firm evidence that the story developed early enough to influence the first romances concerning the origins of the Grail. Even so, the parallel between Bronn and Bran remains significant. Both are connected with a sacred vessel, an ancient lineage, the protection of Britain, and the arrival of a new religious order. The Christian Grail tradition may therefore preserve memories of a far older Celtic myth in which Bran guarded a magical cauldron associated with abundance, restoration, and the otherworld. Galahad's role becomes clearer when viewed against this background. He is not simply a morally perfect medieval knight who succeeds where others fail. He inherits the position once occupied by older solar and divine heroes. His name connects him with the Hawk of Summer, his mother with ancient figures of war and sovereignty, and his quest with the supernatural expeditions of early Welsh tradition. Christian romance reshaped all these elements. The magical cauldron became the Holy Grail. The pagan journey into the otherworld became a spiritual test. The bright sun hero became the Virgin Knight. The warrior's victory was no longer measured only through strength in battle, but through purity, humility, and closeness to God. Galahad stands at the meeting point of these traditions. Beneath the armor of the Christian Grail, Knight survives the outline of Gwalchafed, the mysterious Hawk of Summer, a hero whose roots reach deep into the forgotten mythology of Celtic Britain. Among all the knights who set out in search of the Holy Grail, Galahad stands above the rest. In the quest of the Holy Grail, he is given the highest position, while Percival, who had occupied the central role in earlier versions of the legend, is gradually pushed into the background. Galahad, or Gwalchafed in the older Welsh tradition, becomes the perfect knight, the one hero capable of completing the sacred mission. If Gwalchafed was originally imagined as either the brighter brother or a more powerful form of Gwalchmai, then his rise to prominence becomes easier to understand. Gwalchmai remains second only to him. After Galahad completes the Grail quest and passes into heaven, the sacred vessel disappears from the world. According to the romance, it is seen only once more, and then by Gwalchmai alone. This final vision confirms his status as the knight closest to Galahad in spiritual worth. The success of both heroes is explained through their purity. The romance repeatedly presents chastity as the highest of knightly virtues, and Galahad becomes its perfect representative. His spiritual strength is shown not through romantic conquest, but through his complete freedom from desire. The entire story is built around the claim that only a knight untouched by moral corruption can come fully into the presence of the Grail. Yet, this raises an important question. Why did medieval storytellers choose chastity as the defining quality of their greatest hero? A knight like Galahad would have seemed strangely out of place in the courts where Arthurian romances were performed. Those courts celebrated admiration, courtly love, flirtation, and romantic devotion. A hero who remained completely detached from such concerns hardly fitted the normal world of chivalric entertainment. The influence of monastic and religious ideals may explain part of the answer. Medieval religious orders placed great value on self-control, celibacy, and the rejection of physical desire. The author of the Grail romance could easily have drawn on these beliefs when constructing Galahad's character. Yet this does not fully explain why similar restraint appears much earlier in Welsh stories, where several heroes behave with unusual caution toward women. Gwalchmai, Peredur, and Owain all belong to a class of characters who appear to preserve features of much older sun heroes. Despite repeatedly finding themselves in intimate or dangerous situations, they are rarely accused of serious sexual misconduct. This consistency is difficult to dismiss as coincidence. Peredur, for example, is placed more than once in situations where a less restrained hero might easily take advantage of a woman. Yet he behaves with respect and control. Gwalchmai faces an even more famous test in the English romance of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. There, the lady of the castle repeatedly attempts to seduce him, but he carefully protects both his honor and the rules of hospitality. In the quest of the Holy Grail, Galahad surpasses every other knight in purity. Welsh tradition, however, gives very little attention to him. In the surviving Welsh stories, it is Gwalchmai who seems to represent the highest standard. He is given neither a wife nor a permanent lover, and his reputation remains remarkably free from scandal. French, Norman, and English authors did not always preserve this feature. They often treated Gawain, Percival, and similar heroes like ordinary knights of romance, giving them relationships and adventures that placed them closer to the wider courtly tradition. The Welsh storytellers, however, maintained a more restrained image. This cannot be explained by imagining that medieval Welsh society possessed a higher moral standard than neighboring cultures. Welsh legends contain many figures whose conduct is openly violent, treacherous, or sexually destructive. Medrod, Melwas, Goronwy, and Gylfaethwy are only a few examples. The unusual behavior of heroes like Peredur and Gwalchmai must therefore arise from something more specific than a general desire to present the Welsh as morally superior. The contrast between the Welsh and French versions of Peredur's visit to Blanchefleur makes this especially clear. In the Welsh account, Peredur behaves with an almost modern sense of delicacy. The French version by Chrétien de Troyes is much less restrained. Perceval and Blanchefleur spend the night lying together, though the exact nature of their intimacy remains partly veiled. Some scholars have argued that the French version probably stands closer to ordinary medieval behavior. The scene resembles a custom once found in several European regions in which an unmarried couple might share a bed while expected to observe certain limits. This practice was not unique to Wales. Similar customs existed in Scotland and Scandinavia, and may also have appeared in England. Even so, the restraint of the Welsh version should not be dismissed as deliberate censorship. The storyteller was probably not trying to cleanse an embarrassing scene or impose a later moral code. He may simply have inherited a tradition in which Peredur's unusual behavior already formed an essential part of the hero's character. Welsh storytellers were rarely inventing their material from nothing. They acted more like editors of ancient narratives whose original meaning they only partly understood. Their stories preserved distant echoes of mythology, even when those echoes had become faint or confused. The question, then, is not why the storyteller decided to make Peredur unusually chaste, but what feature of the older myth caused him to appear that way. The answer may lie in the childhood of the solar hero. The legends of Liw in Wales and Cú Chulainn in Ireland repeatedly emphasize supernatural growth. These figures do not pass through childhood in an ordinary way. They develop with impossible speed and display the strength, skill, and intelligence of mature warriors while still extremely young. Cú Chulainn is the clearest example. By the age of 7, he is already a terrifying fighter capable of defeating experienced warriors. The myths treat him as both child and adult at the same time. His body belongs to youth, but his actions belong to a legendary champion. This strange combination may explain the restraint of later Arthurian knights descended from the same mythological type. When ancient myths were transformed into medieval romances, storytellers naturally adjusted the ages of their heroes. A knight fighting in tournaments and traveling through royal courts could no longer be presented as a 7-year-old child. His age was therefore increased or simply left unmentioned. Yet other features of the childhood story remained. The hero continued to show little interest in women because, in the original myth, he had not yet reached full adulthood. What later readers interpreted as moral purity may once have been no more than the natural indifference of a supernatural child. There was no need for medieval authors to invent romantic adventures for every hero. As a result, the old absence of sexual interest remained within the story, even after the hero's age had been normalized. Without intending to create an ascetic knight, storytellers produced characters who seemed more self-controlled than those around them. This theory can also be tested through Cú Chulainn himself. The Irish stories in which he appears belong to a social world far rougher than the polished courts of Arthurian romance. Their values are often harsh, violent, and openly physical. Male chastity is not praised, and female modesty is only occasionally emphasized. Kings sometimes insist on marrying women who have belonged to no other man, but such expectations are inconsistent. Cú Chulainn, therefore, does not live in a society that encourages spiritual purity. He is treated as an adult warrior in almost every part of the narrative, despite being little more than a child. Yet even in these early tales, he occasionally refuses the attention of women who desire him because of his fame. One of the most important examples is the Morrigan. She approaches him directly and offers him her love, but Cuchulainn rejects her. His refusal is not based on Christian morality or courtly loyalty. It belongs to a mythological pattern in which the young hero is not yet prepared to accept the goddess who confronts him. This pattern may survive in the later stories of Gwalchmai, Peredur, and Galahad. Their restraint was eventually reinterpreted as moral excellence. In the Christian Grail romance, what began as the innocence of the young son hero becomes the sacred chastity of the chosen knight. Cuchulainn's legends preserve another unusual custom that helps reveal the ancient social world behind these stories. It concerns gestures of submission and the way defeated people attempted to calm a stronger opponent. Across many cultures, surrender has been expressed through deliberate helplessness. A small animal may roll onto its back before a larger one, exposing itself to show that it no longer intends to resist. Human societies developed similar gestures. A defeated person might kneel, bow, lie flat on the ground, or place himself beneath the foot of a ruler. Such actions communicate a simple message. There is no need for violence because resistance has already ended. In some traditional societies, subjects showed absolute submission by lying before their chief and allowing him to place a foot upon their necks. The pose recreated the position of a conquered enemy beneath a victorious warrior. Less extreme forms of the same gesture survive in bowing, kneeling, curtsying, and removing one's hat. Clothing and weapons could also become symbols of resistance. A defeated warrior who surrendered his sword, belt, gloves, or helmet demonstrated that he no longer posed a threat. Captives were often stripped by victorious armies, both as humiliation and as proof of their helplessness. Ancient Near Eastern rulers frequently displayed prisoners without clothing. Biblical texts preserve the memory of such practices. Captives led away barefoot and exposed became visible symbols of military defeat. Sackcloth, bare feet, and uncovered bodies also expressed grief, fear, repentance, or submission before a greater power. Similar ceremonies continued in medieval Europe. Defeated citizens might approach a victorious ruler barefoot, bareheaded, and dressed only in simple shirts while carrying the keys of their town. By removing the clothing and objects associated with status, they placed themselves entirely at the mercy of the conqueror. Over time, these dramatic acts became less severe. Among men, the removal of a hat developed into an ordinary mark of respect. Court dress and formal gestures may preserve faint traces of older ceremonies in which exposing the body demonstrated obedience and vulnerability. In some societies, however, the original form survived much longer. Visitors approaching a powerful ruler might be required to remove most or all of their clothing. Even members of the ruler's own household could be expected to follow the custom. The body itself became proof that no weapon was hidden and no resistance intended. Ancient Irish tradition knew similar gestures. Women sometimes used the exposure of their bodies as a way to stop an enraged warrior, especially Cuchulainn. This was not primarily an act of seduction. It functioned as an appeal for mercy, a declaration of helplessness powerful enough to interrupt violence. One episode occurs when the warriors of Ulster arrive unexpectedly at the court of Ailill and Queen Medb in Connaught. Their chariots approach at terrifying speed, and Medb fears that bloodshed will erupt as soon as they enter the court. She understands that the visitors must be welcomed immediately and with complete generosity. Medb therefore goes out to meet them with her daughter and a great company of young women. The Ulster warriors accept the gesture, and each chooses a companion from among those sent to receive them. Cuchulainn selects the queen's daughter. The scene belongs to a world very different from that of Galahad. It is filled with political hospitality, physical danger, and customs that later romance would struggle to understand. Yet it helps explain how the same hero could appear both innocent and fully adult. Cuchulainn remains a supernatural child even while acting as a warrior, guest, and champion. When the old mythology passed into Arthurian literature, the harsher customs faded. The hero's childhood disappeared, his age increased, and his world became more refined. But his distance from ordinary romantic desire remained. From that survival came the remarkable purity of the Solar Knights. Peridour's delicacy, Gwalchmai's self-control, and Galahad's complete chastity may all descend from the same ancient source. What began as the untouched state of a rapidly growing divine child was transformed first into knightly restraint and finally into the supreme Christian virtue required to behold the Holy Grail. This earlier example helps explain the meaning of the custom, even though the clothing of the women is not described in that particular scene. Whenever Cu Chulainn himself stands at the center of the story, however, the texts are far more explicit. If he returned from battle still consumed by rage and apparently unsatisfied by the fighting he had already done, women were sent out to confront him in a deliberately disordered and exposed state. The practice was not necessarily limited to the Gaelic-speaking Celts of Ireland. A Roman source suggests that a related custom also existed among the Britons. Pliny the Elder records that during certain religious ceremonies, the wives and daughters-in-law of British families appeared without ordinary clothing and covered their bodies with black pigment, giving them, in his description, the appearance of Ethiopians. The religious setting does not fundamentally change the meaning of the act. Gestures of submission often move from the political world into the sacred one. The posture first used by a defeated warrior before a conqueror may later be adopted by a slave before a master, a subject before a king, and finally, a worshipper before a god. Prayer itself can be understood as a request addressed to a divine power in much the same way that one person appeals to another. Sacrifice follows a similar pattern, presenting the deity with a gift as though divine favor could be gained through the same forms of persuasion used in human society. The god honored in the British ceremony, described by Pliny, may have been a dark divinity, perhaps the Celtic ruler of the dead, or another figure connected with the otherworld. If so, the black coloring worn by the women may have served as a symbolic form of identification. By taking on the appearance associated with the god, the worshippers could have been attempting to gain his sympathy or approval. Whether or not that interpretation is correct, the custom fits closely with the Irish stories of Cu Chulainn. One of the most dramatic episodes occurs after his first raid into enemy territory. Though still a child, he returns toward Emain Macha in the king's chariot, blazing with supernatural fury. A watchman sees him approaching from a distance and immediately understands the danger. From the violent speed of the chariot and the hero's terrifying appearance, he predicts that Cu Chulainn will spill blood inside the royal settlement unless something is done before he arrives. The king acts at once. Under the leadership of the queen, the women of the court go out to meet the young warrior. They appear before him with their hair loosened and expose their bodies as part of the ritual confrontation. The queen then challenges him with the declaration that powerful opponents are waiting to face him. Cu Chulainn reacts exactly as expected. Rather than looking at them, he covers his face. At that moment, the warriors of Ulster seize him and place him into a vessel of cold water. His supernatural heat is so intense that the first container bursts. A second begins to boil, and only after further cooling does his battle rage finally disappear. The remarkable feature of the story is Cu Chulainn's age. He is said to be only about 7 years old. He has already entered enemy territory, killed opponents, and returned in a state of fury so dangerous that an entire royal court fears his arrival. Yet, in the presence of the women, he behaves with the embarrassment and modesty of a child. This reaction becomes one of his best-known characteristics. Later, enemies even attempt to use it against him. In one story, a man and a woman approach him with a plan to kill him. While the man prepares the attack, the woman begins removing her clothing. Cu Chulainn immediately turns away and covers his face. His charioteer warns him that the situation is a trap, but he refuses to look. His sense of shame is so strong that he remains exposed to danger rather than face the woman directly. The charioteer finally intervenes, striking the woman down with a stone. Only then does Cu Chulainn uncover his eyes and confront the armed attacker. The duel ends with the death of his remaining enemy. The episode reveals that his reaction is not ordinary romantic restraint. It is almost a magical weakness, deeply embedded in his identity. He can endure violence, wounds, and supernatural terror, but the sight of an exposed woman causes him to withdraw completely. To compare this Irish hero with Galahad, several stages of transformation must be imagined. An Irish myth cannot be placed directly beside a medieval Christian romance without accounting for the centuries of change between them. The ancient Irish story would first need to be compared with a related Welsh myth. That Welsh myth would then have passed into oral heroic narrative. Later storytellers would reshape it into a courtly tale, and finally, a French or English romancer would place it within the elaborate world of Arthurian chivalry. Because so many stages lie between the two traditions, the surviving evidence is naturally incomplete. Names shift, motives are altered, and religious interpretations replace older meanings. Yet, the underlying pattern remains recognizable. Cuchulainn and Galahad appear to belong to the same broad family of supernatural heroes. Both possess extraordinary abilities from an early age, both stand apart from ordinary warriors. Most importantly, both are distinguished by an unusual relationship with sexuality and the presence of women. In Cuchulainn's case, the quality appears as youthful embarrassment or an instinctive refusal to look. In Galahad's story, it becomes absolute chastity. The older heroic peculiarity has been transformed into a Christian virtue. This does not mean that Galahad is simply Cuchulainn under another name. The traditions are too distant and too complex for such a direct identification. Yet their shared features suggest descent from a common mythological type, the young divine champion whose exceptional power is matched by his separation from normal adult desire. Even if the precise origin of these characteristics remains uncertain, the comparison still carries us beyond the simple explanation that Galahad's chastity was invented entirely by medieval monks or romance writers. The idea seems to reach much further back. The moral atmosphere of an Irish heroic tale differs enormously from that of the Christian Grail romances. The Irish stories belong to a world of feasting, raids, violent competition, supernatural frenzy, and uncertain social boundaries. The Grail cycle belongs to a world of confession, spiritual testing, sin, divine judgment, and sacramental symbolism. Despite this distance, the two traditions can still move along similar lines because both preserve elements inherited from a much older mythological source. The outward meaning changes, but the structure beneath it survives. The Grail romances also contain features that are entirely Christian and have little connection with Celtic mythology. At times, their religious symbolism becomes extremely literal. Sacred objects are treated almost as magical instruments, and long passages of theological explanation can overwhelm the adventure itself. Such material can make the stories feel repetitive and excessively didactic. Yet the romances also possess genuine power, especially when they draw upon the older heroic traditions inherited from Britain. Their choice of Galahad as the supreme knight is one of the clearest examples. The Christian author did not create his hero from nothing. He worked with a figure shaped by older Celtic tradition, whether Galahad is understood as Gwalchmai, Gwalchmai's brother, or another version of Gwalchmai himself. The nature of Galahad's superiority also reflects this inheritance. He is not simply stronger than the other knights. His greatness lies in a quality that separates him from ordinary human weakness. The romance transforms that difference into complete purity and makes it the key to the Grail. Gwalchmai receives almost equally favorable treatment. Across Welsh tradition, he appears as one of Arthur's most honorable companions. He is brave without being cruel, tested without becoming corrupted, and repeatedly acts as a mediator when conflict threatens to destroy the court. Few figures in Celtic legend possess a reputation as consistently admirable as his. He is remembered not only for his strength, but also for his courtesy, self-control, loyalty, and willingness to make peace. These qualities made him a natural model for the later image of the spiritually disciplined knight. The French and Norman romances expanded the emotional and romantic world surrounding Arthur's heroes. Under the influence of aristocratic courts, they refined the language of courtly love and transformed passion into one of the central forces of chivalric literature. Chrétien de Troyes played a major role in giving this tradition its most elegant form. His romances helped establish the dangerous beauty of courtly love, where loyalty, secrecy, suffering, and desire could raise a knight to greatness, while also leading him toward ruin. The author of The Quest of the Holy Grail followed a different path. Instead of presenting romantic passion as the highest inspiration of knighthood, he imagined a hero who rises above it completely. Galahad's victory does not come from winning the love of a noblewoman. It comes from resisting every form of corruption that destroys the other knights. His purity allows him to see what they cannot see and to enter places from which they are excluded. The result is a far more demanding ideal. The courtly lover may become noble through devotion, but Galahad becomes almost more than human through renunciation. He does not master desire by directing it toward one worthy woman. He leaves desire behind altogether. Yet the foundation of this ideal remains Celtic. Beneath the Christian symbolism stands the older image of the youthful solar hero. Brilliant, extraordinary, difficult to approach, and strangely untouched by ordinary adult life. For this reason, neither Galahad nor Gwalchmai can be regarded as purely French or Norman creations. Their surviving literary forms were certainly shaped by continental writers, but the essential characters reach back into the Brythonic world. French poets polished them, Christian authors reinterpreted them, and English writers preserved them in new forms. But the heroes themselves emerged from the legendary traditions of Celtic Britain. The final Galahad is therefore the product of many ages. In him, the supernatural youth of ancient mythology becomes the disciplined knight of Arthur's court, and finally, the flawless Christian champion of the Grail. His chastity may appear at first to belong entirely to medieval religion. Looked at more closely, however, it may preserve the distant memory of a much older hero who stood apart from women not because he had taken a sacred vow, but because he was still, beneath all his armor and glory, the divine child of the ancient tales. The connection between Cuchulainn and the Greek hero Heracles opens a fascinating window into how different mythologies often preserve remarkably similar patterns. Earlier comparisons linked Cuchulainn with Heracles, the war goddess Morrigan with Hera, King Conchobar with Zeus, and Phaedelm of the Nine Forms with Athena. These parallels, however, should not be taken too literally. Morrigan is never portrayed as Conchobar's queen. Instead, she exists on a higher, more mysterious level, appearing independently of the Ulster court. She resembles a supernatural power that occasionally intervenes in human affairs rather than a ruler's companion. This raises an interesting question about Conchobar himself. At first glance, he might seem comparable to Arthur, a legendary ruler remembered as a great cultural hero. Yet the stories surrounding his rise to power point in another direction. They suggest that Conchobar inherited many of the characteristics of an older sky deity, making him closer to a Celtic version of Zeus than to an ordinary king. Even so, he does not completely replace that ancient divine role. Instead, he appears to occupy only part of it, standing somewhere between mortal ruler and fading god. With these relationships established, attention naturally turns to the heroes themselves. Among all the legendary figures of Celtic tradition, Cuchulainn offers the closest comparison to Heracles. Similarities can also be found in heroes such as Peredur, Owain, Gwalchmai, Lancelot, and Galahad, but those characters belong to later societies shaped by medieval ideals of knighthood. Their stories reflect a world very different from the heroic age imagined in Greek and Irish mythology. As civilization evolved, the old mythic themes survived, but they were adapted to suit new audiences and new values. One of the clearest examples comes from the famous battle between the Olympian gods and the giants. Although the gods possessed immense power, victory ultimately depended on the participation of Heracles, who alone was mortal. His presence was not accidental. Ancient tradition regarded a human champion as essential for overcoming the monstrous enemies threatening the divine order. A strikingly similar idea appears in the Irish tales of Ulster. While invading armies swept across the land, the warriors of Ulster were rendered helpless by a mysterious curse. Only Cuchulainn and his father remained capable of fighting. Irish tradition presents this as evidence of the weakness of the Ulstermen, but viewed through the lens of Greek mythology, the situation appears almost reversed. The incapacitated warriors resemble immortal beings bound by supernatural laws, while Cuchulainn stands apart as a mortal hero whose humanity enables him to accomplish what others cannot. His unique role may also reflect a deeper symbolic meaning. Many scholars have interpreted Cuchulainn as a solar hero whose duty is to drive back the darkness, much like the rising sun overcoming winter. Such a figure must belong partly to the human world because his ancestry links him with legendary culture heroes rather than with the oldest generation of immortal gods. Questions surrounding his parentage remain complex, but they help explain why he occupies such an unusual position between humanity and divinity. To better understand these connections, it is useful to compare the famous labors of Heracles with episodes from Celtic tradition. Each labor reveals motifs that often reappear in Irish legends and, in many cases, within the Arthurian romances of Wales and Britain. These later stories frequently preserve details that complement the Irish material, allowing a broader picture of the shared mythological traditions to emerge. Not everyone agrees on the origins of the Heracles legends. Some researchers have argued that their most important elements developed outside the Indo-European world and entered Greece from the Near East. Rather than dismissing or accepting that theory outright, a careful comparison between Greek and Celtic traditions provides a practical way of testing it. By examining each parallel individually, it becomes easier to distinguish universal heroic themes from traditions that may have originated in specific cultures. The first of Heracles' great labors brings him face to face with the fearsome Nemean lion. This beast possessed an extraordinary hide that no sword, spear, or arrow could penetrate. Conventional weapons proved useless, forcing Heracles to wrestle the lion with his bare hands. After an exhausting struggle inside the creature's cave, he finally strangled it. Yet even victory created a new problem. The lion's skin was so tough that nothing could cut through it. Only the beast's own claws were sharp enough to separate the hide from its body. Once Heracles wrapped himself in the lion's skin, it became his legendary armor, protecting him from almost every attack. Some versions of the myth even claim that he had earlier slain another lion on Mount Cithaeron during his youth, suggesting that both stories may preserve different versions of the same ancient tradition. Irish mythology offers an intriguing parallel through the famous story of Cuchulainn and the Hound of Culann. Before earning his celebrated name, the young hero was known as Setanta. During a visit to the smith Culann, he encountered an enormous watchdog that guarded its master's home. The beast attacked immediately, but Setanta killed it in self-defense. Culann mourned the loss of the animal that had faithfully protected his household. Feeling responsible, the young warrior promised to guard the smith's property himself until another hound of equal strength could be raised. From that moment onward, he became known as Cuchulainn, meaning the Hound of Culann. Unlike Heracles, Cuchulainn never wears the animal's skin. Instead, he symbolically takes over its identity. The hero assumes both the name and the duty of the creature he defeated, becoming the living guardian in place of the fallen beast. The transformation is psychological and symbolic rather than physical, yet it serves much the same narrative purpose as Heracles wearing the lion's hide. The Welsh tale of Peredur preserves the same pattern in a very different form. Instead of confronting a monstrous animal, the inexperienced youth faces an arrogant knight who has insulted Queen Gwenhwyfar in Arthur's court. The insult is so shocking that none of Arthur's seasoned warriors immediately responds. At that moment, Peredur arrives, dressed as an unsophisticated country boy and asking to become a knight. Mocked by Sir Kay, he is sent after the offender almost as a joke. Armed only with the hunting spear he brought from home, Peredur catches the knight and kills him. His victory, however, presents an unexpected challenge. Having never seen a suit of armor before, he attempts to remove the knight's mail but cannot understand how it comes off. The armor seems fused to the man's body. Only when Owain reaches the scene does he demonstrate how to strip away the equipment. By claiming the armor and weapons of his defeated enemy, Peredur experiences his true transformation. He leaves behind the appearance of a simple youth and steps into the role of a fully armed knight, just as Heracles and Cuchulainn each undergo their own symbolic transformation after defeating their legendary opponents. The second of Heracles' famous labors was the battle against the terrifying Hydra, a monstrous serpent whose strength seemed impossible to overcome. The creature possessed many heads, and every time one was severed, two more immediately grew in its place. Worse still, one of those heads could never die. Realizing that brute force alone would never bring victory, Heracles relied on the help of his loyal companion Iolaus. As each head was cut away, Iolaus burned the wound with blazing torches so that no new heads could emerge. At last, only the immortal head remained. Unable to destroy it, Heracles buried it beneath an enormous boulder, ensuring it could never threaten the world again. The victory brought an unexpected reward. Heracles collected the Hydra's poisonous blood and coated his arrows with it, turning every future wound into a fatal one. Yet despite the hero's success, King Eurystheus refused to recognize this labor because it had not been accomplished entirely alone. Hera, who had always opposed Heracles, had also interfered by sending a gigantic crab to attack him during the struggle. Although the creature failed to change the outcome, its intervention highlighted how even the gods themselves had become involved in the contest. Some ancient writers believed the Hydra's 9 heads carried a symbolic meaning rather than being a random detail. They may have represented the 9 nights of an ancient calendar, with the single immortal head standing apart from the rest as a symbol of permanence. Whether this interpretation is correct remains uncertain, but it demonstrates how myth often blends heroic adventure with deeper layers of religious symbolism. Irish tradition preserves a remarkably similar episode through Cú Chulain's duel with the mighty warrior Loch Mór. Unlike ordinary men, Loch wore an extraordinary natural armor resembling hardened horn, making him almost impossible to injure. The conflict began after Cú Chulainn had slain Loch's brother Long at a river crossing. Seeking revenge, Loch challenged the Ulster hero to another duel farther upstream, determined to avenge his family's honor. At first, the battle seemed hopeless for Cú Chulainn. Every strike against his opponent failed to penetrate the strange armor protecting his body. As the struggle continued, the supernatural Morrigan entered the fight, taking the form of an eel. Wrapping herself around the hero's legs, she caused him to lose his footing and collapse into the river. Loch immediately seized the advantage, striking repeated blows that stained the water with Cú Chulain's blood. Even wounded, the hero refused to surrender. He caught the eel with his bare hands and crushed it, forcing the Morrigan to abandon that disguise. She returned in other forms, continuing to harass him while Loch pressed the attack. Exhausted and fighting almost alone, Cú Chulainn lamented his desperate situation, believing that defeat was drawing near. At that crucial moment, his faithful charioteer Loeg found a way to help. Floating down the river came the terrifying weapon known as the Gae Bolga, a spear unlike any other. Cú Chulainn seized it instantly. Knowing that Loch's armor protected every exposed surface, he attacked from beneath, driving the weapon upward into the warrior's body where the horn-like protection offered no defense. The mighty champion fell dead, ending one of the fiercest duels in the entire Ulster cycle. The resemblance between the Greek and Irish stories is striking. In both tales, an apparently invincible enemy forces the hero to abandon ordinary methods of combat. Both heroes receive crucial assistance from a trusted companion, and victory ultimately depends upon discovering a hidden weakness rather than overpowering the enemy through strength alone. One noticeable difference, however, lies in the role of the goddess. Hera merely sends another creature to hinder Heracles, keeping herself at a distance. The Morrigan, by contrast, joins the battle personally, transforming into different creatures and confronting Cú Chulainn face to face. The Welsh tradition offers no exact counterpart to the Hydra episode, but echoes of the same pattern can still be detected. One possibility appears in Owain's battle against a savage giant that devours human beings. Another is his rescue of Luned, when he defeats 2 warriors intent on burning her alive. In both adventures, Owain receives decisive assistance from his faithful lion. Although the animal serves a different role from a human companion, it fulfills much the same narrative purpose as Iolaus beside Heracles or Loeg beside Cú Chulainn, reminding us that legendary heroes rarely achieve their greatest victories entirely alone. The third labor of Heracles sent him after the monstrous boar of Erymanthus, a beast that devastated the countryside wherever it wandered. Before reaching his true quarry, Heracles became involved in a violent clash with the centaurs. Their own aggression triggered a fierce battle that ended with many of the half-human, half-horse creatures lying dead. Only after surviving this bloody encounter did Heracles continue the hunt, eventually capturing the enormous boar alive and carrying it back on his shoulders to Mycenae as proof of his success. Finding an exact Celtic equivalent for this adventure proves much more difficult. Irish legends occasionally describe Cú Chulainn capturing wild animals alive and bringing them home, yet none of those episodes closely mirrors the pursuit of the Erymanthian boar. The Welsh stories offer only uncertain possibilities. One candidate is Peredur's confrontation with the mysterious black man of the castle of Ysbydinongyl. Although Peredur originally intends to spare him, he ultimately kills the formidable warrior at the urging of the Black Maiden. This same mysterious figure appears in later Arthurian romances under slightly different names, ultimately leading back to the giant Ysbyddaden, one of the most memorable antagonists in the tale of Culhwch and Olwen. The meaning of his unusual name has long puzzled scholars. Some have suggested that beneath his human appearance may hide the memory of an older beast-like monster, perhaps even a symbolic wild boar covered in bristling hair. While this remains little more than speculation, the position of the episode within Peredur's adventures makes the comparison intriguing, especially because it immediately precedes another episode that corresponds much more closely with one of Heracles' labors. The fourth labor required Heracles to capture the extraordinary deer of Cerynea, one of the sacred animals belonging to Artemis. Ancient writers describe the creature in unusual ways. Some portray it as a hind bearing magnificent golden antlers and bronze hooves, while others simply call it a stag. Whatever its exact appearance, it possessed incredible speed and could outrun any hunter who pursued it. Heracles spent an entire year chasing the sacred animal across mountains, forests, and distant northern lands before finally capturing it. As he carried the deer toward Mycenae, Artemis herself confronted him in anger, accompanied by her twin brother Apollo. Furious that anyone had dared seize her cherished companion, she demanded an explanation. Heracles insisted that he had acted only because he had been ordered to do so. Once Artemis understood that he had no personal desire to harm her sacred animal, her anger faded and she permitted him to continue his journey. Irish legend contains scenes in which Cú Chulainn captures wild deer, particularly during the first day he rides into battle in his chariot, but these episodes lack the divine significance found in the Greek myth. The Welsh tale of Peredur, however, preserves a much closer parallel. The mysterious Black Maiden sends Peredur into a nearby forest to confront a terrifying stag unlike any ordinary animal. She provides him with a hunting dog, explaining that the beast never flees from challengers. Instead, it dominates the forest through sheer ferocity. The creature possesses a single horn projecting from its forehead, longer than a spear and sharper than any blade. With this deadly weapon, it cuts through trees, kills every creature crossing its path, and spreads such terror that many animals perish without ever facing it. Each day, it also empties an entire fish pond, leaving countless fish to die before fresh water can return. When the monstrous stag charges, Peredur waits until the final instant before stepping aside and striking. One clean blow removes its head. His triumph, however, is immediately interrupted by the arrival of a mysterious lady. Without hesitation, she gathers the hunting dog, the severed head, and the magnificent jeweled collar that had adorned the creature's neck. Rather than thanking Peredur, she rebukes him for destroying the greatest treasure of her lands. Like Heracles standing before Artemis, Peredur explains that he acted only because another had commanded him to do so. The lady accepts his explanation, but tells him that forgiveness must still be earned. She sends him on another dangerous quest, directing him to challenge the mysterious man from under the stone. Leaving the lady in possession of the slain beast and its splendid collar, Peredur immediately rides off toward yet another adventure. Several later Arthurian romances expand this encounter by introducing a knight who accompanies the mysterious lady. Together, they closely resemble the divine pair of Artemis and Apollo confronting Heracles after the capture of the sacred deer. The resemblance is not exact, but it reflects the remarkable way ancient mythological themes continued to evolve as they passed from classical mythology into the heroic literature of medieval Celtic Europe. The fifth labor of Heracles brought him to the marshes of Stymphalis, where a terrifying flock of man-eating birds had made its home. These were no ordinary creatures. Their wings were said to be made of iron, and their sharp feathers could become deadly weapons. Heracles attacked them with his bow, killing some and driving the rest into the sky. Yet the birds were not completely destroyed. Later traditions claim that survivors appeared again during the voyage of the Argonauts, living on an island sacred to Ares, the brutal god of war. Celtic legend offers no direct equivalent to this episode. Tsu Chulen is once described capturing wild swans and bringing them home alongside a stag, but these birds are neither monstrous nor connected with a violent battle. A more suggestive comparison may appear in the Welsh stories of Owain. In the strange tale known as the Dream of Rhonabwy, Owain commands an army of ravens so powerful that they overwhelm large numbers of Arthur's warriors. Another tradition describes his military strength as 300 swords supported by the host of ravens, a supernatural force that brought him victory wherever he traveled. The stories never explain how Owain gained control over these birds or why they remained loyal to him. Their presence may preserve an older belief connecting ravens with divine warriors and solar heroes. Great flocks of ravens were also said to have appeared during the founding of Lugdunum, the city associated with the Gaulish god Lugus. Cu Chulainn himself was linked with two magical ravens whose cries announced his arrival to his enemies. In these scattered traditions, ravens are not merely scavengers, they function as signs of supernatural authority, prophecy, warfare, and approaching destruction. A connection with the Stymphalian birds remains uncertain, but one possibility is especially intriguing. Perhaps an earlier version of the Greek story did not end with Heracles simply driving the birds away. He may once have captured or mastered them, turning former enemies into servants. If so, Owain's raven army would offer a much closer parallel. Dangerous birds brought under the command of a legendary hero and transformed into a weapon of war. The sixth labor involved a challenge very different from the violent monsters Heracles usually faced. King Augeas owned enormous herds, and their stables had not been cleaned for many years. The accumulated filth had become so vast that removing it by ordinary labor seemed impossible. Heracles solved the problem through intelligence rather than strength. He redirected the course of a river, sending the water through the buildings and washing away years of waste in a single day. No clear version of this story survives in the major Irish or Welsh heroic cycles, but a remarkable parallel appears in a Scottish Highland folktale known as the Battle of the Birds. In this story, the son of the king of Tethertown seeks to marry the youngest daughter of a giant. Before granting permission, the giant gives him a series of seemingly impossible tasks. One morning, the giant points to a cattle shed containing the waste of 100 animals. It has been gathering there for 7 years. The young man must clean the building before sunset, and the floor must be so perfectly cleared that a golden apple could roll smoothly from one end to the other. Overwhelmed by the task, he sees no possible way to complete it. The giant's youngest daughter comes to his rescue. She tells him to sit beside her, and he soon falls asleep. When he awakens, the impossible work has already been finished. The tale never explains exactly how she cleaned the building, but she is clearly a powerful magician. Her role recalls Agamede, the daughter of Augeas, who was famous in Greek tradition for knowing the secret properties of every medicinal and magical plant. The resemblance continues beyond the act of cleaning. Augeas had promised Heracles a share of his cattle as payment, but once the task was complete, he refused to honor the agreement. He claimed that Heracles had acted only under the command of Eurystheus. Eurystheus, meanwhile, also rejected the labor because Heracles had expected payment. Trapped between two dishonest rulers, the hero received neither reward nor recognition. Augeas eventually paid for this betrayal with his life. The Highland giant meets a similarly violent end. In both traditions, an impossible domestic task becomes part of a larger story about deception, broken promises, magical assistance, and punishment. The methods differ, but the structure remains surprisingly close. The seventh labor required Heracles to capture the Cretan bull and bring it alive to Mycenae. Bulls occupy an important place in Celtic mythology, especially in Irish stories, where they can represent wealth, kingship, fertility, and destructive force. Even so, no exact Celtic tale has been identified that clearly matches Heracles' capture of the Cretan animal. The similarity remains too general to support a confident comparison. The same difficulty arises with the eighth labor, the seizure of the savage horses belonging to Diomedes of Thrace. These animals were notorious for their violent nature and their taste for human flesh. Cuchulain's capture of his two celebrated chariot horses might initially appear related, but the details point in another direction. His steeds belong to a separate mythological tradition and do not closely reproduce the story of Heracles and the horses of Diomedes. The ninth labor, however, provides one of the strongest chains of comparison between Greek and Celtic heroic legend. Heracles was ordered to obtain the girdle of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons. These warrior women lived near the river Thermodon in Asia Minor, and Hippolyta ruled them from the city of Themyscira. Her girdle had been given to her by Ares and represented her supremacy among the Amazons. When Heracles arrived and explained his mission, Hippolyta initially seems to have been willing to surrender the girdle peacefully. Some ancient images even show an Amazon calmly handing it to him. Hera, however, interfered once again. Disguising herself and spreading fear among the Amazons, she convinced them that Heracles intended to abduct their queen. A battle followed. Heracles and his companions defeated the warrior women, and in many versions Hippolyta herself was killed. The girdle was more than an ornament. It was a sign of military superiority. Whoever possessed it was recognized as the greatest warrior. When Heracles took it, he was not simply carrying away a valuable object. He was receiving the symbol of Hippolyta's mastery in battle and transferring that authority to himself. This meaning becomes clearer when compared with the Irish story of Cuchulainn and Scathach. Scathach was one of the greatest teachers of warfare in the Celtic world. Her skills surpassed that of ordinary warriors, and young champions traveled to her distant island fortress to learn the most dangerous arts of combat. Cuchulainn did not go to her in search of a belt or treasure. He wanted knowledge, yet Scathach did not immediately agree to train him. He succeeded only after catching her by surprise and threatening her life. Faced with death, she promised to teach him everything she knew. The transfer of Scathach's martial knowledge closely resembles the transfer of Hippolyta's girdle. In both stories, a woman who represents the highest level of military power is forced or persuaded to pass that power to the hero. Heracles receives a visible emblem of supremacy, while Cuchulainn receives the training that will make him the greatest warrior of his age. It is possible that the later detail about Heracles carrying the girdle back for the daughter of Eurystheus was added to make the adventure resemble his other labors. In an older version, he may have kept it for himself as the badge of the supreme champion. Such an interpretation would bring the Greek story even closer to the Irish one, where the hero personally gains and permanently retains the martial ability of the warrior queen. The Welsh tale of Peredur follows a similar pattern. During his travels, Peredur encounters one of the witches of Gloucester. He is about to kill her when she speaks his name and reveals that fate has joined their stories. She tells him that he is destined to cause suffering among the witches, but also that he must first learn from them how to ride, fight, and handle weapons. Peredur therefore follows her to the court of the witches. There he receives a complete education in warfare. He remains with them until his training is finished, emerging as a far more dangerous and accomplished fighter. Like Cuchulainn, he gains his military skill from a group of powerful women who resemble the Amazons of Greek tradition. His later relationship with the witches becomes far more violent, but at this early stage, they are his teachers. The Amazon episode is only the beginning of a wider sequence. On his return journey, Heracles reaches Troy and finds the city trapped in despair. A monstrous creature from the sea has been attacking the land, devouring cattle and human beings. An oracle declares that the destruction will end only if King Laomedon sacrifices his daughter, Hesione. The king obeys. Hesione is chained or exposed on a rock beside the sea and abandoned as an offering. Heracles arrives before the monster can consume her and agrees to rescue the princess in exchange for a promised reward. The creature is so enormous that Heracles chooses an extraordinary method of attack. Rather than fighting it from outside, he enters its body and destroys it from within. He remains inside for 3 days before cutting his way out. The heat is so intense that all his hair is burned away. At last, the monster falls, Hesione survives, and Troy is freed. Yet Laomedon refuses to pay what he promised. Heracles is forced to leave without his reward, but he does not forget the betrayal. Later, he returns with an army, storms Troy, and kills the faithless king along with most of his family. Hesione and her younger brother are spared. That brother later becomes known as Priam, the famous king of Troy in the Iliad. Heracles gives Hesione in marriage to his companion Telamon. Their relationship had not always been peaceful. During the attack on Troy, Heracles nearly killed Telamon in anger because he had entered the city before him. Yet the conflict passed, and Hesione was entrusted to this friend and rival. She later became the mother of Teucer, one of the notable Greek warriors of the Trojan War. 3 details are especially important: the acquisition of the warrior queen's girdle, the rescue of the endangered princess, and the princess's eventual marriage to the hero's companion. All 3 reappear in the story of Cuchulainn, and they occur in the same general order. After completing his training under Scathach, Cuchulainn begins the journey home. Along the way, he visits the court of the Red King of the Isles and discovers that the entire household has fallen into mourning. The king has been forced to offer his daughter as tribute to 3 Fomorians who are expected to arrive from distant islands and take her away. The princess waits alone on the seashore, much like Hesione exposed before the sea monster. Her father has promised her in marriage to anyone capable of saving her, but no champion has dared to face the threat. Cuchulainn goes to the shore and waits beside her. When the 3 Fomorians arrive, he attacks and kills them. The episode follows the familiar structure of the hero rescuing a royal woman from supernatural beings associated with the sea. The king then urges Cuchulainn to take the princess back to Ireland as his wife. Cuchulainn refuses to marry her immediately. Instead, he asks that she follow him after a year has passed. She eventually does so, but circumstances prevent their marriage. Rather than abandon her, Cuchulainn gives her as a wife to his companion, Lugaid. The resemblance to the Greek legend is powerful. Heracles returns from the Amazons, saves Hesione from a sea creature, and gives her to Telamon. Cuchulainn returns from Scathach, saves a princess from the Fomorians, and gives her to Lugaid. In each story, the companion who receives the rescued woman later holds a complicated place in the hero's life. The Irish version adds a darker ending. Lugaid eventually becomes one of Cuchulainn's bitterest enemies and takes an active role in the final battle that leads to the hero's death. This betrayal gives the Celtic story a tragic dimension absent from the marriage of Hesione and Telamon. Even so, the shared sequence remains unmistakable. The warrior woman, the threatened princess beside the sea, the heroic rescue, and the transfer of the princess to the hero's companion. The myths surrounding ancient sun heroes often follow similar paths, even when they emerge from distant cultures. For that reason, the story of the Athenian hero Theseus provides an important bridge between the legends of Heracles and Cuchulainn. Theseus was said to have fought against the Amazons, and later versions even placed him beside Heracles during the expedition to their homeland. During this campaign, he carried away an Amazon named Antiope, who was sometimes described as their queen. Greek writers greatly expanded the story of Antiope and Theseus. Their relationship became one of the most tragic episodes in the hero's life, for Antiope gave birth to Hippolytus, the son who would later die because of his own father's anger and misunderstanding. The Irish tradition preserves a surprisingly similar pattern in the adventures of Cuchulainn during his training under Scathach. While Cuchulainn lived at Scathach's fortress as her pupil and foster son, she became involved in a war against another powerful queen named Aife. Some versions describe Aife as Scathach's own daughter, although their relationship may originally have been different. Cuchulainn joined the conflict on Scathach's side and eventually defeated Aife in single combat. He captured her and brought her back to Scathach's camp, where she was forced to accept peace. Afterward, Cu Chulainn traveled with Aife into her own country, and she became pregnant by him. Before leaving, he gave her precise instructions concerning the child. When the boy grew strong enough to bear arms, he was to travel to Ireland and seek his father. He would carry a token proving his identity, but he was forbidden to reveal his name. He must never step aside for another man, never refuse a challenge, and never allow anyone to block his path. The child was named Connla. When he finally reached Ireland, his silence and proud behavior immediately caused trouble. The warriors of Ulster saw him as an arrogant foreigner who refused to explain who he was or why he had come. At last, Cu Chulainn himself was sent to confront him. Neither father nor son understood the truth. Connla fought with extraordinary skill and soon placed Cu Chulainn in serious danger. Realizing that he might be defeated, Cu Chulainn called to his charioteer Loeg for the Gai Bolga, the deadly weapon he had learned to use during his time with Aife and Scathach. He launched it against the young warrior and mortally wounded him. Only afterward did the hidden token reveal that Cu Chulainn had killed his own son. The tragedy strongly recalls the story of Theseus and Hippolytus. In both traditions, a great hero becomes involved with a warrior woman connected to the Amazons, fathers a remarkable son, and later causes that son's death without fully understanding what he is doing. The details are different, but the emotional structure is almost identical. Heroic glory gives way to recognition, horror, and irreversible loss. Scathach and Aife can therefore be compared with Hippolyta and Antiope. Yet the Irish tale rearranges their relationships. Instead of making Cu Chulainn attack Scathach directly, the story places Aife in opposition to her. This change may have protected the sacred bond between foster child and foster parent, which held enormous importance in early Irish society. A hero fighting the woman who trained and fostered him would have represented a deeper violation than attacking a foreign queen. Even so, Cu Chulainn's journey into Scathach's land appears to preserve traces of a more dangerous expedition. His destination is not presented as an ordinary country. Reaching it requires a long and perilous passage beyond the familiar world. Scathach's island belongs partly to the realm of death, magic, and supernatural knowledge. It is, in effect, another world. Greek tradition treated the Amazon homeland in a similar but more geographical manner. Their cities were placed across the sea in Asia Minor, far enough away to seem strange and threatening, but still within the imagined boundaries of the known world. Other legends brought the Amazons westward into Greece and claimed that their tombs could be seen in Attica and elsewhere. As the stories developed, these fearsome women were transformed into beautiful warriors capable of love and marriage. Earlier tradition, however, remembered them as harsher, stranger, and far less approachable beings. That older image probably comes closer to their original mythological character. The 10th labor of Heracles was the seizure of the cattle of Geryon. Geryon ruled a distant island called Erythea and was unlike any ordinary king. He was a gigantic warrior formed from 3 bodies joined together, possessing 3 heads, several pairs of arms and legs, and, in some accounts, powerful wings. Fully armed and immensely strong, he guarded vast herds of magnificent red cattle. The richness of these animals was central to Geryon's legend. Their deep reddish-purple color associated them with sunlight, wealth, and the distant western sky. The cattle of the sun god Helios were sometimes said to graze nearby, while the herds of the underworld ruler also wandered through the same region. Erythea therefore stood at the edge of 2 worlds, where daylight descended into darkness and the lands of the living touched the realm of the dead. Ancient writers disagreed about the island's exact location, but most placed it in the far western ocean beyond the Pillars of Heracles. It was imagined as a remote land, blessed with a gentle climate and abundant pastures. To reach it, Heracles crossed the sea in the golden vessel of the sun, the same mysterious bowl in which Helios was believed to travel eastward during the night before beginning his daily journey across the sky. The moment Heracles landed, he was attacked by Orthrus, Geryon's 2-headed guard dog. The hero killed the beast and then struck down Eurytion, the herdsman who rushed forward to defend it. Another herdsman named Menoetius witnessed the attack and carried news of the disaster to Geryon. The triple-bodied giant immediately armed himself and pursued Heracles. A violent battle followed, but even Gerion's enormous strength could not save him. Heracles killed the giant and seized the red cattle. In some traditions, Gerion's daughter accompanied him as he returned to the coast. The hero then loaded the woman and the herd into the golden bowl and crossed back to the mainland. What followed was not a simple return journey, but a vast wandering across the ancient world. Heracles drove the cattle through Iberia, Gaul, Italy, and Sicily. From there, he returned to the Italian mainland, moved around the Adriatic, and continued through Illyria and Epirus. Each region added its own stories to the route, turning the cattle drive into a chain of local myths connected by the fame of Heracles. Hera once again attempted to destroy his success. She sent a gadfly among the cattle, causing the terrified animals to scatter. Some wandered as far as Thrace, while other accounts carried them into Scythia. Heracles followed, and during this northern journey he encountered Echidna, a mysterious woman whose upper body was human while her lower half took the form of a serpent. She later became the mother of his children in Scythian legend. On his return toward Greece, Heracles dedicated Gerion's daughter and part of the captured herd to the goddess Aphrodite Phursiphassa in Thessaly. The long road from Erythea to Greece was eventually filled with countless adventures, some of which were probably added centuries later as cities and peoples sought to connect their own landscapes with the hero. Among the oldest and most famous of these episodes was the battle with Cacus. Cacus was a monstrous son of Vulcan who lived in a vast cave. He possessed enormous strength, breathed fire, and filled the surrounding darkness with smoke. When Heracles passed through the region with Gerion's cattle, Cacus secretly stole several of the finest animals. To hide the theft, he dragged the cattle backward into his cave by their tails. Their footprints appeared to lead away from the entrance rather than toward it, making the trail almost impossible to follow. For a time, Heracles believed the missing animals had wandered elsewhere. Their cries eventually revealed the deception. Heracles tore open the robber's cave and allowed daylight to enter the dark chamber. Cacus fought desperately, filling the air with fire and smoke, but the hero forced his way inside and killed him. The stolen cattle were recovered and the monster's body was dragged into the open. Roman tradition later placed this battle on the Aventine Hill, transforming the episode into part of the mythical prehistory of Rome. Irish legend preserves several stories that closely resemble the raid on Gerion's cattle. One version is placed in a Christian setting and is told after Cú Chulain's death. St. Patrick summons the hero's spirit so that he may appear before King Loeger and describe his former adventures. Among them is an expedition to Tir Scaith, the land of shadow. Cú Chulainn and his companions attack a fortress in that distant realm. Its defenders release strange monsters against them, turning the assault into a supernatural battle. Within the stronghold stands a marvelous cauldron, a vessel of great value and magical power. The king's daughter gives it to Cú Chulainn, together with 3 extraordinary cows whose milk provides everything needed for the cooking performed within it. The animals themselves are magnificent. Their necks are decorated with heavy strings of pearls, marking them as treasures of another world rather than ordinary cattle. Cú Chulainn takes both the cauldron and the cows, just as Heracles carries away Gerion's herd and is joined in some accounts by the giant's daughter. The escape is as dangerous as the attack. The cows swim across the sea while Cú Chulainn follows them in a boat. Before the journey can be completed, a storm destroys his vessel in the vast northern waters. Forced into the sea, the hero swims toward land while carrying as many companions as can hold onto his body. The parallel is powerful. Both heroes travel across the sea into a distant western or shadowy realm. Both attack a supernatural fortress guarded by monsters. Both carry away valuable cattle associated with abundance, wealth, and the other world. A royal daughter assists or accompanies the victor, and the return journey becomes almost as perilous as the original conquest. In the Greek myth, Heracles crosses the ocean in the vessel of the sun and drives the red cattle from the boundary between light and darkness. In the Irish tale, Cú Chulainn enters the land of shadow and returns with magical cows and a wonder-working cauldron. Beneath their differences, both adventures preserve the same ancient image: the radiant hero invading the world beyond the sea and bringing its hidden treasures back to humanity. Another Irish version of the cattle raid gives the ruler of the invaded land the name Mida, a figure closely associated with the supernatural world of Irish legend. His daughter is called Blathnat, a name belonging to the same poetic tradition as Blodeuwedd in the Welsh Mabinogi, as well as Fleur and Blanchefleur, the woman loved by Perceval in Chrétien's romance. These names evoke flowers, beauty, and women whose lives are deeply connected with magic and heroic conflict. Mida rules Inis Fair Falga, the island of the men of Falga. Cú Chulainn and his companions attack the island, break into the king's fortress, and seize its greatest treasures. They carry away Blathnat, the magical cauldron, and the 3 valuable cows. Their victory appears complete, but the return journey takes an unexpected turn. Before they can reach Ulster, everything they have captured is stolen from them. The thief leaves no obvious trail. He is not merely a warrior, but a powerful magician capable of concealing both himself and the stolen treasures. Cú Chulainn later discovers that the culprit is Cú Roí mac Daire, one of the most formidable figures of Western Irish tradition. His fortress stands in the far west of Kerry, somewhere between Tralee and the Dingle Peninsula, in a landscape long associated with ancient heroic memory. Cú Chulainn eventually reaches this stronghold with the secret assistance of Blathnat. She helps him overcome Cú Roí inside his own fortress, and the Western champion is killed. Cú Chulainn then recovers the woman, the cauldron, and Mida's 3 cows, carrying them back to Ulster. Yet the surviving tradition is far from neutral. Cú Roí was regarded as an important ancestral hero in Western Ireland, and storytellers connected with that region had every reason to protect his reputation. As a result, some versions reshape the tale in his favor. Cú Chulainn is first shown suffering a humiliating defeat, while his eventual victory is presented not as an act of courage, but as the result of Blathnat's betrayal. The structure of the story suggests that this hostile interpretation was added later to defend the honor of Cú Roí. Fragments of another version preserve a less biased account. In this tradition, the captured animals are magical white cows with red ears, a familiar sign of creatures belonging to the Celtic otherworld. They are owned by Echaid Echbel, whose home lies across the sea in Alba. The cattle occasionally swim or wander to a headland in Antrim, where Cú Chulainn discovers them and drives them away. Once again, Cú Roí mac Daire steals the herd. Echaid's name means something like horse mouth, suggesting that his face or head possessed an unnatural form. This unusual feature offers a faint comparison with Geryon, whose body was monstrous and divided into several parts. The resemblance should not be pushed too far, but it shows how both traditions place their supernatural cattle under the control of rulers who are physically unlike ordinary men. A more convincing Celtic counterpart to Geryon may be found in Cernunnos, an ancient god worshipped in Gaul. Like Geryon, Cernunnos was strongly linked with abundance and material prosperity. He is often surrounded by symbols of wealth, animals, and fertility. Some images show him beside bulls and stags, while others associate him with coins or precious objects flowing from bags or vessels. One remarkable altar, discovered at Bone, portrays this seated deity with 3 complete heads. Other representations reduce this feature to 3 faces arranged upon a single head, sometimes crowned with antlers. In several examples, the body itself becomes less important than the head, until the god resembles a pillar with faces looking in different directions, much like the Roman Janus. This 3-faced or 3-headed form provides a striking visual comparison with Geryon. Both figures combine supernatural power, animal wealth, and a body that exceeds ordinary human form. Echoes of the same idea may also survive in the Welsh tradition of the sacred head of Bran the Blessed, although that theme belongs to a wider mythological discussion. Another curious episode belongs to Heracles' return from the western island of Erythea. Near the region later identified with Arles, the hero is surrounded by enemies and driven almost beyond endurance. He fires every arrow he possesses, but the attack continues. Exhausted and unable to find stones to use as weapons, he falls to his knees in despair. Zeus sees his suffering and intervenes. A storm of stones falls from the sky, covering the landscape and giving Heracles all the ammunition he needs. He hurls the stones at his enemies and finally drives them away. The rocky character of the surrounding country was later explained as the permanent mark left by this miraculous battle. Other ancient accounts connect the encounter with two sons of Poseidon named Albion and Dircinus. One Roman geographer records their names in the forms Albion and Bergion. These names are intriguing because Albion was an ancient name for Britain, while Bergion may preserve an echo of a name connected with Ireland or Iberia. Such an interpretation fits early geographical ideas in which Gaul, Spain, Britain, and Ireland were imagined much closer together than they appear on modern maps. A distant reflection of the stone battle can also be found in the Irish epic of the Táin. During the war, Cú Roghaí supports Queen Medb and King Ailill by sending warriors to strengthen their invading army. Eventually, he decides to join the fighting himself. An Ulster champion named Munramur rises to oppose him. The two warriors meet not on the ground, but in the air, where they throw enormous stones at one another. The missiles collide and fall between the separated divisions of Medb's camp. From that time onward, the place is known as Mag Clochair, the Plain of Stones. Munremer's intervention supports Cuchulainn and spreads fear among the invading forces. The Greek and Irish episodes are arranged differently, and neither plays a central role in the greater heroic narrative. Yet both appear to preserve an extremely old image: supernatural warriors engaged in a battle of stones so violent that the landscape itself is permanently transformed. The story may once have existed independently before being attached to different heroes and locations. The earliest tradition recognized only 10 labors of Heracles. These were said to have been completed over 8 years and 1 month, a symbolic period sometimes described as a week of years. 2 achievements, however, were rejected by Eurystheus. The defeat of the Hydra was not accepted because Iolaus had helped Heracles burn the creature's wounds. The cleansing of the Augean stables was also dismissed because Augeas had promised the hero a portion of his cattle as payment. Since Heracles had received assistance in one case and expected wages in the other, Eurystheus refused to recognize either task. To replace them, 2 further labors were added, bringing the famous total to 12. Ancient authorities did not always agree about their proper order, but the descent to capture Cerberus gradually became the final and most dramatic adventure. Before entering the underworld, however, Heracles first had to obtain the golden apples of the Hesperides. The greatest difficulty was not defeating the guardian of the apples, but simply discovering where the garden was located. The marvelous tree stood somewhere beyond the limits of ordinary geography. Its golden fruit was watched over by the Hesperides, mysterious maidens of the western evening, and by a dragon that never slept. Heracles traveled first to the legendary river Eridanus, where he encountered a group of nymphs. They told him that only Nereus, the ancient shape-shifting god of the sea, knew the road to the garden. Nereus would not willingly reveal his secrets, so Heracles had to catch him by surprise and hold him tightly while the sea god changed from one form into another. At last, Nereus surrendered and gave the hero the information he needed. Yet the path to the apples was far from direct. Heracles began one of the longest journeys of his career, crossing much of the mythical world and facing a succession of dangers that seemed almost unrelated to his original mission. His first destination was Libya, where he met the giant Antaeus. This enemy possessed a terrifying advantage. Every time his body touched the earth, his strength was renewed by his mother, the earth goddess. Heracles quickly understood that he could never defeat the giant while his feet remained on the ground. He therefore lifted Antaeus into the air, crushed him in his arms, and killed him while cutting him off from the source of his power. From Libya, Heracles entered Egypt. There he was captured by the servants of King Busiris, a ruler who sacrificed foreigners at the altar of Zeus. Heracles was prepared as the next victim, but he broke free through sheer force, killed the king and his followers, and escaped before the ritual could be completed. He then continued southward through Ethiopia and eventually reached the coast. Once again, he borrowed the golden vessel of the sun and crossed the sea toward Asia. Later traditions expanded this part of the journey even further, claiming that he wandered as far as India before turning north toward the Caucasus. There, Heracles found Prometheus chained to a mountain. Each day, a monstrous bird descended and devoured the Titan's liver, which grew back during the night so that the torture could begin again. Heracles killed the creature with an arrow and freed Prometheus from his suffering. In gratitude, Prometheus gave him the clearest instructions yet. The garden lay beyond Scythia in the distant land of the Hyperboreans. Even when Heracles reached it, however, he must not take the fruit directly. Instead, he should persuade Atlas to gather the apples for him. Atlas stood at the edge of the world, carrying the heavens upon his shoulders. Heracles offered to hold the sky while the Titan entered the garden and collected the fruit. Atlas agreed, relieved at the chance to escape his eternal burden. He returned with 3 golden apples, but quickly decided that he no longer wished to take the heavens back. Atlas offered to deliver the fruit to Eurystheus himself, leaving Heracles trapped beneath the weight of the sky. The hero understood the deception, but concealed his anger. He pretended to accept the arrangement and asked Atlas to support the heavens for only a moment while he adjusted a cushion upon his shoulders. Atlas foolishly agreed. The moment the Titan resumed his burden, Heracles picked up the golden apples and walked away, leaving Atlas once again imprisoned beneath the sky. Other versions tell the adventure differently. In some, Heracles enters the garden himself, kills the sleepless dragon, and plucks the fruit directly from the sacred tree. The exact location of the garden was also disputed. Some writers placed it near Mount Atlas in Libya, while others imagined it on an island in the far western ocean, close to Erythea and the kingdom of Geryon. The western setting may preserve the oldest form of the myth. The Hesperides belong to the evening, sunset, and the distant region where the sun disappeared each night. Their apples were not ordinary fruit, but symbols of unending youth, vitality, and perhaps immortality itself. After Heracles presented the apples to Eurystheus, Athena took possession of them and returned them to the Hesperides. No mortal ruler could be permitted to keep such sacred fruit. The hero could reach the edge of the world, defeat monsters, deceive a Titan, and carry away the treasure of immortality, but the apples ultimately belonged beyond the human realm. This ending reveals the deeper meaning of the labor. Heracles succeeds in touching eternal life, yet he cannot permanently possess it. Like many sun heroes, he crosses the boundaries between the mortal world and the lands of darkness, returns with a symbol of renewal, and then watches that treasure pass once more into the keeping of the gods. When the legend of Q Chulin is placed beside the story of the Hesperides, no exact Irish equivalent to the 3 golden apples immediately appears. The closest object may be the magical cauldron taken from Midas Island, since it also represents supernatural abundance and belongs to a distant realm beyond the ordinary human world. Yet even stronger parallels survive in the folk tales of the Western Highlands. One such tale follows the son of the King of Ireland as he journeys to the mysterious Green Isle. From that enchanted land, he brings back 3 bottles filled with magical water. He also obtains a loaf of bread that can never be consumed and a cheese that remains whole no matter how much is eaten from it. The adventure concludes with a feast said to last for 7 days and 7 years, a celebration untouched by hunger or exhaustion. These treasures express the same central idea as the apples of the Hesperides. They belong to another world, and they offer endless nourishment, renewal, and freedom from ordinary human limitations. The golden fruit of Greek mythology promises lasting youth, while the Celtic bread, cheese, and water create a life of inexhaustible abundance. The Welsh story of Peredur provides an even richer field for comparison. During his visit to the castle of his second uncle, Peredur sees a mysterious vessel or platter carrying a severed head. The surviving version of the tale is unclear, but this strange image may preserve a distorted memory of the sacred head of Bran the Blessed. According to Welsh tradition, Bran's head possessed extraordinary power. Wherever it was carried, sorrow disappeared and feasting continued without interruption. Those gathered around it experienced joy, entertainment, and abundance as though time itself had stopped. This magical head later became connected with the development of the Holy Grail tradition, in which a sacred object provides food, healing, revelation, or spiritual renewal. The connection becomes stronger when Perideur's journey is examined more closely. Like Heracles searching for the Garden of the Hesperides, Perideur begins without knowing where his destination lies. The Castle of Wonders cannot be reached through ordinary knowledge. He travels for an entire year without success, wandering through unfamiliar lands and finding no clear path. Eventually, Perideur encounters a knight dressed in religious clothing. In some later romances, this holy man is described as the brother of Perideur's mother. He provides the knowledge needed to continue the quest and directs the hero toward the hidden castle. This figure performs a role similar to Prometheus in the legend of Heracles. Prometheus explains how Heracles can reach the garden and obtain its sacred fruit. In the same way, the religious knight gives Perideur the guidance that allows him to approach the supernatural destination he has been unable to discover alone. When Perideur finally reaches the Castle of Wonders, however, he does not carry the mysterious head away. At first, this seems to separate his adventure from that of Heracles, who returns with the golden apples. Yet, even in the Greek myth, the hero does not keep the fruit. After it has been shown to Eurystheus, Athena immediately returns it to the garden because no mortal has the right to possess it permanently. The removal of the apples may therefore have been added mainly to make the episode fit the established structure of the labors. Like the sacred object in Perideur's castle, the fruit ultimately remains connected with its supernatural home. The hero may witness it, touch it, or temporarily carry it, but he cannot claim it as ordinary property. The same pattern appears in the 12th and final labor of Heracles, the capture of Cerberus. The monstrous dog is brought up from the underworld and displayed before Eurystheus at Mycenae. Almost immediately afterward, however, it is returned to the darkness from which it came. Cerberus belongs to the realm of the dead, and the human world cannot become his permanent home. His journey to the surface is therefore temporary, much like the removal of the golden apples. A treasure or creature of the otherworld may cross the boundary for a brief moment, but the natural order demands its return. If the capture of Cerberus belonged to the earliest form of the myth, it may partly repeat the earlier battle with the Nemean lion. Both stories present Heracles confronting a terrifying beast and overcoming it through physical power. Yet the deeper meaning of the final labor does not lie in the dog itself. The true mythological importance of the descent into Hades is the rescue of Theseus. Heracles does not merely travel into the kingdom of death to capture its guardian. He also brings another hero back into the living world. The story resembles the northern legend of Hermodr, who rides into the land of the dead in an attempt to recover his murdered brother Balder. Unlike Heracles, Hermodr fails. He is told that Balder may return only if every living creature weeps for him. The world is not yet ready for his restoration, and the attempt comes too soon. In Irish tradition, the closest parallel appears when Cú Chulainn travels to the Isles of the Dead and frees the three sons of Doyle Dermite. These figures may symbolize the three great divisions of daylight, suggesting that the story once described the sun or the hours of brightness being released from the control of darkness. Cú Chulainn enters the Dolorous Glen, a place that can be understood as the deepest and most dangerous region of the Irish underworld. There he confronts its king and kills him with the Gae Bolga. Once the Dark Ruler falls, his prisoners rush forward and bathe their wounds in his blood. The tale names the three sons of Doyle Dermite separately, but they were probably not the only captives. The scene suggests that an entire company of imprisoned beings is released after the death of the ruler who held them in bondage. The victory is therefore more than a personal duel. It represents the breaking of the power of darkness and the restoration of what had been taken away. A faint version of the same theme appears in the story of Perideur, where he kills the arrogant black warrior. The details are less clear, but the dark opponent again resembles a ruler or guardian connected with imprisonment and hostile supernatural power. The pattern becomes far more visible in the story of Owain. Owain defeats the perverse black robber and releases 24 noble women who have been held captive. Their number is probably meaningful. The 24 women may represent the 24 hours of the day, all imprisoned together beneath the authority of a ruler of darkness. Once the black robber is defeated, the women regain their freedom. The symbolic meaning is powerful. The whole cycle of the day, both light and darkness, is released and allowed to move again. Time itself seems to return to its proper order. Later, Arthurian romances transform the same mythical structure into the rescue of prisoners from the kingdom of Gora. Lancelot enters that hostile realm, defeats Melwas, and liberates those who have been trapped there. What was once a journey into the world of darkness becomes a nightly rescue from an enchanted kingdom. Across all these stories, the names and settings change, but the central action remains remarkably stable. A hero crosses into a distant and dangerous realm ruled by a dark power. He defeats its guardian, frees those held there, and restores them to the world outside. This is why the rescue of Theseus matters more than the display of Cerberus. The final labor of Heracles is not simply another battle with a monster, it is a descent into death followed by a successful return. Heracles enters the place from which no mortal is expected to escape and emerges carrying life back with him. The ending of Owain's story preserves the same structure. His adventures conclude with the liberation of the prisoners, just as the cycle of the 12 labors ends with Heracles rescuing Theseus from Hades. In both traditions, the hero's greatest achievement is not the destruction of an enemy, but the restoration of those who had been lost to darkness. Beyond the famous 12 labors, Greek tradition credited Heracles with countless other victories. Every region shaped its own stories around him, turning the hero into a central figure in battles, journeys, and supernatural conflicts that extended far beyond the official list of tasks imposed by Eurystheus. Among these additional adventures, none is more important than his role in the war between the Olympian gods and the giants. According to the legend, the gods could not win the conflict by themselves. An oracle had declared that the giants could only be defeated with the help of a mortal. Athena therefore called upon Heracles to join the battle. His human nature, rather than being a weakness, became the very quality that made victory possible. The immortal gods required a mortal champion to complete what they could not accomplish alone. A similar pattern appears in the Irish epic of the Tyne. During the invasion of Ulster by the armies of Queen Medb and King Ailill, the warriors of Ulster were struck by a supernatural weakness that left them unable to fight. Cuchulainn alone remained active and stood against the Western army while his people were helpless. For much of the conflict, he defended the province almost entirely by himself, challenging enemy champions one after another and delaying the advance of a vastly superior force. When the Ulstermen finally recovered, Cuchulainn did not disappear into the background. He joined them at the head of their renewed attack and helped drive the invaders from the land. His position is therefore very close to that of Heracles. In both stories, a heroic figure who stands partly outside the divine or privileged community becomes the decisive force in its hour of greatest danger. The Welsh legend of Peredur preserves another version of the same theme, but it places the great collective battle at the end of the hero's career. Peredur's final task is the destruction of the witches of Gloucester. He does not face them alone. Gwalchmai fights beside him, and Arthur sends a powerful force to support the campaign. This ending is especially striking because Peredur had earlier received his military education from these same witches. At first, they acted as his teachers. They instructed him in horsemanship, combat, and the use of weapons. Yet by the conclusion of the story, he leads Arthur's warriors against them and brings about their destruction. And such a development would have been much harder to preserve in the Irish tradition. Cuchulainn was not merely trained by Scathach, he became her foster son. Fosterage was one of the most sacred relationships in early Irish society, and a story in which he later led an army to destroy his foster mother would have carried a powerful sense of betrayal. The Irish narrative therefore reshaped the conflict. Instead of making Cuchulainn attack Scathach and her warrior women, it gave him a different Western enemy. The invading army of the Táin included the Firbolg and numerous other peoples under the leadership of Queen Medb. Like Scathach, Medb was a formidable woman of war, but she stood outside the hero's sacred foster relationship. She could therefore occupy the role of the hostile warrior queen without creating the same moral difficulty. The Welsh story describes Peredur's enemies as the 9 witches of Caer Loyw, although it never clearly states how many warriors were present in the final battle. The scale of the conflict suggests that the witches commanded a much larger force than their title implies. They may have been surrounded by numerous followers and male allies who are simply ignored by the surviving narrator. Another Welsh legend supports this possibility. In the tale of Cŵl Hwch and Olwen, Arthur and his companions attack Caer Loyw to rescue Mabon, a youthful divine figure connected with the ancient god Maponus. In that story, the fortress is defended by men rather than women. The two traditions may preserve different versions of the same mythical stronghold. The witches may have been the ruling Amazon-like figures, while a wider army defended the fortress around them. Sun heroes usually fight alone, or with only a single companion. Their isolation emphasizes their exceptional strength and separates them from ordinary warriors. Yet, the great battles of Heracles, Cŵ Chulainn, and Peredur show that collective warfare can also belong to an ancient layer of heroic myth. These episodes should not automatically be dismissed as later additions merely because armies are involved. A vast heroic war supported by a sun-like champion stands at the center of the Iliad as well. The Trojan War cannot be reduced to a single mythological formula, but several of its central characters fit the same pattern found in the legends of Heracles, Cŵ Chulainn, and Peredur. Helen is often treated as the key to the entire story. She has been interpreted as a goddess of dawn, light, or seasonal renewal, moving between rival groups associated with brightness and darkness. Yet, a beautiful woman passing between opposing forces is such a common element in heroic mythology that Helen alone cannot explain the deeper structure of the war. A different interpretation begins by temporarily removing the direct intervention of the Olympian gods from the poem. Apollo's support for Troy, for example, may reflect later Greek ideas about the peoples and religious traditions of Asia Minor rather than the oldest layer of the legend. Once the divine interventions are set aside, the Greek army itself begins to resemble the Olympian side of an older cosmic battle. Agamemnon takes the position of the central ruler, much as Zeus commands the gods. Opposing him stands a great Eastern alliance in which Trojans and Amazons fight side by side. Within this structure, Achilles becomes the principal solar champion. He is the son of Peleus, a mortal man, and Thetis, an immortal sea goddess. His mixed parentage places him between humanity and divinity, just as Heracles and Cŵ Chulainn occupy uncertain positions between the mortal and supernatural worlds. Thetis devotes herself to protecting Achilles from the fate awaiting him. She knows that if he goes to Troy, he will gain eternal fame but die young. In some traditions, she hides him among women and has him dressed in female clothing in the hope that the Greek leaders will never discover him. Similar efforts are made to protect Cŵ Chulainn. His mother Deichtine attempts to keep him away from the warriors gathered at Emain Macha, fearing the violent life that awaits him. Yet the boy cannot be restrained. Like Achilles, he chooses a brief and glorious life over a long existence without renown. Peredur's mother goes even further. After the death of her husband and sons, she raises the boy in isolation and refuses to teach him anything about knights, weapons, or warfare. She hopes that complete ignorance will protect him from the fate that destroyed the men of his family. Her plan fails the moment Peredur encounters armed horsemen and becomes fascinated by their appearance. All three heroes are therefore pushed toward destiny despite the efforts of their mothers. Achilles, Cŵ Chulainn, and Peredur are offered safety, obscurity, or domestic peace, but each is drawn toward conflict. Their heroic identities cannot remain hidden. One question remains. What separates Achilles from the other Greeks in the way that Heracles is separated from the Olympians, or Cŵ Chulainn from the weakened Ulstermen? Greek literature may no longer preserve a clear distinction, but a faint trace may survive in the unusual origin of the Myrmidons, the people commanded by Achilles. One tradition claimed that the Myrmidons descended from ants, transformed into human beings by Zeus. This strange ancestry makes them unlike ordinary Greeks and surrounds Achilles with a people of supernatural origin. Whether this detail belongs to the oldest form of the story is uncertain, but it reinforces the sense that Achilles and his followers stand apart from the wider Greek army. Whatever his origin, Achilles becomes the savior of the Greeks when their situation appears most desperate. His withdrawal nearly destroys them, and his return transforms the war. No other fighter can match him, and once he re-enters the conflict, the balance changes immediately. One of the most dramatic episodes associated with Achilles is his battle against Penthesilea, queen of the Amazons. She arrives at Troy after the death of Hector and leads her warrior women against the Greeks. Achilles kills her in single combat, but when he sees her face, he is overwhelmed by her beauty and youth. Some versions suggest that his grief goes deeper than simple regret. He may recognize Penthesilea as someone he once knew or loved. Even where this detail is absent, the emotional reversal is powerful. The enemy warrior becomes an object of sympathy at the exact moment of her death. This episode closely resembles Peridure's changing relationship with the witches of Gloucester. His first encounter with them leads to friendship and education. They help transform him into a warrior. His final meeting, however, ends in destruction. The same female martial power that once guided the hero later becomes the enemy he must overcome. The defeat of Hector and the rout of Troy's allies bring the Iliad toward its conclusion, but they do not actually end the Trojan War. The epic contains only one part of a much larger mythological cycle. Several distinct traditions were eventually woven together into the story of Troy's destruction. The victory of Achilles over Hector forms one important thread. The recovery of Helen by Menelaus forms another. Yet a third element concerns the theft of the Palladium, the sacred image that protected the city of Troy. As long as the object remained inside the citadel, the city could not fall. The Greeks learned that the Palladium could only be taken with the aid of weapons connected with Heracles. His arrows therefore had to be recovered and brought to the war. The conquest of Troy also required Neoptolemus, the young son of Achilles. Neoptolemus arrives after his father's death and takes up the weapons of Achilles. Under the guidance of Odysseus, the most cunning strategist among the Greeks, he continues the work his father began. Odysseus plays the role of a culture hero, relying on intelligence, deception, and technical skill rather than pure strength. Neoptolemus represents a new generation of solar warrior. He is the son of the greatest champion of the war and inherits both his weapons and his destructive destiny. His arrival helps complete the fall of Troy, making him the heroic successor who brings an unfinished struggle to its final conclusion. Despite his brutality, Neoptolemus may be compared with Galahad in the Arthurian romances. Galahad is the son of Lancelot, another hero marked by extraordinary ability and a troubled relationship with the world around him. Like Neoptolemus, he enters the story as the heir to an older champion and is destined to accomplish what the previous generation could not finish. A sword once associated with Balin is miraculously preserved for Galahad. It waits for the knight worthy of carrying it, just as the weapons of Achilles pass to his son. Galahad's coming has been foretold, and his role is not merely to repeat the achievements of Lancelot, but to surpass them. He becomes the knight who completes the quest of the Holy Grail and brings the mysterious enchantments of Britain to an end. The older heroes prepare the way, but the final victory belongs to the son. In Greek myth, Neoptolemus brings the Trojan War to its conclusion. In Arthurian romance, Galahad completes the spiritual mission that Lancelot could approach but never fully achieve. Across these traditions, the pattern is remarkably consistent. A great community faces an enemy it cannot defeat alone. A chosen hero enters the struggle and turns the course of events. Yet even that hero may leave the work incomplete. His weapons, powers, or destiny then pass to a younger successor who brings the ancient conflict to its final end. Greek tradition does not portray Heracles as an untarnished hero. Alongside his greatest victories stand two terrible crimes that shape the course of his entire life. These moments divide his story into distinct chapters, transforming him from an unstoppable champion into a man forced to confront the consequences of his own actions. The first tragedy comes during a fit of divine madness. Stripped of reason, Heracles murders the children he had with his wife Megara. When the madness passes, he is left to face the horror of what he has done. Many ancient authors explain that this crime became the reason he was placed under the authority of King Eurystheus. The famous 12 labors were therefore not simply heroic adventures, but acts of penance meant to cleanse a soul burdened by unbearable guilt. A second disaster strikes later in his life. Once again overcome by madness, Heracles kills his friend Iphitus. This crime demands another punishment. The oracle at Delphi declares that the hero must be sold into slavery. Obeying the divine command, Hermes escorts Heracles to a slave market where he is purchased by Omphale, the widowed queen of Lydia. What follows is one of the most unusual episodes in Greek mythology. Instead of treating Heracles as a servant, Omphale grows fond of him and eventually grants him his freedom. The two become lovers, and for a time the greatest warrior of Greece abandons the life of constant struggle. The legends delight in reversing the hero's familiar image. Omphale dresses herself in the lion skin and carries Heracles' famous club, adopting the appearance of the mighty champion. Heracles, meanwhile, exchanges his weapons for women's clothing. He spends his days spinning wool and performing tasks traditionally assigned to women. Greek playwrights found endless comic possibilities in this reversal of roles, presenting the invincible hero in situations that completely overturned expectations. Yet Heracles does not remain idle forever. Even during his years in Lydia, his heroic nature continues to emerge. He clears the countryside of bandits, defeats hostile tribes threatening the kingdom, and wages successful campaigns against neighboring enemies, including the Amazons. Though temporarily removed from his homeland, he remains a protector and warrior wherever he goes. Once his period of exile ends, Heracles leaves Lydia behind and returns to Greece to resume his legendary career. Irish tradition preserves a remarkably similar sequence in the life of Cuchulainn. Like Heracles, he is occasionally overwhelmed by violent states in which his normal judgment disappears. Earlier stories describe his terrifying battle frenzy, while another tragic episode recounts how he unknowingly kills his own son, Connla. That death results from ignorance rather than madness, but it still places unbearable sorrow at the center of the hero's life. An even closer parallel to the Lydian exile appears in the tale of Fand. The story begins not with battle, but with enchantment. Two supernatural women, Liban and her sister Fand, enter the human world disguised as beautiful swans. Liban is connected with Labraid of the swift hand on the sword, ruler of a magnificent island beyond the ordinary world. Fand herself was once married to Manannán mac Lir, the great lord of the sea, but their marriage has ended, and she has become fascinated by the fame of Cuchulainn. The two swans descend upon a lake where Cuchulainn encounters them. Their voices produce an enchanting music unlike anything heard among mortals. Everyone who listens falls into a deep sleep. Only Cuchulainn attempts to resist the spell. He repeatedly hurls his spear at the mysterious birds, but every throw misses its mark, something almost unheard of for the greatest warrior of Ulster. Frustrated and bewildered by his failure, he too succumbs to sleep. During his dream, two women approach him. One is dressed in red, the other in green. Without mercy, they strike him again and again with horsewhips until he awakens. When consciousness returns, Cuchulainn is no longer the man he was. A strange illness overwhelms him. He asks to be carried home and lies silently in bed for nearly an entire year. He neither speaks nor shows interest in the world around him. None of his companions can understand the cause of this mysterious condition. Eventually, the truth becomes clear. The illness has been inflicted by the fairy women themselves. The only hope of recovery is to return to the place where the enchantment first occurred. Exactly 1 year after the dream, Cuchulainn travels back to the lake and meets Liban and Fand once more. This time, they offer healing rather than punishment. Their price is simple but extraordinary. Cuchulainn must journey to the island kingdom of Labraid, fight on behalf of its ruler in a coming war, and afterward remain there for a time with Fand herself. The hero hesitates. Leaving his own world for the mysterious island of the fairies is no ordinary decision. At last, he accepts the invitation. he crosses into Labraid's realm, fights bravely for its king, and secures victory in battle. Afterwards, he remains for a month beside Fond, living in a peaceful happiness entirely unlike the harsh life of constant warfare he has always known. When the time comes to leave, the lovers agree that they will meet again. They keep this promise, but the reunion cannot remain secret forever. Cu Chulin's wife Emer learns of the affair and gathers her companions, determined to kill the fairy woman. At the moment danger reaches its greatest intensity, another figure enters the story. Manannan mac Lir, Fan's former husband, suddenly appears. Invisible to everyone except Cu Chulin's charioteer Loeg, he carries Fan away forever. The disappearance shatters Cu Chulin completely. Overcome by grief and confusion, he loses his reason once more. He abandons human society and wanders through the wilderness in a state of madness. Only the chief druid of King Conchobar finally succeeds in restoring him. Using powerful magical symbols together with a potion of forgetfulness, the druid heals both Cu Chulin and Emer. The memories that caused such overwhelming pain gradually fade, allowing husband and wife to return to ordinary life. The Welsh romances preserve striking echoes of this pattern. Peredur spends a period of his life ruling beside the mysterious empress in a distant realm before eventually returning to Arthur's court. Owain likewise remains with the Lady of the Fountain after marrying her, living in her enchanted kingdom until Arthur's knights discover him and persuade him to return to the world he had left behind. Lancelot experiences an even closer parallel. Following a painful quarrel with Queen Guinevere, he falls into madness and disappears from ordinary society. Eventually, he reaches the domain of Elaine, who restores his sanity through the miraculous power of the Holy Grail. He then remains for years on the Joyous Isle before Arthur's knights finally recognize him and convince him to return to Camelot. Each hero follows the same broad pattern. A period of madness or emotional collapse separates him from the human world. He enters a distant land ruled by a mysterious woman, recovers there, performs great deeds on behalf of his new hosts, and only later returns to his original companions. During these years of absence, none of the heroes abandons his martial identity. Heracles fights for Omphale against her enemies. Cu Chulin wins battles for Labraid. Owain defends the Lady of the Fountain's kingdom. Lancelot defeats every challenger while living under the name of the Knight of Ill Fortune. Even in exile, the heroic role continues. The Welsh tradition gradually blends two different female figures into one. The woman corresponding to Fand, or Omphale, slowly merges with the Empress, who belongs to another mythological pattern altogether. The Empress is better compared with the Irish Morrigan or the Greek Hera, powerful queens standing above the ordinary world of heroes. Fand belongs to a different symbolic tradition. Her very name appears to be connected with water. She represents flowing water, perhaps a tear, a drop of dew, or some other delicate expression of moisture. This symbolism becomes clearer in the Welsh romances, where Owain's beloved is not simply a queen, but the Lady of the Fountain. Water itself becomes the dwelling place of feminine supernatural power. The same poetic image survives in later literature. In the legend of the Lady of Shalott, the shining mirror through which she views the world resembles a still surface of water. When the reflection of Lancelot appears within it, the perfect image is shattered forever. Once again, water, beauty, and the arrival of the heroic, sun-like figure are inseparably linked. Even Omphale shares this connection. She is described as the daughter of the river god Iardanus, tying her directly to rivers and flowing water. Her name may itself belong to the same family of ancient words that produced Greek terms for rain, Latin words for showers, and Sanskrit expressions connected with water. Taken together, these stories preserve what appears to be an ancient nature myth. The wandering hero, often representing the power of the sun, enters a mysterious realm ruled by women associated with rivers, fountains, lakes, rain, or the sea. There he finds love, forgetfulness, renewal, and temporary rest before returning once again to the human world. Labraid's island clearly belongs to this supernatural geography. Like many Celtic otherworlds, It lies beyond a stretch of water that separates ordinary existence from the realm of enchantment. Greek mythology imagined similar places beyond the sea. Lydia, Lycia, and the lands around Troy, where the sun seemed to rise each morning from the eastern waters, could all serve as entrances to another world. Other traditions moved this mysterious land westward to islands such as Erythea, where the sun disappeared beneath the ocean each evening. The direction mattered less than the destination itself. Whether reached by sailing east towards sunrise or west towards sunset, these distant islands belonged to the same mythical landscape. They were places standing beyond the limits of ordinary humanity, where heroes crossed the boundary between the familiar world and the realm of eternal waters, before eventually finding their way home again. After examining the individual adventures of the great heroes, it becomes possible to look at them as members of a single mythological tradition. Although their names, cultures, and stories differ, they share remarkable similarities in the way they fight, travel, and confront the supernatural world. Heracles, for example, is often remembered carrying his massive wooden club, yet this was probably not his earliest weapon. The oldest traditions suggest that he originally relied mainly on a bow and arrows, much like Apollo. The club appears to have become closely associated with him only as the legend developed over time. Another famous Greek hero, Bellerophon, also combines ranged and close combat, fighting with a bow, a spear, and, when necessary, a sword. The same pattern appears in the stories of Cuchulainn. His armory is extraordinarily varied. He throws stones with deadly accuracy, hurls spears over great distances, and fights with a sword whenever battle becomes more personal. In his most desperate moments, however, he turns to his most feared weapon, the Gai Bolga. Unlike an ordinary spear, the Gai Bolga is used in a unique manner. Rather than striking directly at an opponent's chest, it is usually driven upward from below, entering through an unprotected point, before expanding inside the victim's body. On rarer occasions, Cuchulainn brings it down from above with devastating force. This unusual style of attack recalls the legendary battle of Bellerophon against the Chimera, where the Greek hero strikes from the back of the flying Pegasus, attacking his monstrous enemy from the sky rather than from the ground. Welsh tradition follows the same heroic pattern while giving it a different emphasis. Peredur eventually becomes famous as one of the greatest swordsmen of his generation, but his very name is closely associated with the spear. In some texts, he is called Peredur of the Long Shaft, a title celebrating the extraordinary reach and deadly precision of his weapon. The expression probably refers less to the physical length of the spear than to the hero's ability to strike enemies at remarkable distances without fail. A similar idea may lie behind one of the epithets of the Irish god Lugh, who is described as long-handed. Neither hero literally possesses an unusually long arm. Instead, the image suggests power that reaches beyond ordinary human limits. The same symbolic language appears in Greek mythology. Apollo bears the title Far Shooter, emphasizing that his arrows never fail to reach their target regardless of distance. Whether myth speaks of a long spear, a long hand, or arrows that travel impossibly far, the underlying idea remains unchanged. The true hero possesses an almost supernatural ability to strike precisely where no ordinary warrior could. The similarities continue in the hero's methods of travel. Greek art usually portrays the sun itself crossing the heavens in a chariot rather than on horseback. Several heroic figures follow this celestial model. Perseus and Bellerophon ride the winged horse Pegasus, while Heracles frequently appears beside a chariot drawn by two powerful horses. His companion Iolaus drives the vehicle while the hero prepares for battle. When the journey extends beyond land, however, even the chariot is abandoned. During certain adventures, Heracles borrows the golden vessel of the sun, a mysterious bowl imagined as carrying the sun back across the world during the night. This magical craft allows him to cross seas that ordinary ships cannot navigate. Some artistic traditions add another striking image by showing Heracles riding upon the back of a lion. Although not the best-known version of the hero, it introduces another recurring feature of solar mythology: the champion traveling upon a supernatural beast instead of an ordinary animal. Cuchulainn's adventures reveal remarkably similar ideas. During battle, he almost always fights from his famous chariot, pulled by two magnificent horses and driven by his loyal companion Loeg. Together they form one of the most recognizable warrior teams in Irish legend. Yet when Cuchulainn undertakes his long journey to the distant island of Scathach, the familiar chariot disappears. He must travel alone through landscapes that no ordinary traveler could cross. The route itself becomes part of the challenge. Some obstacles are overcome in astonishing ways. At one point, he follows the rolling of a wheel. Elsewhere, he advances by tracing the movement of an apple. These strange episodes suggest magical paths whose meaning has largely disappeared from the surviving stories, but whose symbolic character remains unmistakable. The most extraordinary part of the journey comes when Cuchulainn mounts a savage beast resembling a lion. The creature carries him not only across land, but also over the sea itself. For 4 days, he rides upon its back until they finally reach an inhabited island. Those who witness the spectacle are amazed that such a terrifying animal should willingly serve a human rider. This remarkable beast resembles the magical horses Cuchulainn later captures for his own chariot after returning to Ireland. Those famous steeds rise from a lake and possess powers that clearly distinguish them from ordinary horses. Even so, an even closer comparison may be found elsewhere in Irish mythology. The older solar hero, Lugh, rides a supernatural mare named Enbar. She belongs to his foster father, Manannán mac Lir, Lord of the Sea. Her name may suggest that she possesses a bird-like head or some other avian feature. Whatever her appearance, she moves with astonishing speed, crossing both land and sea without difficulty. Enbar recalls Pegasus in several important ways. Pegasus is also connected with water through his relationship with Poseidon and with the springs that appear wherever his hoof strikes the earth. Both creatures unite the freedom of flight with mastery over water, allowing the solar hero to travel beyond ordinary geographical limits. Welsh heroes preserve a slightly different tradition. Chariots play almost no role in their stories. Instead, they consistently fight on horseback. Lleu, the Welsh counterpart of Lugh, owns an extraordinary horse known as the Steed of the Yellow-White Hoof Prince. Two unusual qualities are attributed to this animal. It is described as a gift horse, suggesting that it was received from another supernatural being rather than acquired in an ordinary manner. The Irish story of Manannán giving Enbar to Lugh helps explain the significance of this detail. The horse is also called tame or domesticated, but not in the everyday sense of an ordinary riding animal. The word implies that it was originally wild and later brought under control. Here, the Irish stories once again provide an illuminating parallel. Cuchulainn's journey on the back of the savage lion-like beast suggests that mastering a supernatural creature was itself a mark of heroic greatness. Lleu's horse may preserve the memory of exactly such a conquest. Irish tradition contains another remarkable example in the horse of Conall Cernach. During his pursuit of Lugaid, the warrior responsible for Cuchulainn's death, Conall drives a chariot pulled by only a single horse rather than the usual pair. This animal is anything but ordinary. It possesses the head of a dog and actively participates in combat. Instead of merely carrying its master, it attacks his enemies with its own teeth. The duel between Conall and Lugaid demonstrates the horse's extraordinary role. Earlier in the day, Lugaid has already lost one hand. He therefore demands that Conall fight with one hand tied behind his back so that the contest will be equal. Conall accepts the challenge. During the struggle, however, his horse suddenly lunges forward and tears a great wound in Lugaid with its powerful jaws. The attack weakens the wounded warrior just enough for Conall to finish the fight and avenge Cuchulainn's death. Throughout the Indo-European world, mounted combat probably predates the widespread use of war chariots. The familiar two-horse chariot eventually became the standard vehicle of heroic warriors in traditions such as the Ulster cycle. Against this background, Conall's one-horse chariot appears highly unusual. It may preserve an older stage of heroic mythology in which the rider depended upon a single supernatural beast rather than a matched team of horses. In this sense, Conall's monstrous horse stands somewhere between the paired chariot steeds of Cuchulainn and the solitary lion-like creature that carried him to Scathach's island. It also recalls Ovine's faithful white lion, another supernatural companion that fights beside its master rather than merely transporting him. Across Greek, Irish, and Welsh tradition, the same pattern emerges again and again. The greatest heroes are distinguished not only by extraordinary weapons, but also by extraordinary mounts. Whether they ride winged horses, enchanted mares, lion-like beasts, magical chariots, or animals with impossible forms, these companions are more than transportation. They are living symbols of the hero's ability to cross boundaries that ordinary mortals cannot. They carry the solar champion across rivers, seas, enchanted landscapes, and even the threshold separating the human world from the realm of myth itself. Although Heracles has served as the central figure throughout this comparison, he is far from the only hero who belongs to this larger mythological tradition. Again and again, his story intersects with those of other legendary champions such as Perseus, Bellerophon, Theseus, Achilles, and Apollo. Each preserves part of the same ancient pattern while expressing it in a different form. The relationship between Heracles and Theseus has already revealed how one hero can descend into the realm of death and return with another. The connection between Heracles and Apollo, however, presents a far more difficult problem. These two heroes are alike in many ways, yet Greek mythology places them on very different levels. One of their earliest confrontations follows Heracles' capture of the sacred deer belonging to Artemis. Although Apollo appears beside his sister during that encounter, a much more dramatic conflict occurs later after Heracles has killed Iphitus. Tormented by guilt and driven into a disturbed state of mind, Heracles travels to Delphi seeking guidance from Apollo's oracle. Instead of receiving help, he is rejected. The priestess refuses to deliver any prophecy, horrified by the blood guilt clinging to the hero. Heracles' anger explodes. He storms into the sanctuary itself, seizes the sacred tripod upon which the oracle depends, and attempts to carry it away. His intention is extraordinary. Rather than accepting Apollo's refusal, he plans to establish an oracle of his own. Apollo immediately intervenes. The two greatest champions of Greek mythology stand ready to fight one another over the possession of the holy object. The duel threatens to become catastrophic before Zeus himself steps in and forces both to stop. Although Heracles is prevented from taking the tripod permanently, he nevertheless achieves his purpose. The oracle finally speaks. Its command is clear: he must atone for the murder of Iphitus by entering slavery once again. That judgment ultimately leads him to Lydia and to the court of Queen Omphale. The remarkable feature of the story is that the conflict leaves no lasting hatred behind it. Afterward, Heracles and Apollo become close allies. In later tradition, Heracles is even remembered as one of the greatest promoters of Apollo's worship throughout the Greek world. Their violent quarrel becomes only a brief interruption in a much deeper partnership. This episode should probably not be confused with Apollo's hostility toward Achilles during the Trojan War. There, Apollo's support for Troy seems to reflect later Greek attitudes toward Asia Minor rather than an older mythological rivalry between two solar heroes. Irish tradition preserves a much closer parallel through the complicated relationship between Cú Chulainn, Conall Cernach, and Loegr Buadach. These three warriors are closely connected, yet they also compete fiercely with one another. Cú Chulainn and Conall are foster brothers, a bond considered almost as sacred as blood kinship in early Irish society. Fosterage created lifelong loyalty, but it did not eliminate rivalry. The greatest heroes still struggled over honor, prestige, and recognition. One famous cycle of stories centers on the champion's portion, the finest share of meat served during the royal feasts at Emain Macha. Whoever received this portion was acknowledged as the greatest warrior present. The honor proved impossible to settle peacefully. Again and again, arguments among Cú Chulainn, Conall, and Loegr threatened to erupt into deadly violence. King Conchobar and the leading nobles repeatedly intervened to prevent the heroes from killing one another. Unable to reach agreement, they submitted the question to a series of terrifying supernatural judges. Cú Chulainn successfully completed every ordeal placed before him and emerged victorious each time. yet his rivals never fully accepted the decisions. Eventually, Cuchulainn grew weary of the endless disputes. Rather than continue competing with his own companions, he withdrew from the contest entirely. The tradition of awarding the champion's portion gradually disappeared, and the friendships among the heroes were no longer tested in that way. Norse mythology approaches the same idea differently. Instead of emphasizing rivalry, it reveals a family of solar heroes existing side by side. Balder is the best known, but he is accompanied by two remarkable brothers. Hermodr undertakes the desperate journey into the realm of the dead in an attempt to bring Balder home again. Vali, on the other hand, is born for a single purpose. Although only 1 night old, he immediately grows strong enough to avenge his brother's death. This miraculous birth recalls another famous episode in Greek mythology. Apollo himself is said to have defeated the monstrous Python almost immediately after entering the world. In both traditions, the youthful solar hero displays extraordinary power from the very beginning of life. Yet an important difference separates Greek mythology from the Celtic and Norse traditions. Balder, Hermodr, and Vali stand upon the same divine level. Owain, Peredur, and Gwalchmai likewise belong to the same heroic generation. Lancelot and Galahad continue the pattern in Arthurian romance. Heracles and Apollo do not fit so neatly together. Heracles is born a mortal man who later achieves immortality through suffering and heroic achievement. Apollo, by contrast, appears as a fully divine being from the very moment of his birth. The contrast creates a difficult question. If Heracles and Apollo occupy similar mythological roles, why does one begin life as a human while the other is already a god? One possible explanation is that the surviving Greek tradition preserves different stages of religious development. Perhaps Apollo, like Heracles, was originally imagined as a mortal hero whose status gradually rose until he became fully divine. Greek literature offers no direct evidence for such a transformation, yet several details in Apollo's mythology make the idea worth considering. Even before his birth, Hera attempts to delay Apollo's arrival into the world, just as she later tries to prevent the birth of Heracles. The parallel suggests that both children are destined to become dangerous opponents of her plans. Apollo also experiences periods of compulsory service remarkably similar to those endured by Heracles. He serves King Laomedon of Troy, tending the royal cattle, and later enters the household of Admetus, ruler of Phyrae in Thessaly. During his service to Admetus, Apollo performs extraordinary feats. One of the most famous is the taming of a lion and a wild boar so that they peacefully draw the king's wedding chariot. Only after accomplishing this impossible task can Admetus marry Alcestis, daughter of Peleus. The episode recalls many later heroic traditions. Like Siegfried assisting Gunther in winning Brynhild, Apollo uses supernatural strength to secure another man's marriage. Such adventures resemble the deeds of legendary heroes more than those of an untouchable Olympian god. When the great Greek heroes are compared more broadly, the distinction between mortals and immortals becomes less absolute than it first appears. Perseus, Bellerophon, Theseus, and Achilles remain mortal despite their extraordinary achievements. Heracles begins as a man, but is eventually welcomed among the gods. Apollo alone seems completely divine from the beginning. And instead of forcing all these figures into a single pattern, another explanation may be more convincing. Ancient Indo-European mythology may simply have preserved several different traditions concerning the birth of the solar hero. One version presents the solar hero as the son, or renewed appearance, of an earlier solar hero. Arthurian romance offers clear examples through Lancelot and his son Galahad, or through similar father and son relationships in many heroic cycles. A second tradition makes the solar hero the son of the great culture hero, the wise founder, magician, or civilizing figure who stands at the beginning of the people's history. This pattern appears repeatedly in Celtic mythology. A third, perhaps older tradition places the solar hero among the children of the supreme sky god himself. In this version, the hero is divine from birth. Apollo represents this model most clearly. These traditions need not exclude one another. They may instead preserve different stages of religious thought. The oldest mythology may have viewed the solar champion as a direct son of the supreme heavenly god. Later generations elevated the culture hero until he began to occupy the place once held by the older sky deity. Once that happened, the solar hero naturally became the child of the culture hero instead. This gradual shift can be observed across the Indo-European world. In India, Indra rises until he becomes the leading figure of the pantheon. Among the Germanic peoples, Woden eventually takes a position once associated with the older god Tiw. Celtic mythology follows the same tendency. The ancient sky god becomes increasingly difficult to identify. In many stories, he almost disappears altogether. The older divine order fades into the background as heroes, kings, and magical founders assume greater importance. His consort survives more clearly. She remains visible under titles such as the Great Queen or the Empress, yet she often appears without an equally important divine husband. The balance that characterizes Greek mythology no longer exists. Greek tradition preserves the formal marriage of Zeus and Hera as the foundation of divine authority. Celtic legend, however, offers only scattered hints that such a relationship ever occupied the same central place. One example appears in the stories surrounding King Conchobar and his sister Deichtine. Certain traditions hint at a relationship that disturbed the nobles of Ulster, who considered the situation deeply troubling. Their anxiety ends only when Deichtine is married to Sualtam, who thereafter becomes the acknowledged earthly father of Cu Chulainn. The story illustrates how older mythological ideas may survive only as faint echoes. What was once a divine pattern involving the highest gods gradually becomes transformed into an uneasy fragment preserved within heroic legend. The theology has faded, but traces of its original structure remain hidden beneath the adventures of the heroes who inherited it. The strange relationship between the culture hero and the older sky god may also explain several uncomfortable traditions preserved in Celtic mythology. In an earlier religious system, the union of a supreme god and his divine sister may once have been accepted in much the same way as the marriage of Zeus and Hera in Greek belief. By the time these stories were written down, however, such a relationship was no longer viewed as sacred. It had become a forbidden act, surviving only as a troubling shadow within heroic legend. When the culture hero rose to occupy the place once held by the ancient sky god, he inherited more than divine authority. In some traditions, he also appears to inherit the god's relationship with the Great Queen. The old divine marriage was therefore transformed into an accusation of incest because the new hero was now described as the woman's brother rather than as her legitimate husband. Irish mythology preserves this pattern in the story of Cairbre Muse and Dubin, while Welsh legend reflects it in the relationship between Arthur and Gwaihir. Gwaihir may represent a Welsh form of the same great goddess who appears in Ireland as the Morrigan and in Greece as Hera. Once Arthur was elevated to the position of the supreme ruler, he effectively became her brother within the revised genealogy. This created the dark tradition surrounding the birth of Medrawd, better known as Mordred, and perhaps also affected the ancestry of Gwalchmai. The situation becomes even more complicated because Gwaihir already had a husband, King Lot. Lot had not disappeared entirely from the mythology, but he had lost his former importance. Once perhaps comparable to the supreme god, he was pushed into the background and reinterpreted as a ruler connected with distant islands, the sea, or the otherworld. His titles as King of Orkney and Lochlann preserve this weakened and remote position. A similar transformation can be seen in the Welsh tale of Gwydion and Arianrhod. As Gwydion rises to divine status, he becomes known as a son of Don. This places him within the same family as Arianrhod and turns them into brother and sister. Yet Arianrhod becomes the mother of Lo, the solar hero whose true father appears to be Gwydion himself. Once again, an older divine relationship survives inside a later genealogy that makes it forbidden. The marriage of Zeus and Hera also provides the central explanation for Hera's hatred of Apollo and Heracles. Both heroes are children born from Zeus's relationships with other women, and Hera's jealousy begins before either child enters the world. She attempts to delay their births and later places obstacles throughout their lives. Irish mythology could no longer offer the same explanation for the hostility between the Morrigan and Cú Chulainn. The Great Queen was not remembered as the lawful wife of Cú Chulainn's divine father. Storytellers therefore created another cause for the conflict. According to the surviving tradition, the Morrigan approached Cú Chulainn and offered him her love. The hero rejected her, and the humiliation turned her desire into hatred. From that moment onward, she repeatedly interfered in his battles, appearing in different forms and attempting to bring about his defeat. The original story of Peredur may once have followed a similar pattern. The hero probably insulted or refused the mysterious empress and therefore earned her hostility. In the version that survives, however, the conflict ends very differently. After treating her warriors with contempt and resisting her authority, Peredur eventually yields and becomes her husband. This development is almost as though Heracles, after Zeus had faded from memory, had been required to marry Hera himself. The most likely reason for this strange turn is that two separate female figures were gradually confused. The terrifying empress, who belonged to the tradition of the Great Queen, merged with the gentler lady of the lake, fountain, or enchanted island type. As the two figures blended together, hostility could be transformed into romance. The role of those who command, encourage, and guide the solar hero must now be considered. In the Greek cycle of Heracles, Eurystheus gives the orders, Hera remains the hidden force behind many of them, and Athena repeatedly assists the hero through his greatest dangers. Athena accompanies Heracles during many of his hardest adventures. When exhaustion overwhelms him, she provides comfort and protection. In some traditions, she even causes warm springs to rise from the earth so that he may bathe and recover his strength. Her help extends into the realm of death. During Heracles' descent into Hades, Athena is said to have prevented him from drowning in the river Styx. Her role is therefore not simply to offer advice. She actively protects the hero when supernatural forces threaten to destroy him. The same goddess had already supported other Greek champions. She guided Perseus during his mission against Medusa and helped Bellerophon gain control of the winged horse Pegasus. Athena appears repeatedly beside heroes who must master impossible creatures, cross forbidden boundaries, or enter worlds beyond ordinary human experience. Yet Greek tradition does not present Athena and these heroes as lovers. Her relationship with them is based on protection, wisdom, and divine favor rather than romance. This distinction is important because later, heroic literature frequently places a helpful woman beside the hero without making her the object of his desire. Hermes also appears near Athena in many scenes from the adventures of Heracles. As the divine messenger, inventor, guide, and culture hero, his presence suggests that the hero's labors are watched over by both wisdom and civilizing intelligence. Irish legend offers a parallel through Feidelm of the Nine Forms, a daughter of King Concobar. On the night before Cú Chulainn rides out to confront the Western forces, she secretly prepares a bath for him. Like Athena caring for the exhausted Heracles, Feidelm provides comfort and renewal before the hero enters danger. Welsh tradition preserves the same supporting figure in Luned. She assists Owain in numerous ways, giving advice, protecting his interests, and directing him through situations he could not easily survive alone. In the story of Peredur, a similar role is played by the unnamed princess who places her bed near the hero's prison cell. She offers aid, companionship, and encouragement while he remains in captivity. Yet the story does not transform their relationship into a love affair. Even Chrétien de Troyes preserves this heroic self-control in the story of Lancelot. During his search for Guinevere, a young woman offers him shelter only on the condition that he share her bed. Lancelot reluctantly agrees because he needs her assistance, but when night comes, he refuses to touch her. The woman recognizes that he is devoted to a dangerous and noble mission. On the following day, she helps him continue his journey and wishes him success. Like Athena, Luned, and Feidelm, she serves as a guide rather than a lover. The culture hero also appears beside the solar champion, though his identity changes from one tradition to another. In the Irish stories, this role may belong to Conchobar, the king who protects Cú Chulainn and is sometimes suspected of being his true father. In Welsh and Arthurian legend, the same function is performed by Arthur. Again and again, Arthur brings the wandering solar hero back from a supernatural realm and restores him to human society. Owain abandons Arthur's court and lives with the Lady of the Fountain until Arthur and his knights discover him. Peredur also spends time in a mysterious kingdom before eventually returning. Lancelot remains with Elaine on the Joyous Isle until Arthur's warriors recognize him and persuade him to come back. Arthur's role resembles that of the Indian god Indra, who in early mythology brings the hidden sun back into sight and urges the dawn to break free from the powers of night. The solar hero may disappear into an enchanted land of women, pleasure, forgetfulness, or water, but the culture hero finds him and restores him to the world of men. The figure who commands the hero presents a very different character. In the legend of Heracles, that figure is Eurystheus, king of Mycenae. He belongs to the same royal family as Heracles, yet through Hera's manipulation and Zeus's poor judgment, authority is given to the weaker man. The arrangement deliberately overturns the natural order. A coward commands the bravest hero in Greece. A physically unimpressive ruler sends the strongest man alive into one deadly trial after another. The surviving cycle of the 12 labors has clearly been reorganized and systematized over time, but Eurystheus remains the central taskmaster. Understanding his symbolic character is therefore essential. Greek tradition portrays him as both cruel and deeply afraid. Every time Heracles returns carrying some impossible creature or proof of victory, Eurystheus hides from him. He even has a great bronze vessel prepared so that he can climb inside whenever the hero approaches Mycenae. Ancient artists frequently showed the ridiculous king crouching in this container while Heracles stood above him with the spoils of another triumph. The image is comic, but its mythological meaning is serious. Eurystheus behaves like a being of darkness, terrified by the arrival of the radiant hero. His hostility continues even after Heracles dies. Eurystheus persecutes the hero's children, attempting to destroy the family that remains behind. Theseus, Iolaus, and other allies rise to protect them, and Eurystheus is eventually defeated. In one version, Hyllus, the son of Heracles, kills the cowardly king and carries his severed head to his mother Deianira. The children of the solar hero therefore survive the attack of darkness and bring about the destruction of their father's old oppressor. Another Greek legend confirms the same pattern through Polydectes, the ruler who sends Perseus to recover the head of Medusa. The birth story of Perseus closely resembles traditions surrounding the birth of the Irish god Lugh. Acrisius, king of Argos, learns from an oracle that his daughter's son will one day kill him. In an attempt to prevent the prophecy, he imprisons his only daughter Danae inside a bronze chamber where no man can reach her. The plan fails because Zeus enters the chamber in supernatural form and Danae gives birth to Perseus. Unable to kill the child directly, Acrisius places mother and son inside a wooden chest and casts them into the sea. Instead of drowning, they are carried safely to the rocky island of Seriphos. There they are discovered by the local people and eventually come under the power of King Polydectes. As Perseus grows older, Polydectes becomes interested in Danae. Her son stands in the way, so the king creates a scheme to remove him. He sends the inexperienced hero on an almost impossible mission. Perseus must bring back the severed head of Medusa, whose gaze turns living beings into stone. Perseus succeeds with the aid of Athena, Hermes, and several magical objects. When he finally returns to Seriphos, he discovers that Polydectes has continued to threaten his mother. The hero enters the king's hall and reveals Medusa's head. Polydectes and his followers are instantly transformed into stone. The dark ruler who attempted to destroy the solar champion becomes motionless, cold, and lifeless, almost like a god of the dead reduced to the condition of a corpse. The name Polydectes means something like the receiver of many, suggesting a ruler who welcomes countless guests. At first, this sounds like a description of generosity and hospitality. Yet the same title appears in connection with Pluto, the lord of the underworld. Death receives everyone in the end, and so the ruler of the dead may be called the All-Receiver. Polydectes can therefore be understood not simply as a human tyrant, but as a shadowy form of the underworld king. The barren island of Seriphos may seem an unlikely setting for a magnificent lord of the dead, but mythical geography is rarely consistent. In very early tradition, a remote rocky island could easily serve as the home of departed spirits. Celtic mythology often places the otherworld on inaccessible islands that somehow possess endless food, music, wealth, and celebration despite their isolation. The island of Gwales, for example, hosts an extraordinary feast that continues for 80 years. No story explains where the supplies come from, because the supernatural world does not obey ordinary economic or geographical rules. Seriphos may therefore preserve an ancient image of the land of death before Greek ideas of Hades became more elaborate and majestic. Its barren rocks do not weaken the interpretation. They may actually reveal how old the tradition is. The same dark character may belong to several other rulers who command solar heroes. The Lycian king who sends Bellerophon into a series of deadly adventures may be another version of the underworld taskmaster. Laomedon, whom Apollo is forced to serve at Troy, may belong to the same group. Admetus, in whose household Apollo also serves, may preserve a softer and more complicated variation. Whenever Greek legend clearly identifies the ruler who assigns impossible tasks to the solar hero, that ruler often reveals features associated with darkness, death, fear, or the otherworld. Irish mythology offers an excellent counterpart in Forgall the Trickster. Forgall opposes Cú Chulain's marriage to his daughter Emer and uses deception rather than direct force. He persuades the young hero to undertake a dangerous journey for military training, expecting that the obstacles along the way will kill him. Like Eurystheus and Polydectes, Forgall sends a superior hero toward death while remaining safely behind. His weapon is authority, cunning, and manipulation rather than courage. A similar taskmaster appears in the Welsh adventures of Peredur, where deceptive figures repeatedly direct the hero toward dangers they do not expect him to survive. Germanic tradition preserves the same relationship between Gunther and Siegfried. Gunther is weaker than the champion whose strength he exploits, yet he persuades Siegfried to perform the deeds necessary to secure Brynhild. Once again, the lesser ruler gains power over the greater hero through social position, deception, and hidden obligation. Across these traditions, the solar champion rarely chooses all his adventures freely. A frightened king, a deceptive father, an underworld ruler, or a dark magician places the burden upon him. The taskmaster represents the power that attempts to control, delay, or destroy the hero. Standing against that figure is the divine helper. Athena, Fidelme, Lunette, the unnamed princess, or another woman of wisdom and protection. Between them lies the solar hero, commanded by darkness, but guided by intelligence, courage, and the hidden powers that wish to see him return victorious. The dark power that controls or obstructs the solar hero does not always gain authority in the same way. In some myths, the hero is bound by an oath, condemned by an oracle, trapped by family duty, or placed under the command of a weaker ruler. In others, the reason is barely explained at all. What remains constant is the presence of a hostile force that tries to restrain, humiliate, or destroy the champion of light. In the story of Heracles, Eurystheus is the visible master who assigns the labors, but Hera is the greater force operating behind him. Her hostility begins before Heracles is even born and continues throughout his mortal life. She delays his birth, places him under Eurystheus, sends monsters against him, and turns many of his victories into new suffering. Apollo experiences similar opposition at the moment of his birth, when Hera attempts to prevent his mother from finding a place where she can safely deliver him. In both cases, the goddess fights the solar hero before he has even entered the world. Heracles does not remain passive under this persecution. He openly resents Hera's attacks and, in one famous tradition, even wounds her with an arrow. Greek epic briefly recalls the moment when the mighty son of Amphitryon strikes the goddess in the breast and leaves her suffering from a wound that cannot easily be healed. Irish mythology goes even further. During Cú Chulain's duel with Loch Moor, the Morrigan repeatedly enters the fight in animal form and attacks the hero directly. Cuchulainn responds with equal violence, injuring her 3 times during the struggle. First, she appears as an eel and wraps herself around his legs, trying to pull him down in the river. Cuchulainn seizes and crushes her. She then returns as a she-wolf and drives cattle against him, but he strikes her again. Finally, she takes the form of a red heifer without horns, and once more the hero wounds her. The comparison with Heracles is striking. Hera attacks through divine power and occasionally through creatures sent in her service, while the Morrigan enters the contest herself. In both traditions, the hostile goddess is not untouchable. The solar hero can resist her and even leave marks upon her body. The reason for Hera's hatred is clear within Greek mythology. She is the wife of Zeus and views Heracles as the living proof of her husband's infidelity. The Irish tradition could not preserve the same explanation because the Morrigan was no longer remembered as the lawful wife of Cuchulainn's divine father. A new cause therefore had to be created. According to the surviving story, the Morrigan offers herself to Cuchulainn and is rejected. Her wounded pride turns desire into vengeance. She promises to hinder him in battle and later fulfills that threat during his confrontation with Loch Moor. The Welsh legend of Peredur appears to preserve a softened and confused version of the same hostility. The powerful empress initially stands against the hero, but the conflict gradually becomes mixed with romance. Instead of remaining his enemy, she eventually becomes connected with him as a partner or wife. An older struggle between the solar hero and the Great Queen seems to have been reshaped by later storytellers into a more acceptable courtly relationship. Even when Hera is examined through the oldest Greek sources, her original nature is difficult to define. She is remembered above all as queen of the gods and wife of Zeus, but she also displays an unmistakable attraction to power, conflict, and violent rivalry. She does not merely observe wars, she participates in them, supports armies, manipulates champions, and delights in the downfall of her enemies. This aspect of Hera brings her close to several female figures in Celtic tradition. The Empress in the story of Peredur refuses to accept any husband who is not the greatest and most powerful knight alive. Her marriage is not based on tenderness alone, it is a reward for military supremacy. A similar figure appears in the tradition of Ellen, sometimes called the leader of hosts. Her legend raises her to the position of an empress and associates her with imperial power, armies, roads, and conquest. She is not simply a passive royal wife, but a woman whose identity is tied to the movement and command of warriors. Gwaia, the mother of Gwalchmai, and perhaps Galahad in some genealogical traditions, belongs to the same family of figures. Her name carries suggestions of blood, violence, and the excitement of battle. She resembles the Irish Morrigan, who moves through armies, predicts slaughter, and takes pleasure in the destruction of warriors. At the beginning of the Tyne, the Morrigan appears in the form of a bird. This shape suits her role as a goddess of battle and death. Ravens and crows gather over battlefields, and in Celtic tradition, they frequently announce the coming of violence. Later, during Cuchulainn's duel with Loch Moor, she abandons the bird form and appears successively as an eel, a she-wolf, and a red hornless heifer. Each transformation belongs to a different sphere. The eel controls the river, the wolf represents predatory violence, and the cow connects the goddess with cattle, sovereignty, fertility, and the fate of armies. The red hornless cow may have held a far deeper significance than the surviving Tyne explains. Another Irish legend concerning the Daoise describes a war whose outcome depends entirely upon such an animal. In that story, a blind druid named Deal supports the enemies of the Daoise. Through spells and incantations, he prepares a magical bundle or wisp. The plan requires that this object be burned within sight of the Daoise camp at the same moment that a red cow without horns is driven toward their warriors. The enemy must wound and kill the animal. Once that happens, destruction will fall upon the people who struck it, and victory will pass to the opposing side. The cow is therefore not an ordinary sacrifice. Its death acts as a magical weapon capable of deciding the fate of an entire war. The Daoise discover the plan before it can be used against them. They steal the enchanted wisp and turn the ritual back upon their enemies. The same magical action is now performed for their benefit, and the opposing army quickly realizes that the war can no longer be won. The story becomes even stranger when the Daisy cannot immediately find the required animal. Their own druid offers to solve the problem by transforming himself into a red, hornless cow. In return, he asks that permanent privileges be granted to his descendants. He enters the enemy camp in animal form, intending to complete the ritual. Before the necessary warning can be circulated, however, one of the warriors attacks and kills the cow without understanding what it truly is. The druid's death completes the sacrifice, and the magical balance of the battle is altered. The importance of the animal suggests that the red, hornless cow may have been one of the Morrigan's sacred forms. It may even have represented the goddess herself. To kill the animal would then be equivalent to striking the Great Queen, bringing disaster upon the attacker and victory to the enemy. Why the cow had to be red remains uncertain. The color may have suggested blood, fire, battle, or supernatural power. Red animals often stand apart from ordinary herds in myth, marking them as creatures belonging to another world. The absence of horns is equally mysterious. It may have signified vulnerability, ritual purity, incompleteness, or a special connection with feminine power. Whatever its meaning, the detail was essential enough that the ritual could not proceed without it. Greek mythology offers several suggestive comparisons. Hera is often described with an epithet meaning cow-eyed, a phrase usually understood as praise for the beauty and largeness of her eyes. Yet, it may also preserve a much older connection between the goddess and cattle. In another myth, when the gods flee from the monstrous Typhon by taking animal forms, Hera becomes a cow. The resemblance to the Morrigan's heifer shape is therefore more than superficial. Both goddesses can appear as female cattle during moments of supernatural danger or conflict. Hera also receives the less flattering title dog-eyed, an expression connected with shamelessness, anger, or hostility. This brings her closer to the Morrigan's transformation into a she-wolf. The animals are not identical, but both belong to the same predatory canine world. These details do not prove that Hera and the Morrigan developed from one perfectly identical goddess, yet their shared features are difficult to ignore. Both are great queens. Both are connected with war, bloodshed, jealousy, and the testing of heroes. Both can appear through animal imagery, especially cattle and dangerous canine forms. Both repeatedly oppose the Solar Champion while remaining part of the older divine order around him. Irish saga gives the Morrigan no active husband. She moves independently through the stories as a fairy, demon, prophetess, or goddess of battle. Older tradition, however, identifies her as the wife of Nate, an ancient Irish god of war. This lost marriage is significant. Warfare appears to have been one of the major functions of the Celtic sky god, just as Zeus could appear as a god who grants victory and commands the divine army. His wife would naturally share in that violent authority. As the older supreme god faded, his functions were divided among newer figures. The culture hero inherited part of his wisdom and kingship. The solar hero took over some of his heroic and martial qualities. Yet the Great Queen survived as a powerful independent being after the male god beside her had been weakened or forgotten. This may explain why the Morrigan feels strangely out of place in the Chu-Chulin cycle. She belongs to a more ancient layer of mythology than many of the human kings and warriors around her. She enters their stories like a surviving fragment from an older religious world. The same is true of the Empress in the legend of Peredur. She does not fit comfortably within the ordinary structure of Arthurian society. Her authority is too great, her origin too mysterious, and her connection with the hero too unstable. At different moments, she resembles an enemy, a supernatural queen, a war goddess, and a lady of romance. Such contradictions are not simply mistakes. They reveal how myths were built layer upon layer. An ancient goddess could be transformed into a fairy, a demon, a queen, or a romantic heroine without completely losing her earlier character. The Morrigan and the Empress therefore stand like ruins of an older mythology inside later heroic stories. Their original roles can no longer be reconstructed with certainty, but their presence shows that the legends of Cu Chulainn and Peredur were formed from traditions of very different ages. Behind the courtly adventures, heroic duels, and cattle raids lies an older religious conflict. The solar champion struggling against a great queen of war and darkness, a goddess too ancient and powerful to disappear completely, even after the world that first worshipped her had been forgotten. The traditions surrounding Urien and the legendary kingdoms of northern Britain blur the line between mythology and history. In medieval Welsh tradition, northern lands were often imagined as the realm of the dead rather than ordinary kingdoms. Figures such as Lludd were linked not only with Lothian but also with Orkney and even Norway, while Arawn ruled Annwn, the Welsh otherworld. Together, these traditions reveal a recurring belief that the mysterious lands beyond Britain were closely connected to the supernatural world. Urien's own kingdom, Rheged, seems to have belonged to this same mythic landscape. Some medieval writers later equated Rheged with Moray in northern Scotland, unintentionally merging legend with geography, yet the original tradition may have pointed to something far older. Beneath the historical place name could lie the memory of Morias, the enchanted homeland of the Tuatha De Danann, from which the magical cauldron of the Dagda was said to have been brought to Ireland. Rather than describing a real political kingdom, these stories may preserve echoes of an ancient sacred realm associated with divine power and abundance. Urien is also remembered as the Lord of Catraeth, a place whose name literally suggests a battle shore or battle strand. Many historians have attempted to identify it with Catterick in Yorkshire, but the linguistic evidence does not fit comfortably. The famous Welsh poem Y Gododin, which tells of the disastrous Battle of Catraeth, consistently points toward the region surrounding the Firth of Forth rather than Yorkshire. References to nearby places such as Eudeu, likely the fortress mentioned by both Nennius and Bede, reinforce this northern setting. It is entirely possible that Catraeth began as a legendary location before later becoming attached to an actual battlefield. Another mysterious place associated with these traditions is Mordey, whose name may simply mean sea dwellings. Medieval poets describe it as a foaming coastal realm overflowing with drink and celebration, imagery that recalls the magical fortress of Caia Sidi and other Celtic visions of the otherworld. Rather than an ordinary settlement, Mordey appears to belong to the same supernatural geography as Morias, where divine feasts and immortal hospitality awaited chosen visitors. Even Urien himself may hide two different identities that gradually merged into one. The historical ruler remembered by chroniclers could have shared his name with a far older mythical being. One possible origin derives from a Latin name meaning city-born, while another traces the name back to an ancient Celtic form connected with supernatural strength. In this interpretation, Urien was not originally a human king at all, but a powerful divine figure whose characteristics resembled those of the horned Celtic god Cernunnos, except that his sacred animal may have been the mighty aurochs instead of the stag. Over centuries, as myths faded into memory, the legendary deity and the historical warrior gradually became inseparable. This blending of myth and history may explain why medieval Welsh tradition honored Urien as one of the great bulls of battle. His son Owain inherited much of this legendary reputation and was often described as ruler of Rheged as well. Later storytellers naturally portrayed father and son fighting together, yet the mythology hints that Owain's greatest struggle originally belonged to him alone. His chief enemy was the fearsome Flamdwin, the Flame Bearer, whose very name suggests a supernatural force rather than a historical opponent. In many versions of the legend, Owain confronts and ultimately destroys this fiery adversary in single combat. The conflict against Flamdwin appears closely connected to another tradition in which Arthur restores Urien's kingdom after defeating the powers threatening the northern lands. Different manuscripts preserve different place names, yet they seem to describe the same mythical struggle. Godiu and Rheged, in one version, correspond closely to Moray and Rheged in another, suggesting that later storytellers simply adapted ancient myths to landscapes that had become familiar to their audiences. This connection becomes especially important in the remarkable tale known as the Battle of Godieu, one of the most imaginative episodes preserved in the Book of Taliesin. Here the conflict is openly supernatural. Taliesin proudly claims to have fought beside Arthur and later beside Amaethon, son of Don, during a great war in the northern forests. When the defenders seemed certain to lose, Gwydion turned to magic. Trees, shrubs, and even humble bushes sprang to life as living warriors. Oaks, alders, birches, and countless other plants marched into battle, each described with vivid personality as they fought against the armies of darkness. Elsewhere, this same battle is called the Battle of Acron, another location closely linked with Arthur's expedition into the Otherworld. Medieval Welsh tradition explains that Amaethon and Gwydion fought against Arawn, ruler of Andublin, after Amaethon stole several magical animals belonging to the Kingdom of the Dead. The war therefore represents far more than a simple military campaign. It is a mythic contest between the champions of civilization and the supernatural rulers who guarded the treasures hidden beyond the world of the living. These stories preserve an ancient belief that northern Britain itself formed part of the landscape of the Otherworld. Welsh adaptations of Geoffrey of Monmouth even place Arawn's dominion in Scotland, reinforcing the connection between distant northern territories and the realm beyond death. The legendary land of Godieu may also solve one of the oldest puzzles in early Scottish tradition. Ancient genealogies divide the Pictish world into 7 ancestral territories, one of which bears the name Fidac. Linguistically, Fidac corresponds remarkably well with the Welsh Godieu, suggesting that both names ultimately descended from the same ancient source. If this identification is correct, Godieu may once have referred to a broad region later occupied by Moray, Mar, or Buchan. Some scholars have even suggested that the modern name Glenfiddich preserves a faint echo of this forgotten landscape. Over time, another transformation occurred. Because the names Godieu and Fidac resembled the Celtic words for wood or forest, storytellers began to imagine the land itself as a living forest. From this linguistic coincidence emerged the unforgettable image of enchanted trees marching into battle beside Gwydion, turning an ancient place name into one of the most memorable scenes in Celtic mythology. At their deepest level, these northern wars symbolize something far greater than military conquest. Arthur's raid upon the Otherworld, Amaethon's theft of magical creatures, and the Battle of Godieu all express the same fundamental idea. Civilization advances only by wresting precious gifts from the dark powers that guard them. The magical cauldron, sacred animals, hidden knowledge, and supernatural abundance are prizes won through struggle between light and darkness. As generations passed, however, the symbolic meaning gradually disappeared, leaving later audiences to interpret these stories as the exploits of legendary kings rather than ancient myths about the origins of culture itself. One final legend preserves a haunting memory of this forgotten worldview. In the French Grail tradition, King Amangons, whose name may preserve the Welsh Amaethon in altered form, commits a sacrilegious act by robbing one of the mysterious maidens who dwell beside sacred springs. Until then, these women had welcomed weary travelers with food, drink, and kindness. After the king's crime, the maidens vanished forever. The springs dried up, fertile fields withered into wasteland, and prosperity disappeared from the land. Even the magnificent court of the rich fisher could no longer be found. Beneath the surface of this Grail story lies the fading echo of an older Celtic belief. When humanity breaks its sacred bond with the supernatural powers that nourish the world, the land itself loses its life and becomes barren. Urien's family was almost as remarkable as the king himself. His most famous child was Owain, but Welsh tradition also names a daughter called Morfydd, who was said to be Owain's twin sister. Among Urien's other sons were Rhywallan and Elphin. The second of these names appears to carry a distinctly northern character, and may even be connected with the name Alpin, which later became well known in Scottish royal tradition. Owain and Morfydd were born to Modron, a mysterious female figure whose identity opens another path into the older layers of Celtic mythology. Modron was also remembered as the mother of Marbon, the divine youth who had been taken from her shortly after his birth. It is possible that these traditions did not originally describe two different women, but the same ancient mother goddess appearing in separate stories, yet her two sons belong to very different worlds. Owain was gradually transformed into the image of a noble Christian knight, riding through forests, rescuing women, confronting giants, and serving within the Arthurian world. Mabon, by contrast, remained much closer to his pagan origins. He belonged to an older divine order and resembled the youthful solar gods of antiquity, particularly Apollo, whose beauty, music, light, and mysterious disappearance placed him between the human and supernatural worlds. Welsh poetry presents Urien as the greatest ruler of the northern kingdoms. In one account, he towers above the other 13 kings of the north, while the Book of Taliesin praises him as the Golden King of the North. He is also described as the head of Prydain, a title suggesting authority over the northern territories of Britain, including the lands later associated with the Picts, stretching from Loch Lomond toward the distant reaches of Caithness. Urien was also connected with the region of Lwyfanid, known in Gaelic as Levenach, and later shortened in English to Lennox. This territory roughly corresponded to the country surrounding Loch Lomond and modern Dumbartonshire. Such geographical details may have been introduced when later generations attempted to place the mysterious kingdom of Rheged upon an actual map. The poets inherited a mythical realm, but their audiences increasingly expected real mountains, rivers, valleys, and fortresses. As a result, Rheged wandered through tradition. Sometimes it appeared in the far north, while in other stories it was placed in South Wales. One of Urien's strangest titles cannot easily be attached to any ordinary landscape. He was called Urien of the Evening, Lord of the Evening, and even the Blessed Prince of the Evening. These names suggest far more than the rule of a human kingdom. They associate him with twilight itself, the uncertain hour between daylight and darkness when the visible world begins to lose its familiar shape and the supernatural realm draws near. A poem in the Book of Taliesin speaks of Urien as a supreme ruler dwelling in a distant city. It also describes him as an ancient companion or the first traveler to reach that remote place. The meaning is obscure, but the image resembles ancient Indo-European traditions concerning the first man to die and discover the road into the next world. In early Indian religion, Yama was remembered as the first mortal to cross the boundary of death. He traveled along a long and difficult road, passed beyond dangerous waters, and established his kingdom in a distant paradise. Because he had discovered the path first, the dead could later follow him. There, he welcomed the ancestors of humanity into a land of endless pleasure and abundance. Welsh mythology contains a closely related image in the story of Bran the Blessed. Bran crosses the waters separating Britain from the otherworld, carrying his companions toward a distant and dangerous realm. In the tale, that land is called Ireland, but it frequently behaves less like the historical island and more like a kingdom beyond the ordinary world. To understand the deeper connection between Bran and Urien, it is necessary to revisit the strange and violent story of Bran's final expedition. Bran crossed the sea with an army to confront Matholwch, King of Ireland. The expedition had been caused by the suffering of Branwen, Bran's sister, who had married Matholwch but was later humiliated and mistreated. When Bran's enormous figure appeared across the water, the Irish were terrified. He was so vast that no ordinary house could contain him, and at first they mistook him for a moving mountain advancing through the sea. Unable to defeat him openly, the Irish proposed peace. They offered to recognize Bran's authority and promised to build a hall large enough to receive him. Branwen supported the agreement, desperately hoping to prevent further destruction between her husband's people and her brother's army. The Irish constructed a magnificent building supported by 100 pillars. On each side of every pillar, they hung a leather bag, creating 200 bags in total. Hidden inside each one was an armed warrior waiting to attack the Britons after they entered the hall. Before the armies arrived, Bran's half-brother Efnisien inspected the building. Efnisien was fierce, suspicious, and dangerously unpredictable. When he noticed the hanging bags, he asked an Irishman what they contained. "Flour," the man replied. Ephnesian placed his hand against the first bag and felt the shape of a human head. Without hesitation, he crushed the skull between his fingers. He moved to the next bag, asked the same question, received the same answer, and killed the warrior hidden inside. One after another, he destroyed every concealed soldier. The final man wore a helmet, forcing Ephnesian to use even greater strength before crushing his head as well. The two armies then entered the hall, unaware that the planned ambush had already failed. For a moment, peace appeared possible. The Irish kingdom was given to Gwern, the young son of Branwen and Matholwch. The child moved among his relatives as both sides welcomed him with affection. He approached Bran, then Manawydan, his uncle, and finally Ephnesian. Ephnesian watched the boy come toward him and suddenly decided to commit an act no one could have predicted. Before anyone could stop him, he seized Gwern by the legs and threw him headfirst into the fire. Branwen tried to leap into the flames after her son, but Bran caught her with one hand while raising his shield with the other. In an instant, the fragile piece collapsed. Men reached for their weapons, shouting and fighting throughout the hall. The building became a place of chaos, fire, grief, and slaughter. The Irish possessed a terrifying advantage, a magical cauldron of rebirth. Whenever one of their warriors fell, his body was thrown into the vessel. By the following day, he emerged alive and physically restored. Yet the men returned without the power of speech, transformed into silent soldiers who could continue fighting but could no longer speak of what they had experienced. As the battle continued, Ephnesian realized that his reckless cruelty had brought disaster upon his own people. The dead warriors of Britain had no magical cauldron to restore them, while the Irish returned to battle again and again. Overcome with guilt, Ephnesian chose to destroy the enchantment. He hid among the Irish corpses and allowed himself to be thrown into the cauldron. Once inside, he stretched his body with such force that the vessel shattered into 4 pieces. At the same moment, his own heart burst. His final act ended the power of resurrection, but it came too late to save either kingdom from ruin. Only 7 of Bran's followers survived the fighting. Bran himself had been struck in the foot by a poisoned spear and knew that he could not recover. He ordered his companions to cut off his head and carry it back to Britain. The head was to be buried on the White Hill in London, facing toward France, where it would guard the island against invasion. The survivors reluctantly obeyed. Branwen traveled with them, but when she reached Britain and looked back toward Ireland, the full weight of the catastrophe overwhelmed her. She mourned that 2 islands had been destroyed because of the conflict surrounding her, and she died from grief. Ireland itself had been left almost empty. According to the story, only 5 pregnant women survived in a cave. Their descendants later repopulated the island and divided it among themselves. They wandered through the abandoned battlefields, gathering the gold and silver left behind by the dead, and became wealthy from the remains of the destruction. Bran's head did not immediately reach London. For many years, it accompanied the 7 survivors through a mysterious existence outside ordinary time. They lived in a distant place, feasting without sorrow, while the severed head spoke and entertained them as though Bran still lived. This enchanted banquet continued until the survivors finally resumed their journey and buried the head as commanded. The death of Urien appears to preserve a strikingly similar pattern. According to Welsh tradition, the man responsible for the fatal event was called Lofan Lor Difro, an obscure figure whose name appears nowhere else with certainty. His title is difficult to interpret, though it may describe a man skilled in throwing weapons, shooting arrows, or striking from a distance. The name Leofan may also be connected with Leo, the radiant hero of the Mabinogi. If so, Urien's death could represent another version of the myth in which Leo kills Goronwy after being betrayed and wounded. This possibility becomes even more intriguing because Urien is said to have died at Aber Leo, the mouth of a river associated with the same divine name. A long poem in the Red Book of Hergest mourns Urien's death. The speaker is usually identified as Lywalch Hen, an old warrior who belonged to Urien's extended family, and regarded the king not only as a relative but also as his lord and protector. Throughout the lament, he describes Urien as the pillar of Britain, the son of Tinfark, and the father of Owain. Again and again the speaker cries out in grief, "Woe to my hand that killed my lord!" Later interpreters tried to soften the meaning, translating the line as though the poet merely regretted that Urien had died. Yet the original words are far more disturbing. The speaker appears to admit that his own hand removed Urien's head. He even describes himself carrying that head with him. This does not necessarily mean that Lywalk murdered Urien. The episode becomes far clearer when compared with the death of Bran. Urien may have been mortally wounded in battle and ordered one of his companions to behead him. The chosen warrior obeyed, but the act left him tormented by guilt. He had fulfilled his lord's final command, yet he could never forget that it was his own hand that delivered the final stroke. Under this interpretation, Lywalch becomes the counterpart of Manawydan, the leading survivor who carried Bran's severed head. Urien's death was therefore not simply an assassination, but part of an ancient ritual pattern in which the body of a wounded divine king perished while the head continued to preserve his power. One poem describes a black raven resting upon Urien's breast. In Welsh, the word for raven is Bran. It is possible that Bran's name began not as a personal name, but as the title or emblem of a dark god associated with the raven. Over time, the symbol may have become the identity of the deity himself. If that happened, Urien and Bran may originally have been two names for the same supernatural ruler. The connection becomes stronger when Urien is compared with another mysterious figure known as Utherpen or Uther Pendragon. The older form of this name may be understood as the Wonderful Head or the Terrible Chief. In ancient Celtic art, powerful divine heads often appear without complete bodies, staring outward with enormous eyes. The severed head was not merely a sign of death. It was believed to contain identity, wisdom, authority, prophecy, and supernatural protection. Uther describes himself in poetry as dark or black in appearance. He is also associated with a deep blue, bruised, or shadowy complexion. The same language is applied to Urien, whose body and spear are described with similar dark coloring. These images suggest that both figures belong to the same family of Twilight gods, rulers whose power emerged when daylight weakened. A lament for Urien declares that disaster has fallen upon the land of evening because of the violence of a savage night. It ends with a desperate question: will there ever be another Urien? The devastation caused by this single attack closely resembles the dolorous stroke of Arthurian legend. In that story, the knight Balin wounds King Pellam with a sacred weapon. At the instant of the blow, Pellam's castle collapses, the surrounding country is ruined, and entire regions fall into desolation. As Balin rides through the damaged land, survivors accuse him of destroying their homes and bringing death upon thousands. The stroke that ended Urien's power was remembered in Welsh tradition as one of the 3 terrible slaughters of Britain. Like Balin's blow against Pellam, it did not merely injure a king. It shattered the supernatural order supporting an entire kingdom. Another Grail story preserves a different version of the same episode. Percival arrives at a ford guarded by a knight named Urban of the Black Thorn. After defeating him, Percival witnesses the collapse of the enchanted world surrounding the Guardian. Urban's castle disappears with a tremendous noise. His lady and her maidens rush to defend him in the forms of birds. Percival strikes one of them, and as she falls, she changes back into a woman before the others carry her away toward Avalon. Urban of the Black Thorn appears to be another transformation of Urien. His dark title connects him with thorny guardians, wounded kings, and ruined supernatural kingdoms. The bird maidens resemble the enchanted birds of Rhiannon, while the vanishing castle belongs to the familiar landscape of Celtic magic, where magnificent palaces may disappear the moment their hidden power is broken. These stories reveal why it is so difficult to separate figures such as Urien, Bran, Uther, Pwyll, Pellam, and Urban. They are not necessarily independent characters with completely different origins. They may represent overlapping forms of the same ancient divine type: the Dark Ruler, the Wounded King, the Guardian of Abundance, the Lord of a Twilight Kingdom, and the Severed Head whose presence protects the land. Their opponents also change names without changing their essential role. Balin, Lofan, Peredur, Percival, and other wandering knights repeatedly appear as bright, aggressive heroes whose arrival destroys the enchanted stability of an older world. They challenge the guardian, deliver the fatal blow, and expose the apparent paradise as a place built upon illusion. At the beginning of the myth, Urien's kingdom appears magnificent. Its ruler is powerful, its halls are immense, its feasts are rich, and its landscape seems untouched by suffering. Yet this beauty survives only within the half-light of enchantment. When the solar hero strikes, the Dark King is wounded or reduced to a severed head. His towers collapse, his court disappears, and the fertile land becomes empty. The kingdom is called Equid, the evening. It belongs to dusk, the hour when shapes become uncertain and imagination transforms the ordinary world into something wondrous. Twilight allows the palace to appear, the feast to continue, and the dead king to speak. But when the light of the hero breaks through the illusion, the splendor vanishes. What remains is not paradise, but silence, ruins, and a wounded land. The tragedy of Urien is therefore larger than the death of a heroic ruler. It describes the destruction of an entire supernatural age. The old gods lose their kingdoms, their magical fortresses fall, and their sacred abundance disappears. Their identities survive only as fragments scattered among Welsh poetry, Arthurian romance, Grail legend, and the fading memory of the Celtic otherworld. Among all the rulers and warriors celebrated in the Book of Taliesin, Urien stands apart. No fewer than 8 poems in the collection are devoted to him. This means that nearly 1/7 of the entire manuscript is occupied by songs praising a single figure. No other hero receives attention on the same scale, and such an imbalance can hardly be accidental. Urien must have possessed a special importance for the poets who preserved his memory. The explanation may lie not simply in his fame as a warrior, but in his connection with the bardic world itself. A clue appears in the story of Bran the Blessed. In the Mabinogi of Branwen, Bran carries the musicians of his court across the sea on his own back during the expedition to Ireland. This strange image presents him as more than a king commanding entertainers. He seems to bear the entire artistic community with him, almost as though music and poetry existed under his protection. The same idea emerges even more clearly in the mysterious poem spoken by Utherben, another figure closely related to Bran and Urien in the older mythology. Uther describes himself as a bard, a harpist, a piper, and a player of stringed instruments. He even claims to contain within himself the abilities of 140 performers. The language of the poem is difficult and open to interpretation, but its central meaning is unmistakable. Uther is intimately connected with poets, musicians, and professional artists. This suggests that the bards regarded the dark, divine ruler, appearing under names such as Urien, Bran, and Utherben, as their supernatural patron. He was not merely a heroic king praised for political reasons. He may once have been the god who granted inspiration, protected performers, rewarded poets, and presided over the mysteries from which music and verse were believed to arise. The nature of this god was deeply contradictory. He ruled both beginnings and endings, fertility and destruction, life and death. In one form, he was the source of wealth, food, generosity, and abundance. In another, he governed the dead and increased the population of his kingdom whenever warriors fell in battle. Because the battlefield sent so many men into his realm, he naturally became associated with bloodshed. The ruler of the dead could also become the Lord of Carnage. One of his darker forms appears in Welsh tradition as Gwyn ap Nudd, king of the fair folk and commander of the supernatural beings of the otherworld. Gwyn is not simply a gentle fairy ruler. He is linked with violence, death, wild pursuit, and the gathering of fallen souls. In the same spirit, Utherben speaks of slaughter almost as though it were a source of pleasure, while Urien is repeatedly praised for 2 qualities above all others: his ferocity in war and his generosity toward poets. For the bardic imagination, these 2 characteristics belong together. The ideal ruler destroyed his enemies and enriched those who preserved his fame. A similar relationship appears in Irish heroic tradition. Before Cú Chulainn could become the greatest warrior of Ulster, he was sent to a terrifying teacher named Domhnall, who instructed him in the arts of combat. Domhnall occupies much the same role as Peredur's uncle in Welsh romance, who trains the young hero in swordsmanship and prepares him for the violent world of knighthood. Yet Domhnall may have been more than a human instructor. Another tradition remembers a fearsome supernatural figure called Domhnall in his chariot, a being closely connected with bardic learning and the old religious order. His Welsh counterpart was Dyfnwal Moel Mud, whose strange title means something like bald and silent. Such descriptions resemble the mysterious epithets repeatedly attached to the dark gods of Celtic tradition. Later, chroniclers transformed Dyfnwal into a mighty British king. He was said to have defeated the rival rulers of the island, united their kingdoms beneath his authority, and then established a celebrated system of laws. Welsh tradition also connected him with the organization of the Bardic Order. He therefore combined the roles of conqueror, lawgiver, and patron of poetry, the same mixture of violence, authority, and artistic protection associated with Urien. This may explain the extraordinary number of poems addressed to Urien in the Book of Taliesin. During the pagan period, hymns may once have been sung to him as the divine guardian of the bards. Even after Christianity became dominant, the old habit of praising him could have survived in altered form. Sacred songs to a god may gradually have become court poems celebrating a heroic king. The words changed, but the tradition continued. The Book of Taliesin preserves more traces of this older bardic religion than any other surviving Welsh manuscript. Unfortunately, its poetry is often extremely obscure. Its language is dense, symbolic, and filled with images whose original meaning had probably become uncertain even to later copyists. Yet, beneath that obscurity, fragments of pagan belief remain visible. One of the clearest examples is the treatment of Bran's severed head. In the tale of Branwen, it is called the Venerable Head or the Dignified Head. Even more revealing is Bran's usual name, Bendigeid Fran, meaning Bran the Blessed. The word blessed cannot have meant that Bran was regarded as a Christian saint. Few characters could be less similar to a saint of the church. He was a gigantic supernatural king whose severed head continued speaking, feasting, and protecting Britain after death. His title must therefore preserve the memory of a time when he was sacred in a religious sense. Bran was blessed because he had once been worshipped. The title may have survived because the bardic class continued to honor him long after his cult had faded. To them, he was not merely a character from an old story. He was the ancient source of their privilege, inspiration, and authority. Urien, Bran, and Utherben were not the only pagan figures preserved in the Book of Taliesin. Another was Goronwy the Radiant, the rival of Lo Lor Giffis. Goronwy was described as Lord of Penlyn, the district surrounding Bala Lake. The same region was also connected with Tegid the Bald, another mysterious figure whose title places him among the shadowy rulers associated with darkness, silence, and the supernatural world. Tradition claimed that Tegid once lived where Bala Lake now lies. His palace was believed to have disappeared beneath the water, and the lake still bears his name in Welsh as Lyn Tegid. Such stories are often explained as memories of drowned settlements, but their mythological background points in another direction. Tegid was originally imagined as dwelling within or beneath the lake, just as countless Welsh fairy rulers were believed to inhabit hidden palaces underwater. The later story that his land sank beneath the lake may have developed because people no longer understood the original belief. A supernatural residence below the water was transformed into a human palace destroyed by a flood. Tegid's wife was Ceridwen, one of the most important figures in Welsh bardic mythology. She possessed the famous Cauldron of Inspiration, sometimes called the Cauldron of Knowledge or the Cauldron of the Sciences. Within it, she prepared a magical liquid capable of granting wisdom, poetry, and prophetic understanding. Ceridwen had a son named Afagdu, whose name became almost synonymous with darkness, ugliness, and the infernal world. He appears in the poem known as the Chair of Ceridwen, and he is also mentioned in the elegy of Utherben. Once again, the same circle of ideas appears: darkness, divine knowledge, poetry, death, and supernatural inspiration. Tegid and Uther may therefore represent little more than different names for the same type of being. Both belong to the shadowy world beneath the surface of ordinary reality. Both are linked to bardic power. Both stand near the mysterious cauldron from which knowledge and inspiration flow. Another figure from this same mythological family is Gwyddno Garin Hir. His kingdom was said to lie near the mouth of the river Dyfi, in a low coastal region later overwhelmed by the sea. In the legend of Taliesin, it was near this drowned territory that the future bard was discovered as an infant. Taliesin had first appeared in a leather bag or basket floating upon the water. He was found by Elphin, the son of Gwyddno, who rescued the child and brought him home. Though Elphin was considered unlucky and unsuccessful, the discovery of Taliesin transformed his fate. The infant immediately revealed astonishing poetic powers and became his protector, companion, and source of prosperity. The landscape surrounding the Dyfi estuary still preserves traces of this tradition. On the Cardiganshire side of the river stood a place known as Taliesin's Town. Nearby was the coastal settlement of Borth, whose fuller ancient name may once have meant Gwyddno's port in Ceredigion. Yet Gwyddno was not confined to this part of Wales. Other legends placed him much farther north. Near Bangor, a small river was called the Poison of Gwyddno's horses. The name referred to the bursting of Ceridwen's cauldron, whose contents were said to be so powerful and poisonous that they killed or corrupted Gwyddno's steeds. Those steeds were probably not ordinary horses. In poetic language, they may have represented the waves of the sea. The legend therefore imagined the contents of the shattered cauldron flowing into a river and poisoning the white, rushing horses of the ocean. Gwyddno was also said to have granted land to Taliesin in the region between Llandudno and Bangor. In later versions of Taliesin's life, Elphin and the young bard lived close enough to visit the court of Maelgwn Gwynedd, one of the most powerful rulers of North Wales. Other traditions went even farther and counted Gwyddno among the ancient kings of the north. Some versions of the Welsh triads even speak of a northern place called Gwyddno's Port. The connection with northern Britain becomes especially striking when Gwyddno's son is considered. Like Urien, Gwyddno had a son named Elphin. The name may be related to Alpin, a famous name in early Scottish tradition. It is therefore possible that the two Elphins were originally one figure, just as Gwyddno and Urien may once have been alternative forms of the same divine king. The stories of these rulers repeatedly return to one central event: the terrible blow that destroys the kingdom of the dark divinity. In every version, the storyteller's sympathy belongs not to the attacker, but to the wounded king. Balin is cursed for striking King Pellam. Lofan's attack upon Urien is remembered as one of the 3 most atrocious slaughters in Britain. Bran's unnamed enemy wounds him with a poisoned spear, yet the tale barely notices the attacker. All emotional attention remains fixed on Bran's suffering and the destruction that follows. Why should the one who defeats the Dark Ruler be treated with such horror? Arthurian romance offers a simple answer in the case of Pellam. He is described as a man of sacred ancestry and exceptional honor. Wounding him is therefore presented not merely as violence against a king, but as an offense against a holy order. The poems about Urien provide a different justification. He is praised as the great defender of Britain against Saxons, Angles, Picts, and Scots. He is also celebrated as the generous protector of the bards. To attack such a ruler is to attack both the land and the poetic class that preserves its memory. Yet these explanations do not reach the deepest level of the myth. Bran's case is even more revealing. He is called Bran the Blessed, and his opponent is automatically treated as the wrongdoer. Since Bran is wounded in Ireland, the story can present him as a noble ruler attacked in a hostile land. But the true reason for the horror may be much older. The attack does not merely kill a man, it destroys the ruler of the otherworld. The strange episode involving the warriors hidden in leather bags may also have left traces in real place names. A Roman station in the border region carried a name that can be interpreted as mealbag. This has encouraged speculation that another version of the massacre may once have been located near the River Annan, in a territory lying beyond the main Brythonic heartlands. Whether or not this connection is historical, the scene of Bran's disastrous feast has a remarkable parallel in Germanic legend. In the Nibelungenlied, King Gunther and the Burgundians travel to the court of Etzel, ruler of the Huns. Their journey leads them across a great river and into a distant land where they are received with apparent hospitality. Bran and his followers likewise cross dangerous waters before reaching the kingdom of mythology. Both expeditions begin because of a royal sister. Gunther travels toward the court where his sister Kriemhild has married Etzel. Bran crosses the sea because Branwen has married Matholk and suffered humiliation in Ireland. In each story, a marriage intended to unite kingdoms becomes the cause of catastrophe. Both tales also place a royal child at the center of a fragile peace. At Etzel's court, the infant Ortlieb represents the union between Kriemhild and the king of the Huns. During the feast, the child is mocked and then killed by Hagen, one of Gunther's greatest warriors. In the Welsh story, Gwern, the son of Branwen and Matholwch, is made king as part of the agreement between the two armies. For a brief moment, he appears to guarantee peace. Then Efnisien seizes him and throws him into the fire. In both legends, the murder of a child becomes the signal for general slaughter. The hall turns into a battlefield. Hospitality collapses. Relatives, guests, and hosts destroy one another until almost no one remains alive. In the German story, only Etzel and the warrior Dietrich survive the final catastrophe. Dietrich, whose name and legendary role contain traces of a radiant heroic figure, may preserve the role of the solar champion. The Welsh story offers no comparable male survivor among the Irish, but the missing figure may be supplied by comparison with heroes such as Balin, the knight whose violent blow destroys the kingdom of the wounded ruler. The treasures in the two traditions also reflect one another. The Burgundians possess the immense treasure of the Nibelungs, which eventually disappears beneath the Rhine. Bran's companions possess a different form of wealth, the endless feast provided by his living head. In both stories, the treasure remains connected with water, death, memory, and a world that cannot be recovered. The parallel raises an unsettling question. Why are Bran and Gunther placed among foreign enemies rather than among the people whom the storyteller might naturally favor? Why does the Dark Ruler travel away from his own land before the final slaughter occurs? The answer may lie in the ancient symbolism of the journey itself. The Dark King and his followers may represent the dead. Their distant destination is not simply Ireland or the land of the Huns, but the otherworld. The long road, the crossing of rivers, and the arrival at a remote royal hall are images of the passage from life into death. This returns us to the ancient figure of Yama, the first mortal to discover the road beyond the world. In Vedic tradition, Yama crosses the rushing waters and reaches the country of the ancestors. There, he becomes their ruler and welcomes the dead to an eternal banquet. Time has no meaning in that realm. Age, hunger, decay, and sorrow have been left behind. The ancestors sit together in endless celebration. Bran's story follows the same pattern. He crosses the waters, dies in a distant land, and continues to preside over a feast after his body has been destroyed. His severed head becomes the center of a paradise where grief is forgotten and time ceases to move. Yet such a paradise can survive only while it remains untouched by ordinary daylight and human curiosity. The appearance of the solar hero brings the enchantment to an end. One violent stroke allows reality to enter. The palace collapses, the feast vanishes, the dead king begins to decay, and the timeless world disappears as suddenly as a dream after waking. This is why Balin is cursed. His lance does not simply wound Pelham. It tears open the boundary, protecting an entire supernatural kingdom. With one blow, he destroys a world of illusion, beauty, memory, and sacred abundance. Bran's companions experience this lost paradise in its purest form. Before his death, Bran tells the 7 survivors to remove his head and carry it back to Britain. He promises that the head will remain as pleasant and entertaining as when it was attached to his living body. First, they are to remain at Harlech for 7 years. There they will feast in the company of Bran's head while listening to the 3 birds of Rhiannon. Afterward, they must travel to Gwales in Pembrokeshire, where they will continue their banquet for 80 years. They may remain there in perfect happiness as long as they do not open a particular door facing Cornwall. The prophecy is fulfilled exactly. For 7 years, the survivors sit at Harlech, eating and drinking while the birds of Rhiannon sing to them from far across the sea. Though the birds are distant, they appear as clear and close as if they were perched beside the hall. These are no ordinary birds. Their song possesses power over the boundary between life and death. They can awaken the dead as though they were living, and they can lull the living into a sleep resembling death. Their music holds the listeners between worlds, suspended outside ordinary time. After 7 years, the company leaves Harlech and travels to Gwales. There, they find a magnificent royal hall standing above the sea. 2 of its doors are open. The third remains closed. They immediately understand that this is the forbidden door facing Cornwall, the one Bran had warned them never to open. Within the hall, the 7 companions remain for 80 years. They feast continually with the talking head of their lord. They experience no grief, no fear, and no awareness of passing time. The disasters in Ireland, the death of Branwen, the destruction of 2 armies, and the loss of Bran himself vanish entirely from their minds. They remember nothing painful. Bran's head speaks, laughs, and entertains them exactly as he had promised. To his followers, he seems no less alive than before his death. The hall becomes a perfect refuge from memory. Then curiosity breaks the spell. One of the companions, Hylin, son of Gwyn the Old, declares that he will open the forbidden door, whatever the consequences. He wants to discover whether Bran's warning was true. The moment the door opens, the enchanted world collapses. The companions look toward Cornwall and Aber Henfelen. At once, every sorrow returns. They remember the slaughter in Ireland, the deaths of their friends, the ruin of Branwen, and the loss of their king. The past no longer feels distant. It presses upon them with the force of something that happened only the previous day. The feast can no longer protect them. The head begins to lose its supernatural preservation, and the company realizes that they must leave immediately. Their timeless paradise has ended because a single door was opened toward the ordinary world. They carry Bran's head to London and bury it upon the White Hill, fulfilling his final command. The meaning of the story reaches far beyond the journey of 7 warriors. The hall at Gwales represents the other world itself, a place without aging, grief, memory, or time. Bran's head is the dead ruler who remains alive among his people, presiding over the eternal banquet of the ancestors. The forbidden door is the boundary between enchantment and reality. While it remains closed, death feels like life, loss is forgotten, and the feast continues forever. Once it is opened, light enters, memory returns, and paradise disappears. The world of Bran, Urien, and Uther Ben is therefore the world of the bards, a realm sustained by music, story, praise, and remembrance. Through poetry, dead kings continue to speak. Lost kingdoms rise again. Ancient gods survive beneath the names of heroes, but when the song ends and the door opens, only history remains. A few details may help explain the strange paradise in which Bran's companions spent so many years. Gwales, located in the old district of Pembroke, was probably the island now known as Grassholm, the most distant of the Pembrokeshire islands visible from the mainland. Isolated far out at sea, it would have been an ideal setting for a supernatural refuge beyond the reach of ordinary life. The location of Aber Henfelen is far more uncertain. Its name means the mouth or meeting place of the waters of Henfelen, but no definite site can now be identified. Its role in Bran's story is equally mysterious. When the forbidden door at Gwales was opened toward Aber Henfelen, memory, pain, and awareness of loss immediately returned to the companions. Yet, the tradition never clearly explains whether the place reminded them of an earlier period of happiness or of the catastrophe that had destroyed their world. Taliesin mentions Henfelen in one of his poems, where he claims to have sung before the sons of Lear at the confluences of Henfelen. The most important sons of Lear were Bran and Manawydan, so the place clearly belonged to the mythological landscape surrounding Bran's family. It may have been connected with their former power, their journeys, or the final ruin of their kingdom. Whatever its precise meaning, simply looking toward it broke the enchantment that had protected Bran's companions from grief. The endless feast at Gwales belongs to an ancient family of stories about distant islands where food, music, and happiness never end. A comparable tradition appears in the Greek tale of Polydectes, whose palace stood upon the small island of Seriphos and whose doors remained open for constant celebration. In both traditions, an isolated island becomes a place of abundance, suspended outside ordinary time. Echoes of the Welsh version survived for centuries along the coasts of Pembrokeshire and Carmarthenshire. Sailors spoke of mysterious lands called the Green Meadows of Enchantment, believed to lie somewhere in the Western Sea. Some claim to have seen these islands rising clearly above the water, only to watch them disappear moments later. Others told of men who had landed upon their shores and entered a country of impossible beauty before losing all trace of it. The people of Milford once believed that the green islands of the fairies could sometimes be seen from the coast. These supernatural inhabitants were said to travel between their hidden country and the mainland through a secret passage beneath the sea. They came ashore to visit the markets of Milford and Lawfarn, where they bought food and other supplies. The fairies rarely spoke, and they could move among ordinary people without being noticed. Yet they always seemed to know the exact value of whatever they wished to purchase. They placed the correct amount of money on the merchant's table and vanished without conversation. This detail belongs to a later and more practical version of the legend. In the older story of Bran, the feast requires no servants, kitchens, merchants, or deliveries. Food simply appears. Such effortless abundance was a common feature of fairy banquets. The supernatural table remained full without labor, and no attendant was ever seen bringing the dishes. As belief became more grounded in ordinary life, however, the hidden islands were imagined as crowded towns whose inhabitants required regular supplies. The fairies still belonged to another world, but they now behaved more like secretive foreign customers who had to visit human markets. Similar traditions were once common on both sides of the River Teifi. In that region, the fairy people were known as Plant Rhys Dydoefen, the children of Rhys the Deep. The word deep may have referred not to physical depth, but to intelligence, secrecy, and cunning. Their preferred market town was Cardigan. Whenever the price of grain rose sharply, or the entire supply disappeared unusually early, poorer customers returning home would quietly say, "They were there today." No one needed to explain who they were. People avoided speaking the fairy name openly, perhaps from fear of attracting their attention. The kingdom of Rhys the Deep was said to be small, but it possessed a remarkable plant found nowhere else. This herb made the entire country invisible to outsiders. A tiny patch of the same plant was believed to grow in the district of Semaes in northern Pembrokeshire, covering no more than a small piece of ground. A person who accidentally stood upon that exact spot while completely alone could suddenly see the hidden country in its entirety. The invisible settlements, fields, roads, and people would become clear for a single moment. Yet after stepping away, the observer could never locate the place again. No amount of searching would reveal the magical patch a second time. Like many fairy peoples, the children of Rhys the Deep were sometimes accused of stealing human children. In trade, however, they had a reputation for complete honesty. They always paid the proper price and never attempted to deceive a seller. According to one later tradition, it was human dishonesty that finally drove them away from Cardigan. The fairies became disgusted by the greed of local farmers and stopped attending the market. They supposedly began traveling instead to Fishguard, where older residents occasionally claimed to have seen unfamiliar and strangely silent customers. The fairies of North Wales were not always remembered as equally trustworthy. Some stories accuse them of taking goods or using deception. Even so, Bala was once considered one of their favorite market towns. Local tradition claimed that they continued visiting until new colleges and schools appeared there. The growth of modern education, it was said, drove the old supernatural population away. These later folktales may seem distant from the magnificent feast of Bran's Head, but they reveal how stubbornly ancient mythology survived. The divine island of endless abundance gradually became an invisible coastal town. The immortal guests became silent market visitors. The magical feast became a problem of purchasing grain. Yet beneath these changes remained the same belief in another society existing beside the human world, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden, and separated from ordinary life by only the thinnest boundary. This same mixture of forgotten mythology and later romance surrounds the wounded kings of the Grail tradition. The story of Peredur introduces two mysterious uncles. The first appears near a castle, watching his men fish upon the water. The second lives in another fortress, where Peredur witnesses the procession of a severed head carried upon a dish and a spear dripping with blood. Both men are described as physically disabled, although this may result from confusion in the storytelling. Only the second is formally called the Lame King. The first appears more clearly as the Fisher King. The distinction was probably intentional because several French Grail romances also treat the Maimed King and the Fisher King as separate figures. In one version of the Quest of the Holy Grail, the wounded ruler is simply called the Maimed King. A Welsh translation of a now lost French text gives him the name Peleur. The Fisher King, known in French tradition as Pélez, becomes Pélès in the Welsh version and is described as Peleur's brother. Their destinies are different. Pélès eventually abandons royal life and becomes a hermit, while Peleur remains upon his throne as a wounded and powerless king. Their family also includes a sister called the Widow of Camelot, who is identified as Peredur's mother. A third brother stands in complete opposition to them. He is the pagan ruler of the Dead Castle, a hostile and corrupt figure who repeatedly attempts to seize the Holy Grail and the bleeding lance from Peleur. Eventually, he succeeds in stealing both sacred objects, but his victory brings him no lasting power. Peredur later attacks the Dead Castle, defeats its defenders, and restores Peleur's people to Christianity. The conflict is therefore presented not merely as a family dispute, but as a struggle between sacred kingship and a dark, pagan power seeking to possess holy relics. The names of these figures change constantly from one romance to another. In the Grand Saint Graal, the wounded king is called Pelion rather than Peleur. He is said to have received the title of Maimed King after being struck through both thighs during a battle at Rome. Pélès also appears in this version, but instead of being Pelion's brother, he is described as one of his descendants. The family structure has changed, although the two rulers still belong to the same sacred lineage. Another manuscript calls the wounded ruler Pelahan, king of Listenois. After the famous Dolorous Stroke, his kingdom becomes known as the Wasteland or the Foreign Land. Once again, the injury of the king and the ruin of the country are inseparable. When the ruler is wounded, the entire realm loses its fertility and falls into desolation. Pelihan also has a demonic brother named Garlon or Galan. In Mallory's version, he becomes Garlon, an invisible knight who attacks his enemies without warning. After Garlon is killed, his honorable brother attempts to avenge him and is wounded by Balin. Mallory calls this wounded king Pellam. Another benevolent figure, Pélez, continues to appear in the same tradition. The name Peleus is also used, probably as a later variation of Pelion. Mallory, drawing from several different sources, treats Pellam, Pélez, and Peleus as though they were unrelated individuals, even though older traditions strongly suggest that their identities overlap. This confusion is not surprising. Grail literature grew through centuries of retelling, translation, adaptation, and combination. Each author inherited different names and family relationships. Some separated figures whom earlier storytellers had treated as one, others combined several rulers into a single character. Yet behind the tangled names of Pels, Peleur, Pelion, Pelihan, Pellam, and Peleus lies a recognizable mythological pattern. A sacred king, wounded and unable to act, living in a magnificent but declining kingdom while waiting for the arrival of the hero who can restore what has been lost. The names themselves appear to suggest a Welsh origin. At first, Pélez might seem related to the Welsh word meaning far away or distant. This would suit a ruler of the foreign land, a king living in a remote city beyond dangerous rivers. A title such as the Faraway King would fit naturally with the older image of a Western ruler of the dead, dwelling in a distant paradise like Yama. No clear Welsh example of such a title has survived, however. It is therefore more convincing to compare the Grail Kings with figures actually known from Welsh mythology. The strongest candidates are Pwyll and Pryderi. Pwyll was the Prince of Dyfed and the ruler who exchanged places with Avalon, king of Andavian. By living in the other world and taking the place of its king, Pwyll became permanently connected with the land of the dead. His son Pryderi inherited this supernatural association and became one of the central figures of the Mabinogi. Pelles and Pelion may therefore represent altered forms of Pwyll and Pryderi, transformed as Welsh stories passed into French romance. The relationships are not exact, but the similarities in character, family, geography, and supernatural function are too strong to ignore. The sacred court of Pelleur provides one of the clearest points of comparison. Gawain, known in Welsh as Gwalchmai, reaches the kingdom after a difficult journey. The first fortress he encounters is called the Sincere Castle, or the Castle of Questions. It stands at the outer edge of Pelleur's territory and functions almost like a gateway between the human world and the enchanted kingdom beyond. Its entrance is guarded by a living lion. Beside it stand two artificial men made of metal, designed to attack anyone who approaches. The castle cannot be entered by ordinary strength. Gawain must first obtain a sacred weapon, the sword used to behead John the Baptist. When he finally arrives carrying the sword, the obstacles lose their power. The lion disappears, the metal guardians stop firing, and the gates open before him. Priests emerge from the castle to welcome him, recognizing that the bearer of the holy sword has been granted the right to enter. The episode transforms an ancient magical trial into a Christian one. The hero does not defeat the guardians in battle. The sacred object reveals him as the chosen visitor, causing the supernatural defenses to withdraw. From this frontier castle, Gawain continues toward the true residence of the wounded king. He crosses the most beautiful meadows he has ever seen. After traveling for more than a day, he enters a rich valley filled with every form of abundance. In the distance stands Pelleur's castle, yet 3 rivers separate him from it. Each river is crossed by a different bridge, and every bridge appears impossible to pass. The first is known as the Eel Bridge. It stretches for the distance of an arrow's flight, but is only a single foot wide. As Gawain hesitates, a solemn man appears on the far side and orders him to cross before darkness falls. He warns that no alternative road exists. Gawain makes the sign of the cross, whispers a prayer, and urges his horse forward. The moment the animal places its feet upon the narrow bridge, the structure expands. What had seemed barely wide enough for one man suddenly becomes broad enough for 2 wagons to pass side by side. The bridge was not truly impassable. It became safe only after the hero overcame his fear and committed himself to the crossing. The next 2 bridges appear equally dangerous. Beneath them, violent water boils and crashes against the supports. The bridges themselves look fragile, unstable, and made almost entirely of ice. Nevertheless, Gawain crosses without harm. The 3 rivers mark his passage into a world separated from ordinary reality. They resemble the dangerous waters surrounding the otherworld in Celtic myth, as well as the rivers crossed by the dead on their journey to the land of the ancestors. When Gawain finally approaches the castle gate, he finds another enormous lion waiting there. Yet this beast does not attack. As soon as it sees him, it lies down peacefully, resting its head between its paws. The Guardian recognizes that Gawain has passed the trials and offers no resistance. Inside, the hero is brought before King Pelleur, whom he finds lying upon a bed. The king cannot rise, but everything surrounding him is magnificent. His court still possesses wealth, beauty, ceremony, and supernatural power, even though its ruler remains physically broken. During the evening, Gawain witnesses the greatest wonders of the Grail tradition. He sees the Holy Grail, the bleeding lance, and other sacred objects whose full meaning remains hidden from him. The court appears to contain all the splendor of paradise, yet an atmosphere of incompleteness hangs over it. The wounded king cannot act. The holy objects pass before the guests without explanation. The hero observes the mystery, but does not yet understand how to heal it. After leaving Pelleur's residence, Gawain comes to another nearby fortress called the Castle of Joy. The name suggests that the wounded king's realm contains 2 sides of the same supernatural world. One is defined by questions, guarded entrances, trials, bleeding relics, and a silent monarch. The other promises happiness, celebration, and release. Together, they preserve the old image of the other world as both dangerous and beautiful, a distant kingdom reached only after crossing water, confronting guardians, and proving oneself worthy to enter. Long before Gwalchmai reached the kingdom of Pelur, he spent a night in the home of an unusual hermit. The old man explained that he had once lived as a knight in the service of Uther Pendragon. After abandoning the warrior's life, however, he had become a priest and had been commanded by Christ to serve King Pelur. The hermit then described Pelur's realm in extraordinary terms. According to him, the place was so perfect that a man could live there for an entire year and believe that only 6 months had passed. Time itself seemed to move differently within its borders. The Holy Grail rested in the royal chapel, and its presence preserved life, youth, and strength. The hermit claimed that this sacred power explained why he still appeared so young despite his great age. Gwalchmai immediately understood that this was the kingdom he had been searching for. He asked the hermit to show him the road, but the old man could offer no useful directions. Pelur's castle could not be reached by simply following a path across the countryside. Only divine guidance could lead a traveler there. This detail reveals the true nature of Pelur's residence. It was not an ordinary fortress standing in a fixed and easily discovered location. It resembled the enchanted palaces of Irish tradition, which could be seen clearly from a distance but vanished whenever someone tried to approach them. Such places were protected by magic and revealed themselves only to chosen visitors. Irish stories often describe the courts of supernatural rulers in this way. The palace of Bod the Red, for example, belonged to a hidden world that ordinary travelers could not enter without permission. Another legendary residence associated with Ailil seemed visible from afar, yet anyone who tried to reach it found only empty land. Pelur's castle belongs to the same tradition. It is a dwelling suspended between the human world and the other world, guarded not merely by walls, but by enchantment. Malory preserves another important part of this tradition in the story of Pelias. The adventure begins when 3 knights, Marhaus, Iwain, and Gawain, arrive at the edge of a vast wilderness known as the Forest of Arroy and the Land of Strange Adventures. The name itself warns that this is no ordinary woodland. Once the knights enter it, they leave behind the predictable world of Arthur's court and cross into a region ruled by mystery, magic, and supernatural trials. Inside the forest, they encounter 3 women beside a fountain. Each woman agrees to guide one of the knights toward a separate adventure. The knights accept, and the company divides. Gawain's guide soon directs his attention toward an astonishing scene. A solitary knight is fighting against 10 opponents. Although heavily outnumbered, he defeats them all. Yet instead of escaping or finishing the battle, he allows the defeated men to insult him, overpower him, and carry him away as a prisoner. The knight is Pelias. The 10 men serve a noblewoman named Etard, whom Pelias loves with complete devotion. Etard does not return his affection and treats him with contempt. Pelias nevertheless continues submitting to capture because being taken to her castle allows him to see her again. His humiliation is therefore voluntary. He repeatedly wins the battle and then surrenders himself to the men he has defeated, all for the chance of entering the presence of the woman who rejects him. Gawain promises to help Pelias, yet his intervention produces the worst possible result. Etard quickly becomes attracted to Gawain, revealing that she is capable of love, but has deliberately withheld it from Pelias. When Pelias learns of the betrayal, he removes his armor, retreats to his bed, and falls into profound grief. His despair is so complete that the adventure appears ready to end in tragedy. At this moment, a mysterious woman of the lake enters the story. Malory calls her Nineveh or Nimue. She uses enchantment to free Pelias from his obsession with Etard, replacing his love with disgust and indifference. At the same time, Etard's feelings are reversed. She suddenly begins to desire Pelias with the same hopeless intensity that he had once felt for her. The change comes too late. Pelias no longer wants her, and Etard eventually dies from unreturned love. Nynaeve then takes Pelias as her companion and brings him to Arthur's court. There he proves himself to be one of the strongest knights in Britain, capable of standing against almost any warrior. Peleus describes himself as a man born among islands and ruler of many islands. This claim strengthens his connection with the distant western realms of Celtic mythology. Islands lying beyond the sea frequently served as entrances to the otherworld, places where divine rulers lived beyond the reach of ordinary time. Mallory also calls Peleus one of the 4 knights who achieved the Holy Grail. This statement is difficult to understand unless Peleus is regarded as another version of Peleus, the king whose castle contained the Grail. The names, identities, and stories have become divided in later romance, but they probably belonged originally to the same mythological figure. Peleus appears elsewhere as the father of Elaine and therefore the grandfather of Galahad. He rules from a mysterious city known as Corbenic or Carbonek, a place filled with supernatural adventures. Lancelot eventually reaches this city and brings several of its enchantments to an end. The Maimed King also lies within Corbenic. Mallory usually calls this wounded ruler Pelham, although other passages confuse him with Peleus. The Holy Grail and the Bleeding Lance are kept in the same city, meaning that Peleus and Pelham appear to share responsibility for guarding the sacred relics. In one account, Peleus himself is called the Maimed King. Before receiving his wound, he had been a powerful protector of Christianity and the Church. He could still ride and hunt in those earlier days, and one particular hunting expedition carried him deep into a forest extending all the way to the sea. During the pursuit, Peleus became separated from his dogs and most of his knights. Only one companion remained beside him. Together they wandered until they came toward Ireland. This hunting journey provides an important connection between Peleus and the enchanted forest of Arroy, where Peleus is found. Both stories begin with a ruler entering a strange wilderness, losing his companions, and moving toward a remote land associated with the sea and island. Mallory gives a fuller description of the entrance into this region. Marhouse warns his companions that no knight has entered the land since its conversion to Christianity without encountering extraordinary adventures. The 3 knights ride down into a deep valley filled with stones. There, they discover a beautiful stream flowing from a clear fountain. Beside the spring sit 3 women representing 3 different stages of life. The eldest is more than 60 years old. Her hair is white, and she wears a golden garland. The second is around 30 and bears a golden circlet. The youngest is only 15 and wears a crown of fresh flowers. The 3 women explain that they wait beside the fountain for wandering knights. Their purpose is to guide such men toward dangerous and supernatural adventures. Because there are 3 women and 3 knights, each knight must choose one companion. After the choice is made, the women lead them toward 3 separate roads. Each knight then follows his own path into the unknown. Before separating, they swear to return to the fountain exactly 1 year later, provided they are still alive. This meeting beside the spring resembles older Celtic tales of mysterious women who appear near wells and waterways. Such women often control access to hidden kingdoms, offer guidance, test heroes, or determine the course of their destinies. The fountain marks the boundary between the familiar world and the territory of enchantment. A year later, the knights return as promised. During the intervening months, Gawain has met Peleus, attempted to help him, and instead earned his lasting hatred. The repeated period of 1 year is especially significant. It also appears in the Welsh story of Pwyll, Prince of Dyfed, whose adventures offer the clearest explanation for the confused identities of Peleus, Pelles, and Pelham. To compare the stories properly, the material scattered across Mallory's characters must first be reorganized. The adventures attributed to both Pelles and Peleus probably belong to a single original figure. This is the ruler, loved and transformed by the Lady of the Lake, the hunter who becomes lost in the enchanted forest, and the lord connected with the Grail. Pelham, by contrast, belongs to another role. He is the wounded ruler struck by Balin, the maimed king of the wasteland whose injury brings desolation upon the country. The Welsh story of Pwyll begins with a hunt. Pwyll, ruler of Dyfed, enters a forest with his companions but becomes separated from them while pursuing game. Alone in the wilderness, he encounters Arawn, king of Annuin, the Welsh otherworld. Their meeting does not lead to immediate conflict. Instead, the two rulers make an extraordinary agreement. For 1 full year, they will exchange appearances, courts, and kingdoms. Avalon will take Pwyll's shape and rule Dyfed, while Pwyll will assume Aron's form and govern Anwn. Aron promises that no one will discover the exchange. Even those closest to them will believe that each king is exactly who he appears to be. The arrangement also requires Pwyll to perform a dangerous task. Every year, Aron meets his enemy Halfdan at a ford and fights him in single combat. Pwyll must face Halfdan in Aron's place and defeat him. Halfdan, whose name can be understood as Summer White, can be killed only in a particular way. Pwyll is warned to strike him once and never deliver a second blow, no matter how desperately the wounded enemy begs for it. A second strike would restore Halfdan's strength rather than finish him. The two kings agree to meet again in the same forest exactly 1 year later. Everything happens as planned. Pwyll rules Anwn without revealing his true identity. At the appointed time, he confronts Halfdan at the ford and defeats him with a single blow. By refusing to strike again, Pwyll ensures his enemy's death and adds Halfdan's territories to Aron's kingdom. When the year is complete, Pwyll and Aron return to the forest and resume their original forms. Yet Pwyll's experience in the otherworld permanently changes his status. From that time onward, he is known as Pwyll Pen Anwn, Pwyll the head or chief of the otherworld. The magical exchange of faces creates one of the most memorable episodes in the Mabinogi. On a mythological level, however, the transformation may have been invented to solve a problem created by changing traditions. Aron and Pwyll may originally have been two names for the same dark ruler. Later storytellers, no longer understanding this identity, turned the two names into separate kings and explained their similarity by having them exchange appearances. A similar problem surrounds Dyfed. Pwyll is presented as the human prince of that region, yet many of his adventures clearly belong to the otherworld. It is possible that Dyfed itself once belonged to the geography of supernatural tradition. As old beliefs faded, a mythological kingdom became attached to a real region of southwestern Wales. The story therefore preserves an older structure beneath its later narrative. Pwyll can be understood as another name for Aron, while Dyfed becomes another form of Anwn. Some Welsh versions of Geoffrey of Monmouth place Aron's kingdom in Scotland. In medieval usage, however, such a name might refer either to northern Britain or to Ireland, the original homeland associated with the Scotti. This may help explain why Pelles hunts through the forest until he reaches the direction of Ireland. Wherever Pwyll or his son Pryderi appears, they repeatedly display the characteristics of dark, supernatural rulers. They inhabit enchanted landscapes, control mysterious treasures, become involved with otherworldly women, and pass between life, death, captivity, and restoration. The geography provides another strong connection between Pwyll and Pelles. Pwyll begins his hunt at the edge of a woodland called the Forest of Diarwia. He later enters Glencoch, a thickly wooded valley near the border between Pembrokeshire and Carmarthenshire. The name Diarwia appears to survive in the Forest of Arroy found in Malory's story. French versions call it the Great and Deep Forest of Arroy. The resemblance suggests that the romantic wilderness where Gawain encounters Peleus is the same legendary forest in which Pwyll meets Aron. Both heroes enter the forest during a hunt or quest. Both become separated from the ordinary world. Both encounter supernatural rulers, mysterious women, annual agreements, and adventures connected with death and the otherworld. The resemblance is too close to be accidental. Another figure from Pwyll's story strengthens the connection. His name is Tiernon Tref Liant, though the precise meaning of the title remains uncertain. In the Arthurian romances, the name seems to reappear as the Castle of Blyant. Medieval scribes may have misunderstood the Welsh expression and interpreted part of Tiernon's title as the name of a fortress. What had once referred to a man gradually became the Tower of Blyant and eventually the Castle of Blyant. Once the castle was assumed to be named after its owner, Blyant itself became a personal name, and the original name Tiernon disappeared from the French tradition. Mallory sometimes calls the same place Castle Blank, yet its importance remains clear. Pélez gives the castle of Blyant to Lancelot and his daughter Elaine as a residence upon the Joyous Isle. The castle therefore lies within the authority of Pélez. In Welsh tradition, Tiernon occupies a comparable position beneath Pwyll. He is one of Pwyll's loyal followers and becomes deeply involved in the childhood of Pryderi. The relationship between Pélez and Blyant thus reflects the older relationship between Pwyll and Tiernon. The Lady of the Lake who rescues Peleus also finds a close parallel in Rhiannon, the wife of Pwyll. Even the names Nynaeve, Nivien, Nimue, and Viviane may result from centuries of scribal alteration. Medieval copyists regularly confused similar letters, divided names incorrectly, and reshaped unfamiliar Welsh sounds into forms that appeared more natural in French. Through a long sequence of such changes, the name Rhiannon could have been transformed into the many names later given to the Lady of the Lake. The roles of the two women are equally similar. Rhiannon chooses Pwyll as her husband. She approaches him of her own will, rejects another suitor, and offers Pwyll her love and kingdom. Nynaeve likewise takes control of Peleus's fate, frees him from his destructive devotion to Ettarde, and eventually becomes his companion. Neither woman is a passive prize waiting to be won. Each possesses supernatural authority and chooses the man with whom she will share her life. Rhiannon also displays qualities connecting her with water and other lake women. During one stage of her story, she is condemned to sit near the gate of her husband's court. There, she must offer to carry every visitor into the palace upon her own back. This strange punishment has a parallel in the legend of Liban, a woman transformed into a supernatural being associated with water. The similarity suggests that Rhiannon, too, once belonged to the family of lake and river divinities. Her most famous supernatural companions are the three birds of Rhiannon. Their music can awaken the dead and lull the living into a sleep resembling death. During the 7-year feast at Harlech, Bran's surviving companions listen to these birds singing from far across the sea. The birds are not physically present inside the hall. They remain somewhere above the distant water. Yet the banqueters possess supernatural senses during the feast. They hear every note perfectly and see the birds as clearly as if they were only a few steps away. This suggests that the birds sing from within Rhiannon's own kingdom, a hidden realm lying somewhere beyond the visible horizon of Cardigan Bay. Their song crosses the boundary between worlds. It reaches the living from the country of the dead, erases the distance between sea and shore, and suspends Bran's companions between life, memory, sleep, and death. Like the Grail, the Enchanted Fountain, and the inaccessible castle of Peleur, the birds belong to a world that can be approached only through magic, divine favor, or the loss of ordinary time. Beneath the tangled names of Pwyll, Pels, Peleus, Arawn, Rhiannon, and the Lady of the Lake lies a shared mythological landscape. It is a country of deep forests, mysterious fountains, vanished roads, distant islands, wounded kings, and palaces that cannot be found unless they choose to reveal themselves. Heroes may enter this world through hunting, love, combat, or divine guidance. Yet once inside, they discover that ordinary rules no longer apply. A year may seem like 6 months. A narrow bridge may widen beneath a horse's feet. A king may wear another man's face. Birds may sing across miles of sea, and a hidden palace may stand clearly before the eye while remaining impossible to reach. The next figure to examine is Pryderi, the son of Pwyll. Within the wider mythological pattern, Pryderi appears to correspond closely to Pelham, the wounded or maimed king of the Grail romances. A small but revealing clue appears in the Mabinogi of Math, where Pryderi goes to war against Gwydion, son of Dawn. Among his allies is a prince named Gurgi Gwastra, who seems to stand beside him as a close relative and possible successor. This Gurgi may be connected with Gurgi Garvelwyd, the savage figure previously compared with Garlon, the dark and demonic brother of Pelham. In the Arthurian story, Garlon indirectly causes Pelham's terrible injury. His death provokes the conflict in which Balin delivers the famous Dolorous Stroke. The connection between Gurgi and Garlon therefore offers some support for the idea that Pryderi and Pelham belong to the same older mythological pattern, Yet this similarity alone is not enough. A stronger case requires an event in Pryderi's story comparable to the Dolorous Stroke. Such an event does exist, though it does not appear as a single wound delivered by a weapon. In Pelham's story, the injury of the king is only the beginning of the disaster. The instant he is struck, his palace collapses, his lands become barren, his people perish, and the entire kingdom falls into decay. Pelham survives, but he remains helpless for many years while his realm becomes the wasteland. The Welsh equivalent is found in the Mabinogi of Manawydan, where the ruin of Pryderi's kingdom is described in far greater detail. After the death of Pwyll, Pryderi gives his mother, Rhiannon, in marriage to Manawydan, the brother of Bran the Blessed. Pryderi himself is married to Sigfa. The four of them live together at the royal court of Arberth in Dyfed. One evening, after they have finished their meal, they climb the ancient mound of Arberth. This hill is already known as a place where the ordinary world can suddenly open into something supernatural. Strange encounters had happened there before, and the mound seems to stand upon a boundary between human territory and the other world. As the four companions sit upon it, an enormous crash of thunder shakes the land. A dense mist immediately surrounds them. It becomes so thick that none of them can see the others. For a brief moment, the entire world disappears into darkness and confusion. Then the mist clears. At first, the landscape seems unchanged. The hills remain, the sky is visible, and the buildings of the court still stand. Yet everything living has vanished. The houses are empty. No smoke rises from a hearth. No cattle graze in the fields. No horses move in the yards. No servant, farmer, craftsman, child, or soldier can be found anywhere. Every sign of human activity has disappeared. Only the four companions remain: Pryderi, Sigfa, Rhiannon, and Manawydan. They search throughout the country, hoping to find survivors. They discover no villages, no inhabited farms, and no travelers upon the roads. The kingdom that had once been rich and crowded has become silent and abandoned. Wild animals alone remain. This sudden transformation is the Welsh form of the wasteland. Pryderi has not yet been physically wounded, but his entire realm has suffered the equivalent of Pelham's injury. The social world has collapsed around its king. Fertility, population, labor, and royal power have all been removed in a single supernatural moment. For a time, the four survivors live by hunting, fishing, and gathering wild honey. When the resources of the empty country become insufficient, they leave Dyfed and travel into England. Manawydan proves himself extraordinarily skilled with his hands. Whatever craft he attempts, he performs better than the professional workers around him. Yet his success repeatedly creates jealousy and hostility, forcing the companions to abandon one town after another. Eventually, they return to Dyfed, preferring the loneliness of the enchanted country to the resentment they encounter elsewhere. They resume the hard life of hunters and fishermen. Then the enchantment strikes again. Pryderi and Rhiannon are drawn into a mysterious fortress and disappear. They have been captured by the same hidden power that destroyed the land. Their dogs vanish as well, leaving only Manawydan and Sigfa behind. The two survivors once more travel to England, where Manawydan earns a living through his remarkable craftsmanship. After a year, however, they decide to return again to Dyfed. This time, Manawydan brings a bag of wheat with him. He clears 3 fields and plants the seed. The crop grows with astonishing strength. No one has ever seen wheat so tall, full, and healthy. In the midst of a ruined country, the fields appear to promise the return of fertility and order. When harvest approaches, Manawydan visits the first field and finds it completely ripe. He decides to return the following morning and begin cutting the grain. At sunrise, he comes back and discovers a scene of total destruction. Every ear of wheat has vanished. The stalks remain standing, but they have been cut cleanly just below the grain. The entire harvest has been carried away during the night. Manawydan is disturbed but still has 2 fields left. He visits the second and finds that it is ready to harvest. Once again, he decides to return the next morning. The same thing happens. Every ear is gone, only empty straw remains. Now Manawydan understands that this is not the work of ordinary thieves. The power that emptied Dyfed is deliberately completing his ruin. It has destroyed his court, taken his friends, and now intends to remove his final source of food. He goes to inspect the third field. The wheat is magnificent. The ears are heavy and golden, and the crop is ready to be cut. Manawydan swears that he will not allow this last field to disappear. That night, he hides nearby and waits. At midnight, another deafening burst of thunder rolls across the land. Then an army of mice appears. There are so many that they seem impossible to count. Each mouse runs toward a separate stalk, climbs it until the wheat bends under its weight, bites off the ear, and carries it away. Within moments, the entire field begins to vanish before Manawydan's eyes. He rushes among them, striking wildly, but they move too quickly. Trying to catch one is like trying to seize birds in flight. Then he notices a single mouse that cannot escape as fast as the others. It is larger, slower, and unusually heavy. Manawydan chases it down and catches it. He places the creature inside his glove and ties the opening with a cord. When he returns home, Sigfa asks what he intends to do with it. Manawydan tells her that the mouse is a thief and that he will hang it the following morning. Sigfa is horrified. She argues that a man of his rank should not concern himself with killing such a small creature, yet Manawydan refuses to release it. Had he captured the others, he says, he would have punished them as well. At dawn, he carries the mouse to the top of the mound of Arbirth. There, he drives 2 wooden posts into the ground and prepares a small gallows. As he works, a ragged scholar or wandering clerk approaches. This is the first unfamiliar human being Manawydan has seen in Dyfed for 7 years. The traveler greets him and asks what he is doing. Manawydan calmly replies that he is preparing to hang a thief. The clerk looks at the creature in his hand and laughs at the idea. He says that it is only a mouse and that such an execution is beneath the dignity of a nobleman. He urges Manawydan to let it go. Manawydan refuses. The clerk offers him £1 of silver, claiming that he earned it through begging. Manawydan rejects the payment. He will neither sell the mouse nor release it. The traveler finally gives up and walks away. As Manawydan continues building the gallows, a richly dressed priest arrives on horseback. He asks the same questions and receives the same answers. He offers £3 for the life of the mouse. Again, Manawydan refuses. The priest leaves, and Manawydan places the cord around the creature's neck. Then a magnificent procession approaches. Pack horses, attendants, servants, and armed followers appear, surrounding a bishop dressed in great splendor. The bishop asks Manawydan why he intends to execute such a miserable animal. Once more, Manawydan says that it is a thief caught stealing his grain. The bishop first offers £7. When that fails, he raises the payment to 24. Manawydan still refuses. The bishop then offers all the horses, goods, and property carried by his company. Manawydan remains unmoved. At last, the bishop tells him to choose his own price. Now Manawydan reveals what he truly wants. He demands the immediate release of Pryderi and Rhiannon. The bishop agrees. Manawydan does not release the mouse. He demands that the enchantment and illusion covering the 7 districts of Dyfed be completely removed. The bishop agrees again. Still, Manawydan refuses to untie the glove. He now demands to know the true identity of the mouse. The bishop finally confesses that the creature is his own wife. He would never have offered such a ransom for an ordinary animal. Then he reveals his own identity. He is Llwyd's son of Sil Coed, the magician who placed the enchantment upon Dyfed. Llwyd explains that he acted to avenge Gwal, son of Clud. Years earlier, Pwyll had humiliated Gwal during the struggle for Rhiannon's hand. Through trickery, Gwal had been forced inside a magical bag and beaten by Pwyll's men in a cruel game known as Badger in the Bag. Llwyd had been Gwal's friend. To avenge that humiliation, he destroyed the prosperity of Dyfed and directed his revenge against Pryderi, the son of Pwyll. When Manawydan planted his wheat, Llwyd's household asked to be transformed into mice so they could consume it. They destroyed the first field and then the second. On the third night, Llwyd's wife and the noblewomen of his court joined them. His wife was pregnant, and this made her slower than the others. That was why Manawydan had been able to catch her. Llwyd promises once more to release Pryderi and Rhiannon, remove the enchantment, and restore the country. He has now explained everything, so he asks Manawydan to free his wife. Manawydan still refuses. He demands a permanent promise that no such enchantment will ever again be placed upon Dyfed. Llwyd agrees. Manawydan adds another condition. No revenge must ever be taken against Pryderi, Rhiannon, Sigfa, or himself. Llwyd agrees to this as well, and admits that Manawydan has chosen his words wisely. Without such protection, the conflict might simply have begun again in another form. Even then, Manawydan will not release the mouse until he sees Pryderi and Rhiannon standing before him. At once, the two captives appear. Manawydan welcomes them with joy. Only after their freedom has been proven does he open the glove. Llwyd touches the mouse with his wand, and it immediately returns to its true shape. Before them stands a young woman of extraordinary beauty. Llwyd then tells Manawydan to look across the country. The empty land has changed. The houses are inhabited once again. Smoke rises from the settlements. Herds fill the fields. People move along the roads, and the royal court is restored to life. Dyfed appears exactly as it had before the thunder and mist descended upon it. The enchantment has ended. This story became one of the most famous examples of the enchantments of Britain. Medieval Welsh poets knew Dyfed as a country of illusion, a land where reality could be covered by supernatural glamour. The 14th century poet Dafydd ap Gwilym repeatedly described southwestern Wales as a realm of magic and deception. The final negotiation between Manawydan and Llwyd deserves particular attention. Manawydan does not defeat the magician with a sword. He wins through patience, intelligence, and precise language. Every condition is stated carefully. First, the captives must be released. Then the country must be restored. The identity of the prisoner must be revealed. The enchantment must never return. Finally, all future revenge must be abandoned. Manawydan understands that a careless agreement could leave an opening for a second disaster. His victory depends upon making the terms complete and impossible to evade. This may help explain one of the central mysteries of the Grail romances. In several versions of the Grail story, the healing of the wounded king and the liberation of the wasteland depend upon a visiting knight asking the correct questions. The hero sees the Holy Grail, the bleeding lance, and other wondrous objects carried through the hall. Yet, unless he asks whom they serve and what they mean, the king remains wounded and the country remains cursed. At first, this seems like a strange form of magic. Why should an entire kingdom depend upon a question? Magical words are common in folklore, but they are usually short commands or secret formulas. A single phrase opens the hidden door or breaks the spell. In the Grail story, however, the effective speech is not a spell. It is a series of questions concerning the sacred objects and the suffering of the king. The contest between Manawydan and Llwyd provides a possible explanation. Manawydan's words do not magically remove the enchantment by themselves. They define the terms of an agreement that forces the magician responsible for the disaster to undo his own work. The questions of the Grail Knight may have developed from the same narrative idea. The hero must speak correctly because silence allows the ruined condition to continue. Through asking, understanding, and identifying the source of the mystery, he sets in motion the restoration of the king and the land. The Grail romances may therefore preserve a transformed version of the Welsh bargain. The wounded king resembles Pryderi. The wasteland resembles enchanted Dyfed. The hidden power responsible for the suffering resembles Llwyd. The knight's questions take the place of Manawydan's carefully stated demands. Behind both stories lies the belief that disorder cannot be healed until its cause is named. Llwyd himself deserves closer examination. His name means grey and may refer to grey hair, age, wisdom, or an imposing supernatural appearance. In the story, he finally appears dressed as a bishop, assuming the form of a venerable religious authority. His full name is usually given as Llwyd, son of Cilcoed, though other traditions call him Llwydew, son of Celcoed. In the tale of Culhwch and Olwen, His house is placed at Porthcurdin, the harbour in Dyfed, where Arthur lands after returning from Ireland with the Cauldron of Dyfrnach. There may also be an Irish background to the name. Old traditions speak of Irish groups called the Sons of Leoton who settled in parts of Dyfed. Their name may correspond to a Welsh form such as Llywelyn. The historical Wy Leothain were a powerful people from the region of modern County Cork. Irish literature also knows a prince named Lyath, son of Celchar, associated with the district of Qualu in present-day Wicklow. He was remembered as a beautiful nobleman who fell in love with Bree, daughter of the fairy king Medea. Medea prevented the lovers from meeting, and Bree eventually died from grief. It is therefore possible that Lluyd, son of Sil Coed, entered Welsh tradition through Irish settlers in southwestern Britain. His name may be a Welsh adaptation of an Irish divine or heroic figure. How much of the wider story came from the same source cannot now be known. More important is the role Lluyd plays within the mythology. To understand it, one must first consider Gwawl, the man whose humiliation he avenges. The name Gwawl means light or radiance. In this sense, he resembles Lluyd Lawgifs and other solar heroes. His father is called Clud, a name connected with the ancient name of the River Clyde. Clud may therefore have originally been a river goddess. Gwawl, son of Clud, follows the same basic pattern as Mabon, son of Modron, a radiant divine son born from a powerful female figure associated with water. In the story of Pwyll and Rhiannon, Gwawl is defeated through deception. He is persuaded to step into a magical bag that can never be filled. As soon as he enters, he is trapped, beaten, and humiliated. The scene may preserve an old nature myth. The radiant figure disappears into a bag just as the sun sinks into darkness at the end of the day. A similar image appears in Greek tradition, where the sun god Helios travels through the night inside a great cup. One might expect Gwawl to return personally and avenge his defeat, just as Balin acts directly against the Dark King in Arthurian legend. Instead, Lluyd fights on his behalf. Lluyd may therefore represent a more powerful god allied with the solar hero. His role resembles that of Zeus supporting Heracles. He commands thunder, changes human beings into animals, covers an entire country with illusion, and appears as a majestic ruler disguised in religious form. He is a master of magic, a wielder of storms, and a defender of the figure associated with light. Against him stand Pryderi and Manawydan, both connected with the dark rulers of the otherworld. Manawydan may be compared with an ancient god such as Cronus or Saturn, received and protected within the kingdom of a related dark divinity. Yet the conclusion of the Welsh story is unusual. The dark side wins. The sequence begins with Gwawl defeating Pwyll in the first struggle for Rhiannon. Pwyll then reverses the result and humiliates Gwawl. In the next generation, Lluyd successfully avenges Gwawl by destroying Pryderi's kingdom and imprisoning him. Finally, Manawydan outwits Lluyd, frees Pryderi, and restores the land. Victory moves back and forth between the radiant and shadowy powers. But this final restoration may conceal a deeper reversal. When Lluyd's enchantment first falls upon Dyfed, the kingdom becomes empty, barren, and lifeless. The magnificent court is exposed as a deserted place surrounded by wilderness. When Manawydan wins, the population, wealth, animals, and buildings all return. From the viewpoint of the story, this is liberation. From the viewpoint of the nature myth, however, the opposite may be true. The barren landscape revealed under Lluyd's power may represent the real nature of Pryderi's kingdom. The silent country of the dead, stripped of its beautiful disguise. When the spell is supposedly removed and the kingdom again appears fertile and crowded, the glamour of the otherworld has actually been restored. The enchantment is not the desolation. The enchantment is the splendor. Pryderi rules a realm whose palaces, fields, herds, and feasts depend upon illusion. Under the clear light of the radiant power, the beauty disappears and the kingdom is revealed as an empty wasteland. When the dark ruler triumphs again, the veil descends, the dead appear alive, and the barren country once more resembles paradise. The ending of the Mabinogi of Manawydan is therefore more ambiguous than it first appears. Manawydan saves his companions and restores their kingdom, but he also renews the supernatural glamour upon which that kingdom depends. Dyfed becomes beautiful again because the boundary between truth and illusion has been closed. The wasteland has not simply been healed, it has been enchanted once more. The names Pelles and Pelion deserve closer attention because they may preserve distorted versions of the Welsh names Pwyll and Pryderi. The connection is not as straightforward as it first appears. At a glance, Pelles seems close enough to Pwyll to require little explanation, but the actual transition from one form to the other is difficult to demonstrate through medieval spelling habits. Had the Welsh name passed directly into French, forms such as Poles, Poils, or Pools might have been more likely. A possible explanation is that Pelles was gradually reshaped to resemble Pelion, the other closely associated name. Medieval writers often altered unfamiliar foreign names so that related characters appeared to belong to the same family. In this case, the form of one name may have influenced the spelling of the other. Pelion is easier to connect with Pryderi. During the 12th century, Pryderi could also be written as Prederi, Praeteri, or Preteri. Each of these forms could be greatly changed by a copyist who did not understand Welsh. Medieval manuscripts were filled with abbreviations, closely shaped letters, and faded strokes. A single misreading could transform a name, and repeated copying could carry the distortion much further. A possible trace of the name Pryderi may survive in a message sent by Galahad. In Mallory's account, Galahad asks that his greetings be delivered to King Pelles and to a man called Pechere. In another version of the Grail quest, Galahad sends his respects to his grandfather, King Pelles, and to his uncle, the rich fisher. This raises the possibility that Pechere was not originally a title at all. A damaged or abbreviated form of Preteri may have been mistaken for a French word connected with fishing. Because the figure was already associated with the Fisher King, scribes may have interpreted the unfamiliar personal name through a familiar role. Yet this explanation remains uncertain. Mallory understood the French term for fisherman elsewhere, so it would be strange for him to misunderstand it only in this passage. The surviving form may therefore be the result of a longer chain of alterations rather than one simple error. Another Grail text complicates the matter further. Percival's sister tells him that they descend from King Pelahem. Since Pelahem closely resembles Pelion and Pelahan, it might seem to refer to the wounded king. However, the family relationship in this passage suggests that Pelahem may instead be a corrupted form of Pellinor, the name usually given to Percival's father. King Pellinor is best known as the ruler who spends much of his life pursuing the mysterious questing beast. After his death, the hunt is continued by his relative Palomides, the Saracen knight. Pellinor, however, appears to come from a different Welsh source than Pelion. His name may preserve that of Elifa Gosgordfawr, the father of Peredur and Gurgi. Elifa's title means something like Elifa of the Great War Band or Elifa of the Mighty Retinue. His sons formed a celebrated group of northern warriors known collectively as the Sons of Elifa. Peredur and Gurgi were the most famous among them, though Welsh poetry indicates that there were 7 brothers in total. Their deeds were remembered in early heroic verse, particularly in the Black Book of Carmarthen. The transformation of Elifa into Pellinor may have begun through simple visual confusion. Written as Eliwa, the name could easily be read as Elina or Eleanor by a foreign copyist. From there, it required only the addition of an initial letter to become Pellinor or Pellinor. That initial P may have been added because Pellinor was repeatedly associated with Palomides. Medieval writers often reshaped unfamiliar names according to other names appearing beside them. Thus, Elifa may have become Pellinor, partly because the character stood within a family of figures whose names already began with P. Palomides himself may preserve another Welsh royal name, Pabo Prydein, meaning Pabo of Pictland. A fuller title describes him as Pabo post Prydein, Pabo the Pillar of Pictland. Welsh genealogy presents Pabo as the brother of Elifa. This relationship fits the Arthurian tradition surprisingly well, since Palomides is treated as the close relative and successor of Pellinor. The relationship between the names may therefore reflect an older Welsh family tradition that entered French Romance in a heavily altered form. The name Pabo also survived in Wales through Llan Babbo, the Church of Pabo in Anglesey. Tradition remembers Pabo as a king who abandoned secular rule and became a saint. This has an interesting parallel in the story of Palomides. Mallory describes him as a Saracen warrior who eventually converts to Christianity. His religious transformation occurs after a series of battles. Palomides first fights a knight called Galeron of Galway. Soon afterward, he meets his great rival Tristram and fights him as well. When Tristram defeats him, hostility gives way to reconciliation. Palomides joins Tristram and Galeron on the journey to Carlisle, where he is baptized. The resemblance between the converted Saracen knight and the Welsh king who became a saint may not be accidental. Both figures move from an earlier identity into Christian acceptance, and both remain connected with a heroic northern family. The name Palomides can also be explained through the appearance of Welsh handwriting. The form Pabo Prydean could have been badly misread by a French scribe unfamiliar with the language. Letters written close together could resemble entirely different combinations. The middle section of the name might gradually become something like Palomine or Palomid, while the final S could be added as part of normal French grammar. Through repeated copying, Pabo Prydean could therefore become Palomides or Palomides. This does not mean that every detail of the Arthurian figure can be traced directly to the historical or legendary Pabo. Welsh tradition itself had already mixed history, genealogy, sainthood, and mythology. By the time the material reached Anglo-Norman writers, the original distinctions between kings, gods, warriors, and saints may already have become blurred. A later discovery at Llan Babbo shows how such traditions continued to be reshaped. During the reign of Charles II, a stone was found there bearing a Latin inscription identifying the grave of Pabo post Prydean. The monument itself appears to belong to the later Middle Ages, perhaps the reign of Edward III, even though Pabo was believed to have lived many centuries earlier. The stone therefore proves the strength of the local tradition, but not necessarily its historical accuracy. It shows that Pabo continued to be remembered as an ancient royal saint long after his supposed lifetime. The larger lesson is that Welsh names underwent extreme transformation when they entered Anglo-Norman Romance. They were not preserved according to careful linguistic rules. Instead, their later forms depended upon the handwriting of the manuscript, the ability of the copyist, the language of the reader, and the influence of nearby names. An unfamiliar Welsh word could be abbreviated, misread, divided incorrectly, or reshaped into something more recognizable. A personal name might become a title. A title might become a family name. Two unrelated figures could be joined because their names looked similar, while one original character could be divided into several separate personalities. Pwyll may thus have become Pels. Pryderi may have survived beneath Pelion, Pelahan, or Pechere. Elifa may have become Pellinor, while Pabo Prydean may have emerged as Palomides. These changes were not the result of deliberate invention alone. They were also produced by the physical transmission of stories across languages and manuscripts. Every copy introduced the possibility of a new form, and every retelling carried the old Welsh world farther from its original shape. By the time these characters appeared in the Arthurian romances, their names had become almost unrecognizable. Yet beneath the altered spellings, fragments of Welsh mythology and heroic genealogy may still be visible. Having traced the origin of the dolorous blow to the Welsh story of Pryderi, the next question is whether that same tradition also contains the inspiration for the Holy Grail itself. Medieval romances are inconsistent about who actually possesses the Grail. Some identify its guardian as King Pelles, while others assign it to Pelion. Rather than treating these as contradictions, it makes sense to view both as rightful keepers. In Welsh mythology, this fits naturally. Since Pwyll and Pryderi are inseparable as father and son, their stories constantly overlapping. If the Grail evolved from older Celtic traditions, then the legendary treasure connected with these two figures becomes the obvious place to begin. Welsh mythology indeed preserves such an object. In one of the poems attributed to Taliesin, Arthur leads a daring expedition into the otherworld. Among all the wonders taken from that mysterious realm, the greatest prize is the cauldron belonging to the Lord of Anwen, a figure closely identified with Pwyll. Throughout the poem, Pwyll and Pryderi appear together, while the cauldron rests inside a mysterious fortress called Caer Pedrifan, the four-cornered or four-horned castle. This supernatural stronghold stands upon the Isle of the Active Door, where its inhabitants endlessly drink sparkling wine beneath an eerie sky suspended between twilight and complete darkness. Eternal lamps illuminate the entrance to the realm of the dead, giving the entire landscape an atmosphere that feels neither fully alive nor entirely lifeless. The fortress itself carries several names, each emphasizing a different aspect of its mysterious nature. It is called Caer Medwit, the Castle of Revelry, a title reflecting its endless feasting. Elsewhere, it becomes the Castle of Riches, while additional names such as Caer Ochren, Caer Rigor, and Caer Vandwi survive without any certain explanation. Perhaps the most intriguing title, however, is Caer Sidi. This name appears in another Taliesin poem and introduces an entirely new dimension to the legend. In this second poem, the bard proudly describes his seat within Caer Sidi, a place untouched by sickness or old age. Manawydan and Pryderi are said to know its mysteries, while music from 3 organs fills the halls. Streams of the surrounding sea flow around the fortress, and above it lies an inexhaustible spring whose waters are sweeter than the finest white wine. Although many details remain difficult to interpret, the imagery paints the picture of a supernatural kingdom overflowing with abundance, music, and eternal youth. One feature of the poem deserves special attention. The very name Sidi appears to suggest movement or rotation, recalling the Welsh word for a spinning wheel. This remarkable detail finds an unexpected parallel in the Welsh Grail romance, where Peredur encounters a castle unlike anything seen before. After traveling through endless forests, Peredur finally reaches an open meadow where an enormous castle stands beyond a broad river. As he approaches, he realizes that the entire fortress is spinning with astonishing speed, turning faster than the strongest wind imaginable. Warriors stationed upon its walls unleash volleys of arrows powerful enough to pierce any armor. Trumpeters sound their horns with such force that the ground itself seems to shake. Massive lions, restrained only by iron chains, roar at the gates with terrifying fury, making the entire forest appear alive with noise. Although the romance never states that the warriors or trumpeters are mechanical figures, the scene echoes the strange music described in Taliesin's poem, where 3 organs continuously perform within Caer Sidi. One important mystery, however, remains unresolved. The legendary spring whose waters surpass wine in sweetness has no obvious counterpart in Peredur's adventure. The turning castle itself is best understood as another vision of the kingdom of the dead. Its constant rotation may even explain why the surrounding island is remembered as the Isle of the Active Door. The river flowing around its walls recalls the enchanted fortress visited by Gwalchmai in another Welsh tale. Even more striking is the fact that the terrifying lions and armed defenders never attempt to stop Peredur once he rides directly toward the gate, just as similar guardians fail to prevent Gwalchmai from entering another magical castle. Peredur's arrival contains another remarkable element. A mysterious lady welcomes him and takes both his spear and shield, carrying his weapons before him as they proceed. Instead of protecting the woman, the warrior now depends entirely upon her guidance. This reversal reflects a recurring Celtic belief that supernatural women possess the power to lead chosen heroes safely into the other world. An almost identical idea survives in Irish tradition. During Loeg's journey to the other world, the woman Liban reaches a dangerous place and physically supports him by the shoulder. Embarrassed, Loeg protests that accepting protection from a woman is contrary to everything expected of a warrior. Liban calmly explains that without her help, he would never survive the journey. The same symbolic pattern appears, though in a gentler form, in the Welsh tale of Rhiannon, who carries visitors into Pwyll's court, demonstrating her unique ability to move freely between the mortal world and the realm beyond. Another passage in Taliesin's poetry appears to preserve this forgotten tradition. Before describing Arthur's expedition into Caer Sidi, The bard declares that no one had ever entered and returned except a mysterious figure named Guinevere. According to the poem, Guinevere gained entry through the assistance of Rhiannon, who is unexpectedly described as the messenger of Pwyll and Pryderi. He endured a terrible imprisonment within the otherworld before finally escaping, transformed forever into a bard whose wisdom had been purchased through suffering. The poem also emphasizes that the sea surrounds the corners of Caer Sidi. The Welsh word used for these corners carries several meanings, referring not only to peaks or horns, but also to the outer limits of a place. The same root appears in the name Caer Pedrifan, suggesting a fortress defined by 4 projecting corners or 4 horn-like points. Whether this refers simply to a square fortress or to something far more symbolic remains uncertain. An intriguing comparison appears in Irish literature. The Voyage of Maelduin describes an extraordinary island divided into 4 magnificent walls, made respectively of gold, silver, copper, and crystal. These shining barriers meet at the island's center, separating it into 4 distinct regions inhabited by kings, queens, young warriors, and maidens. While not identical to Caer Sidi, the resemblance suggests that both stories preserve fragments of an older Celtic image of a perfectly ordered supernatural realm. The Welsh adjective meaning horned or having projecting points eventually appears in place names connected with mountains and fortresses alike. This linguistic trail may even explain the mysterious castle Corbenic known in the Grail romances. Medieval authors recorded its name in many different forms, including Carbonek, Corbin, Corbiere, and Corbenic, yet beneath these variations may lie an older Welsh original describing a many-cornered or horned fortress. Corbenic occupies a central place in Grail tradition as the residence of King Pelles and the sanctuary where the Holy Grail is kept. If its name truly preserves the memory of the ancient Welsh fortress, then the connection becomes difficult to ignore. The castle guarding the Grail would stand as the literary descendant of Caer Pedrifan and Caer Sidi, where Pwyll, ruler of the Otherworld, once guarded his miraculous cauldron. In that case, the Grail itself may represent not an entirely new Christian creation, but the transformed heir of one of the oldest and most powerful treasures in Celtic mythology. Taliesin's poems preserve several remarkable details about the legendary cauldron associated with the ruler of the Otherworld. Its rim was decorated with precious pearls, while 9 maidens sustained the fire beneath it with nothing more than their breath. Mysterious voices were said to rise from within the vessel itself, and it possessed an extraordinary power. It would never prepare food for anyone lacking courage. Cowards could stand beside it forever, yet its magic refused to serve them. Another Taliesin poem shifts attention away from the cauldron itself and instead focuses on the fortress where it was kept. Whoever occupied the honored seat within Caer Sidi became untouched by sickness and the passing of age. This vision bears a striking resemblance to the Holy Grail described in medieval romances. Whenever the sacred vessel appeared before King Pelles and his companions, it supplied every guest with exactly the food they desired. Yet its blessings were reserved only for those worthy of receiving them. Anyone morally unfit risked punishment simply by approaching too closely. Likewise, those privileged enough to remain within the Grail Chapel of King Pelur seemed to exist outside ordinary time, never growing old as the years silently passed. Beyond providing food, the Grail was also celebrated as a miraculous source of healing, capable of restoring both illness and grievous wounds. Other Grail traditions might reveal even stronger similarities, but the evidence already presented is persuasive enough. If Pelles and Pelur truly preserve the memory of the Welsh figures Pwyll and Pryderi, and if Castle Corbenic represents another form of Caer Pedrifan, then the conclusion becomes difficult to avoid. The famous cauldron of the Celtic Otherworld appears to have provided the model from which the Christian legend of the Holy Grail eventually emerged. Not every medieval romance describes the Grail's guardian in the same way. In many stories, he is remembered as the maimed or lame king, his physical injury reflecting the suffering of his kingdom. Other romances, however, give him a different title altogether, calling him the Fisher King or even the Rich Fisher. These alternative traditions seem to preserve another branch of Welsh legend, one that gradually divided into 2 separate narrative families. In one tradition, the Grail guardians appear under names such as Gonmans, Goon, and the Fisher. In another, they become a father and son known as Bron and Alain. The name Bron almost certainly echoes the legendary Bran of Welsh mythology, suggesting that another ancient hero had quietly entered the growing Grail tradition under a slightly altered identity. Bran himself was remembered for extraordinary feasts that stretched far beyond ordinary human experience. Around his severed head at Harlech, companions celebrated for 7 years without sorrow. Later, on the enchanted island of Gwales, the festivities continued for 80 more years, as though time itself had ceased to exist. Curiously, the surviving Welsh stories never explain where the endless food came from. No magical vessel is mentioned. Bran's sacred head alone seems sufficient to sustain the entire company in perpetual abundance. Earlier episodes in Bran's legend do include a magical cauldron, although it serves a very different purpose. Rather than feeding the living, it restores life to the dead. Fallen warriors placed within it rise once more, though stripped of speech. This remarkable object closely resembles another episode preserved in Gerbert's continuation of the Perceval story, where a mysterious potion prepared by an old woman revives the dead under the command of the King of the Wasteland. The same idea appears repeatedly across Celtic mythology. One Irish tale describes a war between the Picts and the supernatural men of Fidga. Guided by the druid Drostan, the fallen are restored through a miraculous bath filled with fresh milk. Another famous legend, the Second Battle of Mag Tuired, tells how the Tuatha De Danann secretly revived their slain warriors each night by immersing them in a magical healing well. Only when their enemies discovered the secret and buried the spring beneath a great mound of stones did the endless cycle of resurrection finally end. These traditions demonstrate that miraculous vessels and sacred waters were deeply rooted in Celtic belief, although they do not directly explain the origins of the Grail itself. Better evidence comes from another group of Welsh legends centered not on resurrection, but on perilous quests for enchanted objects. One of these treasures is the Cauldron of the Lord of Anwen, already associated with Arthur's expedition into the Otherworld. Another appears in the tale of Culhwch and Olwen, where Arthur and his companions undertake a dangerous voyage to Ireland in order to seize the cauldron of Diwennach the Irishman. Unlike many later romances, this story leaves the outcome of several magical quests untold, merely listing the extraordinary objects that must be obtained before the hero can achieve his goal. Among these treasures is the enormous measure belonging to Lwaer, the only vessel capable of holding enough mead for Culhwch's wedding feast. Another object is the drinking horn of Gugaun Gogodin, destined to provide endless drink for every guest. There are also the miraculous bottles of Rhiannon Rhin Barnord, in which no liquid ever turns sour, and the enchanted flasks owned by the dwarf Gwydolwyn, capable of preserving the warmth of any drink regardless of how far it is carried across the land. This final detail is especially intriguing because it recalls one of the central legends surrounding Joseph of Arimathea. According to later Grail tradition, Joseph collected Christ's blood within the Holy Grail before carrying the sacred vessel westward or entrusting it to another guardian who would continue the journey. That guardian is often identified as Bron, whose connection with Bran becomes increasingly difficult to dismiss. Several Grail romances describe Bron leading his followers toward the distant west, while subtle wordplay even links their destination with Avalon, imagined as the land where the sun disappears beyond the horizon. The voyage itself possesses unmistakably mythical qualities. Some companions are said to cross the sea while floating upon a single garment taken from the back of Joseph's son, whereas Bron and the bearers of the Grail are guided entirely by the supernatural power of the holy vessel itself. This Christianized journey closely mirrors Bran's own legendary expedition to Ireland. In Welsh tradition, Bran's warriors sail in ships, yet the giant king himself walks through the sea, carrying his musicians upon his shoulders as though the ocean were little more than a shallow stream. Earlier comparisons have already connected Bran's endless banquet with the Grail's miraculous ability to feed all who gather around it. Now, another shared characteristic emerges. Both Bran and the Grail safely guide entire communities across dangerous waters. The resemblance is so close that it becomes increasingly difficult to regard these stories as merely parallel traditions. Instead, the Christian voyage of Bronn appears to be a transformed version of Bran's much older mythological expedition. One Grail romance even places Bronn in the islands of Ireland, a description broad enough to include not only Ireland itself, but also the legendary Western Islands so deeply woven into Celtic imagination, from Lundy and the Scillies to Bardsey, the Isle of Man, and the Enchanted Islands said to lie forever beyond the edge of the known sea. Unlike the Grail romances, however, the surviving Welsh tales about Bran never clearly identify a sacred vessel capable of feeding his companions. To imagine its original form, one must instead examine the miraculous qualities attributed to Bronn's Grail. One romance tells how only 10 or 12 loaves placed beside the Grail become sufficient to satisfy more than 500 starving people. In another episode, a desperate crowd fears death from hunger. Bronn receives instructions to enter the water and catch the first fish he finds. The fish is placed upon the table opposite the Grail, which is then covered with a cloth. Once everyone is seated, those free from sin experience complete satisfaction, receiving not only food, but also the deepest desires of their hearts. The symbolism suggests that the fish originally may have been placed directly into the vessel itself to be cooked, preserving the memory of an older magical cauldron. As the object gradually became identified with the Holy Grail, however, such an ordinary function would have seemed inappropriate for a sacred Christian relic. The vessel no longer prepared food in a literal sense. Instead, it distributed divine nourishment through miracle alone. Its refusal to bless those stained by sin also echoes the ancient Celtic tradition. Just as the Grail denied its gifts to the spiritually unworthy, the cauldron of the Lord of Annubian refused to boil food for anyone lacking courage. The Christian legend transformed moral courage into spiritual purity, but the underlying idea remained remarkably similar. In the surviving Bran stories, no magical serving vessel appears during the great banquets. Food and drink simply arrive without servants or visible preparation, as though produced by the other world itself. The same effortless abundance appears throughout Welsh and Irish fairy tradition, where supernatural feasts require no attendance because the enchanted realm provides everything its chosen guests could ever desire. The Grail romances describe another remarkable feature that echoes older Celtic tradition. As the sacred vessel moves through the hall, it provides every worthy guest with exactly what they desire to eat. Yet no one ever sees the person carrying it. Food simply appears as if by miracle, with no visible servant responsible for its arrival. The experience feels effortless and supernatural. A similar pattern appears in the Welsh legends surrounding Bran the Blessed. During the endless feasts held around his sacred head, the stories never mention servants preparing meals or carrying dishes. Even more curious, they never explain how Bran's severed head itself was transported from place to place. It was certainly not displayed like the trophy of a defeated enemy. A far more reasonable image is that it rested upon a ceremonial platter or large dish. If that interpretation is correct, it opens an intriguing possibility. Bran's sacred head displayed upon a dish, together with the spear that inflicted his mortal wound, may have inspired two of the most famous symbols in the Grail legends: the mysterious severed head presented before Peredur and the bleeding spear that accompanies it. In the Welsh version of the story, the head itself occupies the position later filled by the Holy Grail in many versions of Percival's adventure. Whether this connection can be proven or not, the similarities strongly suggest that Bronn's Grail tradition ultimately grew from older Welsh legends centered on Bran the Blessed, even if the exact original tale has not survived. Another important clue appears in the story of Culhwch and Olwen. Among the impossible tasks demanded by the giant Ysbaddaden, before allowing Culhwch to marry his daughter Olwen, is the recovery of an extraordinary object known as the Mwais of Gwyddno Garanhir. The giant refuses to eat from any other vessel during the wedding feast, forcing Arthur's companions to undertake yet another dangerous quest. Although the surviving tale never describes how this object was finally obtained, its extraordinary qualities are carefully recorded. The Mwais possessed miraculous powers unlike those of an ordinary serving vessel. No matter how many people gathered around it, groups of 27 at a time could always find exactly the food each person desired most. Every guest received the perfect meal without the supply ever appearing to diminish. Later, Welsh tradition enlarges this miracle even further. According to these accounts, food prepared for only a single individual became sufficient to satisfy an entire multitude once the umways was opened. Eventually, the vessel itself was believed to have vanished forever alongside Merlin when he entered the mysterious glass house on Bardsey Island. It disappeared together with the other legendary treasures of Britain, a collection traditionally numbered at 13. Among all surviving Welsh legends, this object offers perhaps the closest parallel to the Holy Grail before its Christian transformation. Several striking similarities stand out immediately. Like Bronze Grail, the Mwais ultimately disappears toward the Western Islands, a destination long associated with the Celtic otherworld. Bardsey Island, lying beyond the coast of North Wales, naturally recalls the enchanted Western Islands, connected with Bronn and the Grail Guardians in medieval romance. Its function also closely resembles that of the Grail. Unlike the magical cauldrons that cooked food, the Wawis simply contained and distributed it. It acted as a vessel of miraculous abundance rather than one of preparation. This distinction is significant because the Grail itself is almost always portrayed as serving food that has somehow already been divinely provided. The later Welsh descriptions also suggest that the Mwais possessed a lid and had to be opened before its contents were revealed. This detail indicates that it was probably not an open bowl, but some type of covered container, perhaps resembling a basket, chest, hamper, or storage vessel. The evolution of the Welsh word itself supports this interpretation. In later usage, MWIs came to describe a covered basket or hamper capable of holding large quantities of food. The expression Mwes is garden, for example, referred to an enormous measure of herrings, while Mwes bara meant a bread basket. The word therefore retained a strong association with storing and distributing food rather than preparing it. Related Celtic languages preserve similar meanings. In Old Cornish, the same word referred to a table. Old Irish used mias for both a table and a serving dish, and the modern Irish translation of the New Testament employs this very word for the platter on which the head of John the Baptist is presented. Scottish Gaelic preserves the same usage, while Manx Gaelic retains a related form describing a traditional measure of several hundred fish. Taken together, these linguistic and legendary traditions point toward a common Celtic concept: a miraculous vessel associated with endless provision, sacred feasting, and supernatural abundance. Long before the Holy Grail became one of the central relics of Christian romance, Welsh tradition already preserved stories of enchanted containers that supplied limitless food, rewarded the worthy, and eventually disappeared into the mysterious Western world beyond the reach of ordinary men. The unusual range of meanings attached to the Welsh word mwais becomes easier to understand once its probable origin is considered. The term, like the related Irish mias, was most likely borrowed from the Latin mensa, meaning a table. Yet the Celtic peoples did not originally use raised tables in the Roman fashion. Among the early Britons, Irish, and probably the Norse as well, meals were commonly served from large dishes, platters, baskets, or containers placed before the diners. When the Latin word entered their languages, it was therefore applied not only to the unfamiliar Roman table, but also to the traditional objects that performed the same practical function. This explains the meaning of the Mwais of Gwyddno in the story of Culhwch and Olwen. When the giant Ysbaddaden demanded that Culhwch obtain it for the wedding feast, he was not necessarily asking for a mysterious object of one precise shape. He simply wanted Gwyddno's special serving vessel, the only object from which he was willing to eat during his daughter's marriage celebration. Its miraculous quality was equally straightforward. Whatever quantity of food was placed inside, it became sufficient for a far greater number of people. A meal intended for one person could feed 100, perhaps even more. This power closely matches the role of the Grail in the romances concerning the Fisher King. In Chrétien's account, the Grail continually brings nourishment to the elderly father of the Fisher King and preserves his life. Later continuators of the poem describe it supplying the company with abundant bread, wine, and every kind of food they could desire. The similarity with Gwyddno's vessel is extremely close. Both are serving objects whose central miracle is not the creation of a particular meal, but the endless multiplication and distribution of food. One continuation adds a more spiritual quality. According to Gautier, a person who had seen the Grail could not be led astray by the devil during that same day. Some scholars have doubted whether these lines originally belonged to the surrounding passage, yet they do not seriously weaken the wider comparison. The Grail may have acquired additional religious meanings as the story developed, while still preserving the basic function of the older Welsh vessel. The various Grail traditions did not develop in isolation. They borrowed from one another, blended separate characters, and combined details that may once have belonged to entirely different stories. The Welsh romance of Peredur provides a likely example of this process. It portrays one of Peredur's uncles as both physically disabled and associated with fishing. Yet the lame ruler and the fisherman may originally have belonged to two independent versions of the legend. Their union in a single character was probably the result of influence from the French Grail romances. A similar blending may explain why both Bronn and Gonmans are called fishers in different branches of the tradition. In the case of Bronn, medieval authors attempted to explain the title through a miraculous fishing episode. Bronn enters the water, catches a fish, and places it beside the Grail so that his hungry people may be fed. This scene certainly offers a convenient reason for calling him a fisherman, but it may be a later explanation created after the title had already entered the story. The Grand Saint Graal extends the title beyond Bronn himself. Bronn's youngest son, Alain, is appointed guardian of the sacred vessel and commanded to take the net lying upon the Grail table. Alain casts it into the water and catches a single, enormous fish. When the people complain that one fish could never satisfy the entire gathering, he divides it into 3 portions and prays for divine help. The fish then becomes sufficient for everyone, including even those who are spiritually impure. From this miracle, Alain receives the name Rich Fisher. The title is then inherited by the guardians who follow him. These later keepers are described as more fortunate than Alain because they become crowned kings, whereas Alain himself never rules beneath a crown. Such explanations are clever, yet they do not entirely solve the problem. The title Rich Fisher seems older and more deeply rooted than the Christian episodes designed to justify it. It is therefore reasonable to suspect that it once had a meaning in Celtic tradition that later storytellers no longer fully understood. That forgotten meaning may not, however, be completely beyond recovery. Although the Fisher King is often left unnamed, a figure presented as his brother is identified in several romances. Chrétien calls him Gonemans of Gelbort. Gerber gives the name Gornumant, while Manessier calls him Goon of the Desert, meaning Goon of the Wasteland. These names appear to preserve the Welsh Gwynwas, or Gwyn, titles belonging to Gwyn ap Nudd, one of the most powerful rulers of the Welsh otherworld. Gwyn is remembered as king of the fairies, spirits, and dangerous supernatural beings. He is not described in Welsh literature as the brother of Gwyddno, but the two figures are closely connected in a remarkable poem from the Black Book of Carmarthen. There they exchange words and ultimately form a strong friendship. This link brings the investigation much closer to the true identity of the Fisher King. The decisive evidence comes from Gwyddno himself. His regular title was Garanhir, usually interpreted as Long Crane or Tall Heron. Such a name immediately evokes a long-legged bird standing patiently beside the water, making it entirely appropriate for a figure associated with fishing. More importantly, Gwyddno possessed one of the most famous fishing weirs in Welsh legend. Every year, on the eve of the first day of May, the trap was expected to yield fish worth an enormous sum. The weir was therefore a source of almost magical wealth and abundance, making its owner quite literally a rich fisherman. The best-known tale connected with this place concerns the discovery of the infant Taliesin. Gwyddno had a single son named Elphin, a young man notorious for his recklessness, poverty, and lack of success. His father feared that Elphin had been born under an unlucky sign and decided to give him an opportunity to improve his fortune. He allowed the young man to inspect the weir on the night when its richest catch was normally expected. Elphin and his companions arrived full of hope, but the trap appeared completely empty. His men concluded that Elphin's bad luck had ruined even the prosperity of his father's famous weir. They were preparing to leave in disappointment when Elphin noticed a leather bag caught upon one of the wooden poles. Inside the bag he found not fish, silver, or treasure, but a newborn child. The infant was Taliesin, who immediately began speaking in elaborate poetry. He assured Elphin that this discovery would bring him greater value and honor than all the fish Gwydine's Weir had ever produced. This legend supplies a convincing explanation for the title Fisher King or Rich Fisher. Gwydione owned both the magical vessel that multiplied food and the abundant fishing weir that produced extraordinary wealth. These are precisely the two characteristics later associated with the Grail Guardian: endless nourishment and a mysterious connection with fishing. There remains an important difference. In the Welsh story, the two fishing figures are Gwydione and his son Elphin. In the Grail romances, however, the unnamed fisher is often associated not with a son, but with a brother named Gwyn. This inconsistency is probably another result of several Grail traditions becoming mixed together. One branch of the story featured a father and son, Bronn and Alla. Another featured the Fisher King and his companion or brother Gwyn. As these traditions influenced one another, names and relationships were transferred from one version to the next. A father and son could become brothers, while separate mythological figures might be merged into a single family. Alla offers a particularly revealing example. He is sometimes called Alla the Large, a name that later appears in Malory as Helias the Large. Like Elphin, he is portrayed as less fortunate than the other members of his family. Although later Grail keepers become kings, Alla never receives a crown. This lesser status closely resembles the early condition of Gwydine's unlucky son. At the same time, Alla is occasionally described as the father of Percival or Peredur. His name may therefore preserve another Welsh personal name rather than Elphin alone. It could have developed from Eliver through repeated changes in spelling and pronunciation. The two Welsh names Elphin and Eliver may eventually have been confused by storytellers who no longer understood their original distinctions. Welsh tradition never calls Bran a fisherman, nor does it clearly give him a son named Alla, Elphin, or Eliver. These elements were probably added to the Bran tradition through contact with the branch of the story known to Chrétien and his continuators. This possibility agrees with the likelihood that Chrétien's version, or at least the material behind it, influenced later Grail narratives. The Grail stories discussed so far can therefore be arranged into three broad families. In the first, the sacred vessel belongs to Pelles. In the second, it is guarded by Bronn and his descendants. In the third, it belongs to an unnamed Fisher King. The Grail of Pelles can be traced to the cauldron of Pwyll and the fortress of the Welsh Otherworld. The Grail of the Fisher King strongly resembles the Mwais of Gwydione, a vessel capable of feeding multitudes. The tradition of Bronn leads back toward Bran the Blessed, his sacred head, his eternal feast, and his legendary journey across the Western Sea. These three groups were never completely separate. Their characters, names, magical objects, and family relationships crossed from one branch into another. This constant interaction explains many of the apparent contradictions found in medieval romance. The stories were not created as one organized system. They grew gradually from older myths, oral traditions, written poems, Christian reinterpretations, and the imaginative inventions of successive authors. Several additional Grail names reveal the same process. Gwyn of the Wasteland and Gonmans of Gelbort, for example, are best understood as altered forms of Gwyn ap Nudd. A brief but brutal episode in Culhwch, and Olwen shows the ancient character of this supernatural ruler. The story concerns Cridilad, daughter of Lud of the Silver Hand. She had gone away with a warrior named Gwythyr, but before their union was completed, Gwyn ap Nudd seized her and carried her off. Gwythyr raised an army and marched against him, yet Gwyn emerged victorious. His revenge was merciless. He captured several of Gwythyr's allies, including Nuithen and his son Caelder. Gwyn killed Nuithen, tore out his heart, and forced Caelder to eat it. The horror of the act drove Caelder permanently mad, earning him the name Caelder the Wild. When Arthur heard what had happened, he marched north and summoned Gwyn before him. Arthur freed the prisoners and imposed a settlement between the two rivals. Cridilad was to remain in her father's house, untouched by either man. Gwyn and Gwythyr would then fight for her every year on the first day of May until the end of the world. Only on the final day of judgment would the ultimate victor be allowed to claim her. Beneath its savage humor, the tale presents Gwyn as a terrifying northern king who nevertheless accepts Arthur's authority. It also connects him with the 1st of May, the same seasonal moment associated with Gwydine's miraculous fishing weir. Such details strengthen the impression that the figures surrounding the Grail were drawn from a shared world of Celtic myth. Later, Romance writers radically transformed this pagan inheritance. Ancient rulers of the otherworld became Christian kings, hermits, Grail guardians, and ancestors of holy knights. One of the clearest examples appears in the Quest of the Holy Grail, where the ancestry of Lancelot is explained through an elaborate sacred vision. Lancelot sees a man surrounded by stars, accompanied by 7 kings and 2 knights. Afterward, he reaches a hermitage, confesses his sins, and relates the vision to a holy man. The hermit explains that it reveals the destiny of Lancelot's bloodline. The story begins 42 years after the crucifixion, when Joseph of Arimathea leaves Jerusalem and travels to the eastern city of Sarras. There he assists a ruler named Evelak, who accepts baptism together with his brother-in-law Seraphi. Evelak receives the Christian name Mordrains, while Seraphi becomes Naciens. Naciens proves so devoted to the new faith that the deepest mysteries of the Holy Grail are revealed to him. Before him, only Joseph had witnessed them directly, and no later knight would experience them except through dreams or visions. King Mordrains then dreams that a vast lake flows from the body of Naciens' descendant Celidoan. 9 streams emerge from it. 8 are equal in size, while the 9th is larger than all the others combined. Christ himself appears and washes in the lake. Celidoan is the star-covered man later seen by Lancelot. The stars symbolize his knowledge of the heavens, the planets, and their courses. He becomes the first king of Scotland, while the 9 streams represent 9 descendants who will follow him. 7 of them are kings, and 2 are knights. The royal line includes figures named Warpus, Naciens or Crestiens, Alain the Large, Helias, Jonaeans, Lancelot, and Barn. Jonans travels into Wales and marries the daughter of King Morineus, while another Lancelot marries the daughter of the King of Ireland. Ban eventually becomes the father of the more famous Lancelot. The 8th stream in the vision represents Lancelot himself, the first of the 2 knights. The 9th and greatest stream represents Galahad, conceived by Lancelot and the daughter of the Fisher King. Galahad surpasses all his ancestors, becoming the most powerful and spiritually perfect figure of the entire lineage. The genealogy is thoroughly Christian in appearance, filled with baptism, sacred visions, divine ancestry, and the descendants of Joseph of Arimathea. Yet beneath this religious structure remain fragments of much older traditions: Welsh kings, otherworld rulers, enchanted islands, mysterious vessels, wounded guardians, miraculous food, and families whose names have been reshaped almost beyond recognition. The medieval Grail legends were therefore not simply Christian stories created from nothing. They were layered constructions in which Celtic mythology survived beneath a new spiritual language. Pagan cauldrons became holy relics, magical feasts became sacred communion, rulers of the dead became wounded Christian kings, and warriors of the otherworld were transformed into the ancestors of Lancelot and Galahad. The strange overlap between the meanings of table, dish, basket, and hamper becomes much easier to understand once the history of the word itself is considered. The Welsh MWs and the Irish mias were probably borrowed from the Latin mensa, meaning table. Yet the early Britons, Irish, and perhaps the Norse did not use tables in the Roman fashion. Meals were more often arranged around large dishes, platters, baskets, or low serving vessels. As a result, when the foreign word entered Celtic speech, it was applied not only to the new concept of a table, but also to the older objects that performed the same function. This helps explain the Emwys of Gwydion in the tale of Culhwch and Olwen. When the giant Isbadaden demanded that Culhwch obtain it for the wedding feast, he was not necessarily asking for a table in the modern sense. He wanted Gwydno's own serving vessel, the one object from which he was prepared to eat during his daughter's marriage celebration. Its magical power was simple but extraordinary. Any food placed within it became enough for 100 people, perhaps even more. This miracle closely resembles the ability of the Fisher King's Grail to sustain and feed entire companies. In Chrétien's romance, the Grail repeatedly carries nourishment to the aged father of the Fisher King and keeps him alive. Later continuators describe it supplying guests with bread, wine, and every variety of food. In function, there is very little difference between this object and Guidno's mwice. Both are vessels of limitless provision, transforming a small amount of food into abundance. One continuation gives the Grail an even more spiritual quality. It claims that a person who had seen the sacred vessel could not be deceived by the devil during that same day. Whether this detail belongs to the earliest form of the passage is uncertain, but it does not weaken the deeper connection. The Grail could easily acquire new Christian meanings while preserving the practical miracle of the older Welsh vessel. The Grail legends are notoriously difficult to untangle because their many versions constantly influenced one another. Characters were combined, relationships were altered, and details migrated from one tradition into another. The Welsh story of Peredur probably preserves one such mixture. It presents one of Peredur's uncles as both lame and connected with fishing, even though these traits may originally have belonged to two entirely separate versions of the tale. A similar blending may explain why both Bronn and Gonmans are called fishers in different Grail traditions. In Bronn's case, later writers attempted to justify the title with a miracle involving a fish. The Grand Saint Graal tells how Bronn's youngest son, Alain, was appointed guardian of the sacred vessel. He was ordered to take a fishing net from the Grail table and cast it into the water. Alain caught a single enormous fish, but the people complained that it could never feed the whole gathering. He then divided it into 3 portions, prayed for help, and the fish became sufficient for everyone, even those considered sinful. Because of this miracle, Alain received the title Rich Fisher. Later, Grail Guardians inherited it from him. Yet the romance adds that they were more blessed than Alain, since they became crowned kings while he never wore a crown. This story provides an explanation, but perhaps not the original one. The title, Rich Fisher, feels older than the episode created to account for it. It may have entered the Christian romances from a Celtic tradition whose full meaning was already partly forgotten. The lost explanation becomes clearer once the figures surrounding the Fisher King are examined. The king himself is often left unnamed, but a man described as his brother appears under several forms. Chrétien calls him Gonemans of Gelbort, Gerbert names him Gornumont, and Manessier calls him Goon of the Wasteland. These names almost certainly preserve the Welsh Gwyn or Gwynwas, both forms connected with Gwyn ap Nudd, the powerful ruler of the Welsh otherworld. Gwyn was remembered as king of fairies, spirits, and dangerous supernatural beings. Welsh literature does not make him the brother of Guidno, but an important poem in the Black Book of Carmarthen presents the two speaking together and eventually becoming close companions. The connection becomes stronger when Guidno's own title is considered. He was known as Garanhir, usually understood as Long Crane or Tall Heron. The image of a tall waterbird standing beside a river or shore is perfectly suited to a figure associated with fishing. More importantly, Guidno owned one of the most celebrated fishing weirs in Welsh tradition. Every year, on the eve of the first day of May, it was expected to produce a catch worth an enormous fortune. Guidno was therefore not merely a fisherman, but a rich fisherman in the most literal sense. The best-known story of this weir concerns the discovery of Taliesin. Guidno's only son was Elphin, a young man famous for his wild behavior, poverty, and complete lack of success. His father feared that he had been born beneath an unlucky star and decided to give him one opportunity to change his fate. Elphin was permitted to inspect the fishing weir on the night when its greatest catch was expected. He and his companions arrived full of hope, but the trap appeared empty. His men immediately blamed Elphin, declaring that his bad luck had destroyed even the prosperity of his father's enchanted weir. Just as they were about to leave, Elphin noticed a leather bag caught on one of the wooden poles. Inside it, he found a child. The infant was Taliesin, who immediately began speaking in elaborate poetry and promised Elphin that he would prove more valuable than all the fish ever taken from Gwydine's waters. This story provides a far more convincing origin for the title Fisher King. Gwydion owned both a miraculous vessel capable of feeding multitudes and a fishing weir associated with immense wealth. These are exactly the two qualities later joined together in the Grail tradition. There is still one difficulty. Welsh mythology gives us Gwydion and his son Elphin, whereas the Grail romances often place the Fisher King beside a brother named Gwyn. This is probably another consequence of traditions being combined. One branch of the legend used a father and son, Bron and Alain. Another placed the anonymous fisher beside Gwyn. As the stories merged, relationships shifted and characters changed positions. Alain may preserve part of Elphin's role. Like Elphin, he is presented as less fortunate than the other members of his family. He becomes a Grail guardian, but never a crowned king. Yet his name may also preserve another Welsh figure, perhaps Eliver, who was eventually confused with Elphin through repeated retelling and copying. The Grail legends can therefore be divided into three broad families. In one, the vessel belongs to Pelles. In another, it is guarded by Bron. In the third, it is held by the unnamed Fisher King. The Grail of Pelles can be traced toward the cauldron of Pwyll and the fortress of the Otherworld. The Grail of the Fisher King closely resembles Gwydine's Mwais. The Grail of Bron points back toward Bran the Blessed, his sacred head, his endless feast, and his journey across the sea. These traditions did not remain independent. They borrowed names, symbols, family lines, and magical powers from one another. This explains why the romances often seem inconsistent. They were not parts of a single carefully planned mythology, but layers of Celtic legend, Christian symbolism, oral storytelling, and literary invention accumulated over centuries. The same process can be seen in the supposed descendants of Nassians listed in the Grand San Graal. The genealogy includes Celiduan, Marpus, Nassians, Alain the Large, Ysais, Jonans, Lancelot, Ban, another Lancelot, and finally Galahad. Several of these names appear to preserve distorted forms of older northern British figures. Marpus, also written Warpus, strongly resembles the Welsh Gwrgwst. The same name appears in early northern history as Wrgwst or Urgust, father of the powerful Pictish ruler, remembered in later forms as Engus, son of Fergus. Nassians also appears elsewhere as Natien, a form very close to the Pictish royal name Naiton. That name may in turn correspond to Nwaithon, the unfortunate warrior in the Welsh tale of Gwyn and Gwythyr. Celiduan can likewise be connected with the Welsh Caelidr. In the Grail romance, Nassians and his son, Celiduin, are imprisoned by a persecutor of Christians named Calafia. Nassians escapes when a supernatural hand emerges from a cloud and breaks his chains. Celiduan is rescued by 9 mysterious hands, carried through the air, and delivered to the kingdom of a ruler named Label, whose daughter he later marries. Calafia is destroyed by fire from heaven. This Christian miracle may preserve a distant echo of the violent Welsh story in which Nwaithon and his son Caelidr fall into the hands of Gwyn. In the older tale, Nwaithon is killed, his heart is torn out, and Caelidr is driven mad after being forced to consume it. The Grail romance softens the horror, replacing mutilation with imprisonment and divine rescue. Celiduin is also called the first king of Scotland. This suggests that his name may preserve not only Caelidr, but also Celidin, a figure called Prince Celidin in the opening of Culhwch and Olwen. Celidin appears to be a legendary personification of Caledonia itself. The French form Celiduin may therefore combine 2 separate Welsh names that were no longer understood by the Romance writers. Nearly every identifiable figure in this genealogy points toward northern Britain, yet the Grand Saint Graal also connects Bron with the same family, even though Bran is not normally associated with the north. This may indicate that Bron has been inserted into a tradition that originally belonged to the Fisher King, meaning Gwydion. Gwydine's name survives elsewhere in Grail romance, beneath several heavily altered forms. One of the clearest is Nentres, king of Garlo. Guidno's kingdom was known in Welsh as the Hundred of the Bottom, later called Gwaelod. The older form of that place name closely resembles the Garlot or Garloth of Arthurian romance. The earliest written form of Guidno's name appears as something like Gitnu. Through repeated copying, unfamiliar spelling, and scribal error, this could easily develop into forms such as Neutres or Nentres. Another possible disguise is Mordrains, a highly important figure in the legendary early history of the Grail. In some versions, the name appears as Nudren, which lies considerably closer to the Welsh original. Mordrains is said to be the baptismal name taken by Evelach, but this second name also resembles an Old Welsh form, suggesting that two separate native figures may have been combined. The confusion grows deeper in the Huth Merlin. There, Neutre is made king of Sorhout, while Garlo is ruled by Urien and his wife Morgan. In another passage, Morgan and a second Morgan are treated as sisters, one married to Neutre and the other to Urien. The same kingdom and virtually the same wife are therefore assigned to both Neutre and Urien. This strongly suggests that the two men were at some stage regarded as versions of the same figure. The connection is strengthened by the fact that Elphin appears in Welsh tradition not only as the son of Guidno, but also in another genealogy as a son of Urien. This network of names reveals just how thoroughly the Grail traditions reshaped their Celtic sources. Guidno could become Nentres, Nutri, Nudran, or Mordrains. His territory could become Garlot. His family could become confused with that of Warien. His title as a wealthy owner of fisheries could survive as the mysterious Rich Fisher. The geography attached to these stories also points toward North Wales. In the Welsh Grail romance, several enchanted places surround the castle of Peleur: the Turning Castle, the Dead Castle, the Castle of Maidens, and the Isle of Glanog. The ruler of the Dead Castle wages war against his own brother Peleur. After Peleur's death, he seizes the castle and keeps it until Peredur storms the stronghold. The same tyrant attacks the Queen of the Castle of Maidens and regularly visits the Isle of Glanog. The Queen's castle appears to have stood near Penman at the eastern edge of Anglesey. The Isle of Glanog can be identified with the island later known as Priestholm or Puffin Island, separated from Anglesey by a narrow channel. A Welsh chronicle records that in the year 629 King Cadwallon was blockaded on this island by the fleet of Edwin of Northumbria. The siege failed and Cadwallon escaped across the sea to Ireland. Glanog himself is otherwise remembered only as the father of Helig, ruler of a legendary lowland territory said to have been swallowed by the sea along the coast of North Wales. Helig was called the Bald, recalling another drowned land ruler, Tegid the Bald, whose kingdom was believed to lie beneath the waters of Bala Lake. Glanog and Helig may therefore represent another form of Guidno and Elphin. Both pairs belong to stories of lost coastal kingdoms, miraculous abundance, and lands overwhelmed by water. The association of the Turning Castle with this submerged country is especially important. The Turning Castle has already been compared with Caer Sidi, the rotating fortress of the Otherworld in Taliesin's poetry. Taliesin boasts that he possessed a secure seat there, and Welsh tradition also says that Guidno granted him land in the northern district of Arlecwed. These stories may preserve different fragments of the same forgotten myth. The constant appearance of cauldrons, dishes, baskets, and sacred containers in Celtic literature may seem strange to a modern audience. Yet these objects were rarely concerned with food alone. They often carried deeper meanings connected with wisdom, poetry, memory, and supernatural inspiration. The Book of Taliesin speaks of three muses rising from the cauldron of the giant Ogerfin, a figure associated with bardic knowledge and the invention of writing. Here the cauldron becomes not merely a vessel of nourishment, but a source of creative power. The same symbolism appears outside the Celtic world. In Old Norse poetry, the cup of the dwarfs could represent thought, wisdom, and poetic inspiration. In ancient Indian religion, the sacred drink soma was believed to grant divine vision and ecstatic knowledge. These traditions may preserve the memory of a very ancient ritual, drink consumed by priests, poets, or medicine men in order to enter an altered state of consciousness. The magical vessel held not only food or liquid, but access to another level of understanding. Ancient Greek religion offers another revealing comparison. The sacred tripod at Delphi was itself a device designed to support a vessel above a fire. At the oracle of Apollo, however, the cauldron had disappeared, and the prophetess sat directly upon the tripod over a chasm in the earth. Vapors rising from below took the place of the flames kindled beneath the Celtic cauldron by the breath of 9 maidens. At Delphi, divine utterances emerged through the body of the priestess. In Taliesin's world, voices issued from the vessel itself, or muses rose from within it. The Greek tradition placed the human medium above the sacred opening. The Celtic tradition preserved the older and more mysterious image of the cauldron. Its messages still required interpretation, perhaps by a druid or inspired bard capable of understanding the voices of the otherworld. Seen in this wider setting, the Holy Grail becomes far more than a Christian relic. Behind it stands an ancient family of sacred vessels associated with abundance, kingship, healing, poetic inspiration, prophecy, and passage into the supernatural world. The Grail romances did not erase those older meanings. They transformed them, allowing the cauldron of Celtic myth to survive beneath the appearance of the most celebrated holy vessel in medieval literature. Arthurian geography is filled with places that seem to belong partly to the real world and partly to myth, but few are more mysterious than the kingdom of Melwas. The old stories never agree completely on where his realm was located. Instead, they preserve several overlapping traditions, each placing him in a landscape that carries the atmosphere of the other world. Malory brought the legend close to London. After making Westminster one of Arthur's principal centres, he placed the castle of Meligrance, his version of Melwas, only 7 miles away on the opposite bank of the Thames. In this retelling, the river becomes far more than a natural boundary. It takes on the symbolic role of the river, separating the living world from the kingdom of death. When Lancelot crosses it on horseback, in his desperate attempt to rescue Guinevere, his journey resembles the ancient passage of a hero into the realm beyond. The same region contains other distorted fragments of legendary geography. Guildford may survive in Grail romance under names such as Castle Gallifort and Gelbort, the homeland of Gonman's Incretian story. Malory also identifies Astolat, the home of Elaine, with Guildford. Real English locations were therefore drawn into the myth, while their names were reshaped until they sounded like distant castles from another world. Later, Welsh writers offer a different tradition. They describe Melwas as a ruler who came from Scotland. This association may have developed in the same way that Mordred was increasingly connected with the Picts and Scots after the time of Geoffrey of Monmouth. In some accounts, Mordred even becomes a Pictish prince. Melwas may have undergone a similar transformation, becoming identified as a northern or Gaelic ruler. A trace of this belief may survive in an Irish glossary that refers to Glastonbury as the Glastonbury of the Gaels. Since the Latin name for the Gaels was often Scoti, the phrase may preserve an Irish memory of an older British tradition in which the ruler of Glastonbury was imagined as a Goidelic or Scottish figure. Whether this legend reflects any actual Irish settlement in Somerset or the Gower Peninsula is impossible to determine with certainty. Yet the mythical pattern itself is easy to understand. Celtic stories often transfer the otherworld into a real geographical location. In the Tale of Bran, for example, an expedition that may originally have led into the realm of the dead becomes a voyage to Ireland. Once the supernatural kingdom was identified with Ireland, its ruler would naturally be imagined as an Irish or Gaelic king. The earliest writers who mention Melwas, however, do not place his kingdom in Ireland. The author of the Life of Gildas and Chrétien de Troyes both locate it much closer to Arthur's own world. In the Life of Gildas, Melwas rules a region called the Summer Country, a name generally understood as Somerset. Glastonbury appears as the central stronghold of this territory, protected by wetlands and difficult approaches. Chrétien gives the kingdom a different name, calling Melwas ruler of Goar, a land from which no traveler returns. He also places Melwas and his father in a capital called Bard. Bade is almost certainly a bath. Gwyer, meanwhile, strongly resembles Gwir or Gower, the peninsula extending into the sea along the coast of South Wales. At first, these locations seem incompatible. Bath, Somerset, Glastonbury, and Gower cannot all be the same kingdom. Yet the confusion becomes understandable when two separate Celtic ideas about the realm of the dead are considered. According to one tradition, the otherworld lay beyond the sea or beneath its waters. It could be imagined as a distant island reached only by crossing a dangerous channel. The Byzantine writer Procopius preserves a famous story in which the souls of the dead are transported by boat from the continental coast to a mysterious island called Brittia. From the opposite shore of the Severn, the Gower Peninsula could easily appear as a dim and distant land rising from the sea. In mythic imagination, it could become the unreachable kingdom of Melwas. A second and equally ancient tradition placed the supernatural realm inside the earth. Its entrance might be hidden within a hill, a burial mound, or a hollow beneath the ground. Irish legends frequently describe fairy rulers living inside great mounds, while Welsh tradition usually places the fairies beneath hills. In some parts of Wales, especially near Snowdon, they were instead believed to inhabit a hidden world below the waters of lakes. Glastonbury fits both models perfectly. Before the surrounding marshes were drained, the settlement rose like an island above the flooded landscape. At the same time, Glastonbury Tor stood over the region like an enormous enchanted hill. The place could therefore be imagined either as an island beyond the waters or as a gateway into a kingdom hidden beneath the earth. This double character may explain why Welsh tradition called such places Wye on Wais. The word usually means island, but in Welsh geography it can also describe elevated ground surrounded by marshes or low-lying country, even when the surrounding land is not permanently covered by water. William of Malmesbury records that Glastonbury's ancient British name was Ynys-Wytrin, which he translated as the Island of Glass. The same idea appears in Chrétien's poetry, where the kingdom becomes the Isle of Glass. In his Romance of Eric, Chrétien describes it as a land of perfect weather, untouched by storm, thunder, lightning, dangerous animals, extreme heat, or winter. It is an eternal summer country ruled by Mahaloas, another form of Melwas. This description reveals the true nature of the place. It is not merely an English island or fortress. It belongs to the ancient family of blessed western lands where suffering, age, and harsh weather no longer exist. Its shining surface, peaceful climate, and distance from ordinary life make it another version of the Celtic paradise. Centuries later, the monks of Glastonbury transformed these traditions for their own purposes. They claimed that Joseph of Arimathea had founded their monastery and personally introduced Christianity into Britain. According to this version of history, Glastonbury possessed a sacred authority older than the mission of Rome itself. Such a claim had enormous political value. If Joseph had established Christianity in Britain immediately after the death of Christ, then the English Church could present itself as independent of later Roman authority. This argument appealed strongly to King Henry II, whose long conflict with the papacy reached its darkest moment in the murder of Thomas Becket, Archbishop of Canterbury. The claims of Glastonbury also weakened the authority of St. David's and the religious traditions of the Welsh. Henry had every reason to support a story that undermined both Rome and the independent spiritual prestige of Wales. He is said to have ordered an investigation into the monastery's ancient claims and accepted them as genuine. The monks eventually repaid this support with a discovery of extraordinary convenience. In 1189, they announced that they had found the graves of King Arthur and Queen Guinevere at Glastonbury. They also claimed to have uncovered the burial place of Gawain, Arthur's celebrated nephew and companion. The timing was politically useful. Welsh resistance was sustained in part by the belief that Arthur had never truly died and would one day return to lead his people against their enemies. By displaying his supposed grave, the monks could challenge that hope directly. A buried Arthur could not return. The legendary king had been transformed from a promised savior into a dead ruler safely contained within an English monastery. Yet Glastonbury's association with Avalon was probably far older than this carefully staged discovery. The monks may have exploited the legend, but they did not necessarily invent it. For generations, perhaps for centuries, local tradition may already have identified Glastonbury with the mysterious island of Arthur's final journey. William of Malmesbury offers more than one explanation for the name Avalon. One derives it from the British word for apples, presenting the island as the Isle of Apples. The modern Welsh word for apple is eifal, while related forms could also refer to an apple tree. This would fit the later image of Avalon as a fertile paradise covered in orchards. Malmesbury also preserves a strange story claiming that the name arose from an early settler named Glastennig. According to the tale, Glastennig followed a remarkable sow through western Britain until it stopped near the old church at Glastonbury. The animal was found beneath an apple tree while suckling its piglets. Impressed by the richness of the land, Glastennig settled there with his family, and the place supposedly took its name from him. The sow itself was no ordinary animal. Rather than 4 legs, it was said to possess 8. Such a detail immediately gives the story the character of myth rather than history. The animal functions as a supernatural guide, leading the founder through wild and watery country toward a chosen sacred place. The narrative also connects Glastonbury with apples. The fruit of the tree beneath which the sow was discovered became famous as the apples of the old church. Glastennig then supposedly named the island Avalon because apples were abundant there. Another explanation connected Avalon with a ruler named Avalok, who was said to have lived there with his daughters because of the island's secrecy and isolation. This figure may preserve a far older mythological tradition hidden beneath the medieval attempt to explain the name. Malmesbury claimed that these stories came from ancient British writings. No exact source matching his description has survived, but a related manuscript containing early genealogies helps reveal how the story may have developed. The manuscript includes a genealogy leading back to a figure named Glast. Malmesbury seems to have misunderstood this family line and treated its names as a list of brothers descended from the famous northern ruler Cunedda. The very next section of the manuscript gives the actual sons of Cunedda under entirely different names, showing that the chronicler had confused 2 separate traditions. An obscure note connects Glast with the longer name Glastennig. This makes it likely that Malmesbury's Glastying should be corrected to Glastennig or Glastennig. The entire tradition appears to have been an early attempt to explain the origin of the name Glastonbury through a legendary founder. Names such as Glast and Glastennig naturally suggested a connection with glass, especially to English-speaking writers. Yet this does not necessarily mean that the image of a glass island was created only through wordplay. The idea may have existed long before English scholars attempted to explain the place name. Celtic tradition already knew mysterious towers and islands made of glass. The Historia Brittonum, traditionally associated with Nennius, describes a glass tower standing in the middle of the sea. Such imagery belongs naturally to stories of distant supernatural islands, shining fortresses, and inaccessible kingdoms beyond the human world. Avalon may have developed in the same way. Glastonbury might genuinely have been famous for apple trees, and an apple tree may also have appeared in one version of the myth as a sacred or magical object. None of this proves, however, that the name Avalon originally meant Isle of Apples. The orchard explanation may have been a later attempt to make sense of an ancient name whose true meaning had already been forgotten. Alternatively, the title Island of Apples may have grown from an authentic myth in which a miraculous tree stood at the center of the Western paradise. The distinction is difficult to recover. Medieval authors may have begun with a false linguistic explanation and then built stories around it. Yet they may also have inherited a genuine tradition about a sacred tree and used it to reinterpret the name. Whatever its linguistic origin, Avalon remained a place where geography and mythology became inseparable. It could be Glastonbury rising from the marshes, Gower seen across the sea, an underground fairy kingdom, a shining island of glass, or a western paradise filled with fruit trees. Each location preserved one aspect of the same ancient idea, a hidden realm lying just beyond the borders of the familiar world. Melwas belongs to that landscape. Whether he rules from Somerset, Bath, Gower, Scotland, or the Isle of Glass, he remains the guardian of a kingdom from which ordinary men do not easily return. Lancelot's rescue of the Queen is therefore more than a journey between castles. It is the descent of a living hero into a land associated with death, enchantment, and eternal summer, followed by his struggle to bring Guinevere back into Arthur's world. For centuries, Celtic tradition imagined a mysterious realm that lay beyond the ordinary world, a place where death, healing, and immortality seemed to exist side by side. This legendary land eventually became known as Avalon, but its earliest literary descriptions reveal a far richer and more complex vision than the later medieval romances. Rather than presenting it as merely a magical island, early writers portrayed it as a supernatural kingdom existing on the edge of human understanding, where time flowed differently and extraordinary beings ruled over an eternal paradise. One of the earliest detailed accounts appears in Geoffrey of Monmouth's writings. He describes an island often called the Isle of Apples, a land so naturally abundant that no one needed to cultivate its fields. Crops ripened without labor, vineyards flourished on their own, fruit trees remained forever productive, and the earth constantly renewed itself. Those fortunate enough to reach this place were said to enjoy lives stretching far beyond the normal limits of humanity. The island was governed by 9 noble sisters whose wisdom and healing abilities made the realm famous throughout Arthurian tradition. Among them stood Morgan, the gifted enchantress who would later become inseparably linked with King Arthur's final journey. Another medieval poet expanded this vision by presenting Avalon as a peaceful kingdom untouched by violence, crime, war, disease, or old age. Spring never faded there, flowers bloomed endlessly, and happiness replaced suffering. Everything was shared rather than owned, creating an ideal society free from the conflicts of the mortal world. At the heart of this enchanted kingdom ruled a beautiful queen attended by equally graceful maidens. It was to this royal court that the wounded Arthur was carried after his last great battle. Instead of returning immediately to Britain, he remained under Morgan's care while his wounds slowly healed, giving rise to the enduring belief that Arthur never truly died, but simply awaited the proper moment to return. The name Avalon itself became the subject of many medieval interpretations. While some connected it with apples because of the island's extraordinary orchards, others believed it referred to an ancient ruler whose name gradually evolved into forms such as Avalo, Avaloc, or Avalach. Medieval chroniclers even claimed that this mysterious king lived upon the island with his daughters, an image that closely matches the stories describing Morgan surrounded by a circle of noble women. Such similarities suggest that these figures may preserve memories of much older Celtic traditions in which powerful supernatural families ruled the other world. Genealogies compiled centuries later attempted to fit these legendary figures into Christian history, linking Avaloc to famous ancestral lines and legendary kings. Yet beneath these efforts, scholars have often recognized traces of a much older mythology. Rather than an ordinary king, Avaloc appears to preserve characteristics of an ancient supernatural being whose identity belonged to the mysterious world beyond human life. His connection with Avalon suggests that he ruled not simply an island, but a gateway between life and death. This darker interpretation becomes even more convincing when later Arthurian literature introduces a figure named Avalach. Although transformed into a Christian king within the Grail legends, Avalach bears remarkable similarities to the older Avaloc traditions. In these stories, he is depicted as an aged ruler covered with wounds, suspended between life and death, whose mysterious origins remain unknown even to those around him. His strange condition echoes several other legendary figures whose existence seems to bridge the worlds of the living and the dead. Instead of representing a historical monarch, Avalach appears to preserve fragments of an ancient myth that Christian writers adapted into a new religious framework. The association between Avalon and the realm of the dead becomes even clearer in Welsh tradition through the story of Saint Colin. According to the legend, the saint settled near Glastonbury Tor, seeking solitude for prayer. Local people spoke openly of Gwyn ap Nudd, whom they regarded as the ruler of Andobwyn, the Welsh otherworld, and the king of the fairies. Colin rejected this belief, declaring that such beings were not noble spirits, but demons. Soon afterward, a messenger arrived carrying an invitation from Gwyn himself, commanding the saint to appear before him on the summit of the hill. Colin ignored the summons more than once, but after repeated warnings, he finally climbed the hill, carrying only holy water. There, he encountered an astonishing sight. Before him stood a magnificent castle surrounded by richly dressed warriors, elegant young women, swift horses, musicians, and every luxury imaginable. The scene resembled the court of a mighty earthly king, overflowing with beauty and abundance. Gwyn welcomed the saint warmly and invited him to share an extravagant feast, promising every pleasure a guest could desire. Colin, however, refused the invitation. Looking beyond the dazzling appearance of the court, he declared that its splendid banquet was nothing more than leaves from trees disguised as food. When Gwyn proudly displayed the brilliant clothing worn by his followers, Colin interpreted their colors as symbols of punishment rather than glory. The brilliant red represented consuming fire, while the deep blue reflected unbearable cold. With a single act, the saint sprinkled holy water over the entire assembly. Instantly, the magnificent palace disappeared. The musicians, the horses, the warriors, the beautiful maidens, and even Gwyn's royal court dissolved into nothing. In their place remained only rough patches of grass upon the hillside. The dazzling kingdom had been revealed as an illusion, reinforcing the Christian belief that the ancient rulers of the Celtic otherworld possessed only deceptive power. Glastonbury Tor later became associated with Saint Michael, the great archangel who frequently replaced older supernatural guardians at sacred sites across Celtic lands. Similar traditions developed elsewhere. The rocky island of Mont Saint-Michel on the Norman coast became linked with Arthur's battle against a fearsome giant, while Cornwall's St. Michael's Mount inherited comparable sacred associations despite preserving few surviving legends. Ireland's Skellig Michael also joined this pattern, remembered both as a holy retreat and as the legendary resting place of ancient heroes. These recurring dedications suggest that places once connected with older supernatural traditions gradually became centers of Christian devotion. Even the giant defeated by Arthur at Mont Saint-Michel may preserve echoes of older mythology. Medieval writers recorded his name as Dinnebuch, a name strikingly similar to certain Welsh place names that later became associated with monstrous beings. Local legends remembered these places as former homes of destructive creatures whose defeat symbolized the triumph of order over chaos. Whether these giants represented memories of forgotten folklore or transformed images of ancient deities, they reveal how medieval storytellers blended history, legend, and religion into a single narrative. Through these evolving traditions, Avalon emerged not simply as Arthur's final destination, but as the enduring symbol of the mysterious frontier where Celtic mythology and Christian imagination met. St. Michael's rise as the spiritual successor to Gwyn ap Nudd is not difficult to explain. In Christian belief, Michael stood as the commander of heaven's armies, the angel who cast Satan from his place of power and kept the forces of evil under divine restraint. Welsh tradition assigned a remarkably similar role to Gwyn. Although remembered as a ruler of the otherworld and a figure closely associated with battlefields and wandering spirits, he was also believed to keep the dangerous powers of Anadwyn from overwhelming the human world. This belief appears clearly in the Welsh tale of Culhwch and Olwen. When Culhwch seeks permission to hunt the monstrous boar Twrch Traeth, Ysbaddaden tells him that such a hunt cannot begin until Gwyn son of Nudd is found. God, he explains, entrusted Gwyn with the command of the demons of Annwn so that they would not escape and destroy the living world. Gwyn therefore serves not merely as a supernatural king, but as the guardian who restrains chaos itself. Christian tradition gave St. Michael an almost identical responsibility. He was believed to escort souls after death, defend them against evil spirits, and stand beside the scales at the Last Judgment while the fate of every soul was decided. Medieval art frequently depicts Michael preventing demons from stealing souls or influencing the final judgment. In this role, he effectively replaced the older Celtic Lord of the Dead, transforming familiar beliefs into a Christian framework without entirely erasing their earlier character. This helps explain why churches dedicated to Saint Michael became especially numerous throughout Wales. Many were established on lonely hilltops, rocky heights, or ancient sacred places that earlier generations had regarded with fear or reverence. Such locations had long been associated with supernatural beings, wandering spirits, or darker powers inherited from Celtic tradition. By dedicating these sites to Michael, Christianity symbolically claimed them, presenting the archangel as the ultimate protector against the unseen dangers that people believed lurked in forests, mountains, and the evening mist. The connections between Glastonbury, Avalon, and Gwyn ap Nudd suggest that these figures belong to a broader network of Celtic beliefs concerning the otherworld. Yet another question naturally arises. If Avalon and Gwyn share so many characteristics, where does Melwas fit within this tradition? The answer may lie in the remarkable tendency of Celtic mythology to preserve the same supernatural figure under several different names. The name Melwas itself reflects its Cornish pronunciation, while its Welsh equivalent appears as Maelwas. Geoffrey of Monmouth, however, also records a longer form that resembles Gwynwas. The two names carry different meanings, but may once have referred to the same divine figure. Gwynwas can be understood as the fair youth, or the white youth, whereas Maelwas suggests a noble or princely young ruler. Over time, regional traditions may have favored one name over another. Cornish storytellers retained Melwas, while Welsh tradition increasingly preferred the shorter and more familiar Gwyn. Whether these names originally described a single being cannot be proven with certainty, but Geoffrey's own writings reveal how easily mythology and history became intertwined. In one narrative, Melwas and Gwynwas appear as entirely separate rulers. Melwas becomes king of the Picts, while Gwynwas is presented as king of the Huns. Together, they encounter Ursula and her companions after their ships are wrecked during a journey across the sea. The virgins are massacred, and the two kings launch an invasion of Britain. Their campaign initially meets success, but Roman forces eventually drive them northward. Retreating first to Ireland, they later return with allies drawn from the Scots and Scandinavian peoples, once again ravaging Britain. Eventually, they are forced back beyond the great northern frontier, where they continue threatening the island from the lands beyond the wall, while Britain's rulers restore order farther south. In later episodes, Geoffrey transforms these same figures into loyal rulers serving King Arthur, assigning Melwas the kingship of Iceland and Gwynwas that of Orkney. Such shifting identities reveal how legendary characters could be repeatedly reshaped to fit different narratives. The story of Saint Ursula also demonstrates this blending of tradition. Geoffrey identifies her as the daughter of a Cornish king named Dionotus, while earlier continental accounts place her death at Cologne during the invasion of the Huns under Attila. Even the names of her family differ from one source to another, suggesting that storytellers freely adapted historical memories, local legends, and mythical themes into new combinations. Melwas himself also appears elsewhere in Arthurian tradition. Welsh literature includes a warrior called Maelwys among Arthur's companions, while Irish history preserves the name of Mael Uma, son of Baidan, an Ulster prince who campaigned alongside the Dalriadic Scots in Britain. Medieval romance seems to have merged these distinct traditions. As stories spread across Britain and France, the historical Irish prince and the mythical Melwas gradually became confused, eventually producing the romance figure whose father appears under names such as Bademagu. Geoffrey consistently associates Melwas and Gwynwas with the far northern world. They are linked with the Picts, the Scots, Orkney, Iceland, and the islands beyond Britain's shores. From a Celtic perspective, these distant regions occupied the edge of the known world, making them natural settings for legends connected with the otherworld. Just as continental romances often placed supernatural beings among the Huns or other distant peoples, Welsh tradition frequently projected similar mysteries onto the northern lands inhabited by Picts and Scots. This geographical symbolism also sheds light on Glastonbury's legendary importance. If Glastonbury truly represented Avalok's enchanted island, it could easily be identified with the mythical land of summer, known in Welsh tradition as Gwlad yr Haf. This was no ordinary country, but an ideal realm existing somewhere beyond the limits of everyday experience. Medieval Welsh tradition even claimed that Hu the Mighty led the ancestors of the Welsh people from this marvelous land before they reached Britain. Later, writers attempted to identify it with distant places such as Taprobane or Ceylon, illustrating how mythical geography gradually became blended with real geography. Although later generations attached the name Somerset to the district surrounding Glastonbury, the older concept of the Land of Summer never entirely lost its legendary character. In Welsh folklore, the expression continued to suggest a mysterious country lying somewhere far away, almost beyond the reach of ordinary travelers. If Melwas ruled the magical glass island identified with Glastonbury, then he naturally became the king of this eternal summer kingdom. Other traditions, however, placed Melwas somewhere entirely different. Instead of Somerset, they made him ruler of Gower, the dramatic peninsula stretching into the Bristol Channel. Medieval romance eventually combined both versions of the legend, describing Melwas as King of Gore while locating his royal residence at Bath. These conflicting traditions reflect the gradual merging of separate regional myths into a single Arthurian narrative. Much of the surviving evidence points toward a Cornish rather than a Welsh origin for Melwas. From Cornwall, the distant coastline of Gower would have appeared as a fitting entrance to the supernatural world across the sea. The same tradition also connected Bran, another mysterious figure of Celtic legend, with Gower, perhaps explaining later Arthurian names such as Brandagore. Morgan Le Fay herself eventually became associated with this region. Fleeing Arthur's anger, she was said to have found refuge in Gower, where she established powerful fortresses and ruled as queen. Welsh tradition preserves a similar memory by making her husband, Urien, king of Gower. Even ancient Welsh poetry preserves echoes of these beliefs. The Black Book of Carmarthen mentions a place called Gwanas in Gower as the burial place of legendary heroes and mysterious companies associated with Earth and Anoeth. Welsh legend also speaks of the dreadful prison of Earth and Anoeth, a vast structure said to have been built entirely from human bones. Rather than describing a literal prison, this haunting image almost certainly represents another vision of the realm of the dead. Like the collapsing enchanted castle that appears elsewhere in Arthurian legend, it reflects an enduring Celtic belief that beyond the visible world stood another kingdom, a place where myth, memory, and death were forever intertwined. Morgan Le Fay occupies a unique position in Arthurian tradition because she is almost certainly the same supernatural woman who appears elsewhere under the older name Morgan. Rather than representing two different characters, these figures are better understood as different portrayals of a single enchantress whose nature changes according to the story being told. In one tale, she is a compassionate healer who carries the wounded Arthur to Avalon and carefully tends his injuries. In another, she becomes a dangerous rival, using her magical powers against the heroes of Camelot. Such contradictions are common in Celtic mythology, where beings from the otherworld often embody both generosity and hostility depending on the circumstances. The same pattern appears in the legends surrounding the Lady of the Lake. Medieval romances introduce several women under this title, each performing a different role. One presents Arthur with the legendary sword Excalibur in exchange for a future promise. Another imprisons Merlin within an enchanted stone chamber, bringing an end to his earthly wanderings. Yet another devotes herself to Arthur's protection, while a different Lady of the Lake watches over Lancelot throughout his adventures. Rather than imagining all of these as unrelated individuals, it is far more likely that they preserve separate traditions about one ancient lake goddess whose identity gradually fragmented as Arthurian literature evolved. The name Morgan itself points toward an aquatic origin. Its meaning is closely connected with the sea, suggesting someone born of the ocean or daughter of the waters. This association survives not only in Welsh tradition, but also in Ireland, where a remarkably similar figure appears under the name Muirgan. Irish legend remembers her as Liban, a woman entrusted with guarding a sacred spring. When her duty was neglected, the waters burst forth and created what later became Lough Neagh. Swept beneath the waves, Liban was transformed into a creature that was half woman and half fish, wandering through the underwater world for centuries before finally being caught by the followers of a Christian saint. After receiving baptism, she died as a holy woman, and her memory eventually became associated with a church. Behind the Christian story, however, scholars have long recognized the outline of a much older water goddess whose identity was adapted into a new religious setting. Irish tradition actually preserves more than one Liban. Another appears as the wife of Labraid of the Swift Hand, living upon a mysterious island alongside her sister, Fand. Although medieval storytellers treated these women as separate individuals, they may ultimately descend from the same mythical source. Such duplication is a familiar feature of Celtic legend, where ancient deities often survive under multiple names and in different stories that preserve only fragments of their original character. When Morgan reappears in Arthurian romance, she is frequently linked with the Kingdom of Gower. Some medieval writers describe her as its queen, while her husband Urien is presented as its ruler. Welsh tradition, however, usually places Urien much farther north, connecting him with the ancient kingdom of Reged. This creates an intriguing problem because some romances seem to identify Gower and Reged with one another, even though geography suggests otherwise. Evidence from Welsh poetry hints that another Reged may once have existed in Western Wales. A poem attributed to the 12th century prince Hywel ap Owain speaks of reaching the land of Reged in a remarkably short journey from Melianid. Later poets associated the same ancient name with the region around modern Aberystwyth, describing it as a coastal stronghold overlooking the sea. Long before the medieval castle dominated the landscape, this rocky headland appears to have been surrounded by water during high tides, giving it the appearance of an island. Medieval records even suggest that access was once limited to a bridge, reinforcing the impression that it occupied a naturally isolated position. The landscape around Aberystwyth has changed considerably over the centuries. Coastal erosion and shifting river channels have altered the shoreline, making it difficult to reconstruct its earlier appearance. The modern town stands between the rivers Rheidol and Eastwyth, although geological evidence and historical descriptions suggest that their courses were once different. Such changes help explain why an apparently ordinary coastal settlement could once have inspired traditions describing it as an island separated from the mainland. Howell's poem contains an especially striking description of Reged, calling it a land that exists between night and day. This curious phrase may preserve an ancient mythological idea rather than a geographical observation. Celtic tradition frequently imagined the otherworld as occupying a boundary between opposing states, between light and darkness, life and death, or the visible and invisible worlds. In that sense, Rigid was not merely a kingdom, but a symbolic frontier where ordinary reality faded into the supernatural. Another ancient name strengthens this interpretation. Welsh tradition also knew a mysterious realm called Ir Echwyd, the land of sunset. Like Avalon, it represented a place lying beyond the western horizon, where the souls of the dead or supernatural beings were believed to dwell. The setting sun naturally became a powerful symbol of departure from the world of the living, making Western Islands ideal locations for the entrances to the Celtic otherworld. Glastonbury, Gower, and Western Reged are only part of a much larger network of sacred islands found throughout Celtic tradition. Time and again, islands appear not simply as remote places, but as gateways to supernatural realms inhabited by immortal rulers, enchanted women, and heroic dead. Their isolation made them perfect settings for stories in which ordinary geography blended with myth. One famous example is the Isle of Gwales, remembered as a place where feasting never came to an end and hospitality was eternal. Heroes who entered this island found themselves in a world untouched by hunger, hardship, or the passage of time. Similar ideas appear in many ancient traditions, where the home of a divine ruler is placed upon a distant island beyond the sea. Another mysterious location appears in Arthurian romance under the name Surluse. Many historians believe this land reflects the Isles of Scilly, which were known by similar names in several medieval languages. Roman authorities once used these islands as places of exile, while later romances transformed them into the domain of Galahad's mighty ally, the High Prince Galahalt. Their distant position beyond Britain's southwestern coast made them natural candidates for association with the legendary lands of the otherworld. Bardsey Island, off the coast of North Wales, also acquired extraordinary importance in Welsh tradition. Legends claimed that Merlin withdrew there with his companions, carrying Britain's sacred treasures into a hidden glass house. Older Welsh names for the island connect it with mysterious giant figures remembered in early medieval tradition. One such giant, Benlli, appears elsewhere in Welsh legend as a proud ruler destroyed by divine fire after defying a saint. His story echoes those of other dark rulers, whose defeat symbolizes the triumph of Christian authority over older supernatural powers. Puffin Island, known in Welsh as Ynys Lannog, occupies a similar place in Grail tradition. It becomes the stronghold of a fearsome king associated with death and destruction, whose repeated attacks terrorize a neighboring queen and her knights. Peredur eventually sails to the island and defeats the tyrant in battle, although the defeated ruler narrowly escapes before receiving the final blow. Once again, an isolated island serves as the residence of a supernatural enemy whose kingdom stands apart from the ordinary world. The Isle of Man occupies an even more important position in Irish mythology. It was regarded as the home of Manannán mac Lir, one of the greatest magical figures in Celtic tradition. Master of the sea and guide of souls, Manannán ruled an enchanted kingdom concealed beyond the western waters. Other legends identify the island with the realm of Midir, king of the fairies, whose magical treasures included an inexhaustible cauldron and miraculous cattle. In different traditions, these same stories became linked with the legendary city of Falias, one of the mythical homelands of the Tuatha De Danann. Farther north lies Tory Island, another place deeply connected with Irish myth. It was remembered as the home of the terrifying Barlaw of the Evil Eye and the birthplace of his grandson Lugh, one of the greatest heroes of Celtic legend. Other tales describe Tory as the headquarters of the Fomorian kings, whose stronghold was eventually attacked by the descendants of Nemed in a disastrous campaign that ended beneath the waves. Once again, the island becomes both a fortress of supernatural enemies and a stage upon which cosmic struggles unfold. Anglesey also preserves echoes of these ancient beliefs. Irish tradition linked it with the Fomorian ruler Conaing, while Welsh poetry associated it with March ap Merchion, a legendary king remembered for possessing the ears of a horse. According to the famous tale, March executed every barber who discovered his secret. Yet truth could not remain hidden forever. Reeds eventually grew from the graves of the murdered men, and when a musician fashioned one into a pipe, the instrument revealed the king's hidden deformity each time it was played. The story reflects a recurring Celtic belief that the land itself preserves forgotten truths, allowing even nature to expose secrets that human beings try to conceal. March was so furious when the pipe revealed his secret that he nearly killed the musician who had played it. Only after being persuaded to blow into the instrument himself did he understand that the man was innocent. The strange reed would repeat the same message regardless of who used it. King March possessed the ears of a horse. This Welsh legend helps explain a curious episode in the Arthurian stories surrounding King Mark of Cornwall. Mallory portrays Mark as one of the most unpleasant rulers in the entire cycle, a cowardly, deceptive, and ruthless king whose behavior repeatedly brings him into conflict with Arthur's knights. The Cornish Mark and the Welsh March of Lynn were almost certainly two versions of the same legendary figure. Once that connection is recognized, a seemingly vague passage in Mallory suddenly becomes much clearer. After Mark had provoked both Arthur and Lancelot, the knight Dinadan, famous for his sharp humor, decided to humiliate him through song. He composed a mocking lay and taught it to a harper named Eliot. Eliot then passed it on to many other musicians who carried the song into Wales and Cornwall. Mallory merely says that it was the most insulting song ever performed with harp or any other instrument, but he never reveals its actual subject. The older Welsh and Irish traditions supply the missing detail. The song almost certainly repeated the ancient secret. King Mark had horse's ears. The wider mythology behind this tale leads naturally into Celtic beliefs about islands and the dead. Across many traditions, islands were imagined as places where departed souls could be safely separated from the living. Water was believed to form a powerful barrier against spirits. Once the dead had been carried across the sea, they were thought unlikely to return and trouble those who remained behind. Writers from antiquity preserve traces of this belief. Procopius, writing in the 6th century, describes traditions among the Celtic peoples of the continent in which the dead were transported across the water. Even earlier evidence may survive in Pliny, who quotes the Greek author Philemon concerning the Northern Ocean. According to this account, the Cimbri called part of the sea Mori Marusam. This has often been translated as the Dead Sea, but the expression may more accurately mean the Sea of the Dead, the ocean crossed by souls on their journey to the dwelling place of the departed. The Celtic imagination did not limit the otherworld to distant islands. Another common belief placed enchanted realms beneath lakes or under parts of the sea that had swallowed once inhabited lands. Nearly every great lake in Wales eventually acquired some story of a vanished settlement lying beneath its waters. Herds of supernatural cattle were believed to graze in these hidden regions, while the bells of drowned churches or cities could sometimes still be heard ringing from the depths. One of the best-known Welsh examples is Cantrea Gwaelod, the Lowland Hundred, a fertile kingdom said to have stretched westward from the coast near Aberdyfi. According to popular tradition, the entire land disappeared beneath the waters of Cardigan Bay. On quiet days, people claimed that the bells of the drowned kingdom could still be heard beneath the waves, counting out their mysterious rhythm from the lost country below. A later and more ordinary version of the story blames the disaster on Seithenin, the man responsible for maintaining the seawalls and floodgates. One night, overcome by drink, he neglected his duty, allowing the sea to burst through the defenses and destroy the kingdom. Yet the earliest surviving Welsh account presents a far more mythic explanation. In a poem preserved in the Black Book of Carmarthen, Seithenin is described not as a drunkard, but simply as a man lacking good judgment. The true responsibility falls upon a woman known as the guardian or servant of a sacred well. Her exact task is not explained, but the story strongly resembles an Irish legend connected with the creation of Lough Neagh. In that tale, a magical spring had to remain covered. When the woman responsible for it failed to replace the lid, the waters escaped and flooded the surrounding country. The catastrophe had been foreseen by a foolish or simple-minded member of the household, who occupies much the same role as Seithenin in the Welsh tradition. The woman in the Irish story was called Laibon. Her Welsh counterpart may survive under the name Lion, known from the tradition of the overflowing waters of Llyn Lion. The same name, perhaps altered over time, may also appear in Arthurian romance as Lyones. Malory describes Dame Lyones as a powerful lady served by her sister Lynette, who acts as her messenger and trusted companion. Lynette herself closely resembles Luned, the clever attendant found in the Welsh romance of Owain. Luned serves the Lady of the Fountain, just as Lynette serves Dame Lyones. Through this chain of similarities, Lyones can be connected not only with the Lady of the Fountain, but also with Laibon, the guardian of the magical spring in Irish tradition. She may even preserve features of another Laibon, queen of the supernatural ruler Labraid, and sister of the water woman Fand. Malory makes Dame Lyones the mistress of the Castle Perilous, situated near the Isle of Avalon. He also refers to a land and fortress called Lyones, supposedly located not far from Tintagel in Cornwall. Although he never explicitly links the woman, the castle, and the country, it is difficult to believe that their identical names are accidental. The confusion may have arisen because medieval writers increasingly identified Avalon with Glastonbury. Once Avalon is freed from that later geographical attachment and restored to the western seas, Lyones falls naturally into place. It becomes a submerged or vanished kingdom somewhere off the Cornish coast, perhaps imagined between Lundy and the Isles of Scilly. In this reconstruction, Dame Lyones becomes the ruler of a lost maritime realm bearing her own name. Such legendary countries provided appropriate homelands for Arthurian heroes. Tristram could be imagined as coming from the drowned land of Lyones, just as Galahault ruled the distant isles, and Lancelot emerged from the enchanted domain of the Lady of the Lake, who had raised him. The myths behind these romances may be extremely ancient. There is even a hint that heroic figures like Tristram or Lancelot were once compared with Heracles, for the geographer Ptolemy called Heartland Point the promontory of Heracles. Gower has already appeared as another region connected with the Celtic otherworld. It may have gained this reputation in the imagination of those living across the Severn Sea, particularly the Cornish Britons who saw its distant coastline rising beyond the water. Yet this explanation does not fully account for the similar reputation of Dyfed, the great southwestern region of Wales. It is easy to understand why distant northern territories could become associated with the dead. Mountains, forests, and hostile tribes separated them from the settled Brythonic kingdoms, making them seem remote and dangerous. Procopius appears to preserve a similar idea when he describes the region beyond a great dividing wall as a strange and threatening country. Dyfed, however, lacked the same dramatic northern barriers. Its reputation may instead have arisen from ethnic or political hostility. The ancient inhabitants of the region, known as the Demetae, may have been viewed as strangers or enemies by neighboring Brythonic peoples. Their territory could therefore have been transformed in mythology into a land of darkness and death. The exact frontier between the Demetae and the Silures is unknown. The River Towy might seem the obvious choice on a modern map, but the River Tawe may be a stronger possibility. If the Tawe formed the ancient boundary, then Gower and Dyfed need not be treated as two separate entrances to the otherworld. Both could have belonged to a single legendary region corresponding to the wider territory of ancient Demetia. A poem in the Black Book of Carmarthen seems to support the importance of the Tawe. In a dialogue between Gwyn ap Nudd and Gwyddno Garanhir, Gwyn invites Gwyddno to hurry toward his ridge, described as the dwelling place of the Tavwi. He makes clear that he does not mean the nearest river bearing that name, but another, more distant one. The image of Gwyn dwelling upon a ridge recalls the fairy court he was believed to possess on Glastonbury Tor. His association with the Tavwi also resembles other Celtic traditions in which rivers were governed by supernatural powers. The River Dee, for instance, was linked with a warlike female divinity whose waters were believed to foretell the fortunes of conflict between the Welsh and the English, depending on which bank the floods consumed. The Tavwi of the poem was probably the ancestor of the modern name Tawe, the river flowing through Swansea, known in Welsh as Abertawe. It is possible, however, that the passage referred to the River Tor in Devon, or another river with a similar ancient name. Whatever its exact location, the river seems to have acquired sacred significance because it marked the dwelling place or territory of Gwyn, king of the fairies and lord of the battlefield dead. This makes the Tawe an appropriate mythological frontier. The River Severn also deserves attention as a boundary between worlds. Gloucester, standing near its banks, appears in Welsh mythology as the location of supernatural women and as the prison of Mabon, son of Modron. The Welsh name of Gloucester, Caer Loiw, means the fortress of Gloiv, the Shining One. Its ancient Roman name, Glevum, preserves the same linguistic root. Gloiw may originally have belonged to the same broad family of supernatural rulers as Gwyn ap Nudd. The meaning of his name, bright or shining, resembles the meaning of Gwyn, white or fair. Both names are strangely luminous for figures associated with dark and mysterious realms. Yet this apparent contradiction is common in mythology, where dangerous or deathly beings are often described with names suggesting beauty, brightness, or purity. Welsh tradition connects Gloiw with the family of Pryderi. In the Mabinogi, Pryderi marries Sigfa, granddaughter of Gloiw Broadhair. Geoffrey of Monmouth later transformed Gloiw into the Roman Emperor Claudius, apparently because Gloucester had yielded many coins from Claudius's reign. There is little genuine historical basis for the identification, but it allowed Geoffrey to combine local legend with Roman history. In Geoffrey's account, peace is established between Claudius and the British ruler Arviragus, called Gwairid in Welsh tradition. The alliance is sealed through marriage when Claudius gives his daughter to the British king. Yet Gwairid may simply be another form of Gri, an alternative name of Pryderi. Geoffrey's supposedly historical story may therefore be a reshaped version of the older myth in which Pryderi marries a descendant of Gloiv. Other features of the narrative reveal its mythological roots. Guerid helps Claudius conquer Orkney and distant islands, and on another occasion sends troops to spend the winter in Ireland. In the symbolic geography of Celtic tradition, islands such as these frequently represent lands of the dead. Geoffrey was therefore not merely recording military campaigns. He was transforming supernatural journeys into the language of royal conquest. Gloucester may have marked a very ancient cultural frontier. Its importance probably belonged to a period earlier than that represented by the Tawe. The Severn and the Tawe may therefore reflect two different stages in the westward expansion of Celtic settlement, each river becoming in turn a boundary between familiar territory and a region imagined as mysterious, hostile, or supernatural. Ancient writers offer further evidence that the islands around Britain were associated with gods, heroes, and the dead. Plutarch records the testimony of a traveler named Demetrius, who had been sent by the Roman emperor to investigate the islands surrounding Britain. According to Demetrius, many of these islands were uninhabited and were named after divine or heroic beings. He visited one island lying close to the empty ones and found only a small population. These inhabitants were regarded by the Britons as sacred and inviolable. Soon after Demetrius arrived, the atmosphere was violently disturbed. Fierce winds broke out, fiery signs appeared in the sky, and the island was shaken by terrifying natural events. When the storm finally ended, the islanders explained that one of the great supernatural beings had died. They compared the passing of a mighty soul to the extinguishing of a lamp. The lighting of a lamp brings no danger, they said, but its extinction causes grief and confusion. In the same way, the birth or appearance of a great spirit is joyful, while its death disturbs the winds, the waves, and even the health of the surrounding world. Demetrius was also told of another island where Cronus lay imprisoned in sleep. The giant Briareus guarded him, and sleep itself served as the chain that held the ancient god. Around Cronus gathered many lesser divine beings who acted as his servants and companions. This image has striking parallels in British legend. Welsh shepherds sometimes claim to have seen Arthur and his warriors sleeping in a hidden cave, waiting for the signal that would call them back into the world. The slumbering Cronus also resembles Bronn, guardian of the Holy Grail, dwelling in one of the mysterious islands of Ireland. Merlin presents another version of the same idea when he enters the glass house on Bardsey with his 9 bards and disappears forever from ordinary human society. These stories preserve a recurring pattern. A divine king does not truly die but withdraws into an island, cave, glass fortress, or hidden chamber. There he remains asleep, surrounded by loyal companions until the world requires his return. Plutarch's account also draws attention to the sacred status of people living on small islands near Britain. Similar traditions were recorded by Pomponius Mela concerning island communities off the coast of Brittany. Their inhabitants were not treated as ordinary people, but as figures protected by religious fear and ancient custom. This belief may help explain why early Christian hermits and holy men so often withdrew to remote islands. Solitude was certainly one reason, but the older pagan idea that island dwellers were untouchable may also have offered a measure of protection. Before the violent arrival of Norse raiders, the sacred reputation of such places may have made them especially attractive to religious communities. The transition from pagan belief to Christianity was therefore neither sudden nor complete. In Ireland, Druidic customs absorbed Christian ideas, while Christian practice adopted elements of the older sacred landscape. At times, it becomes difficult to determine precisely where Druidism ended and Christianity began. The same was probably true not only in Ireland, but throughout Celtic Britain. The old gods did not simply disappear. Their islands became the homes of saints, their magical women became Christian holy figures, their sleeping kings were transformed into Arthurian heroes, and their sacred boundaries were marked by churches, monasteries, and legends. Beneath the Christian surface, the ancient geography of the otherworld remained alive. One of the most fascinating mysteries surrounding the legends of King Arthur is how these stories traveled from the Celtic world into Norman and French literature. Historians have debated this question for generations, and while no single explanation has gained universal acceptance, several influential theories have shaped modern understanding. One of the earliest and most important interpretations came from the French scholar Gaston Parry. He argued that the Arthurian tradition entered French literature over roughly a century, beginning around the middle of the 12th century and reaching its full development before the end of the 13th. During this period, stories connected with Arthur became known in France as La Matière de Bretagne, or the Matter of Britain. In Parris's view, this phrase referred primarily to Great Britain rather than the Breton lands of northwestern France. According to this theory, the Norman expansion into Wales opened the door for Arthurian tales to spread across the English Channel. Welsh storytellers carried heroic adventures, magical episodes, and legendary characters into Norman courts, where these narratives quickly attracted aristocratic audiences. As interest grew in France and later across Europe, Breton traditions from Armorica also began contributing their own legends, enriching an already expanding cycle of stories. The transmission of these tales was almost certainly gradual rather than sudden. Arthurian traditions must have circulated for years before they appeared in written literature. Geoffrey of Monmouth's History of the Kings of Britain, completed around 1136, is an excellent example. Although Geoffrey presented an ambitious Latin history of Britain and Arthur, his work had surprisingly little influence on the core material that later Romance writers adopted. This suggests that Arthurian legends were already deeply rooted in popular storytelling before Geoffrey's version reached readers. Not long afterward, Wace translated Geoffrey's history into French verse under the title Roman de Brut. His work reveals that Arthurian tradition had already become remarkably rich. Wace himself complained that storytellers had embroidered the legends so extensively that separating historical memory from imaginative invention had become nearly impossible. In other words, Arthur had already become the center of an enormous body of folklore. Gaston Parry believed these storytellers were largely Welsh performers. Some may have entertained audiences in England even before the Norman conquest, while others likely traveled afterward to noble courts throughout northern France. Moving from one household to another, they performed tales of heroic adventure, courtly love, enchanted kingdoms, and supernatural encounters, introducing Norman audiences to a literary world unlike anything they had previously known. Among these performers were musicians who presented what became known as Breton lays. These were not simply spoken stories, but performances that blended music with verse. The melodies formed an essential part of the experience, while the accompanying words explained the events being sung. Since many French listeners could not understand the original Celtic language, translations gradually emerged. These early adaptations eventually evolved into fully French literary works. Over time, the music disappeared, but the stories survived. The Breton lays were rewritten as narrative poems, usually composed in pairs of rhyming 8-syllable lines, most focused on romance, tragedy, loyalty, or extraordinary adventure. These poems became one of the foundations upon which later Arthurian literature was built. From this material emerged the great Arthurian romances. Writers transformed individual episodes into long poetic narratives intended to be read aloud rather than sung. The most celebrated among these authors was Chrétien de Troyes, whose works established the standard for nearly every romance that followed. His influence spread rapidly across medieval Europe and shaped the image of Arthur's court for centuries. Parris divided these romances into two broad categories. The first followed the complete life of a hero, tracing his journey from youth through his greatest adventures and, in some cases, to his death. These stories resemble medieval biographies, gathering many separate traditions into one continuous narrative. The second type concentrated on a single memorable adventure. Instead of covering an entire lifetime, these romances explored one dramatic episode involving a famous knight such as Gawain, allowing authors to develop suspense and character within a shorter story. Not every scholar accepted Gaston Parris's reconstruction. The German historian Heinrich Zimmer proposed a very different explanation. He questioned whether Welsh minstrels had played such a direct role in introducing Arthurian legend to the Normans. In his opinion, there was little convincing evidence that Welsh performers regularly entertained Norman audiences early enough to explain the rise of the romances. Zimmer also challenged the meaning of the expression "matter of Britain." He believed it referred not to Wales, but primarily to Brittany in northwestern France. Rather than traveling directly from Welsh storytellers to Norman listeners, the legends, he argued, were preserved and adapted by Breton communities whose language and culture gradually merged with Norman French society. Another major difference separated Zimmer from Paris. Instead of seeing the romances as descendants of lyrical lays, he argued that they ultimately developed from prose narratives. In his view, the ancient Celtic peoples preferred long prose stories rather than epic poems. When these narratives entered French literary culture, Norman writers reshaped them into verse because poetic romance suited their own artistic traditions. Even so, this interpretation does not entirely exclude Welsh influence. Welsh storytellers certainly continued to interact with Norman society after the conquest of Wales, and individuals such as the famous Bledri may well have served as cultural intermediaries. It is therefore possible that Arthurian literature drew upon both Breton and Welsh traditions at different stages of its development. The names preserved in the romances also hint at multiple sources. Familiar figures such as Gawain and Mordred appear in forms that seem to have entered French naturally through Breton usage. Other names, especially those connected with the Holy Grail cycle, appear much closer to their Welsh originals, suggesting that scribes translated or adapted them directly from Welsh traditions. These differences point toward a complex process of transmission rather than a single point of origin. The discussion also reveals something important about Celtic storytelling itself. Although many ancient Celtic narratives were written mainly in prose, they frequently inserted short poems into the action. These verses intensified emotion, highlighted dramatic moments, or allowed characters to express themselves in memorable language. Rather than interrupting the story, poetry became an integral part of the narrative rhythm. The Welsh tales preserved in the Mabinogi provide excellent examples of this technique. Their stories are overwhelmingly prose, yet brief poetic passages appear at key moments, giving additional depth to conversations or dramatic scenes. Other Welsh traditions contain even longer poetic exchanges between legendary figures. One striking example is a dialogue between Gawain and Tristan. Their conversation begins with words of caution and peace, before gradually moving toward friendship and reconciliation. Eventually, Gawain leads Tristan to Arthur, who warmly welcomes him into his court. The exchange demonstrates how poetry could advance a story while preserving its emotional intensity. These verses also reveal something about medieval performance. Much of their meaning is concentrated in the final line of each stanza, while the earlier lines create rhythm, imagery, and musical expectation. This pattern strongly suggests that such poetry was intended to accompany instrumental performance, most likely on the harp. The performer needed not only technical skill, but also clear delivery, because without the final line, the audience would miss the heart of the narrative. Whether Arthurian legend crossed the channel through Welsh storytellers, Breton intermediaries, or a combination of both, one conclusion is difficult to escape. The legends did not emerge from a single author or a single book. They evolved through generations of performers, translators, poets, and scribes, each adding new layers to an already living tradition. By the time the great French romances appeared, Arthur had become far more than a legendary king. He had become the center of one of medieval Europe's richest and most influential storytelling traditions. Although only a handful of short verse passages survive within the earliest Welsh tales themselves, many more examples appear in medieval Welsh manuscripts. Collections such as the Red Book of Hergest and the Black Book of Carmarthen preserve numerous groups of these poems, many arranged as dramatic conversations between legendary figures. Some are dialogues between heroes and supernatural beings, while others belong to famous collections like the Englynion of the Graves, where poetry and memory combine to preserve the names of long-forgotten warriors. One striking feature of these poems is the way they deliver their meaning. The first two lines often create rhythm, atmosphere, or vivid imagery, but the real point usually arrives in the final line. It is there that the speaker's message reaches its conclusion. This pattern appears again and again, suggesting that these verses were designed for performance rather than silent reading. Sung with the accompaniment of a harp, the audience would wait for the final line, where the emotional or dramatic impact finally unfolded. Curiously, this simple poetic form is almost absent from manuscripts associated with famous court poets such as Aneurin and Taliesin. Those professional bards generally favored far more elaborate meters, intricate rhyme schemes, and deliberately complex language. By comparison, these three-line stanzas are clear, direct, and easy to understand. Their simplicity strongly suggests that they belong to popular tradition rather than elite literary circles. When arranged as conversations between characters, they may even have resembled a primitive form of musical drama, with alternating voices creating something close to an early opera. The most common version of this stanza consisted of 3 short lines, usually 7 syllables long, although an extra syllable occasionally appeared. Most examples followed a shared rhyme, but strict rhyme was never compulsory. Sometimes only 2 lines matched, while the remaining lines stood apart. Medieval poets also experimented freely with the structure, occasionally expanding the stanza to 4 or more lines without abandoning its familiar rhythm. One poem from the Englinion of the Graves illustrates this flexibility by adding a 4th line to commemorate warriors buried upon a mountain. Even with the extra line, the musical flow remains recognizable, demonstrating how adaptable this poetic tradition had become. Another important variety followed a different rhythm altogether. Instead of 3 equal lines, it combined a long opening line with shorter lines that followed. The first line often carried additional syllables beyond the regular pattern. Medieval Welsh scholars referred to these extra words as the gair circ, literally an approaching word. Although they extended the line, they were treated almost as ornaments rather than part of its core rhythm. Sometimes these extra words echoed sounds found in the following line, creating subtle patterns of assonance that listeners would recognize even without perfect rhyme. Examples preserved in the dialogue between Gwyn ap Nudd and Gwyno Garanhir demonstrate how this system worked. The main rhyme might not appear until later in the stanza, while the additional introductory word quietly established another layer of sound. Such careful craftsmanship reveals that Welsh poets were experimenting with musical effects centuries before later medieval verse became highly formalized. Some of the oldest surviving examples reach back to the 9th century, appearing in manuscripts connected with the Welsh version of the Juvencus Gospel paraphrase. These religious poems employ exactly the same metrical principles as secular heroic verse, showing that the poetic form crossed freely between sacred and worldly subjects. Whether praising God or recounting heroic exploits, the underlying structure remained remarkably consistent. Even earlier evidence may survive in stone inscriptions dating to the 5th or 6th century. One Latin epitaph, when its words are arranged according to Welsh metrical principles, closely resembles the opening lines of a traditional Welsh stanza. If this interpretation is correct, it would suggest that the foundations of Welsh poetic technique were already developing soon after the end of Roman Britain. Whether or not every inscription truly belongs to this tradition, one conclusion remains difficult to dispute. Poetry was already an established part of Welsh culture at a remarkably early date. These short lyrical forms were never isolated literary curiosities. Instead, they blended naturally into longer prose narratives, enriching heroic tales with moments of emotion, dialogue, and dramatic emphasis. This close partnership between prose and poetry became one of the defining characteristics of early Celtic storytelling. Rather than composing vast epics entirely in verse, Welsh authors preferred prose narratives that paused at important moments to introduce songs, speeches, or lyrical reflections. The result was a style of storytelling that balanced flowing narrative with memorable poetic performances. Interestingly, one poetic form common in medieval French literature appears to have been relatively uncommon in Wales itself. French Breton lays were typically written as rhyming octosyllabic couplets, yet this meter rarely dominates surviving Welsh material. In Brittany, however, poems built on this pattern became extremely popular. Even allowing for later French influence, this difference supports the argument that Breton literary traditions developed along somewhat different lines from those preserved in Wales. This distinction also strengthens another influential theory concerning Celtic literature. Some scholars have argued that the Celts, preferred prose narratives as their primary vehicle for heroic storytelling, while poetic passages served to heighten key moments rather than carry the entire story. The surviving Welsh evidence fits this model remarkably well. The Mabinogi provides an especially revealing example. In the Tale of Math, Gwydion undertakes a delicate diplomatic mission disguised as a professional bard. When he arrives at King Pryderi's court, he is invited to entertain the assembled nobles. Significantly, he does not begin by singing a poem. Instead, he offers to tell stories. The narrative explains that he delighted the entire court through conversations, historical tales, and entertaining narratives, earning widespread admiration through his skill as a storyteller rather than as a singer. Later in the same collection, Gwydion again appears in disguise, this time visiting the court of Arianrhod. Once more, the conversation centers on stories and historical narratives instead of musical performance. The Welsh terminology consistently points towards spoken storytelling rather than sung poetry. These details are remarkably revealing. Although the surviving manuscripts date mainly from the 13th and 14th centuries, they almost certainly preserve traditions copied from considerably older sources. They depict a society in which the highest-ranking bard could comfortably serve as both poet and storyteller. Narrative prose carried prestige equal to verse, suggesting that storytelling occupied a central place in Welsh intellectual life long before these texts were written down. Beyond questions of language, poetry, and literary form lies an even greater achievement. Celtic storytelling profoundly influenced medieval European literature. A 12th century French poet famously declared that every great writer drew inspiration from only three great traditions: France, Britain, and Imperial Rome. Arthurian Britain therefore stood beside the greatest literary worlds of medieval imagination. The influence spread far beyond France. Arthurian romances captivated audiences across Germany and much of continental Europe, inspiring generations of poets, translators, and chroniclers. Their appeal crossed linguistic and political boundaries with remarkable ease. The contrast with early English literature is particularly striking. Before the Norman conquest, English poets had already created magnificent works such as Beowulf, heroic poems celebrating battles like Finnesburg and Malden, along with religious epics and lyrical compositions including The Wanderer. These masterpieces formed a rich literary tradition of their own. Yet after the Norman period, Arthurian legend rapidly emerged as one of the dominant imaginative forces in Britain, eventually becoming one of the most enduring narrative traditions in all of European literature. The Norman conquest transformed far more than England's political landscape. It also reshaped the country's literary tradition so completely that much of the earlier English heritage faded into obscurity. The heroic poems that had once celebrated Anglo-Saxon warriors, including masterpieces like Beowulf, had almost no influence on the literature that emerged after 1066. For medieval readers, these ancient works were largely forgotten, surviving only in neglected manuscripts that would not attract serious attention again until many centuries later. Their disappearance from the literary mainstream reflects just how profound the cultural changes of the Norman era truly were. Rather than continuing the traditions of Anglo-Saxon poetry, post-conquest English literature followed entirely different paths. The old literary current was effectively redirected, leaving behind the themes, styles, and heroic ideals that had once dominated English storytelling. This dramatic shift demonstrates the depth of Norman influence, not only over government and society, but also over the imagination of medieval England. Ironically, the Normans themselves did not introduce a body of literature that was strongly Norse or Germanic in character. By the time they conquered England, their culture had become deeply rooted in the French-speaking world. Their literary tastes reflected continental influences far more than Scandinavian ones. Alongside them came Breton allies whose Celtic heritage would prove especially significant in shaping the stories that later flourished throughout Britain. In the centuries that followed, medieval English literature developed around four major narrative traditions. Three of these arrived from continental Europe. One centered on the legends of ancient Troy, inspired by accounts attributed to Darius Phrygius. Another celebrated the exploits of Alexander the Great, whose life became the subject of countless medieval romances. A third revolved around Charlemagne and his legendary knights, presenting tales of crusades, chivalry, and imperial heroism that spread across much of Europe. The fourth tradition had a different origin. It drew its inspiration from the Celtic world, particularly from Wales and Brittany. This was the Arthurian cycle, enriched further by Geoffrey of Monmouth's influential writings. Of all the great literary traditions that entered medieval England, none left a deeper mark than the stories of King Arthur and his companions. Their popularity surpassed that of the Trojan legends, the romances of Alexander, and the Charlemagne cycle, eventually becoming one of the defining features of English literary culture. Religious writing also flourished during the Middle Ages, yet even here Celtic influence can be detected. Christian narratives increasingly blended with legendary themes associated with Britain, incorporating mystical elements that surrounded the search for the Holy Grail. These stories combined spiritual symbolism with adventure, creating narratives that appealed to both religious devotion and the medieval fascination with wonder and miracle. The influence of Celtic tradition did not end with the Middle Ages. Across the centuries, many of England's greatest writers returned to Arthurian themes and Celtic imagination for inspiration. Authors such as William Shakespeare, Edmund Spenser, Alfred Tennyson, and Algernon Charles Swinburne each drew upon this rich legendary heritage, adapting ancient material to suit the literary tastes of their own generations. Their works helped ensure that Celtic legend remained a living part of English culture long after the medieval romances had passed. Viewed from this perspective, the ancestry of English literature differs significantly from the ancestry of the English people themselves. While England's population developed through a mixture of Germanic, Norman, and many other influences, its literary tradition became shaped by a remarkably strong Celtic current. Arthurian legend stands at the heart of that inheritance, connecting medieval romance with later masterpieces of English poetry and prose. For that reason, exploring the origins and evolution of the Arthurian legends is about far more than tracing the history of a single heroic figure. It offers a window into the formation of one of the richest literary traditions in Europe. Anyone interested in Celtic civilization, medieval history, or the development of English literature will inevitably encounter Arthur's world, whose stories have continued to inspire readers, writers, and audiences for nearly 1,000 years. Dan Chue.